Dad, I have to find Yanzi, I have to go. Son, look at yourself, you're like a ball, what can you even do out there? I doubt you can even feed yourself. Be a good boy, stay home, and help your old man take care of the cattle. And if you leave, who's going to stop the cows when they start fighting again? I don't care, I'm going to America. If I don't go, Yanzi might never come back. Wang Shulin was at his limit. How could his almost 20-year-old son be this stubborn? He had already laid everything out, pros and cons, the whole picture. But this damn kid kept insisting. He was dead set on going to America, to chase after a love that was way out of his league. They were a rural family, raised in the countryside, raising 20 cows. They lived decently, sure, but not decently enough to send their fat son across the ocean. And beating him wouldn't work either. He was too fat, and not the soft kind of fat. It was like concrete, thick skin, tough meat. Hit him, and you're the one who gets hurt. Sure, you could grab a stick, but he was their only son. Hard to justify that, especially when the boy weighed nearly 125 kilograms and stood over 2 meters tall. He even broke up cow fights by hand. And in 5 years, not a single injury. In the village, that earned respect. But respect doesn't buy you a plane ticket to the USA. Xiaochun, I'd be happy to have Yanzi as a daughter-in-law too. If she were just going to college, I'd go talk to her parents myself. But now she's in America. And son, we're not at that level. He and Yanzi had grown up together. She was a top student, best schools, best grades, study abroad program. He barely scraped through school. The only thing that consistently grew was his size. He flunked his exams, so the father pulled him home to tend cattle. But then the boy said, I can't be apart from Yanzi. What if someone bullies her? What could Wang Shulin even say to that? He immediately and mercilessly dragged the idiot home to raise cows with him. That was over 4 years ago. You'd think after all that time, the boy's feelings would have cooled. After all, the gap between them was growing by the day. Feudal customs might be out of fashion now, but compatibility in marriage is still a universal truth. And with that massive frame and unremarkable looks, Yanzi may have grown up in the countryside too. But she was beautiful. And her figure was flawless. So what was the point of all this foolish persistence? Yet clearly, after so many years raising cattle, the boy had become as stubborn as one. Enough already, both of you. Xiaochun, go call your sister for dinner. If you still want to argue, you can continue after eating. This kind of back and forth had happened more than once or twice. As the woman of the house, Zhang Huilan wasn't surprised. It was mealtime, meals came first, despite all his arguing with his father. Once he got hungry, he couldn't wait a second longer. Oh, right, Xiaochun was the boy's name. Full name, Wang Xiaochun. Besides him, the family also had a daughter, 5 years younger than her brother. Her name was Wang Xiao. Okay, I'll go call her now. His mother's words clearly shifted Wang Xiaochun's focus. He really was someone who couldn't stand hunger. Even during the heated argument with his father, he had already smelled the food. But for the sake of his principles, he had forced himself to ignore it. Unfortunately, those principles proved quite fragile before an empty stomach. Now that his mother had spoken, he immediately went off to do the pre-meal task. The Wang family lived on the eastern edge of the village, in a fairly open area. They had moved there a few years back and built a 2-story brick house. When they had fewer cattle, living in the village hadn't been an issue. But as the herd grew, so did the noise, and especially the smell. So they built a new place on a bigger lot near the grassy slopes. Because of that, very few families lived nearby, which meant his little sister had to go back into the village to find kids to play with. That was exactly where Wang Xiaochun headed to call her for dinner. It was not far, just 400 or 500 meters. But it took him nearly 10 minutes to get there. He was just too fat. He couldn't move fast. Judging by his size, he was definitely over 250 gene, 125 kilograms. Xiaochun, weren't you shouting about going to America? When are you leaving? Want me to give you a ride on the tricycle? Ha ha ha. Yeah right, even if Xiaochun's going to America, it's not your place to give him a ride. Don't forget what his uncle does. Just as Wang Xiaochun reached the village entrance, he ran into 2 uncles. It was dinner time, so folks were returning from the fields. His desire to go to America had already become the talk of the village, and it was all his own fault. He had not only argued at home, but also asked around the village. Wanting to move to a foreign land, he tried to gather info from wherever he could. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong people to ask. In this place, there were hardly any who had even been to a provincial capital, let alone abroad, so all his asking was in vain. which meant practically the whole village now knew his intentions. Surprisingly though, no one mocked him. Not because they admired his determination or romantic devotion. In the countryside, who really talks about love? Usually it's just about reaching marriage age, getting introduced, discussing dowries, then marrying and having kids. That's life around here. Love? Not as important as a few more kilos of grain from the fields. The real reason no one laughed was this. Going abroad might be next to impossible for others. But not for someone from the Wang family. As one of the uncles just mentioned. They had an uncle who could actually make it happen. Wang Xiaochun's uncle was named Zheng Huizhong. He was a retired soldier who had almost been admitted to a military academy. He served in the army for a full 7 years, and ultimately returned home due to certain circumstances. After returning to civilian life, he was initially assigned a position at a government office in their county town. But perhaps because he had spent too long in the military, he found it hard to accept such a settled and routine life. Ignoring the dissuasion of his elder sister, who had practically raised him, he insisted on entering the private sector. Later, he partnered with a comrade in arms, reportedly the son of a high-ranking officer in Beijing, to establish an overseas labor export company. Surprisingly, although the company had not been operating for many years, its business reportedly grew substantially year by year and was thriving. Thanks to this connection, while immigration might be difficult for the Wang family, it would not be much trouble to stay abroad for a year or two. Uncle, you know how it is, my dad will never agree to this. If he says no, my mom will not give in either. And if my mom does not support it, my uncle will definitely not dare to help me. I really have no choice. Do you know of any way out for me? Facing questions from his two uncles, Wang Xiaochun looked utterly helpless. After all, this was how their family dynamics worked. He had virtually no say in major decisions. Otherwise, he would not be asking such desperate and hopeless questions. You brat, are you making fun of your uncle? I don't have the same resources your family has, nor do I have such influential relatives. And listen, uncle's telling you this for your own good. Yanzi might just end up staying abroad forever. If you go after her, you will likely just waste your money. Given your family's standing, there are plenty of good girls who would love to marry into your family. You don't have to chase after someone who is out of reach. Being an elder of the family, after a few jests, he naturally switched to a more serious and heartfelt tone. This also reflected the general view of most people in the village. No one had much hope for Wang Xiaochun's pursuit of Yanzi. Having his confidence crushed once again, Wang Xiaochun had no mood left for small talk with his uncles. He said goodbye and walked to the house where his little sister's playmate lived, calling out at the gate. Then the brother and sister began their slow walk home. Brother, is it true that Sister Yanzi is never coming back? A lot of people say you are delusional, living in a hopeless fantasy. To match her brother's pace, Wang Xiaoxiao walked very slowly. Having spent much time in the village, she had heard a lot of gossip. Without much regard for how her brother might feel, she directly voiced her curiosity. She will definitely come back. As long as I go, she will come back. Even if she does not return now, she will when she finishes her studies in a couple of years. Who knows what emotions sustained Wang Xiaochun's unwavering determination to this day. Even though he had heard the same things his sister mentioned, he still could not change his mind. Sigh, I want Sister Yanzi to be my sister-in-law too, but everyone says it's impossible. Still, I support you. Go win her back. Let those who called you a toad, let those people who look down on others see what my brother is capable of. When the siblings returned home, dinner was already laid out on the table. After being urged by their mother to wash their hands, the family of 4 sat down to eat. Perhaps because it was impossible to avoid the topic these days, they ate in silence. The only sounds were the clinking of chopsticks and the clatter of dishes. After dinner, their mother cleaned up. The little sister went upstairs to do homework, and Wang Xiaochun followed his father to prepare the night feed for the cattle. While they worked, the father and son said little to each other. Nearly an hour passed before all the chores were finished. As they returned to the living room, Wang Xiaochun once again found himself standing nervously before Wang Shulin, who had just sat down to watch TV. He launched into their usual post-dinner routine, a campaign of non-violent persistence until his father gave in. Have you thought this through? If you really leave, who will take care of all the work at home? Do you think your father can manage over 20 cows by himself? Even just collecting the grass, can I do it alone? Those huge stacks of hay need to be moved and piled. Are you going to have your mother do it? Or your sister? Honestly, Wang Shulin had to admit, having a big lump of meat standing next to him, staring intently with those already small eyes, it was uncomfortable. So he once again began speaking earnestly. hoping to bring back the usually obedient son who only ever rebelled when it came to the NZ matter. Dad, please just let me go. I promise I will come back as quickly as I can. While I am away, I will make sure neither mom nor my sister has to suffer. I already talked to Xiaofu and Xiaocheng from second uncle's family. They agreed to come by and help out from time to time while I'm gone. Sigh, another failed attempt at persuasion. The boy remained as stubborn as ever. Then tell me, if you go and things do not work out, will you finally let it go? This might have been Wang Shulin's most helpless question yet, judging by the current situation. If he refused any longer, the fat kid might just run off on his own. Maybe letting him go under the family's supervision would actually help him move on. Then the obedient son might return to normal. Yes, absolutely. Once I get there, I'll explain everything to Yanzi. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for her to come back, just like when we were kids. His father's compromise finally gave Wang Xiaochun hope. He became visibly excited. He swore his commitment and made it sound simple, as if afraid his father might change his mind the next second. Sigh, fine. I will talk to your mother in a bit and have her call your uncle. He can figure out how to get this done. Okay. The family had finally agreed to Wang Xiaochun's plan. The 250-plus pound fat boy suddenly seemed to come alive, as if he could not wait. He thundered back to his room to start packing his bags. This left Wang Shulin with a headache. Even he, a simple rural man, knew that one could not just decide today and leave tomorrow for such a long trip, especially not one that went all the way overseas. And indeed, the next day, after Wang Xiaochun's mother informed his uncle of the matter over the phone, the uncle, who had long been aware of Wang Xiaochun's intentions, did not ask many questions. Since his elder sister had made the request, he would give it his all. However, he did explain over the phone some of the necessary procedures and precautions. Wang Xiaochun did not pay much attention to most of it, because the moment he heard that getting a visa alone would take at least 3 months, he froze. 3 months? That's way too long. If I only arrive in America by then, the year 2002 will be nearly over. Who knows if Yanzi will still feel the same by then? In reality, it did not take 3 whole months to process Wang Xiaochun's travel documents. In less than 2 months, he already had his plane ticket to New York, USA, in hand. This was largely thanks to Wang Xiaochun's persistence. He kept pestering his uncle, repeatedly pushing for expedited processing. The thoroughly tormented Zhang Huizhong ended up using some special channels to get it done so quickly. On the last day of November 2002, Wang Xiaochun said goodbye to his parents, carrying with him the 40,000 yuan love fund his father had given him. Under his uncle's watchful gaze, he finally embarked on his journey to pursue the girl he loved. After nearly 20 hours of flying, it was only upon landing that he truly began to feel loneliness and confusion. After all, this was a foreign country. The farthest he had ever gone before was within his own county. The tallest building he had ever seen was no more than 7 stories high. To make matters worse, he could barely speak the language, although he had crammed some English recently. It was only with the help of Wang Xiaoxiao, his middle school-aged little sister. As for how much he had actually learned, well, the fact that he stood under the airport signs for ages without understanding a thing made it pretty clear. Language barrier, this was Wang Xiaochun's greatest weakness, and one not easily overcome. But oddly enough, he was not too worried about it. Before he boarded the plane, his uncle had told him, although their company mainly handled business in Australia and Europe, they had very little business in the Americas. But Wang Xiaochun happened to be lucky. His destination was New York, and New York happened to have a branch office of his uncle's company. His uncle had already contacted the people there, and someone was going to pick him up. This was one of the main reasons they had dared let this fool fly to New York on his own. Though Wang Xiaochun could not understand the signs, at least he knew how to follow the crowd. He disembarked with the other passengers and soon reached the airport's arrival area. Looking around, in the sea of faces of various colors, he finally spotted a sign with his name on it. The person holding the sign, upon seeing Wang Xiaochun scanning the crowd, seemed to recognize him as well. Wang Xiaochun's appearance was highly distinctive. Even walking out among a large group of people, with such a noticeable figure, anyone who had a rough idea of his appearance could recognize him instantly. Hello, nice, me. Hello, I am Garrison. I majored in Chinese in college. I currently work for your uncle. He told me your English is not very good, so you can speak to me in Chinese directly. The person sent by his uncle was a black man, probably under 30. Wang Xiaochun did not really know much about the man. When he walked up and tried to greet him, he struggled for a while to string together a sentence. But after only 3 words had escaped his mouth, the other man spoke fluent Chinese. This left Wang Xiaochun both surprised and embarrassed. Surprised that he did not need to dig out his pocket dictionary to look up words. Embarrassed that this foreigner spoke better Chinese than he, a native Chinese speaker, did. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the trouble. Man, no need to be so polite. Your uncle is a good boss. I get paid for everything I do for him. So during your 3 months in the United States, if you need anything, just let me know. Alright, is this all your luggage? The car is outside. Do you want to go straight to your first stop or get settled first? Wang Xiaochun had come to the US on a work visa. It was valid for only 3 months. This was not because his uncle lacked the ability to secure a longer one. Rather, it was the limit set by his parents. From their point of view, this trip was only meant to resolve a personal longing. A chance to travel abroad and gain some experience. There was no need to stay too long. According to their plan, Wang Xiaochun should finish everything in time to return home for the new year. And Wang Xiaochun himself did not object. After all, it was already a miracle that he made it here. What more could he ask for? Besides, he had no intention of lingering. He was here for Yanzi. In a place so unfamiliar, he did not think he could get used to it anyway. Let us find a place to stay first. I need to freshen up and get some rest. Heh, you probably do not know this, but this was my first time on a plane. I barely slept during the 20-hour flight. Oh, and before we leave the airport, can we find somewhere to eat? The airplane food was way too little. Even though I shamelessly asked for 3 servings, I am still starving. Wang Xiaochun said this as bashfully as possible. After all, how many people meet a stranger and ask to be taken to eat first? But he had no choice. He simply could not stand hunger. And he had a huge appetite. His uncle knew this too, and made sure to stuff him full before takeoff. But that was before the flight. Given that the flight had taken nearly an entire day and night, it was inevitable that his stomach would start growling again. As for airplane food, with his appetite, it barely counted for anything. 20 minutes later, inside a fast food restaurant in the airport. Oh my god, man, I finally understand why your body is so enormous. I counted, this should be your 7th hamburger, right? Are you still planning to order more? Not really, it is just that this stuff is so light, it does not really fill me up, spoken through a full mouth. Garrison had seen big eaters before, but never one like this, a man who could eat a full-sized hamburger in 2 bites. And with such speed. It seemed like he barely chewed before swallowing. Garrison was seriously worried this guy would choke himself to death before he could eat enough to die of overeating. So he kept a large cup of cola in hand, ready at any moment. Wang Xiaochun, naturally, paid no attention to how shocking his behavior was. Back at home, if it was not mealtime, he ate like a normal person. But if he was actually hungry, well, when he was hungry, everyone else in the house would be too. Because at those times, all the food on the table would go into his stomach. Even if others tried to grab some, they stood no chance. So in the Wang household, the #1 daily priority, besides feeding the cattle, was feeding him. This was also the real reason his father had given him the so-called 40,000 yuan love fund. They were truly afraid their fat son would starve abroad. There is a saying, spend frugally at home, but never skimp when traveling. On the road, an empty stomach is the first enemy. Wang Xiaochun's first meal in America, though simple and cheap, consisted of 14 hamburgers. And only then did he finally feel somewhat full. Only after that did he follow Garrison out of the airport to find a place to stay. Even though Wang Xiaochun's stay in the United States would be short, it would definitely last over a month. But given his family's financial circumstances, it was out of the question for him to stay in an expensive hotel. So he had to find a rental place to live. Luckily, he had Garrison, a local resident. After consulting him, it took only 2 or 3 hours to help Wang Xiaochun find a very cheap temporary apartment near the university Yanzi attended, mainly rented by students. The lease was for 1 month, with a rent of $200. Although it was just a single room, the facilities were decent enough. Wang Xiaochun was quite satisfied. After all, coming from the countryside, this level of accommodation already felt quite luxurious to him. After completing all the necessary check-in procedures, he went to the apartment management office and paid to make a phone call to China, letting his family know he had arrived safely. Garrison then temporarily said goodbye to Wang Xiaochun, telling him to get a good night's rest. They agreed to meet again early the next morning, with Garrison continuing to serve as his guide and translator as they headed to the most important destination of his trip. Wang Xiaochun was exhausted. As previously mentioned, it was his first time abroad, his first time on an airplane. He had barely slept during the nearly 24-hour journey. He did not even take off his clothes. Less than a minute after lying on the bed, still a bit excited, he fell asleep. Perhaps he wanted to meet the girl he had longed for day and night in his best state of mind and appearance? Syracuse University is located in the city of Syracuse, New York State. Because it lies in central New York, it is also known by the same name. It is a top-tier comprehensive research university in the United States, with a history of over 130 years. Of course, Wang Xiaochun knew none of this. Everything above was explained to him by Garrison. But even without knowing the details, a prestigious school is a prestigious school. Standing on the campus, dominated by red hues and a blend of classical and modern architecture, Wang Xiaochun felt, for the first time, incredibly small. Especially when groups of blonde-haired, blue-eyed, or dark-skinned students passed by carrying books in their arms. An inexplicable sense of inferiority suddenly welled up in his heart. So this is the university where Yanzi studies? It is really big. At this moment, beyond the complex emotions swirling in his heart, Wang Xiaochun felt a renewed sense of gratitude toward his uncle. If his uncle had not arranged for Garrison to guide him, even if he had shamelessly obtained the address from Yanzi's parents, with such a large campus and no language skills, it could have taken him 10 or even 15 days without finding her. Man, I think I know where your girlfriend is. I asked around, and it turns out the School of Public Administration has no major classes today. So unless something unexpected happened, your girlfriend should be in the dorm. I also figured out the direction, just over there. Let us go. Although Garrison was a local, he had not studied at this university, so he was not familiar with Syracuse University either. When neither of them knew where to begin searching, Garrison told Wang Xiaochun to wait in place, and went off to ask around. Clearly, he was very efficient. He already had the answer. Garrison, are the dorms at your universities mixed gender, like in the movies? Perhaps because he was getting closer to the girl who haunted his dreams, Wang Xiaochun was becoming increasingly nervous. But along with the nervousness came another concern. Wang Xiaochun had only graduated from junior high. He had never lived in a dorm. But in China, no matter the school, dormitories were always segregated by gender. However, in the United States, based on what he had learned from movies, it seemed that things were not so strict. In fact, they seemed rather chaotic. So ever since Yanzi had come to study in the United States, this particular issue had always troubled him. And now that they were heading straight to the dormitory, a place that easily stirs the imagination, he wanted to get a clear answer from Garrison beforehand, just to prepare himself mentally. Oh man, you are overthinking this. Yes, it is true that some second-rate colleges in America allow mixed-gender dorms. But even in those cases, at most men and women are allowed on the same floor, or adjacent floors. They absolutely do not share rooms. As for top schools like Syracuse, they are even stricter. Usually it is something like boys on lower floors, girls on upper ones. That is good to hear, that is good. Having received a reassuring answer, Wang Xiaochun let out a sigh of relief. The chaotic thoughts in his head were finally pushed away. Just then, they arrived at the dormitory building where Yanzi lived. 5 minutes later. Man, you really should have informed your girlfriend in advance that you were coming. That way, even her roommates would know where she went and when she would be back. How about we leave for now, grab something to eat, and come back this evening? When Garrison helped Wang Xiaochun get through the dormitory entrance and tried to find out which room Yanzi lived in, Wang Xiaochun stood in the same spot, rehearsing in his mind, once again, the words he had dreamed of saying to Yanzi the moment he saw her. Unfortunately, all that rehearsal was for nothing, because she was not there. And if she was not there, what use was any of it? Judging by the situation, Yanzi was definitely not in the dorm, and probably not even on campus. That feeling of winding up and throwing a powerful punch into thin air, it brought up a wave of negative emotions for Wang Xiaochun. No, I will wait here. Maybe she will be back soon. He had finally made it here, even though he knew Garrison was right, that they could come back at night and definitely find her then. Wang Xiaochun refused to leave. It was not because he was lazy or unwilling to make another trip. It was because if he could not see Yanzi the moment he arrived, then he wanted her to see him the moment she returned. All right, I respect your determination. Coincidentally, I have a neighbor who studies here. I will go see him. It will not take long, and I will bring you back a full lunch when I return. Garrison tried twice to persuade him, but when that failed, he did not insist. Still, he was not very keen to sit there doing nothing with Wang Xiaochun. So he made this suggestion. Okay, I will wait here. I will not go far. You go ahead. Wang Xiaochun could not expect others to accompany him in doing something so personal. After watching Garrison leave, he sat quietly in the corridor outside the entrance of the dormitory building and began to wait. Waiting is tormenting, especially when it stretches from morning until night, and when, time and again, you believe that the next person walking from afar might be the one you are waiting for. The torment multiplies exponentially. As for a man as fat as Wang Xiaochun, being such a conspicuous figure, staying in the same spot for so long, the people walking back and forth could not help but grow curious about this person who waited. But Wang Xiaochun was oblivious to all this. He had been standing so long that now, other than moving his mouth to occasionally pop snacks into it, he simply sat on the roadside, turning his neck slowly, to see if the next approaching figure might be Yan Zi. During this time, Garrison came by several times, and even accompanied him for a while. But this kind of waiting was so dull, that even with Garrison's outgoing personality, he ran out of things to talk about after a while, and once he realized how much attention they were drawing. Sitting on the roadside like fools, with Wang Xiaochun's size being especially hard to miss, he gave up, agreeing to return once every hour, and left. But in truth, his departure was a good thing for Wang Xiaochun. Each time Garrison came back, he brought some snacks to fill Wang Xiaochun's stomach, which helped avoid the disaster of him going hungry. As time ticked by, the bustling groups of evening pedestrians dwindled into a sparse trickle by late night. Even Wang Xiaochun himself began to think about giving up. Maybe Yan Zi had something to do, maybe she is not coming back tonight? He glanced at the snack wrappers scattered around him, and began considering whether he should start cleaning up. Just then, "Chun Chun, is that you?" A voice rang out that was more familiar to him than any other. As soon as he heard it, Wang Xiaochun looked up. Standing before him was someone he knew very well, though her appearance had become somewhat unfamiliar. But due to their height difference, even as he sat, their faces were nearly level. And in that surreal moment, he finally confirmed. The person before him was the one he had waited so long for, Yan Zi. Yan Zi? It's really you. Oh, you're finally back, I vow. Ah. Perhaps from sitting too long, and being too overwhelmed with emotion, as he tried to stand and get closer to her, his numb legs failed him. He stumbled forward like a charging bull, crashing directly into Yan Zi. She, seeing him lose his balance, instinctively reached out to support him, but forgot how small she was, and how massive Wang Xiaochun had become. She was completely knocked over, which prompted her startled scream. Of course, her scream was just a reflex, a normal person's natural reaction. If things had ended there, Wang Xiaochun would have offered a silly smile, and she might have rolled her eyes. A clumsy but sweet reunion. But only they knew the true situation. Outsiders did not. Now imagine the scene, a massive man lying on top of a slim girl in the middle of a dark street. To someone who did not know what was going on, it would look very, very wrong. And given this setup, what happened next was almost inevitable. Just as Wang Xiaochun was still catching his breath and had not yet processed the situation, he heard heavy footsteps and a flurry of words in a language he did not understand. Before he could even turn to see who it was, several feet kicked into his body. Whether it was the force of numbers, or the combined effort of many, Wang Xiaochun was kicked off of Yan Zi. Fortunately, he had thick skin and flesh. It did not hurt too much, but he rolled twice on the ground. Those rolls, however, helped him wake up. God damn it, which bastard just kicked me? He had just reunited with the girl he waited so long for. Their reunion had barely begun, granted, in a somewhat clumsy and chaotic manner. And then out of nowhere, he was kicked? There was no way he could not be furious. But as angry as he was, he still held back. He needed to understand what was going on first. In a foreign place, Wang Xiaochun knew better than to act rashly. He slowly got up and was just about to assess the situation. But when he saw what was in front of him, he forgot all caution and restraint. Bastards! Are you looking to die? Let go of Yan Zi. What he saw was this. Yan Zi, surrounded by a group of muscular men. One of them, a shorter Asian man among them, was holding Yan Zi's hand, seemingly trying to pull her behind him as she attempted to speak. Faced with this sight, Wang Xiaochun's eyes blazed red. He shouted and charged. Among the group was a black man, as stocky as Wang Xiaochun but slightly shorter, who also charged at him. Bang! Perhaps it was a case of like attracts like. The two shared similar builds, and even their fighting styles were identical. Wang Xiaochun wanted to save time, It was clear the leader of the group was trying to block him, but Yanzi was still in their hands. He could not afford delay. He aimed to barge through with his elbow and get to Yanzi. Meanwhile, the black man had the same idea. He wanted to knock Wang Xiaochun back and stop him. From his eyes, it was clear. Even though Wang Xiaochun was slightly larger and taller, he was confident in the force of his charge. He also realized at the start that Wang Xiaochun was much slower. From a physics standpoint, he might not knock him away, but knocking him down should not be an issue. Logically, that was a sound plan. But real-world outcomes are not always so straightforward, because mass density matters, and some people are simply freakishly strong. Under normal circumstances, Wang Xiaochun was at a disadvantage. But when the black man rammed into him, Wang Xiaochun's body only staggered slightly. That brief pause neutralized their differences. And with different emotions driving them, one trying to block, the other charging in with desperation, the outcome was inevitable. With a thud, a loud crash rang out. After that brief pause, Wang Xiaochun continued forward. The black man, on the other hand, went flying. He was sent nearly 2 meters back, rolled on the ground just like Wang Xiaochun had earlier, and only then came to a stop. Yanzi's full name was Wu Xiaoyan. She could be considered a rather fortunate girl. After all, for someone born and raised in a rural village like her, to have completed high school, gone on to university, and eventually come to the United States to study, compared to other girls her age and background, she was undoubtedly lucky. Of course, her luck could not be separated from her own hard work. If she had not studied so diligently and ranked near the top of her class almost every year, if she had not been known locally as someone with a natural talent for academics, perhaps her parents would have already given up on supporting her education. After all, she had a younger brother at home. Finishing high school would have been considered the end of their duty toward her. Then she would have stayed home for a few years. And when the time came, married off. That was the expected path for girls in her village. Even the choice of husband might have already been quietly decided. Namely, the wealthiest family in their village, the Wang family. Speaking of Wang Xiaochun, Yanzi did not deny that she was quite fond of him, but that kind of affection? She was not sure it had ever reached the level of love that leads to marriage. Wang Xiaochun was someone in her life apart from family who could not have been more familiar. He was also someone who, during her school years, was incredibly important. Why incredibly familiar? Because in her memory, the two of them had been together almost every day. They went to school together, came home together, even did homework together. Well, she did the homework. As for Wang Xiaochun, that was debatable. Why incredibly important? Because in rural places like hers, a certain situation was common. Girls who were good at school and had sweet, gentle appearances often became targets for the teasing of mischievous boys. They might curse at you behind your back, spread rumors, tug your hair, or dirty your clothes. And if you did not fight back, they would only get worse, using this childish behavior to flaunt themselves or get your attention. Unfortunately, she was just such a girl, excellent in school, gentle in looks, and non-confrontational. But none of that happened to her. Why not? Because she had a protector ever since elementary school, already bigger than the middle school boys. That protector was Wang Xiaochun. Any boy foolish enough to harass her, she could only silently pray that when Wang Xiaochun dragged him behind the schoolyard, the boy would not end up crying and tattling to his parents, or worse, bringing them to the school or to Wang's home. With family support, and a friend like that by her side, Yanzi considered her childhood not just lucky, but blessed. Of course, such days could not last forever. As she grew older, her path would inevitably take her further. By now, she had been in the United States for over half a year. The last time she had seen Wang Xiaochun was during the summer break after her freshman year, and it was probably around then that her feelings toward him began to change. This change was not a negative one, but it became more defined. 1 year of university life had opened her eyes to the wonders of the big city and awakened in her a longing for a different kind of life. She also knew that after graduation, she would definitely not return to that small village, which meant her and Wang Xiaochun's futures would inevitably diverge. One might become a white-collar or even an executive in a metropolis. The other might always remain a well-off rural cattle breeder. Such a shift in environment and life standards was bound to lead to a divide. Yanzi could guarantee that if their paths did indeed split like that, she would not let her change in status affect her relationship with Wang Xiaochun. But that relationship would remain only at the level of friendship or close companionship. She would still chat with him when visiting home. She would still patiently listen to his long-distance calls, even if she had no real interest in what he said. and she would always hold this boy dear in her heart. But only as that. What she had not expected was that her only as that had run into complications. At the beginning of her sophomore year, due to her outstanding academic performance, she was selected for an exchange program at Syracuse University. She was thrilled at the time, because this opportunity would undoubtedly serve as a greater starting point for her future. She intended to make the most of it. So she did not return home, and only informed her parents over the phone. Then she plunged into the hectic preparation process and came to the United States. Shortly after arriving, while still struggling to adjust to life there, she heard some unexpected news during a rare call home. Wang Xiaochun is coming to find her? Or, to be more precise, he was coming to pursue her. Only then did she realize. She had never clarified her relationship with him, nor had she cared about how her family or the villagers saw their connection. As a result, Wang Xiaochun had no idea what she truly thought. And the villagers, still stuck in the past, had already taken for granted that the two were a couple. Mom, talk it over with Dad and go speak to Uncle and Aunt Wang. Tell him that I have always seen Xiaochun as my best friend, please do not let him get the wrong idea. She was in the US, there was no way to explain things in person. Even trying to make it clear over the phone. Given what she knew of Wang Xiaochun, it would not work unless he saw her face to face, so she could only hope her parents would explain things. To stop Wang Xiaochun from doing something so reckless, because going abroad was no joke. We do not have the face to do that, her mother replied. You know how it was back when you were in high school, everyone already assumed you were together, and we accepted it too. Now that you are studying abroad, if we go and say this, how could we even show our faces in the village? Had Yanzi not gone to college or studied abroad, her parents would have been more than eager to have Wang Xiaochun as their son-in-law. That family's wealth was unrivaled in the area. Yes, the boy was a bit fat, but he was honest and obedient, they had watched him grow up. And he treated Yanzi very well. What more could they ask? But that was then. Now their daughter was studying overseas. Not just in their village, but across the entire county. Such a thing was extremely rare. Their daughter had a bright future. How could they hold her back? So their mindset naturally changed with the times. Even so, there were some things they could not bring themselves to do. So they resorted to passive resistance. Refusing to help, pretending not to know, staying silent. They hoped Wang Xiaochun would take the hint. And in fact, the entire village understood. Even Wang Xiaochun's parents got it. Only Wang Xiaochun himself refused to understand. So ultimately, the problem was left for their daughter to handle. But she, as mentioned before, was still adjusting to life in America. She had no energy to spare worrying about Wang Xiaochun. All she knew was that he would be coming to the US soon. But she did not know exactly when. That led to what happened. After attending a local alumni gathering with a few friends, she had just returned to the dormitory when she saw that familiar, oversized figure sitting by the roadside. And so, everything that followed began. In ancient times, before major battles, it was common to see a scene called Duel of Champions. This meant that both sides would each send a powerful general to fight one-on-one. The outcome would significantly influence morale. If one side won, their morale would soar, while the losing side's morale would plummet. Often, people had great confidence in their own general. After all, they knew their own people well, how powerful they truly were. But sometimes, combat strength was misjudged, especially when people had already taken certain results for granted. When things turned out differently, the shock was inevitable. Just like when Wang Xiaochun sent the opposing burly leader flying with a collision. For the rest of the group, that outcome was simply unacceptable. So they stood there in shock. They had not yet realized whether they should rush forward or check on their leader's condition. But while they were stunned, Wang Xiaochun was not. As mentioned earlier, the kid now had murder in his heart. Not only had he been inexplicably kicked around, Yanzi was still being held hostage by a group of strong men. So in an instant, he appeared in front of the group. First, he launched a move called Twin Dragons Emerging from the Sea, which was essentially both arms forcefully pushing forward, sending the two nearest men flying. Next came the move Divine Dragon Swings Its Tail. Following the momentum of his charge, he swung his arm and elbow sideways, knocking another strong man off his feet. After all this, only two remained. One was the slightly smaller Asian man mentioned earlier. The other was Yanzi. To ensure Yanzi's safety, Wang Xiaochun decided to be more cautious with his next move. He planned to use Twin Dragons Drawing Water, grabbing the opponent with both hands. But just as he was halfway through executing the move, before his arms fully extended, a voice interrupted him, forcing him to stop. Chun Chun. It's all a misunderstanding, they're my friends. Stop. Although the process described above seemed long, only a few seconds had actually passed. Yanzi had likely been overwhelmed by Wang Xiaochun earlier. After all, she had just been tackled by a 250-pound man, practically a human landslide. Only now had she figured out the situation and regained her voice. Your friends? Then why did your friends try to kidnap you just now? Wang Xiaochun absolutely refused to believe Yanzi could be friends with a bunch of foreign strongmen. Even if she had such friends, they should be locals. Like him. Oh my god, wait a second. Yanzi likely felt that she could not explain things clearly to Wang Xiaochun at the moment, so she decided to put it aside for now. After all, there were still several people lying on the ground. She needed to clarify things with the group first. She then started chattering in a foreign language Wang Xiaochun could not understand, with the Asian man. It took about a minute. Oh my god, it was all a misunderstanding. From the way Yanzi slapped her forehead and looked utterly incredulous, it was clear she had figured everything out. The situation, its cause and context, was a bit complicated. To summarize it from another angle, Yanzi went to a local alumni gathering today. Not everyone at such gatherings was necessarily from the same hometown. Some were mixed race, Asian descent, or overseas Chinese. Since it was her first time at such an event, she followed a former schoolmate, an older female student. At first, she was reserved. After all, one's environment can limit one's perspective. Yanzi had barely adjusted to life abroad, let alone social events like this. Her awkwardness, however, made her stand out in some people's eyes. One such person was this Asian guy. His Chinese name was unknown, but his English name was Arthur. Apparently, his family had been in America since his grandfather's generation. So after years of assimilation, he did not speak Chinese. But he seemed very interested in Chinese culture. At least, when he approached Yanzi, he showed genuine curiosity on this topic. And Yanzi? She probably thought he counted as Chinese too. So she did not reject his conversation. Plus, he was quite chatty and engaging. He talked about where to shop affordably near Syracuse University, where to find authentic food, and then about how strong the school's sports programs were, how well the football team was doing. He even suggested that a young woman like Yanzi should join the cheerleading squad to show off her energy. By the way, Arthur was a member of the Syracuse University football team. Though based on how he only talked about the team and other players, not himself, it could be inferred he was probably a marginal player on the team. Yanzi had not been in the US for long. Her focus was on studying. Even though she was curious about the surroundings, she had not explored much. So having someone to talk to made for a pleasant chat, which lasted until the event ended. But of course, people do not immediately scatter after an event. From a polite standpoint, a guy should walk a girl back. Since she did not refuse, the two walked together. Syracuse University was quite large. They walked more than 10 minutes before reaching the area near Yanzi's dorm. But it also felt small. Because, by coincidence, they ran into some of Arthur's teammates. In such situations, teammates or dorm mates would usually tease or whistle. Arthur's teammates were no different. They meant no harm, just teasing. But for someone as reserved as Yanzi, it was embarrassing, so she quickly walked away. Seeing this, Arthur's teammates got even more excited. Since the girl had left, they focused on teasing the guy. They were joking around with Arthur. When they suddenly saw Yanzi being pinned to the ground by a massive fat guy, faced with that, how could they ignore it? They rushed over and started kicking the fat guy. Then rescued Yanzi. They surrounded her to protect her, in case the fat guy attacked again. And it was clear they made the right choice. Because after getting up, the fat guy charged at them without hesitation. But they were not afraid. After all, the guy had no weapons or guns. And who were they? Football players. Their whole job was charging and tackling. They trained daily. And their best nose tackle was with them, one of the top-ranked linemen in the league. Though a bit smaller in size, he could easily knock the fat guy over. So none of them thought they needed help. But judging from the outcome, even if they had helped, the ending probably would not have changed much. Because this fat guy was goddamn strong. That much was obvious from the bruises and pain they felt where he had slammed into them earlier. With Yanzi mediating the situation, the conflict between both sides finally came to a halt. However, the fire of anger in Wang Xiaochun's heart had not yet been completely extinguished. After all, he had long awaited this reunion, only for it to be ruined by a few foreigners. Especially that Asian guy. How dare he touch Yanzi's hand? Even if it was under the pretext of protection, it still made Wang Xiaochun uncomfortable. If it were not for Yanzi's position, the flames of conflict might still not have been put out. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, the football players also realized it had been a massive blunder. And since no one was seriously injured during the intense conflict, after exchanging a few words with Yanzi and glancing at Wang Xiaochun, they left. Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you to get something to eat? Now that they were alone, Yanzi returned to her usual way of interacting with Wang Xiaochun. She would typically ask this whenever they met. Even now, after such a long separation and despite being in a foreign country, this habit had not changed. No, it is all right. I ate quite a lot today. Yanzi, when did you arrive? Where are you staying? If you have not arranged that yet, I need to help you find a place quickly. It is late already, and I do not know if there are any suitable places nearby. For some reason, Yanzi seemed afraid of the questions Wang Xiaochun might ask. Perhaps she had not yet figured out how to answer certain things he might say. After all, his appearance had been so sudden. Even if she had some answers in her heart, she did not want to reveal them under these circumstances. So she tried her best to steer the conversation away from his questions, taking control of the dialogue. Oh, I arrived yesterday, and I have already rented an apartment. It is not far from here, about 10 minutes by car. You rented an apartment? Why did you rent an apartment? Renting is more economical. It is $200 a month, and I owe it to Garrison. How long do you plan to stay? When are you going back? Can your family back home manage without you? There are so many cows to take care of. You cannot be this selfish, ignoring the hard work of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. Wang Xiaochun never imagined that, after finally finding Yanzi, their very first conversation would leave him speechless. Even though Yanzi's tone was still gentle, he could sense it. She was not particularly happy to see him, nor was she especially welcoming. I have already arranged everything at home. It is fine for me to stay in the United States for a while. Besides, this time I came. That is great. Since you are finally in America, you should take the time to enjoy yourself. It just so happens I do not have many classes over the next few days. I can accompany you the whole time. Yanzi seemed to realize that her earlier replies had come off as too abrupt. No matter what, Wang Xiaochun was her best friend since childhood. He had come all this way, regardless of the reason. She could not afford to make their relationship tense. Maybe she could follow her parents' example. First, let him enjoy good food and fun. Then, show him her current lifestyle. Perhaps, through the differences in lifestyle, she could help him realize that their futures were going to diverge. Even if Wang Xiaochun sensed some evasiveness in Yanzi's words, he did not want to dwell on it. So he followed her lead in conversation. After all, it had been a long time since they last met, and Yanzi had been abroad for a while. She genuinely wanted to hear about what had happened back home. So, the initially awkward atmosphere between them gradually returned to how things used to be. This made Wang Xiaochun believe that all his earlier feelings had been mere illusions. They talked for nearly half an hour. Then Garrison came over once again for check-in, and since it was already quite late, Wang Xiaochun reluctantly said goodbye to Yanzi and left with Garrison driving him back to his apartment. On the way back to the apartment, "Man, I did not expect your girlfriend to be so beautiful. You really are one lucky guy." Garrison knew nothing about the earlier conflict, and Wang Xiaochun had no intention of telling him. After all, he had been kicked, made a fool of. What was there to say? But he certainly appreciated Garrison's compliment about Yanzi. Of course, Yanzi is not only the most beautiful girl in our area, she is also the top student. Otherwise, she would not be able to study abroad in America. Since his last meeting with Yanzi back in China, this was probably the happiest smile Wang Xiaochun had ever shown. After all, he was hearing someone praise his girlfriend while thinking of himself as her boyfriend. He might not have been beaming with pride, but his heart was blooming with joy. Unfortunately, that joy did not last long, because Garrison's next words forced him to start worrying about what was to come. Yes indeed. Syracuse is a prestigious university. So many political figures and business geniuses have come out of here. And your girlfriend is studying the most prestigious major, public administration. When she graduates, she will at least be a senior executive at a major corporation. So, have you thought about immigrating to the United States? Building a life here with your girlfriend? Clearly, Garrison's compliments had a bit of fluff. He also said it half-jokingly. Everyone enjoys hearing nice things, this was just his way of dealing with people. But he did not know. His words had struck a chord in Wang Xiaochun's mind. You mean, Yanzi might stay in the United States in the future? Of course. America is a place many people dream of. Given the chance, anyone would choose to stay. I have not worked long for your uncle, but I help foreigners come to the United States for a living. I have met all kinds of people, seen countless cases of people trying every possible way to stay. Unless someone has all their family overseas, back in your home country, then they have no choice but to return. Anyone who can stay will definitely choose to stay. That is the charm of America, haha. Because he was driving, Garrison did not notice the change in Wang Xiaochun's expression or tone. He continued chatting with the same enthusiasm. After all, who does not like to brag about their own country? So his words were filled with a sense of pride. But precisely because of that, Wang Xiaochun believed him. After all, the reason he had come was to ensure Yanzi would return to China after her studies. As long as she returned, even if not to their hometown, as long as she was on home soil, he would have no worries about their future. If Yanzi really stays in the United States and never returns, what will I do? What can I even do? This was the question Wang Xiaochun asked himself. He was contemplating the worst-case scenario. That Yanzi might not plan to return home at all. Up to now, Wang Xiaochun had not considered whether Yanzi truly wanted to be with him. He had not even realized that Yanzi was no longer the same person she used to be. He still held on to the hope that things between them would turn out positively. Looks like I need to prepare for a long-term campaign, persuade Yanzi to return, and also find a job for myself. After all, if this takes 3 months, I cannot just sit around and do nothing for 3 months. Although Wang Xiaochun had gone to bed very late the night before, and had slept just as late, he still forced himself to get up early the next morning, fighting off his drowsiness. After all, he and Yanzi had already made plans. Today, Yanzi was going to take him out for a proper tour around the area. With a beauty's invitation, how could he possibly let her wait? Especially since she had said she would come pick him up. That made it even more important for him to get up early and prepare. This was Wang Xiaochun's third day in the United States. Because the previous 2 days had been quite hectic, he had barely had time to clean up the apartment he was staying in. Apart from the bedding Garrison had helped him purchase on the day he arrived, everything else remained untouched, so he had to do some wiping, scrubbing, and tidying. To prevent Yanzi from once again saying his place looked like a pigsty, he got up at 8 a.m. and spent an hour cleaning. By 9 a.m., his stomach began growling. Only then did Wang Xiaochun realize that he had not stocked up on food, but there was no need to worry, because at that very moment, the thoughtful Yanzi had already arrived, carrying a large amount of food, just as he had given her the address. I figured you would not get full eating this foreign food, so I bought a bit more. But do not be like before eating everything I bring in one go. Save some room so we can eat out later, and keep the rest for dinner. He. Yanzi, you are so kind. Inside the apartment, Wang Xiaochun was sprawled out, devouring his food. Meanwhile, Yanzi had not stopped moving since she entered. It was obvious she was not satisfied with the results of Wang Xiaochun's cleaning. As soon as she came in, she started tidying up herself. Seeing Yanzi busying herself while his mouth was full, Wang Xiaochun felt nothing but bliss. Yanzi was clearly much more efficient than Wang Xiaochun. She had everything sorted out within 10 minutes. And by then, Wang Xiaochun had just finished his battle with the food. Afterward, the two of them left the apartment to go out and have fun. The places they visited were not far, just in the vicinity of Syracuse University. After all, Yanzi was not exactly a competent tour guide. She was not even very familiar with the area herself. As long as she did not get them lost, that was already quite an achievement. So they only visited a few of the major buildings around campus, such as the massive domed stadium, and an old auditorium built in the last century. However ancient and grand the architecture was, Wang Xiaochun was not particularly interested. He had come to see a person, not the buildings. Even though they did give him some visual impact, no matter how impressive they were, it did not concern him. As long as the person before him was here, he was perfectly content. Happy moments are fleeting. There were only a few places Yanzi could show him, so they wrapped up the day's tour in just half a day. The rest of the time was mostly spent on eating. Of course, it was mainly Wang Xiaochun eating and Yanzi watching. As night fell and the city lights came on, the girl walked the boy back to where they had started. Though the boy was somewhat reluctant to part ways, the girl still laughed, but not without making another appointment beforehand. American university culture is really fascinating, especially the sports competitions, which are incredibly intense. Yesterday Arthur told me that tomorrow there will be a football game between our university and Clemson University, held in the stadium we visited today. I will take you to see it. As long as he could be with Yanzi, no matter the invitation, Wang Xiaochun would certainly agree. However, if other men were involved, he was sure the date would not be as perfect. Fortunately, he did not reveal this emotion in front of Yanzi, even though he had no interest in football whatsoever. He still cheerfully accepted. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was a new day. When Wang Xiaochun and Yanzi sat in the audience seats at the football stadium, he had to admit that Americans really knew how to have fun, and there were a lot of spectators too. In a venue that could hold more than 20,000 people, at least over half the seats were filled. Especially before the game had even started, more than 10,000 people were already chanting and cheering. This kind of scene was something Wang Xiaochun had never witnessed before. It left a deep impression on him, but that awe did not last long. Because once the game began, with intense action on the field and relentless cheering from the stands, even Yanzi, who should have been just as clueless about sports as he was, got caught up in the excitement and started cheering for her school's football players. Faced with this situation, Wang Xiaochun naturally felt very sour. How can this be? Your future man is sitting right beside you, and you are cheering for other men. Have you thought about how your future man feels? Besides, is it not just a bunch of people running into each other? If I were on that field, I might be better than them. Football was not a sport Wang Xiaochun was familiar with. What had shocked him earlier was simply the roar of the crowd. As for the actual game, as a heavy-set man with considerable strength, he was certainly not inferior to those on the field. If it were not for seeing how engrossed Yanzi was, and not wanting to spoil her mood, he probably would have gotten up and left a long time ago. He held back, and after enduring the confusing game alongside Yanzi, Wang Xiaochun thought he could finally leave. But he had not expected that their seats were in the front row, right near the Syracuse football team's rest area, right after the game ended. Arthur, the very guy who had thoroughly irritated Wang Xiaochun 2 days earlier, actually started walking over to their spot. And upon arriving, he immediately began speaking English to Yanzi. Yanzi, in turn, quickly responded. This left Wang Xiaochun flustered and at a complete loss. Yanzi, what are you two talking about? Regardless of what they were actually saying, Wang Xiaochun felt extremely uncomfortable. Watching the two of them chatting back and forth, and seemingly planning to continue the conversation, Wang Xiaochun felt he had to insert himself into it. Oh, it was nothing much. Arthur just said he was very happy we came to watch their game, and he invited us to visit their training ground sometime. That's it? Just tell him we do not have time. Yanzi could clearly sense Wang Xiaochun's hostility, but she did not think too much of it. She assumed it was still because of the near fight they had almost gotten into 2 days ago. So after replying to him, she merely said, "Do not make trouble," and then went back to chatting with Arthur. This made Wang Xiaochun even more upset. So he decided to move from being a mere interrupter to being a complete pain in the ass. Yanzi, what is it? Help me ask him whether he did not play today. Also, it seems like their team lost. They lost the game, and he still came over to chat? Is he really that thick-skinned? You want me to ask that? That seems a little inappropriate, does it not? What is so inappropriate about it? I am just worried his teammates might blame him for chatting after a loss. I am merely giving him a heads up. Wang Xiaochun could guarantee that while asking Yanzi to translate for him, his expression was absolutely solemn and serious. And Yanzi did not think he meant any harm either. So she went ahead and translated his questions as they were, though she did refine the wording a bit. At least, she expressed the concern that Arthur might be blamed by his teammates for chatting after a defeat. And of course, she did not forget to ask, why did he not play? Oh, it is no big deal. Today's opponent was extremely strong. We had already considered the worst-case scenario. In the end, we only lost by a small margin, so it was within our expectations. As for why I did not play, that is because there are too many strong players on our team. For such an important match, of course they would not send me in. Arthur's words sounded quite composed and gracious, as if he was completely unfazed by the questions Wang Xiaochun had asked. Even though Yanzi's translation had softened the delivery, a man's intuition told him. Arthur definitely sensed malicious intent behind those questions, and from what Wang Xiaochun said next, that intuition was proven correct. Strong my ass. I could beat the crap out of several of them all by myself. Wang Xiaochun said this in Chinese, which Arthur obviously could not understand. But from his expression and the look in his eyes, even a fool could grasp what he meant. You fat piece of shit, who do you think you are, coming here and throwing your weight around? If it were not for wanting to impress this girl right in front of me, I would have already called the guys from my fraternity to teach you a lesson. Most of the guys involved in college sports clubs were far from being saints. If not for certain objectives, they would have shown their true colors long ago. So Arthur no longer bothered maintaining his composure. After all, this was a matter of male pride. How could he let a country bumpkin look down on him? No matter how Yanzi tried to scold Wang Xiaochun in Chinese, Arthur just turned and fired back at him in English. Football is not as simple as you think. Do not assume that just because you surprised a few of us the other day, you are something special. If you stepped onto the field, any one of us could take you down. Yanzi? What did he say? You better translate it for me honestly. Is he insulting me? Watch how I deal with him. It was the same kind of male instinct. There was no way Wang Xiaochun could miss the look Arthur gave him, that condescending, "you're a hick" look, so he rolled up his sleeves and, for the first time, used a tone that was nearly a command, demanding that Yanzi translate exactly what Arthur had said. And Yanzi, perhaps because it was also her first time seeing this side of Wang Xiaochun. Originally she had intended to de-escalate the situation, but against her better judgment, she ended up translating Arthur's words word for word. Oh? Still not convinced? Then let's have a go. And do not say I am bullying you. Bring out your team's strongest player, and come train with me one-on-one. Wang Xiaochun, do you not think you have gone too far? Challenging someone to a match out of the blue, and it is football of all things, and you even want to take on two people at once. What is wrong with you? Yanzi was clearly very angry now. You could tell just by the fact that she called him by his full name. What was supposed to be a friendly chat had been forcibly turned into a pre-battle declaration by this guy. How was she supposed to face Arthur again after this? I just cannot stand that guy's smug face. Someone who cannot even get on the field during the game, what is he acting so cocky in front of you for? You? Fine, if you insist on going this afternoon, you can go by yourself. I do not want to be embarrassed alongside you. Wang Xiaochun and Yanzi had already left the football field. After all, the game had just ended. Even if Wang Xiaochun wanted to practice with Arthur, it would have to wait until the afternoon when Arthur could gather his team at the football training field. Going alone is no big deal. Wait a second, how will I get there? I do not even know where their training field is. The football match had taken place in the morning. By the time it ended, it was right around lunchtime. Even though Yanzi really did not want to speak to Wang Xiaochun at that moment, she still could not let him go hungry. So the two of them ate in silence. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yanzi, who had firmly said she would not go, still accompanied Wang Xiaochun to the university's football training field. Arthur really is something. There are so many people here, and he did not even bother to tell us. Yanzi had assumed their showdown would happen before the team's practice began, when there were fewer people around. Since it was a personal matter, it should have been resolved privately. But judging from the current scene, this was clearly not the case. At a glance, all the football players, coaches, and trainers were present. On one side, the cheerleading squad was also rehearsing, adding some students just wandering around. There were easily more than 100 people here. What are you afraid of? None of these people know me. When they lose, they will be the ones embarrassed. Clearly, Yanzi's concerns did not register with Wang Xiaochun at all. The fool even seemed excited that the crowd was this large. So without waiting for Yanzi, who was unsure whether they should keep going, he confidently strode over to where Arthur stood. Do not say we are bullying you. We will only send one person to do a head-on collision with you, and we have prepared the proper gear for you. Just do not cry when you lose. Arthur spotted Wang Xiaochun the moment he appeared at the edge of the training field. That body shape was just too distinctive. Maybe emboldened by the crowd, he spoke with great arrogance and confidence. So much so that he forgot Wang Xiaochun could not understand a word of it. Yanzi, what the hell is that guy yapping about? Luckily, Yanzi, who had been momentarily stunned, had caught up by now. So she also heard what Arthur said. Naturally, Wang Xiaochun demanded a live translation. He said they would send only one player and provide you with football gear for a head-on training drill. Clearly, Yanzi was still afraid things would escalate. So she tried to soften the translation. But her efforts were in vain. Arthur's tone and expression had already made things perfectly clear. They are only sending one person to deal with me? Not afraid of choking on their own arrogance? Wang Xiaochun no longer wanted to listen to Arthur's babbling. After all, he could not understand it anyway. He would rather prove himself with brute strength. Since this was a test of physical collision, he had experience. When raising cattle at home, he could take down 2 bulls on his own. Even if a bull charged at him, he could pin it down. If he was not afraid of bulls, why should he fear a bunch of foreigners? So he shot Arthur a look he believed was disdainful, then walked to the football gear Arthur had pointed out. He scratched the back of his head and asked, Yanzi, how do I put this thing on? With Yanzi's help, Wang Xiaochun finally managed to put on the football gear. Once suited up, he looked even fatter than before. But that was not the point. The point was that Arthur showed up with a group of people just then. Let me introduce this guy, he is Bruce, our team's starting defensive end. You have probably seen him before. Last time, he was caught off guard and did not want to hurt you, so he got knocked down. This time, prepare to get injured. Although Arthur was speaking formally, it gave Wang Xiaochun the distinct feeling he was acting like a pimp introducing his goods, thanks to Yinzi's translation. After all that, he is not going to fight himself, and instead brought someone who already lost to me? Is this guy brain dead? This Bruce was the burly black guy who had charged him first during the Yinzi kidnapping incident. Wang Xiaochun wanted to ask him, who gave you the courage to stand up again? If Bruce had heard that question, he might have replied, who the hell told you I volunteered to come here? If it were not for Arthur going around the team bragging about that night, would I be here now, dragged along just so he could save face? Bruce remembered their previous clash very well. He admitted that Wang Xiaochun was very strong. Although he had been knocked over that night, he still believed it was mostly because he had underestimated his opponent. So with Arthur's egging on, though still lacking some confidence, a part of him wanted to challenge Wang Xiaochun again. That was the real reason he came. Hello, I am Bruce. I look forward to this matchup. Since his opponent was strong, Bruce showed the proper respect, regardless of what had happened before. After Arthur finished talking, he stepped up to Wang Xiaochun and offered a handshake. Enough of that fake politeness. Let's get started already, this gear is uncomfortable as hell. Clearly, Wang Xiaochun did not appreciate Bruce's greeting. He just wanted to get it over with. Now that he was in full gear, this was going to be a formal face-off, so the rules needed to be clarified in advance. While Yanzi was translating those rules and Wang Xiaochun was trying to memorize them, on the other side of the field, at the spot where the coaching staff was originally discussing something, Syracuse University's head coach, Gilbert, noticed something unusual with his players. What are those kids doing? All gathering over there, have they forgotten they are here to train? Having lost the game that morning, the head coach was in no mood for nonsense. He had already planned to intensify training that afternoon. But before he could issue the order, his carefree players had already stopped their routine and were now crowding around. Oh, it is just a little thing among the players. Bruce already cleared it with me. Should not take more than a few minutes. The head coach was unaware of what was happening, but the assistant coach next to him seemed to have been informed. Judging by his tone, he clearly did not take it seriously. A personal matter? What kind of personal matter? Let's go take a look. On this side of the crowd, the confrontation between the two was, after all, just a simple one-on-one collision. So there were not many rules that Wang Xiaochun needed to understand. He only had to know the posture required during the collision, and that actions like eye gouging and groin grabbing were prohibited. It was enough to understand the points of exertion and collision. After grasping these, the two of them took their respective positions. They stood 5 meters apart, with a line drawn between them. Then they waited for a stick figure-like referee chosen on the spot to give the starting signal. Perhaps it was because too many people had gathered here, and since they had formed a semicircle on purpose. When the coaching staff approached, even the cheerleaders on the sidelines and idle students nearby came over, all curious to see what was happening. Once the stick figure referee received the signal from both parties that they were ready, he shouted the command, "Start!" The referee gave the command in English. Wang Xiaochun had learned the meaning of that word from Yanzi, but since English was not his native language, even though he knew the word, he still reacted a beat too late when starting the charge. Moreover, he was never fast to begin with, so just as he had barely taken the first step, Bruce had already charged up to him. This brings us back to the issue of gravitational acceleration. From the perspective of the theory of relativity regarding force, Wang Xiaochun was at a disadvantage. And it was a significant disadvantage. There was no way he could, like last time, pause briefly and then send his opponent flying. After all, last time he had aimed to tackle. From a football rule standpoint, Wang Xiaochun's action then was indeed a foul. Now that it was a formal drill, the reaction time was longer than before. He even started leaning backward slightly under Bruce's impact. But that tendency ended there. Once he used his massive body and solid footing to neutralize the impact, he held his breath and exerted force starting from his legs, beginning to push the already fully exerted Bruce step by step backward. Bruce could clearly feel the strength of Wang Xiaochun. While mentally regretting his decision, he did his best to shift his power into his legs, not seeking to advance, just to barely hold on. Even a shorter duration of resistance would be acceptable. After all, in front of so many people, he did not want to be taken down too easily. Unfortunately, while that was his hope, Wang Xiaochun had no intention of allowing it. Once Wang Xiaochun adjusted to the impact and optimized his strength, especially upon hearing that one familiar voice in the crowd shouting encouragement in Chinese, he transformed into a bulldozer, plowing forward while pushing Bruce, whose feet were practically rooted into the ground, like he was tilling a field. Yes, he began running. Although slowly, he was indeed running. He charged right through the crowd, until Bruce could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. Only then did he stop, amid a chorus of astonished cries. "You yield or not? If not, let's go again." Staring down at the panting Bruce, even though Wang Xiaochun himself was gasping from the effort, he still said it with an air of bravado. Even if Bruce could not understand him, though he did not understand the words, he knew exactly what Wang Xiaochun meant. After all, they were both men who would not show off after winning. So Bruce quickly waved his hands repeatedly, expressing his submission. At this, Wang Xiaochun turned to look at Arthur. His meaning was clear. "Is it your turn now?" Arthur quickly responded, by shaking his head at once. "You must be joking. If Bruce could be taken down like that, if I went up, I would probably get thrown straight into the air." Since it was all over, Wang Xiaochun felt there was no need to stay. So he waved at Yanzi, indicating that she should take him to eat something again. Perhaps because of all that activity, he was feeling hungry again. "Hey, wait a minute, buddy. Are you a student at our university? I have never seen you before. Your performance just now was incredible. Are you interested in joining our team?" Wang Xiaochun was just about to leave with Yanzi when suddenly someone shouted at him. He still could not understand the words. And precisely because he could not, he turned curiously toward the source. Yanzi's translation quickly followed. "Ha? Are you interested in joining their team?" No interest." Even though Yanzi explained that the foreign man shouting at him was actually the head coach of the football team, Wang Xiaochun knew perfectly well why he had come to the United States. "There are still so many cows waiting for me back home. Why would I be interested in playing games with you? Besides, Yanzi's situation still is not resolved, so what ball would I even be playing?" Wang Xiaochun, after all, was just a chubby guy from the countryside. He had no idea what it meant to receive an invitation from the head coach of a renowned American university's football team. And now that he was feeling hungry again, nothing mattered more than filling his stomach. Even though Coach Gill still wanted to say more, Yanzi also felt it might be worth hearing him out. But she ultimately could not convince the hungry Wang Xiaochun to stay and listen. After all, Yanzi herself was clueless about sports. She did not understand what this opportunity meant either. This left Coach Gill deeply regretful. He had assumed that Wang Xiaochun's refusal was because he was not a student at their university. After a long day and another large meal, as Yanzi escorted him back to the apartment in the evening, Wang Xiaochun felt that yet another day had been wasted. He had now been in the United States for 4 days, and he had not even found the chance to bring up what he had come here to do. Every time he tried, Yanzi would divert the topic. And since Yanzi had told him she had classes the next 2 days and might not be able to come, Wang Xiaochun felt a deep sense of loneliness. It was just past 7 p.m. when he returned to the apartment. Wang Xiaochun had no idea what to do. There was an old, barely functional TV in the apartment. It worked, barely, but all the programs were in English, and he could not understand them. So in his boredom, he began counting his assets. In just 4 days, just meals and lodging, plus some incidental spending with Yanzi, he had already used up 1/10 of his funds. Yanzi's family truly was a farming household. If it were not for the support from her previous school and a scholarship here, she would not even have had time to accompany him. She would have gone off to work already. So during these days of fun, Wang Xiaochun would never allow Yanzi to pay for anything. At this rate, by the time rent is due at the end of the month, I will be completely broke, and who knows when this issue with Yanzi will be resolved. I have got to earn some money to get by. 40,000 yuan, calculated at the current exchange rate, was a bit over $4,000. For most people, that would be enough to last at least 3 to 5 months. But Wang Xiaochun ate too much. His food consumption alone matched that of 3 to 5 people. Although it might not be quite as dire as he claimed running out in a month, the difference was probably not that large. So it was wise to plan ahead. Besides, Wang Xiaochun had no intention of asking his family for more money. After all, he had already taken away 1/10 of the family's assets when he left. His family had given him all the support they could. He had no right to take more. Once he thought of it, he acted immediately. He had already decided, even if he did not know the language well, he could still find some physical labor. But he could not ask Yanzi for help with this. If he did, she would definitely not agree. She had just asked him today when he was planning to go back home, after all. Besides, with Yenzi's limited knowledge of the area, she might not even be able to help. So he turned to Garrison. He believed this black friend of his was genuinely a good guy. Since Yenzi had been with him these past few days, Garrison had not come by to be a third wheel. But even though he had not shown up, he still called the apartment management office every night to check whether Wang Xiaochun was safe and doing well. Truly diligent and responsible, Wang Xiaochun had already recognized him as a real friend, so he wanted this friend to help him find some physical labor. And sure enough, his friend came through. After Wang Xiaochun called the management office and told Garrison about his plan, Garrison did not make any excuses. Less than an hour after the call ended, Garrison had found a physical labor job for him, and it was on the Syracuse University campus. For a university like Syracuse, which ranks nationally across the United States, achieving such success naturally requires substantial annual investments. This includes funding for various athletic programs. After all of the university's sports teams participate in NCAA Division I Big East Conference competitions. If the hardware cannot keep up, it is certainly difficult to achieve good results in such highly competitive collegiate sports. Therefore, the university has established a dedicated department of athletics. This department is responsible for managing basketball, football, hockey, and other sports that are part of NCAA competitions. Under the Department of Athletics, there is also an equipment division. After all, these athletic teams cannot just be handed a few balls and told to train on the field. Specialized training equipment must be provided. Most of these student athletes aim to develop into professional athletes. This requires strong logistical support. The equipment division is primarily responsible for that. If any department's equipment malfunctions, it must be replaced. Routine maintenance is also essential. Even issued balls must be regularly inspected. If damaged and unusable, they must be reported and replaced. The labor job that Garrison found for Wang Xiaochun happened to be here. Actually, it is not really a job at best. You can call it temp work or hourly work. It is paid by the hour, $12 per hour. That is considered a pretty good rate. Generally, these positions are aimed at students from Syracuse University who want part-time jobs. But the job you would be doing is too physically demanding for the average student. It involves almost daily lifting and moving of heavy gym equipment. If you lack physical strength, you simply cannot do it. According to my neighbor's brother, they are seriously understaffed, so they have relaxed the requirements and started recruiting externally. Last night, when Wang Xiaochun got the reply from Garrison, he was already getting impatient. After all, the sooner he worked, the sooner he could earn money. And he still did not know whether he could handle this job. After all, physical labor sometimes required skill as well. Plus, since Yenzi had classes the next 2 days and could not accompany him, he figured instead of staying idle, it was better to come early and take a look at the potential workplace. So he urged Garrison to come early this morning. The two were now standing outside Syracuse University's Department of Athletics, waiting for Garrison's neighbor's brother to arrive. Wow, Garrison was not wrong, you really are a big guy. You should be able to handle this job. They did not have to wait long, the person they were waiting for soon arrived. From his first words, it was clear that Garrison had mentioned Wang Xiaochun to him more than once. This guy is Jimmy, he just welcomed you. He is a sophomore at this school. If you need anything later, you can find him. Clearly, Garrison had a great relationship with this Jimmy. They fist bumped and hugged briefly upon meeting. Then Garrison introduced Jimmy in a near sullen tone, as though entrusting someone important to him. As for Wang Xiaochun, after holding back for a moment, all he managed to say was hello. The language barrier was still a major issue. And he suddenly realized an even bigger problem. Garrison, when you helped me find this job, did you tell your brother that I do not speak English? When he had initially thought of working, Wang Xiaochun imagined jobs like carrying cargo on a dock. He figured in that kind of environment, even if he did not speak the language, as long as he worked hard, it would be fine. He had not expected to end up doing physical labor on a university campus. That would inevitably involve language issues. So he had to ask. Do not worry, I definitely told him. But Jimmy said there is no need to worry. I did not ask for details, so let's ask him now. Hearing this, Wang Xiaochun naturally breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still curious, how did Jimmy plan to solve such a major issue? So all he could do was curiously and helplessly watch the two of them converse. A minute later, their conversation ended, and through Garrison's translation, Wang Xiaochun finally understood the situation. It turned out that Jimmy was also a temp worker for the athletics department. But he did not do heavy lifting, he contributed technical skills. Jimmy's major was electromechanical engineering. He had considerable expertise in that area. Because of this, he worked as a part-time electrical maintenance technician for the department. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Wang Xiaochun. The reason it was relevant was that, due to the nature of Jimmy's job running around inspecting and maintaining equipment, he had become familiar with everyone in the department. So when Garrison asked him, he was able to quickly provide a job lead, and the job did not require any knowledge of English. You mean this old Su immigrated here when he was young, so he has no problem communicating in Chinese? And now that he is older, he still has the technical skills but needs someone physically strong to assist him? With Garrison's help, Wang Xiaochun finally understood why he did not need to speak English to do the job, because he only needed to exert physical strength. Any language or technical issues would be handled by someone else. He just had to follow instructions and work hard. Yes, old Su is said to be over 50 now. I heard he has worked at this school for over 20 years. Jimmy already knew he was looking for a helper, but had not found anyone suitable. When I mentioned you yesterday, he immediately inquired. The response was, as long as someone is willing to work diligently, language is not a problem. After all, it is just a temp job, there is no guarantee it will last long. That is fantastic. This job is made for me, ha 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 ha. Clearly, finding a job that suited him so well made Wang Xiaochun extremely happy. Even more so, he was probably glad that he no longer had to think about learning English. He had previously thought that during his stay in the US, he should at least pick up some everyday phrases. Now it seemed that would not be necessary at all. Once everything was clear, Wang Xiaochun needed to report to his post to check when he could start. Since the equipment room was nearby, the three arrived there within minutes, and they met the old Su Jimmy had mentioned. Well, look at this. Where did this chubby boy come from? Ha ha ha. As Jimmy had said, old Su was indeed quite talkative. He seemed to already know a bit about Wang Xiaochun's situation. So upon meeting, he greeted him directly in Chinese. Hello, old Su. Call me uncle. Do not learn from these foreigners, calling every older person old man. I am not that old, and I do not have that many kids. Besides, my family is from Chinatown. I have lived in America for so many years and have not been completely assimilated. Even though he had been told old Su was friendly, meeting him in person still surprised Wang Xiaochun. He felt a deep sense of warmth. All right, uncle. I will be relying on you in the days ahead. Do not worry, I will definitely work hard. Since the vibes were so good, Wang Xiaochun naturally let his guard down. That uncle he called out was sincere and cheerful. And the newly acknowledged uncle did not stand on ceremony either. Your timing is perfect. Help me move this pile of stuff to the basketball department. I was just worrying about it. Now that you are here, I have nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaochun had to count himself lucky that he had eaten enough earlier in the morning when he came to campus with Garrison. Otherwise, he would have probably gone on strike halfway through the morning's work just to find food. After all, he had not expected that old Su would be in such urgent need of help. Although the equipment they were moving, barbells and dumbbells, were quite heavy, thankfully, there were designated carts for transportation. In that regard, Wang Xiaochun did not exert much effort. Still, moving things up and down consumed energy. Looks like I will need to carry some snacks with me from now on. Otherwise, when it is mealtime and hunger strikes, I cannot just abandon Uncle Su and run off. Actually, moving the equipment did not take much time, but installation and replacement required Wang Xiaochun to wait nearby, ready to lend a hand to old Su at any moment. Moreover, they could not interfere with the team's scheduled training. It would affect the athletes' gym use, so the timing had to be precise. Just like now. In the morning, the basketball team was practicing on the court. They would likely need the gym in the afternoon, so the work had to be completed before the team started using the gym. This meant they would likely miss lunch. Do not worry, your wage is calculated by the hour. However long you work, that is how much you get paid. Besides, if we finish this in the morning, you will be free in the afternoon. I heard from Jimmy that you came to America to find your girlfriend. You could go on a date this afternoon. Old Su only had a general idea of Wang Xiaochun's situation. He was unaware of the details. Seeing that Wang Xiaochun was getting restless around noon, he assumed the boy was just losing patience with the dull work, so he tried to reassure him. After all, he had witnessed Wang Xiaochun's strength earlier. The boy was like a human crane. He could easily lift equipment that normally required two people to move. Old Su hardly had to lift a finger. With such a capable assistant, of course, he did not want to lose him. Heh, I am not anxious, just a little hungry. I was just thinking about where to eat once I am done. Wang Xiaochun replied honestly. He meant every word. He truly had no idea where to eat on such a large campus. Upon hearing this, Old Su just chuckled. But he clearly sped up his work. It seemed he also thought it unkind to let this big guy go hungry on his first day. Although Old Su sped up, they still did not finish all the work until after 1 p.m. Wang Xiaochun was suffering terribly. No way, kid, you really cannot handle being hungry? It is not even the end of lunchtime, and your stomach is already rumbling like a drum? No wonder you are so huge. Seeing Wang Xiaochun's constipated-looking expression, Old Su did not waste more time. After packing up the tools, he led Wang Xiaochun out of the gym to go get food. Oh, Su, thank you so much for all your work. The basketball team's gym was located inside the training facility, a large, independent room. To get in or out of the gym, one had to pass through the court. Just as Old Su and Wang Xiaochun came out of the gym, they saw a few players already practicing their shots on the court. One of them, probably a coach or assistant, walked over when he saw them and greeted Old Su. It seemed the two were old acquaintances. It is nothing, just doing my job. Right, I forgot to introduce you. This big guy is my assistant. He will probably be around often. Xiaochun, this gentleman is Coach Jones, the basketball team's assistant coach. Whenever the team needs equipment or supplies, he comes to us. You should remember him. Old Su spoke the first part in English to Mr. Jones, then switched to Chinese for Wang Xiaochun, making introductions for both sides. Ah, your assistant is really quite big. Is he a student here? I do not think I have seen him before. Could he be an international student? Coach Jones seemed quite sharp. From Old Su's language switch, he probably realized that Wang Xiaochun might have language difficulties, which led him to guess that he might be an international student. You punk, just because you work in basketball, does not mean you know every tall guy in school. Wang is not a student here. He is just staying temporarily. Why am I telling you all this? If there is nothing else, we will get going. I am starving. Old Su probably intended to chat with this assistant coach a bit longer, but he seemed to hear Wang Xiaochun's stomach growl again. So he decided not to waste more time and was ready to leave. Hold on, do not rush off. I have not finished what I wanted to say. But Coach Jones seemed to have more to say, so he stopped them. It is not a big deal. The team is short on medicine balls. I was going to go get them myself, but now that I ran into you, lucky me. Oh, that? What weights? When do you need them? How many? Although being stopped made Old Su a little unhappy. Once he heard it was work-related, he responded professionally. He asked for details while pulling a notepad from his pocket. 2 weights, 1.3 kilograms and 1.5 kilograms, 5 of each. Ideally, we would like them ready for tomorrow morning's training. Oh, that urgent? If I remember correctly, we do have those weights in the warehouse, but the paperwork may not be ready yet. Here's the deal, since you do not want to go yourself, let us stick to the usual method. Sign this form, and I will take it back and give it to the administrator so they can prepare the items. I cannot guarantee when they will be ready, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. Anyway, there were a few items this morning that I forgot to bring to the gym. I will deliver everything together. Old Su clearly had handled many such requests before. He spoke with procedural efficiency and pulled out a form for Jones to sign. Oh, thank you so much. Should I arrange for someone to wait here to receive the delivery? No need. I am not sure when I can bring it anyway. Besides, I have the keys. I will just leave the items in the gym. Alright, I am done talking. I think this chubby kid beside me is about to pass out from hunger. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Their conversation was entirely in English, so Wang Xiaochun understood none of it. Not that he would have, even if he could. He was already so hungry that he was nudging Old Su with his hand, and his stomach was growling non-stop. Old Su knew he could not delay any longer. He quickly ended the conversation with Jones and took Wang Xiaochun to eat, perhaps to welcome Wang Xiaochun, or to apologize for letting him go hungry on his first day. Old Su insisted on paying for the meal. He even told Wang Xiaochun to order whatever he liked. Whatever he wanted in the campus cafeteria, Old Su would treat. That generosity was sky-high. But it lasted less than 10 minutes. Once he saw Wang Xiaochun devour a plate of spaghetti per minute, he felt like all that bravado had gone straight into the ditch. Even though each plate of pasta at the student cafeteria only cost $3, very cheap. Once the quantity piled up, it became a sizable expense. Especially after Wang Xiaochun finished his 10th plate and still looked unsatisfied. Old Su began to worry whether the allowance his wife gave him each month could survive this one meal. And the answer came soon enough. $40? You kid just ate $40 worth of food in one sitting. That is almost my whole monthly allowance. It was $39. Shut up, does that make any damn difference? The answer drove Old Su to despair. And as he spiraled into that despair, he tried to balance his emotions. You ate this much on my tab, so you better help me out. The basketball team needs 10 medicine balls, right? You are going to deliver them. As the saying goes, one who receives favors is bound by obligation. Wang Xiaochun probably felt he had eaten a bit too much. After all, he had just met the man and already cost him $39. He did feel somewhat embarrassed about that, so when Old Su asked him for a small favor, there was no way he would refuse. Besides, he had nothing to do that afternoon anyway. He was more afraid of being bored alone, so after finishing lunch, he followed Old Su back to the equipment room. Once they organized the necessary documents, they headed to the materials department to ask the staff to prepare the items. These guys usually take their time preparing things. You do not need to wait here the whole time. Go for a walk. Just come back and pick up the stuff before they get off work. After you pick it up, go directly to the basketball training facility. I have a few things to deliver there too. We will meet up at the facility. The reason Old Su brought Wang Xiaochun with him was likely to help him get familiar with the place and the people. He was well aware of how slowly things moved around here, so he did not want Wang Xiaochun to waste time waiting. Also, the supplies needed to be placed in a designated location. He was afraid Wang Xiaochun would not know where that was, so they agreed on a rendezvous time. You could say they split up to cover more ground. Okay, no problem. I will be back here before 5 to pick up the stuff. Do you need help with your delivery? I have nothing else to do anyway. No need. It is just some small parts. I can carry them all with one hand. Go enjoy your walk. Seeing that Old Su really did not need help, Wang Xiaochun did not insist. After they parted ways, he wandered aimlessly around Syracuse University. I wonder if I might run into Yanzi. If I do and she finds out I am working here, would she be surprised? Wang Xiaochun did not have the best memory. That much was clear from the fact that he never continued studying after junior high. So he only vaguely remembered the general location of Yanzi's dormitory building. He had no idea where her classrooms were. Given all this, and not wanting to delay Old Su's tasks, or get himself lost on campus, Wang Xiaochun limited his wandering to areas near the school cafeteria, equipment room, and basketball gym. Besides, it was already after 3 p.m. when he and Old Su had split up. He had not walked for long before he returned to the materials department to collect the assigned items from the assigned staff member. Aren't these just basketballs? Why are they called gravity balls? At first, Wang Xiaochun did not really understand what the basketball team had requested. He could only roughly guess from the name that it must be some type of ball, but once he received the items, he thought Americans sure had a way of exaggerating things. Slightly heavier basketballs were called gravity balls. If that's a gravity ball, does that make a lighter one an anti-gravity ball? With that idle thought in mind, Wang Xiaochun pushed a cart full of basketballs toward the basketball training facility. Earlier, when he was wandering around, it was between classes, so there were only a few students on the paths. But now, things were different. Classes were over by this time, and the campus was suddenly much more crowded. Normally, that would not matter to Wang Xiaochun. After all, the road did not belong to him. People could walk however they liked. What did it have to do with him? But he was confused that during his walk, 1 or 2 students here and there would clearly point at him and say something to others while gesturing. That made Wang Xiaochun feel uneasy. Have these foreigners never seen a foreigner before? Pointing and gesturing like that, how rude. Actually, this feeling was not unfamiliar to Wang Xiaochun. Back in China, because of his size, he had received similar stares when visiting the county town. But even then, it was just a few curious glances. He had never experienced people walking by, pointing, and talking at the same time. Plus, since he could not understand what they were saying, he could only interpret their behavior as malicious, like they were gawking at a rare animal. But if Wang Xiaochun thought that, he was mistaken, because what those pointing and whispering students were saying was, in a way, actually a kind of praise. See that fat guy? That's the one I was telling you about, the guy who knocked Bruce down. No wonder he turned down Coach Gill's offer. Turns out he's already on the basketball team? He's really that strong? Come on, just because he's big and tall doesn't mean he could easily flatten Bruce. That's a bit much, isn't it? Bruce has the potential to go pro. Why would I lie? I wasn't the only one who saw it. Didn't you see that person up there also pointing at him? If you still don't believe me, check the school forum for the video and compare for yourself. On a university campus, some things spread very quickly, especially anything involving star athletes, like rumors. For students interested in sports, such news could be explosive. Yesterday, during Wang Xiaochun's face-off with Bruce, there were only about 100 spectators. But many of them recorded the scene on their phones and posted it on the school forum. You can imagine how fast it spread. Although Wang Xiaochun had worn a football helmet, making it hard to see his face clearly in the video, those who had seen him in person easily matched the identity. That explained why, as he walked across campus, so many people were pointing at him. He had no idea that the moment he knocked Bruce down had already made him famous. At least on the Syracuse campus, he was now something of a local celebrity. Because he was unaware of all this and disliked being pointed at, Wang Xiaochun quickened his pace. He soon arrived at the basketball training facility. But when he got there, he saw neither old Su nor anyone else. The gym was completely empty. Did I get here too early? Why is Uncle Su not here yet? These people really are relaxed, leaving the gym wide open like this. Aren't they worried someone might steal something? Just before entering, Wang Xiaochun had considered whether he should greet someone inside in English. But from the looks of things now, there was no need. His only task was to wait for old Su to arrive. After all, he needed to know exactly where to place the equipment. Waiting is a boring process. Especially when half an hour has already passed, it is nearly dinner time, and the person you are waiting for is still nowhere to be seen. Wang Xiaochun felt that he had to do something to distract himself. Otherwise, he feared he might get hungry again out of sheer boredom. But what could he do inside a basketball training gym? Let me see what makes this gravity ball different from an ordinary basketball, to deserve such a dramatic name. Wang Xiaochun was genuinely bored and had no idea what to do, so he started fiddling with the items at hand. Clearly, this cart full of gravity basketballs became his source of amusement. He pushed the cart to just outside the three-point line on one half of the court. He picked up one ball from the cart, glanced at the hoop, and then threw it with one hand. Yes, the key word is threw. Bang! The gravity basketball flew from Wang Xiaochun's hand. You could tell from the rebound, it did not go in. The ball hit the rim solidly, then bounced away, and rolled off to the side. Sigh, I guess my hands gotten rusty from not herding cattle for so long. Some may wonder why Wang Xiaochun suddenly said that, and the sentence itself sounds a bit odd. What does herding cattle have to do with hand skills? Especially since he was throwing a basketball, what does that have to do with cattle? Was he trying to say that he used to play basketball while herding cattle? The two just do not logically connect. But that was not the case. Wang Xiaochun only had a rough idea of what basketball was. After all, he had dropped out of school early. He had only encountered basketball a few times during physical education classes in middle school. And even those times were very limited. He merely understood how 2-point and 3-point shots were scored. Knew that it was a game where people competed to put a ball through a hoop. Anything more detailed, he could not say. This was evident from his shooting posture. What regular basketball player would shoot like that? His form now was simply what he felt most comfortable with. Just like back on the grassy hills of his hometown when he herded cattle, this was what he often did. At this point, someone might again ask, weren't we just talking about basketball? Why are we suddenly discussing cows? Is cattle here a metaphor for one-on-one basketball? That would not make sense. Of course not. Here is the real story, and it begins with Wang Xiaochun's career in herding cattle. That career did not start after he dropped out of school. It began much earlier, from the moment the Wang family started raising cattle. Around the time Wang Xiaochun was 7 or 8, his parents, on the advice of his then still active in-service uncle, began with 1 or 2 cows, aiming to become cattle farmers. At that time, raising cattle had not yet become the family's main livelihood. Someone still had to tend the fields. So after school, Wang Xiaochun became the family's little helper, responsible for taking the cattle out to graze before evening dew set in. Even at that age, Wang Xiaochun was nearly the height of an adult, so he could handle the task. But he was still a child, and children are playful and restless. Fortunately, he had Yanzi, his childhood friend, who often came to accompany him after finishing her homework. This made Wang Xiaochun extremely happy. But no matter how happy he was, the cattle still needed tending. He could not neglect them just to have fun. Luckily, most of the time, the cattle were obedient and grazed near where he and Yanzi were sitting. But there were always a few troublemakers that wandered out of sight while eating. When that happened, Wang Xiaochun had to run and bring them back. At first, since the herd was small, this did not happen often, maybe once every few days. But as the herd grew, so did the number of rebellious cows. Some even set a bad example, and others followed suit. This annoyed the chubby and lazy Wang Xiaochun, who just wanted to spend more time with Yanzi. One time, a particularly disobedient cow not only wandered off but seemed intent on heading somewhere with determination. That scared Wang Xiaochun, because every cow was a valuable asset to the family. Losing even one could mean a year's worth of effort gone to waste. So he chased after it, but with his chubby build and slow speed, he was no match. Desperate, he picked up a dirt clod and hurled it at the cow. That throw was completely instinctive. No aim, no planning. But by pure luck, the clod hit the cow squarely on the head, perhaps out of pain and surprise. And since he had been strong since childhood, the cow, stunned, spun in place, allowing Wang Xiaochun to catch up and lead it back. Crisis averted. But that scare gave him inspiration on how to manage cattle. And since he truly disliked chasing them, from then on, he always kept dirt clods nearby when herding. Whenever a cow tried to leave, he would hurl one at it. Of course, his aim was terrible at first. He missed, or hit the wrong places. The tail, the butt, the balls. Sometimes the cow ran even farther. But he did not give up. And with his exceptional strength, he quickly got the hang of it. By the time he was older, he could consistently hit a cow's head within 20 meters. At closer range, he could hit the ear without touching the horn. With this skill born of repetition, combined with his brute strength to physically stop unruly cows, his herding life became much easier. If a cow tried to cross the line, he would toss a dirt clod. The cows he raised knew their little master's power, and usually turned back immediately. If one kept going despite being hit, Wang Xiaochun would just keep throwing, until it gave up and turned around. That was why he had muttered, "My hand's rusty from not herding cattle lately," because he was throwing the basketball like a dirt clod. But a basketball is no dirt clod, it is much bigger. If he threw a dirt clod the size of a basketball at a cow, he would not be herding it back, he would be sending it to the afterlife. Plus, the required arc was completely different. It was no surprise he missed. But Wang Xiaochun did not see it that way. He still blamed it on being out of practice with clod throwing, and since he was just killing time, he took the basket as a challenge. Missed once? Let's try again. Missed again? I'll throw another. At first, despite returning to a familiar motion, every throw missed. Too much force, too little, wrong arc. Most bounced off the rim, but he had a foundation in throwing clods. By the second round of throwing all 10 basketballs, with gradual adjustments to his force and trajectory, his accuracy began to improve. Still, the key word was throw. He maintained his clod-throwing posture throughout, always throwing the basketball with one hand. The form looked ugly and awkward, but the more he threw, the higher his hit rate became. By the third round, he hit 5 out of 10. By the fourth, 8 out of 10. By the fifth round, the empty gym echoed with the crisp sound of swishing nets, because these were gravity balls. The friction with the net made a louder, sharper sound than normal basketballs. It was clean and pleasing to the ear. That swish carried far, right into an office on the second floor of the basketball facility, and it caught the attention of an elderly white man inside. "When did one of my boys become so diligent? Still practicing free throws at this hour?" A voice is still just a voice. Without a matching visual, most people interpret things through common assumptions, like this elderly white man did. Based on what he heard, the steady rhythm of the sound suggested someone was practicing free throws, and doing so with excellent consistency. Could it be that kid Anthony? Talented, hardworking, and now this diligent too? Looks like I should go offer some encouragement. Not many people in his eyes could achieve that level, so the elderly coach's first thought was of his prized student. Out of fondness and support, he decided to go and praise the effort. Without further delay, the old man walked out of his office and headed toward the hallway that led to the stairs. Since the corridor was connected to the training facility's upper structure and had glass walls, he could see the entire gym the moment he stepped out. That's not Anthony. And he's not practicing free throws? Who's that fat guy? Do we even have someone like that on the team? Glancing through the glass, what the coach saw left him full of questions. He first noticed a chubby young man, someone he had never seen before, throwing basketballs one-handed toward the hoop. And he made it. One shot going in was not particularly surprising. The old man had just happened to catch that moment and did not yet grasp the consistency of the shooter. But curiosity over the stranger made him watch for a few more seconds. And the more he watched, the wider his eyes opened. What he saw not only defied his expectations, it defied his understanding. This kind of shooting posture, and yet he's landing deep three-point shots repeatedly? That's insane. Anyone who had an office in a basketball training facility obviously worked in the field. And because of his expertise, the old man knew exactly what he was witnessing. He had seen people consistently make deep three-pointers before, and more than once. But none of them ever looked like this. And certainly, none of them used that kind of posture. Who maintains stable accuracy shooting one-handed? I need to meet this incredible guy right away. Is he a student here? If so, I absolutely must recruit him onto my team. As the saying goes, rarity defines value. So what if his posture was off? The goal of basketball is to put the ball through the hoop. If he can score, who cares what the form looks like? Driven by this conviction, the elderly coach almost seemed to forget his age. He dashed off, and despite his years, his speed left a gust of wind behind him. It only took him 10 odd seconds to run down from the second floor to where Wang Xiaochun was practicing. Naturally, the noise caught the attention of Wang Xiaochun, who glanced over, curious, at the elderly man whose speed did not match his age. "Hey, kid, who are you? Are you a student here? Why haven't I seen you before? Why are you here?" Though slightly winded from running, the old man fired off his questions the moment he saw Wang Xiaochun looking at him, clearly hoping for a response. But his hope was in vain. The breathless rush and barrage of questions left Wang Xiaochun with one impression. What the hell is this old guy saying? Why is he in such a rush? Is he some kind of security guard here, mad at me for using the gym and basketballs? Same old problem, language barrier. Wang Xiaochun did not understand a word the man was saying. He could only try to guess from context. Clearly, someone in charge was here to kick him out. So he did what he could. Tried to use gestures and the few English words he barely remembered to explain that he was just here to deliver something. Thus began a classic case of mutual incomprehension. To simplify, the rest of their conversation will be rendered in Chinese for clarity. I just deliver stuff. You misunderstand? You're an international student? Sorry, I can't understand you. Can you speak English? Don't point at me. I really did not do anything wrong. Someone will come soon to explain for me. Oh God. What are you even saying? Can someone come help translate? If you don't believe me, I'll wait outside the gym, not stepping in at all until they arrive. Wait a second. We cannot communicate like this. I'm going to call someone for help. What the hell, old man? I told you I didn't do anything wrong, just delivering stuff, and now you're calling for backup? You're not calling the police, are you? The two went back and forth for 4 to 5 minutes, getting absolutely nowhere. The old man became exasperated and decided to find someone who could understand what Wang Xiaochun was saying. Conveniently, not far from where he had come in, there was a wall-mounted telephone. The old man gestured for Wang Xiaochun to wait, as if to say, "Hold on, I'll make a call." Then he walked over to the phone. But from Wang Xiaochun's perspective, the gesture and behavior meant, "Just you wait, kid, I'm calling reinforcements." Which understandably made him panic. What kind of mess is this? No, I can't just sit here. I need to go find Uncle Su to explain things. Wang Xiaochun absolutely did not want the misunderstanding to grow worse. As the old man was dialing, Wang Xiaochun turned and bolted, running back toward the equipment room. Meanwhile, the coach, having just dialed the number, looked back at where Wang Xiaochun had stood, only to find nothing but scattered basketballs on the floor. Where'd he go? Not caring who had just picked up the call, he slammed the phone down and ran out of the gym, scanning all around. But unfortunately, it was already 6 p.m. In New York, in December, the sky darkens early. Even though Wang Xiaochun ran slowly, under the cover of dusk, and without his glasses on, the old man simply could not spot him. He was left confused and frustrated. Frustrated that his team was missing a big man who could stretch the floor. Confused by the sudden escape. Why the hell did you run? Couldn't you at least tell me why? The coach stood there for a long time. Eventually, with disappointment in his heart, he returned to his office. Half distracted, he resumed his work. But he was still unwilling to give up on tracking down that guy. The only question was, how and when? He had not figured that out yet. After all, it was already December, and the NCAA national tournament had started last month. The schedule was extremely tight. They had an important game the very next day, so he could not spare time to personally search for the mystery player. I'll have Troy keep an eye out. Hopefully, we'll get some news on that kid. In truth, The old coach did not have to go through all this trouble. It could have been very simple. If only he had waited 5 more minutes at the same spot, that boy who had run off would have returned, this time with someone else in tow. Unfortunately, from his office, he could not see any of it. Where is this security guard or janitor you mentioned? The gym is clearly empty right now. Besides, I have been at this school for years and have never heard of anyone matching your description. Are you sure you are not mistaken? At this point, Uncle Su clearly felt that Wang Xiaochun might be pulling his leg. Perhaps he thought this guy was upset that he arrived late. After all, they had agreed to meet around 5 o'clock, but it was already 6, and he had not shown up. He suspected that this kid might be seeking some petty revenge. That would explain why he rushed over, possibly to trick him. In reality, the delay was not intentional. He had been held up searching for something. As mentioned earlier, he had a few small parts to deliver to the basketball team's gym. But because the parts were so tiny, he could not find one of them for a while. Normally, such a minor issue would not warrant such a lengthy search. He could have simply picked up another one the next day. But as luck would have it, he had plans for the following day and would not be coming to work. This would mean a 2-day delay. As previously noted, he takes his work very seriously. He did not want a small oversight on his part to affect the basketball team's use of the gym. If that happened, he would consider it a blemish on his career. So he spent a long time searching. Fortunately, despite the lengthy search, he eventually found the missing part. It had gotten stuck in a slot in his toolbox. Once he found it, he immediately set off, knowing that Wang Xiaochun was waiting for him. But just as he was about to leave, Wang Xiaochun came running over. "Sorry, I took too long looking for something. I will treat you to a soda later." Seeing Wang Xiaochun appear, he assumed the kid had grown impatient from waiting and had come to find him. But it turned out that he had indeed come to find him, just not for the reason he thought. He said someone was about to call the police on him and needed Uncle Su to come explain. Call the police? That was serious. Uncle Su did not dare waste time. He quickly grabbed Wang Xiaochun and ran toward the gym. On the way, he asked for more details. According to Wang Xiaochun, there was an old man, about 60 years old, possibly a security guard or janitor for the basketball team. Because he did not know who Wang Xiaochun was, and due to the language barrier, he mistook him for someone causing trouble or trying to steal something. Is there such a person? I do not recall anyone like that. Uncle Su first considered the position. He was always around these sports facilities. He should know all the security and janitorial staff. He was certain that, while he might not know everyone's name, there was definitely no one matching that description. With that conclusion, he slowed from a jog to a walk. They reached the gym, and there was not a soul in sight. This led him to believe that Wang Xiaochun had been joking with him. But he was just here. Now. Wang Xiaochun did not know what to say. After all, seeing is believing. With the person in question nowhere to be found, what more could he say? I did not expect someone who looks so honest to be so full of tricks. Forget it, it is getting late. Hurry up and gather the basketballs and move them to the gym. I need to install these parts, and then we can leave. Uncle Su did not bother arguing with Wang Xiaochun. He urged him to get to work. After about 10 minutes, they left together, with Wang Xiaochun feeling a bit down. Since Uncle Su had already informed Wang Xiaochun that he would not be coming to work the next day due to other commitments, Wang Xiaochun stayed in his apartment all day. Aside from eating, he did not go anywhere. As a result, the task assigned by the old white man to his subordinate to find Wang Xiaochun yielded no results after a full day of searching at Syracuse University. This left the old man even more disappointed. But as the saying goes, one man's loss is another man's gain. While the old man was disappointed, Wang Xiaochun was overjoyed, because when Swallow learned that he was working part-time in Syracuse, she was initially a bit surprised and not very pleased. But upon learning that Wang Xiaochun could only stay in the US for a maximum of 3 months, she felt relieved and indifferent. She even started helping Wang Xiaochun plan how to spend those 3 months. Previously, she had been avoiding certain questions from Wang Xiaochun, urging him to return home as soon as possible. She had not inquired about his visa duration, but upon learning this time frame, she realized there was no need to rush him. After all, the visa's time limit ensured that Wang Xiaochun would have to return eventually. With such a constraint, why hurt his feelings? So now, not only did she not oppose Wang Xiaochun staying in the US, she hoped he would make the most of his time there. For example, visiting various places to broaden his horizons. Or exploring some farms to learn about local breeding standards and bring back some good ideas. Naturally, these plans delighted Wang Xiaochun. Of course, his enthusiasm might not have been solely due to the plans themselves. Perhaps it was more because Swallow would be accompanying him on these adventures. With a job that ensured food and drink, and the opportunity to continue spending time with Swallow in the US, Wang Xiaochun was quite content. So, in the days that followed, he lived happily. Each morning, he worked part-time with Uncle Su, carrying and moving things. In the afternoons, he rested in his apartment and then went to see Swallow. Life was quite enjoyable. However, every time he went to the basketball gym, he would intentionally or unintentionally look for the old man with whom he had the misunderstanding, hoping to clear things up. After all, it was a lingering concern for him. He did not want Uncle Su to keep thinking he had been lying. Unfortunately, even after working part-time for over a week and visiting the gym 2 or 3 times, he never saw anyone there. He learned from Uncle Su that the basketball team had many games that week, and they needed to perform maintenance and repairs when no one was around. So naturally, the place was empty. But by the following week, the gym should be bustling again. Sure enough, Uncle Su was right. When Wang Xiaochun accompanied Uncle Su to the gym in the second week, the previously empty scene was no more. See? This is what real basketball training looks like. After all, Syracuse is a top team in the 6th district. Usually, their training tasks are very demanding. That is why we have to come at off-peak times, which is why you have not seen this before. Perhaps because he had worked at Syracuse University for a long time, seeing Wang Xiaochun curiously looking around, Uncle Su, as a true Syracuse native, felt obliged to explain. Oh, yes. But upon hearing Wang Xiaochun's response, Uncle Su seemed a bit dissatisfied. Because Wang Xiaochun was still looking around while answering, his response was perfunctory. It seemed he did not grasp the significance of Syracuse's prowess. Are you envious? Based on your physique, you could have had a chance to play here. Too bad you are not a Syracuse student, haha. As the saying goes, if you are not happy, I will not let you be comfortable either. Uncle Su, displeased with Wang Xiaochun's response, began to mock him. Unfortunately, his mockery was in vain. This was evident from Wang Xiaochun's reply. Oh, yes. Of course, Wang Xiaochun's response did not satisfy him, because this kid was not paying attention to what he was saying. At that moment, Wang Xiaochun was still looking around for the old man with whom he had the misunderstanding, but he still could not find him. Alright, stop looking. It is no use. These players might become stars in the future. Hey, where are you going, you brat? Since mocking him had no effect, Uncle Su, feeling bored, was about to get to work with Wang Xiaochun. But before he could finish speaking, Wang Xiaochun suddenly ran off in a certain direction. And he ran quickly, not watching his path. He ran straight through the center of the training court. His sudden dash caused quite a commotion. And before the commotion had even settled, someone shouted, "Quick, protect the coach!" In ancient Chinese poetry, there is a widely known verse used to describe searching for someone. If slightly adapted, it would perfectly capture Wang Xiaochun's current mood. Searching for him thousands of times in the crowd, and suddenly turning around, that person is surrounded by a group of brawny men. Ever since entering the basketball gym, Wang Xiaochun had been looking for that elderly white man. But with so many people around, even after scanning the area several times, he did not see him. But not seeing does not mean he was not there, it was just a matter of obstructed vision. When Wang Xiaochun looked around, the old man happened to be surrounded by a group of tall and sturdy students, so naturally he could not spot him. Still, the crowding was only temporary. Just as Wang Xiaochun was about to give up and follow Uncle Su to work, the old man emerged from the crowd. This made Wang Xiaochun a bit excited. After all, he had been searching for days. Now that he finally saw him, he felt he could resolve the knot in his heart. Naturally, he wanted to go over immediately and explain. What is more, the old man seemed to have finished talking and was about to leave, so Wang Xiaochun hurriedly followed him. But in his haste and focus, he failed to notice that several players were practicing plays in the middle of the court. Likewise, those players, immersed in their drills, did not notice him. Thus, 2 players who were running plays collided head-on into Wang Xiaochun. What happened next was inevitable. Players running plays on the perimeter are usually either point guards or shooting guards. Players in those positions are not typically very large. As a result, the collision involved a significant mismatch in body mass. Though they were not much shorter than Wang Xiaochun, at most 10 centimeters, the difference in weight was considerable. And because they were not aware they were about to crash into what was essentially a concrete pillar made of flesh. The result of the impact was exactly what one might expect. Both players were knocked to the ground, rolling several times. Naturally, this startled everyone else on the court. They had all been training seriously and had no idea how someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing their teammates rolling on the ground, They assumed this chubby intruder had deliberately knocked them over. This made them explode with anger. "What the fuck are you doing, you bastard? Barging in here causing trouble?" They all shouted furiously and started to rush over to teach him a lesson. What they did not expect was that this fat guy completely ignored them. He did not even look back at their shouting, only waved his hand and muttered a few incomprehensible words. Then he continued walking toward their coach. That alarmed them even more. "Oh no, he's going after the coach. Quick, protect the coach." Such a reckless move with a clear target made them question whether this guy intended to harm their coach. After all, incidents like that were not unheard of in the US. Back in the 60s and 70s, there were even crazy fans who attacked coaches from rival teams. Is such a tragedy going to happen to us now? Once your thoughts go astray, they tend to spiral further. These players now all thought the worst. They rushed at Wang Xiaochun, aiming to take him down. Their aggressive movement naturally caught the attention of their coach. What is going on? Why is Jerry rolling around on the ground? Why is Warwick copying him? Who is that fat guy? Why does he look familiar? And why are my players chasing him? For a moment, the old coach thought he was losing his mind. Otherwise, why had he been asking himself so many questions lately? But before he could think more, the next scene shocked him. As his players closed in on the fat man, just a few steps away from grabbing him, this guy seemed to sense their presence. Then, using what appeared to be a very practiced technique, he easily threw them all to the ground. What the hell, is this a kung fu movie? The coach could not believe what he was seeing. Four of his front court players, strong, powerful young men rushing at a similarly tall but much bulkier man, only to be instantly floored. It looked like a scene from a Hollywood action film. His eyes bulged wide as saucers. The players around him were also shocked and stunned, but since their teammates had been taken down so quickly, they felt compelled to act. Their only reaction, though, was to step in front of their coach, shielding him. As for any further moves, they dared not make any, for now. After all, the guys on the ground had not even gotten up yet. Sorry. It was purely a reflex. I absolutely did not mean to do it. Fortunately, the fat guy, although talking quickly, made no further moves. That brought a sigh of relief, and the players all turned to their coach. At that moment, Uncle Sue finally arrived, belatedly. He saw the mess of bodies and chaos and began to wonder if this usually obedient and useful fat guy might actually be some kind of terrorist. "Xiaochun, my god, what on earth are you doing?" "Uncle, I swear I did not mean it, it was all a misunderstanding. That old man was the security guard I mentioned before. I just wanted to explain things to him. I did not expect people to come at me from behind, I thought it was a cow charging at me. I instinctively tried to take it down, and only realized afterward that it was people." Wang Xiaochun felt helpless. The previous misunderstanding had not even been cleared up, and now this new one was even worse. He had been afraid the old man would disappear again, so all his attention had been fixed on him. He did not see who bumped into him, and because his thick skin and large frame barely registered the impact, he thought it was just a passing bump. He even waved his hand to signal that he was fine, the others need not worry. As for the subsequent tackles, Wang Xiaochun could swear to the heavens it really was just a reflex. The cattle his family raised were not always obedient. Sometimes they would try to ram him, especially from behind. He never tolerated that. Whenever it happened, he would toss them to the ground. Over time, he had perfected the technique, and it became second nature. If it had just been a few average people behind him, he might not have reacted so strongly. But those were big, strong men, clearly charging toward him. And that is how this whole mess unfolded. Hello everyone, my name is Su Diquan. I am a Chinese man who immigrated to the United States more than 20 years ago. In all the years I have been in America, aside from the recent incident involving my daughter, I have never felt as mentally exhausted as I do today. The reason is a young compatriot I recently got to know, who has caused me a great deal of trouble, major trouble, and worse still, it is difficult to explain. At least, I cannot explain it. Oh, so you are saying that you mistook him for a cow, and therefore took him down using a method meant for handling cattle? Do you even believe that yourself? And if I use this explanation to talk to the others, do you think they will buy it? Old Su looked at the tall young man in front of him, his head bowed to his chest, yet still taller than Su himself. He was at a loss for words. After all, the reason given was simply too bizarre, yet he still had to explain it to the people on the basketball team. Even if not out of solidarity with a fellow countryman, this young man was, after all, under his wing. And from the perspective of shared responsibility, he could not completely wash his hands of it. Well, this, I suppose. But that ridiculous excuse was really hard to utter. "Oh, so it was you?
My god, I have been looking for you for a long time, and you show up on your own? And what a surprising entrance. Old Sue was still agonizing over whether to tell the team's head coach the absurd explanation. Unexpectedly, it was the coach who spoke first. Only then did Old Sue realize there had been a misunderstanding earlier, which he had never clarified. Why do I suddenly feel like dying? Back then, when the roles were mistakenly assumed, how could he have imagined this legendary coach would be involved? Who would depict a famous NCAA coach as a janitor or a security guard? At least, he never could have. Mr. Boheim, this whole situation is quite unclear, but I can assure you that this kid had no malicious intent. As for the earlier misunderstanding, oh, Sue, let us discuss that later. Right now, I want to know more about this big guy here. Oh, I almost forgot you speak Chinese, that is perfect. You can help us with introductions. Old Sue was utterly unprepared for the sudden shift in tone. They were no longer discussing the incident, but rather focusing on the person. It seemed that, in the coach's eyes, the earlier conflict was far less important than the person standing in front of him. Last time, I was not wearing my glasses, so I did not recognize you right away. What I want to know now is, are you a student here? The coach asked, and Old Sue began to translate. Through his interpretation, he finally understood what had actually happened last time, and he could finally half believe the beginning of this conflict. This made his explanation somewhat more convincing, and also gave him a new impression of this young compatriot. Did Mr. Boheim really say that? Your basketball skills are that amazing? You can consistently make long-distance three-pointers? Old Sue knew the saying, you cannot judge a book by its cover, but this went beyond his comprehension. If this young man was truly that skilled, how could he still be working part-time? Even in China, he should have already been making waves. Is simply throwing a basketball into the hoop considered impressive? It seems like a lot of people can do that. Wang Xiaochun did not quite believe the compliments Sue was relaying. From his perspective, he had merely gotten good through practice. Nonsense. If Mr. Boheim himself vouches for you, how could it be wrong? It sounds like he is very interested in you. Kid, this could be your chance. You might soon be part of the Syracuse basketball team. The coach completely brushed aside the earlier conflict. All he did was ask about Wang Xiaochun's personal background. His intentions were obvious, and Old Sue had no trouble deciphering them. Interested in me in joining the basketball team? Ha, uncle, you must be mistaken. I cannot play basketball at all. But Wang Xiaochun did not believe Old Sue's judgment. Besides, he was quite satisfied with his current situation. He could spend time with Yan Zi, work a little to earn some money. Then, once things with Yan Zi were clear, he would happily return home. Would that not be wonderful? Playing basketball? What a waste of time. That was why he could not share Old Sue's excitement. You brat. Sue, can we ask this big guy to show us that precise shot again? I want to reconfirm what I saw the other night. Sometimes, coincidences do occur in this world. After all, that night the coach had only watched for a brief moment. If he did not see it again, and that performance had just been a fluke, a random stroke of luck, then all his plans would be in vain. Moreover, this big guy did not admit to knowing how to play basketball. He also seemed disinterested in joining the team. So let reality speak for itself. I already said I cannot play. What is there to show? If simply sinking a few shots into a hoop qualifies someone to join the team, then the entry requirements must be too easy. After learning what the coach wanted through Sue, Wang Xiaochun really had no interest. But he could not resist Old Sue's persistent urging to just show something. So, reluctantly, he agreed to throw a few. After all, he had just taken down a few of their team members. The earlier conflict had been quite the spectacle. By the time explanations were being made, a crowd had already gathered. Even if they did not fully understand the misunderstanding, they had heard that the attacker, the big guy, was about to demonstrate his skills. Naturally, curiosity drew them in. Wang Xiaochun did not expect this scene, though he had experienced something similar before with the football team. That had been driven by a burst of emotion for a woman. His mind had been fired up, so he had not cared about how he appeared. But this time was different. He was clearly in the wrong, and there was no shortage of hostile eyes. He was naturally feeling uneasy. Still, uneasy or not, he had to do it. So, stiffly, he approached the same spot from which he had made the shot last time. He pulled a ball from a cart someone had wheeled over, took a look at the hoop, and with one hand, threw the ball. Bang! The first shot missed. Shoo! And it was greeted with loud boos. Wang Xiaochun, who just wanted to get it over with, looked a bit embarrassed. He grabbed another ball and threw again. Bang! Missed again. Boo! The boos grew louder. Another, and another. Bang, bang. He missed 7 or 8 shots in a row amidst the jeers. Not only did the coach on the sidelines frown, but even Wang Xiaochun furrowed his brow deeply. And as he frowned, he muttered to himself, "This basketball feels a lot lighter than last time. Should I ease up on the strength and adjust a bit? Thanks to my sister's brother-in-law for the generous tip." Wang Xiaochun was certain. The force and angle he was using now should have been the same as last time. But judging from the current results, it was clearly different. He had just missed 7 or 8 consecutive shots amid the jeers. He could not help but start thinking about why he was missing. Of course, last time I used that so-called gravity ball. These basketballs are clearly much lighter than that one. Using the same strength naturally will not work. Now that he realized the difference, he had to make adjustments. Although he had only intended to go through the motions and toss a few shots to get it over with, being mocked by a bunch of foreigners like this, Wang Xiaochun did not want to leave in embarrassment under so many watchful eyes. Since he was adjusting, it needed to be tested. Naturally, there were moments where he used too much or too little strength. As a result, even after those initial 7 or 8 misses, the following few adjustment shots also did not go in. That fired up the hostile players standing on the sidelines. What the hell is this? I thought we were going to see something amazing. Turns out it's just a kid playing stickball. Hey, Fatso, our backboard's going to get bent out of shape from your throwing. Warwick, you are being too harsh. The guy had the courage to throw like that. It already takes guts. It is really mean to mock him like this. Oh, I almost forgot, even if you say nasty things, he probably cannot understand you, huh? Alright, no need to waste time here. We all have our own training. Let us disperse. Maybe once we all leave, he will finally make one, ha ha ha. Wang Xiaochun could not understand exactly what the loudmouths on the sidelines were saying, but just because he could not understand the words did not mean he could not feel the malice. Fortunately, Wang Xiaochun had one particular trait. No matter how angry or frustrated he got, he would always finish what he had started before reacting. Amid the ridicule and the gradually departing crowd, Wang Xiaochun kept adjusting his strength until he finished off the entire cart of balls. Mr. Boheim seemed to have lost interest and was about to leave. No one brought him another basket. Wang Xiaochun did not mind. He picked up a ball that had rolled to his feet, made one last strength adjustment, and tossed it. Swish! Finally, the first ball went in. The few who were still moving stopped for a second. But only for a second, when Wang Xiaochun picked up another ball and missed again. Guess that was just a lucky shot. Almost everyone thought the same. More people began leaving. That should have been the right strength, maybe a little more arc next time. That way it will not even touch the rim. The people watching laughed. But Wang Xiaochun was not affected. He was determined to finish what he had started. That was just his nature. He stopped temporarily, not to quit, but to gather all the scattered basketballs back into the cart. After all, bending down to pick up each ball and throwing it again was a bit of a burden for a fat guy. Much easier to grab them directly from the cart. You brat really gave me a scare. I thought I was about to witness some American dream today. Alright, you've cleaned up the basketballs, let us move on. Do not take this too hard, these foreigners are always like this. Everyone else had left. Only old Su stayed. But even he was just there to take Wang Xiaochun away with him. The test was over. This fat guy was the same one he had always known. Uncle, wait a minute. Let me finish off this cart. It will not take long. No means no. No need to waste any more time here. We still have. When old Su walked over, Wang Xiaochun did not even look at him. At that moment, the hoop was all he saw. Not because he was deeply focused, but simply because he wanted to verify if all his adjustments had paid off. So he casually answered old Su, and just as Su was about to speak again, a simple sound made him fall silent. Swish! From the freshly refilled basket. The first shot went in. Not bad, looks like your luck is not completely. Swish! Another one. Swish! Heaven above. Swish! After that first shot went in, old Su found it hard to speak, because that simple sound started repeating. So repeatedly and clearly that everyone still in the gym could hear it. Which led to, is there something wrong with my ears, or did someone bring a sound system? I swear I hear something terrifying. Your ears are fine, but maybe my eyes are messed up? Shit, the coach might have been right. That fat guy really is a cannon. Is this fat guy doing it on purpose? Showing off with that legendary act of slapping people in the face? Mom, I just saw Superman. The crowd that had drifted off after the loud clanking of the missed shots reassembled within minutes as the clear swish-swish filled the air again. With each shot, their eyes and mouths opened wider and wider. Thankfully, the sound stopped just as their faces looked about ready to tear apart. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Uncle, let us go. I am done. What? Oh, yes, huh? Go where? The cart held no more than 20 balls. At a rate of one shot every 2 seconds, less than a minute had passed. But the shift in energy before and after that minute made old Su feel like he might have a heart attack. At least for those last 10 or so shots, his mind had gone blank. He was barely breathing. So when Wang Xiaochun called out to him, he could not even respond. He was practically in a "who am I? Where am I?" kind of state. Go to work, of course. We have already wasted half the day. And since you are not paying me for the time lost, I have lost a lot of money. Compared to old Su's dazed state, Wang Xiaochun was unnaturally calm. As if none of this had been his doing. No, you brat. Just now they watched me like a monkey. Now I see them as the monkeys. Let us go, let us go. Watching monkeys does not earn me money. Seeing that old Su was still in a daze, Wang Xiaochun did not bother saying more. He pulled him along, eager to get back to work. There was likely a lot to do today. After such a delay, they might even miss lunch. That was what really worried Wang Xiaochun now. Oh, wait. Su, and yes, Wang. I think we need to have a talk. Since coming to the United States, the only place where Wang Xiaochun dared to eat to his heart's content was the student cafeteria at Syracuse University. After all, the meals there were made for students, so the prices were relatively affordable. If only the portions were a bit larger, then it would truly be affordable, and the university you praise so highly would actually deserve that praise. I would not have to eat 7 or 8 servings just to barely feel full. Can you stop eating for a second and wait? Can you show a bit of ambition, for once? Who comes to university just to eat? You are going to be the death of me. You talk like it is not your fault. Look at the time, the cafeteria is about to close. If I do not eat now, not only did you delay my wages for today, but I will not even get enough lunch. Humph. I did it all for you, damn it. And now you are blaming me. Do you know how many people dream of studying here and never get the chance? Mr. Boheim offered you an incredible opportunity. And you? You simply said you were not interested, and gave the bizarre excuse that you plan to go back home to raise cattle. What the hell is wrong with your brain? Do your parents even know? My parents do know. They know I am great at raising cattle. Now old Su finally understood what it meant to be blessed and not realize it. And he could also relate to how Lu Dongbin must have felt when he was bitten by a dog. A poor kid from China. Someone gave him a fantastic platform. Not only was he ungrateful, but he even acted annoyed by it. That fluid shooting performance Wang Xiaochun had shown that morning in the basketball gym had stunned old Su. What shocked him even more was that Mr. Boheim wanted to talk to Wang Xiaochun seriously. And during their conversation, he directly offered the best possible treatment, recruiting Wang Xiaochun into Syracuse University. Old Su firmly believed this. After all, the one making this offer was a head coach who had served Syracuse for over 20 years. Someone with that kind of status had every reason to make such a promise. What no one expected was that the opportunity was offered, and this fat kid still turned it down. In his own words, I do not understand basketball, and I cannot play it. At most, I can just get a few balls in the hoop. If you bring me onto the team, you are only asking for trouble. I might even end up getting kicked out. Besides, studying here costs money. Tuition in the US is pretty damn high. At first, old Su thought he was just being modest. After all, Wang Xiaochun had once said he was on a mission to pursue a girl and that his family had given him some startup funds. So, in his mind, money should not have been a problem. And on top of that, with such precise shooting skills, who would believe he could not play basketball? Old Su certainly did not. Neither did Mr. Boheim. But some things cannot be judged by appearances. Because this guy proved everything with facts. If you do not believe me, just bring a ball over and I will dribble it for you. The result? When they saw this clumsy guy chase the ball around with such a lousy dribbling technique, this kid is brutally honest. So fucking honest it hurts. He was not lying. Faced with all this, old Su could only admit he had to side with the kid. After all, the facts made it clear this guy had one skill, but ultimately, he was an amateur. What no one expected was, it does not matter. Skills can be trained, knowledge can be learned. You have fantastic hand feel and a strong physique. Every shortcoming can be made up for. Mr. Boheim still stuck to his original verdict. He still wanted this kid, and the offer remained unchanged. That should have been a dramatic reversal. But in the end, damn it, it all collapsed again. The kid rejected the offer again. This made old Sue feel that this guy was utterly unreasonable, beyond saving. I am done talking. As your uncle, I have fulfilled my duty. I told you everything I needed to say. Mr. Bohane gave you 1 week to consider. I hope you think about it seriously. This is not just an opportunity, it is a platform. Even if, worst case scenario, you do not do well on the team, you can still earn a diploma from a prestigious university. Do you understand? Having said all he could, old Sue could do no more. At the end of the day, if he could not persuade him, there was nothing more to be done. After finishing the last few bites on his tray, he left, leaving behind the one he had been talking about, Wang Xiaochun, still immersed in eating. What old Sue did not notice as he walked away was that despite his mouth being full of food, Wang Xiaochun still mumbled a few muffled words. It is not that I do not understand the benefits, but back home, there is still so much to take care of. Raising cattle is hard work. I do not want my parents to suffer too much. In ancient times, there were those foolishly loyal. Likewise, there were those foolishly filial. Wang Xiaochun did not dare to call himself noble, nor did he dare to think too far into the future. As he always said, he was satisfied with how things were now. All he wanted was to accomplish his goal, and then go home and live a quiet life. But is life ever that simple? Some things, once they happen, are no longer up to you. 3 days after the swish-swish incident at the basketball gym, while helping carry discus weights in the equipment room, Wang Xiaochun was visited by an unexpected guest, the head coach of Syracuse University's football team, Gilbert. Oh, buddy. I finally found you. My God, you are still so strong. Each of those discus weights is 20 kilograms, and you lifted 2 in one hand so effortlessly. Faced with the middle-aged man he vaguely remembered, Wang Xiaochun could only blink his little eyes, trying to signal to old Sue where his weakness lay. Oh, Mr. Gilbert, what brings you here? Are you in need of any equipment? The head coach's greeting naturally left old Sue a bit confused. He had no idea about what had happened with the football team, so he could only ask curiously. Oh, right, I remember now. The forum mentioned this guy does not speak English. Sue, I am here to see this big fellow. Did Wang do something wrong? Did he offend you? No. You misunderstood. He is great. He did not do anything wrong. If anything, his only fault was in turning down my invitation. My God, if it were not for my assistant coach spotting his basketball video on the school forum, I would have missed out on a top-tier football talent. That would have been unforgivable. Your name is Wang, right? I am formally inviting you to join the Syracuse football team. As long as you are willing, we will waive all your tuition and provide a full scholarship. Ever since he let Wang Xiaochun slip away last time, Gilbert had been feeling rather dissatisfied. But since the young man was not a student at the university, there was nothing he could do to force the matter. Unexpectedly, he later heard through other sources that the promising Asian kid he had his eye on had gone to the basketball team. That reignited the flames in his chest. He even went to the basketball team once, hoping to see if there was any chance of winning the kid over. But what he got was a disappointing result, no such person. That frustrated him. Fortunately, real talent shines eventually. Someone uploaded a video of the kid's seamless shooting performance during basketball practice to the university forum. That excited him more than before. Such accurate long-range throws, my God, this kid could handle any position on a football field, whether it is tight end, tackle, or quarterback. I have to get him. As the saying goes, it is easy to find gold, but hard to find a great general. How could he possibly pass up a naturally gifted football player like this? So over the next 2 days, he conducted thorough investigations and made meticulous arrangements. The results of the investigation were encouraging. This kid was currently not enrolled at any university. In fact, he would not be staying in the US for long. If I can offer him a chance to go to college in America, getting him to join the football team should follow naturally, right? Initially, Gilbert thought that what he was offering was extremely generous. After all, even local American students find it extremely difficult to get into a prestigious school like Syracuse, let alone a kid with a 3-month visa. But then, a piece of news came in that made his offer feel less generous. That old man Bohame, why is he meddling? That kid does not even seem to know how to play basketball aside from throwing the ball. Since another team had offered the same benefits, he knew he had to up his offer. To make sure there were no surprises, he raised his offer to the maximum from the beginning, putting forward one of the few full tuition, full scholarship spots available on the football team. Well, are these terms generous or not? Even I am tempted. Come on, join the football team. I can guarantee that once you are on my team, you will not only become the team's top star, your future as a franchise player in the pros is practically guaranteed. Xiaochun, if I were you, I would say yes without a second of hesitation. This is not just free tuition, there is a full scholarship too. Once you go pro, you will make millions a year. Do not hesitate. As a reluctantly appointed interpreter, Old Su looked at Wang Xiaochun's hesitant expression and really wanted to crack open his head to see what it was made of. With terms like these, even the top high school football talents in America might not get such a chance. He could not understand what there was to hesitate about. Is it really as good as the coach says? If I do poorly after joining, will all these offers be revoked? His hesitation was similar yet different from when the basketball team approached him. Similar because he had no experience, no confidence, and no skill. Different because now it cost him nothing and might earn him serious money. That is impossible. Mr. Gilbert is a veteran of the university, his professional judgment is well recognized. If he says you are capable, then you are capable. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. I know it is rare, but I still want to think it over. Can you tell the coach I need one day to consider? Even though Old Su was recommending him so strongly, and Wang Xiaochun was clearly moved, he still wanted to consult one other person. That person's opinion mattered greatly to him. Alright, no problem. I believe that no matter how long you take, your answer to me will be the same. I look forward to having you on the team. Special talent deserves special treatment. After learning that Wang Xiaochun needed time, Gilbert's demeanor did not change at all. It was clear he had full confidence in what he had to offer. But plans often fail to keep up with change. When offers become equal, what was once an advantage may no longer be one. Gilbert came to see Wang Xiaochun during his morning work shift. Though the conversation was not long, it still disrupted Wang Xiaochun's work. But Wang Xiaochun did not abandon his current duties just because his identity might soon change. He spent the rest of the day busy as usual. Uncle, are you going to the basketball gym this afternoon? Yes. They said some of the equipment there has issues. I will go check it out. Why? Oh, nothing really. It is just that they gave me a week to think about it, right? Whether I end up joining the football team or not, I should give them an answer. If you happen to see Coach Boheim, can you pass a message for me? You know I cannot speak English. Even if I said it in person, I probably would not explain it clearly. Oh, that? Of course. I will tell him. Old Su thought this was the right thing to do. After all, finishing what one starts is good character. In his mind, Wang Xiaochun would definitely go to the football team anyway. No need to waste anyone's time. So he left cheerfully, but returned in a hurry. I have no idea what kind of magnetism you possess, but Mr. Boheim has upgraded his offer to match Coach Gilbert's exactly. You make the call. I do not dare to say another word. Seeing Wang Xiaochun's confused face upon hearing the news, Old Su himself felt pretty confused too. Earlier, when he went to the basketball gym, he had remembered Wang's request, and he happened to see Mr. Boheim there. But at that time, the coach was in a bad mood, shouting at his players. Old Su dared not approach right away, so he decided to handle his own tasks first and observe the situation. Being a seasoned man, he knew when to step forward and when to hold back. It did not take long to inspect the faulty equipment. After about 10 minutes, he came back out. Thankfully, the coach had not left yet. He was still standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Old Su figured now was a good time. What? Just because the football team can make that kind of offer, we cannot? Tell that kid. Whatever the football team is offering, we can match it. Trying to steal players from me? Over my dead body. Old Su realized he was not nearly as refined as he thought. A calm surface does not mean a calm heart. He had not expected that simply relaying Wang Xiaochun's message and casually mentioning the football team's interest would set off such an explosive reaction from the legendary coach. Oh, yes, I understand. The football team cannot compete with you. I will tell the kid just how much you value him. Seeing that he had stoked the flames even further, Old Su did not dare stay any longer. He fled the scene like a man escaping a fire, and left Wang Xiaochun with the task of putting out the blaze. How the hell am I supposed to choose? As the city lights began to glow, Wang Xiaochun once again arrived at that familiar waiting spot, by the roadside outside the dormitory of Yan Zi's apartment. Compared to every previous time he had happily waited there, this time, Wang Xiaochun was clearly absent-minded. If that had not been the case, he would not have failed to notice that Yan Zi had already walked up beside him. Hey, Chun, what are you thinking about so deeply? Someone who knows you well is not only familiar with your habits but also with your changes. It was obvious that Yanzi noticed something was different. Naturally, that made her curious. I really was thinking about something, and you have to help me think it through too. From the beginning, when the options were still unequal, Wang Xiaochun had already intended to hear Yanzi's opinion. After all, Yanzi was not only the person who knew him best, she was also the one he trusted most. And besides, she had been in the US much longer than he had. Her perspective was much broader. He believed Yanzi would help him make the right choice. Are you still the Chun Chun I know? Are you not lying to me? You have only been in America for such a short time and you are already in such high demand? When Wang Xiaochun told Yanzi everything, her shock was clearly several times greater than old Su's had been. After all, how long had old Su known Wang Xiaochun? She, on the other hand, had grown up with him. Yanzi would not say she knew Wang Xiaochun inside and out, but she definitely knew what he was capable of. You are strong, that much I know. If your uncle had not said you were too tall, he would have sent you to train in weightlifting. But being strong is one thing. The football team wanting you, I can understand. But the basketball team too? Is it really like you said, they value your ability to throw dirt clumps at cattle? It had been mentioned before that Yanzi was a total sports idiot. She could only understand things at surface level. So even though Wang Xiaochun had explained why he was being recruited, she still could not grasp it. So, what are you saying? That I should not go? After all Yanzi had expressed so far was disbelief and skepticism. So Wang Xiaochun was unsure if she wanted him to stay or not. Hence the question. Why not go? Of course you should. There is not only a scholarship but also free tuition. Even I am envious. I did not expect that Chun Chun would end up like me. Soon you will be an international student too. That is wonderful. What Yanzi said came straight from the heart. She was genuinely happy for him. After all, a childhood friend now had a very promising future ahead of him. That was something she sincerely wished for. Oh, that is good. I was afraid you might not be happy about it. Ha ha ha. What nonsense. Why would I not be happy? I only suggested you return home before because I was afraid you would waste time in the US. After all, your family is not sitting on a gold mine. Why waste money for nothing? But now it is different. Like Uncle Su said, at the very least, you can earn a degree from a prestigious American university. So of course you must go, only a fool would not. As for having advised him earlier to go home, Yanzi did not think she was wrong. Perhaps, if he had not received this opportunity, she would have still insisted on her original view. But the situation was no longer the same. How could she become an obstacle for Wang Xiaochun? Then which team should I choose? Uncle Su thinks the football team might be more suitable for me, since it relies on strength and physical contact. That is my biggest advantage. Although old Su had said he would no longer interfere in the decision, he still gave his opinion. From a technical standpoint, Wang Xiaochun would not have to invest nearly as much time as he would in basketball. He could rely on his physical abilities to succeed. But football is too dangerous. It is all about collisions. I heard that when injuries happen, they are serious. It is too risky. You cannot expect a layperson to have a professional opinion on something they know nothing about. Yanzi could only look at the matter from the perspective of concern for a friend. Then I will choose basketball. I will not be at a disadvantage in terms of height, and I can get the ball into the hoop. It should not be much worse than football. Clearly, Wang Xiaochun's insight was not much better than Yanzi's. Maybe to keep her from worrying, he was more willing to choose the less ideal path. Yes, you are tall, and you are really good at throwing things, hee. As long as you do not get hurt, that is more important than anything. And so, two outsiders, with only a half-baked understanding of the matter, happily made a decision about someone's future career path. Once a decision is made, it must be acted upon immediately. After all, Wang Xiaochun did not consider himself some kind of nobleman. If he delayed too long, what if the benefactor changed their mind? So on the second day after the decision with Yanzi, he went eagerly with old Su to meet with the head coach of Syracuse University's basketball team. Mr. Bohame, what did I tell you? Those football guys cannot compare to you at all. You only made the offer yesterday, and today this kid could not wait to come. What needs to be done for his admission and enrollment? What does he need to do? As both elder and temporary translator, old Su, though slightly surprised by Wang Xiaochun's choice, still felt he should see his young compatriot and colleague through to the end, so the handoff needed to be done properly. What he did not expect was that this very serious handoff seemed to give the legendary coach a toothache. He. I did not expect you to come so soon. As for what comes next, I will first arrange a physical assessment for this kid. After that, I need to discuss some matters with my assistants. To be honest, Bohane now felt like he had a real toothache, as if he had shot himself in the foot. Yes, he wanted this chubby kid, but even for someone you want, there must be the right conditions. Yesterday, he had been irrational. He had been angry about the team's poor performance on inside defense. Of course, he could not lash out too much. After all, it was a player ability issue. So the anger had only shown on the surface. He had forced himself to suppress it. But he had not expected that the fire he had just managed to extinguish would be reignited by one comment from old Sue. And so, in a moment of irrationality, he had made an offer that did not match the player's abilities. After all, Wang Xiaochun had no basketball fundamentals. Yes, he had accurate shooting and great strength, but everything else would need to be developed. So offering him admission to Syracuse University was already the best he could realistically do. Now, because of his own irrationality, that offer had been pushed to its absolute limit, but the words had already been spoken. To go back on them now would be an ugly slap to his own face. Besides, the kid had already rejected the top offer from the football team. If he backed out now, he probably would not be able to forgive himself. Looks like I will have to go out and sell my old face after all. Since he had dug the pit himself, he had no choice but to fill it. But that was a matter for later. Right now, he had to discuss with his assistant coaches how to utilize this fat kid on the team and how best to train him. I think we should first wait for his physical test results. That way, our training can be more targeted. The speaker was Troy Weaver, the assistant coach who had wasted a day searching for Wang Xiaochun last time. He was considered the team's top assistant coach. Since he had never met Wang Xiaochun in person nor seen his shooting skills, he preferred to rely on hard data. I agree with Troy. After all, this guy has no foundation. And when I first saw him, I had the impression that his speed was extremely slow. Should we make him lose weight? How much? That all depends on the test results. This time, it was assistant coach Jones speaking, the one who had first met Wang Xiaochun at the basketball gym. Clearly, he did not have high expectations for him. But since the head coach had already recruited him, there was no point in opposing it. Still, the real situation would need to be determined by data. Alright, you both make very good points. Let us wait for the results, then. Syracuse University not only had a long history of academic excellence, its athletic programs were equally well established. And being a prestigious school, its systems were extremely well developed. This included the physical testing system. The university had dedicated facilities for conducting professional assessments of the athletes it recruited. Although perhaps not as sophisticated as those in professional leagues like the NBA, its accuracy was still widely recognized, relatively authoritative. This result is both expected and unexpected. The whole test took just about an hour. When the three coaches finished reviewing Wang Xiaochun's data, they all felt a mix of resignation and surprise. Wang Xiaochun's physical test results were as follows. Body fat, 19.1%. Hand length, 23.49 centimeters. Hand width, 26.03 centimeters. Height, barefoot 205.91 centimeters. Height, with shoes 208.72 centimeters. Wingspan, 208.79 centimeters. Standing reach, 267.75 centimeters. Weight, 131 kilograms. Lane agility test, 13.42 seconds. 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 meters 4.57 seconds. Standing vertical, 39.69 centimeters. Max vertical, running 53.56 centimeters. Max bench press, 235 kilograms. Reps at 84 kilograms, 33 reps. Jesus, that strength is terrifying, and that speed is terrifying too, just in the opposite way. Where there were highlights, there were also shortcomings. But overall, his test data brought more surprises than excitement. For someone of his build, that body fat percentage is actually pretty decent. I was expecting at least 25%. His height is acceptable. Our tallest player now is only 2.08 meters. He could definitely hold the center position, maybe even play power forward, though the wingspan is a bit lacking. His vertical is not bad, considering his size, not bad at all. But damn, that speed is a real pain in the ass. Boss, you could probably outrun this guy, right? As the team's top assistant coach and lead scout, Troy Weaver believed he had the most say. He dealt with recruits more than anyone. This data had undeniable highlights and also many obvious flaws. No doubt, That strength is incredible, top tier even in the NBA. But that speed? Can he even keep up with the pace of the game? It is way too slow. His strength was clearly the brightest point in all the data. No exaggeration, it was almost legendary. But no matter how strong you are, if you cannot keep up with the game, it is useless. Imagine during a fast break. The opponent's 5 players are already set up, and one of your own has not even crossed half court. That would be a huge disadvantage. So Coach Jones stuck to his cautious stance about using Wang Xiaochun. Let us at least try him. Our front court lacks someone with real strength right now. If he is used in the right spots for the right roles, he might have surprising value. Besides, the guy has a deadly 3-point shot. That alone makes up for a lot of his shortcomings and helps space the floor for our offense. Though both assistant coaches were somewhat skeptical, head coach Boeheim still affirmed Wang Xiaochun's potential value to the team. He probably had no choice if Wang turned out to be a bust. After negotiating such top-tier terms for him, even his thick skin could not save him from the embarrassment. So how do we train him? If we start from scratch, who knows how long it will be before he is actually useful? And the season has already begun, we do not have the time. Training new players usually fell to assistant coach Jones. So naturally, this new guy would be under his wing as well. He needed to know what the head coach wanted. Here is what we will do. We really cannot afford to give him much time. I want to use him in actual games soon and hopefully see some miracles. Starting now, focus his training on boxing out under the basket and rebounding, both offensively and defensively. I will also include some off-ball movement plays in our offensive sets to leverage his 3-point shooting. Oh, and remind this kid, he needs to improve his English, fast. I cannot even imagine, what if we are calling plays and he does not understand? Then botches the execution? What then? If he was to be an immediate contributor, there was no time to start from the ground up. The key was maximizing his current strengths. That was what the team needed, and Wang's fatal flaw had to be addressed right away. That was the top priority. With the physical test completed, Wang Xiaochun officially became a member of the Syracuse Orange men's basketball team. Oh, by the way, it was only after officially joining the team that Wang Xiaochun found out the name of the team. What does that even mean? Is it just because the jerseys are orange? He could not understand why Americans pick names like this, nor could he figure it out, because it was old Sue who had explained it to him, and after doing so, had quickly left. After all, he was not a full-time interpreter. Having handed things over, he went back to his own business. Wang Xiaochun, meanwhile, was left to follow assistant coach Jones. Through a mix of gestures and words, he started doing basic warm-ups, then worked with training equipment, and began his drills under the basket for positioning and rebounding. It was truly a leap from zero experience to full-on technical training. Slow down when you eat. Are you really that hungry? Goodness. Is basketball training that exhausting? You look like you spent the whole day hauling bricks. Time passed quickly. And the same was true for Wang Xiaochun's first day of basketball training. Of course, he himself probably did not feel that it had passed quickly. From his perspective, the basketball training was mind-numbingly dull to the extreme. Endlessly repeating the same drill in the same place. There was no way time could seem to fly by. Yanzi, if you tried what I did today, you would not be saying that. I never imagined basketball training would be so boring, so painfully monotonous. Clearly, compared to the excitement he had felt in the morning. By evening, Wang Xiaochun was completely worn out like a dog. As has been mentioned, he was a total novice. Until that morning, he had thought basketball training was all about running and shooting drills. Who would have guessed he did not shoot a single ball the entire day? Instead, he spent the day wrestling with positioning equipment. To say he was not tired would have been a lie. And due to the intense physical exertion, he was noticeably hungrier than usual. This was obvious from the fact that he ate nearly 50% more than he normally did. So it was definitely the right choice for me to come have dinner with you today. Hee hee, now do you need me to cheer you on a little? How would you cheer me on? Of course by saying, Chun 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 chun, you are the best. Chun 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 chun, you are the strongest. Since today was an important day for her best friend, Yan Zi had naturally come to check on him. Offering encouragement and motivation was a must, though it could only go so far as words and gestures. Hey, by the way, now that you have joined the basketball team, what about your enrollment? Did they tell you anything? Compared to Wang Xiaochun's stories about boring training, Yan Zi was more excited to know when he would officially become a college student. So she eagerly asked. Uncle Su told me when he left this morning that the team would need to formally apply to the school. and that an official notice would take some time. But I have to prepare the required documents in advance. He mentioned something called 6 plus 3 plus 3, but I did not fully understand it. I plan to ask Uncle Sue about it again when I have time. Old Sue's handover this morning had not just been about dropping him off. After all, Wang still had that fatal flaw, so Sue had to help him manage the paperwork. But due to time constraints, he had not explained everything in detail. And even what he did say, Wang Xiaochun had not really understood. Oh, right, I know what that is. It is the minimum academic standard for Chinese students to be admitted to American universities. You know, I came as an exchange student after already entering college. If you had not mentioned the 6 plus 3 plus 3, I would not have remembered it. So what does it actually mean? Thanks to Yan Zi's explanation, Wang Xiaochun finally understood what those numbers referred to. It was actually quite simple. Because of differences in educational systems between countries, the structure and division of grade levels vary. The 6 plus 3 plus 3 represents the standard Chinese education path. 6 years of elementary school, followed by 3 years of middle school, and then 3 years of high school. So by that logic, I am missing one of the 3s? What do I do about that? As everyone knew, Wang Xiaochun had dropped out of school after middle school. So yes, he was missing the final 3 years. How would I know that? You need to ask your family. Do not tell me you have not even informed them about any of this? Even though she was studying abroad, Yan Zi was still just a student. So how could she solve the problem Wang Xiaochun had brought up? I have not had a chance yet. The decision was made yesterday, and today I already went to the team. With the time difference, I did not even have a chance. This whole thing had unfolded rather suddenly for Wang Xiaochun. And given that he was now grown and independent, he had actually forgotten to consider his family's opinion. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat, then call your family. Yan Zi was speechless over Wang's carelessness. All she could do was urge him to call home as soon as possible. What the hell is wrong with you, boy? You do not want to come back from America now, huh? Making up a story like this to trick your father. I am telling you, stay there a while and then come home like a decent person. Are you not even afraid of dying out there? The Wang family was, after all, the wealthiest in the village. And given their business dealings, a landline had been installed when their new house was built. So Wang Xiaochun could call home directly. It must have been around 5 or 6 a.m. in China when he called. The whole family was probably in the middle of deep sleep, to be jolted awake by their own brat calling. You can imagine what kind of mood Wang Shulin was in. And then, in his half-dreaming state, to hear from his son that he was going to attend college in America. Do you think he would believe that? Ever since Wang Xiaochun had gone abroad, the family had come to understand just how much they depended on him. What used to take 3 people to complete now took 6, and even then, it was not enough. You can imagine how exhausted they were every day. So under the weight of all this frustration, to Wang Shulin, what his son said was not just a lie. It was a betrayal. The lie, they knew exactly what their son was like. How could he possibly get into an American college? The betrayal, since he left, the whole family had suffered and struggled. How could Wang Shulin possibly react calmly to that? Oh my dear father, I am telling the truth. They saw my natural athletic ability and said I was a great prospect for basketball. So they offered to let me study here, with full tuition waived and even a scholarship. Wang Xiaochun knew this was a lot for his family to take in. But he had not expected them to think he was lying. That felt horribly unjust. Keep spinning your tail. Keep going, you little bastard. You got yourself a girl and now you have forgotten your mother? Was this Yan Zi's idea? There must be some nonsense going on with our ancestors' graves. I know what kind of trash you are. How could you possibly do something like this? I am so fucking mad. In truth, ever since his son had left the country, Wang Shulin had occasionally worried that he might never return, but he had always pushed that thought away, afraid it might come true if he dwelled on it. Now, however, it seemed like his worst fear had become reality. And given how attached his son was to Yan Zi, how could he not suspect she was behind this? Dad, what are you talking about? Yan Zi is right next to me. If you do not believe me, ask her, she knows everything. Wang Shulin had been speaking in a confused rage. Now that he was about to speak directly with the person in question, of course he fell silent. He quietly listened as Yan Zi explained everything about Wang Xiaochun's situation. Could it be real? Has smoke really started rising from our family's ancestral graves? Is my boy going to college like Lu Yong? Yan Zi's academic background far surpassed Wang Xiaochun's. She spoke fluently and clearly, and explained the situation thoroughly to Wang Shulin. He could not help but believe her. And as his belief grew, so did his excitement, so much so that he began to shout, "Hey, wife, come quick, your son is going to college. An American college." Becoming a special recruit at a prestigious American university. Wang Xiaochun's college life could not possibly consist of just playing basketball. So, on his second day with the basketball team, someone handed him a stack of forms. Based on their gestures, these were things Wang Xiaochun needed to fill out. However, that was all they indicated. The rest was left for him to figure out on his own. Looks like I need to find Uncle Su as soon as possible. An unhealed flaw, this was Wang Xiaochun's pain. And from that moment on, he resolved to earnestly study English. But learning naturally requires time. Who knows when he will be able to communicate properly? Fortunately, he had arrived at the gym particularly early this morning, and no other players had shown up yet. A perfect time to go ask questions. Oh, this is for personal information in choosing a major. The rest concerns regulations and terms for collegiate athletes. It looks like you will need to register an NCAA student-athlete profile after your admission letter is issued. That is about it. Since an old colleague came for help, Uncle Su did not hesitate. He quickly explained what all those documents were. Looks like I will have to get Yan Zi to help me fill these out. I will also need her advice on which major to choose. Due to time constraints, Wang Xiaochun clearly could not complete all this immediately. He would have to treat it as homework and wait for Yan Zi's help. Afterward, he said goodbye to Uncle Su and hurried back to the gym. By the time he returned, the entire Orange team had already arrived. "Oh, Wang, welcome. I am Anthony. From now on, we are teammates." The moment Wang Xiaochun entered the gym, a black man with dreadlocks, a headband, and not a very dark complexion approached him. He greeted Wang with a mix of gestures and English. As for the words, Wang Xiaochun still could not understand them, but the gestures made the message clear enough. At least he now knew the guy's name was Anthony. "Hello, I Wang Xiaochun." That was about all he could manage in response. Since Anthony already realized they could not communicate verbally, a simple introduction would have to suffice. At that moment, the coaching staff began arriving at the gym. Wang Xiaochun obediently walked over to assistant coach Jones. "You, join the group training. Also, this is from Coach Boheim." Wang Xiaochun had assumed he would continue his positioning drills under the basket. He did not expect to be thrown into team training so soon. Wait, how did he understand what Jones said? Actually, it was not strange at all, because Coach Jones had just given him a simple Chinese-English translator. He had even taught Wang Xiaochun how to use it. This is amazing. Thank you, Coach Boheim. This device was immeasurably helpful to Wang Xiaochun. Even if it only translated basic words between Chinese and English, it would allow him to communicate, albeit roughly. At least he would no longer look like a fool, not knowing what people were saying, or being unable to express himself. As long as there was no game scheduled, the team had daily group training. The reason Wang had not been included the day before was simply because he had been doing physical testing while the team completed training. Now that he was officially a team member, he could no longer be treated differently. However, the training routines were extremely demanding for someone not only new to basketball but to sports in general. Running laps, shuttle runs across half-court, lateral steps, high-frequency steps. And this was just the warm-up. Wang Xiaochun already felt he could not take any more. What followed was various coordination drills, which utterly humiliated him. For example, during passing drills, he either could not catch passes from teammates, or his own passes went way off target. In short, he was clumsy and unskilled, and his presence badly disrupted the flow of training. Eventually, assistant coach Jones had no choice but to pull him aside again and send him back to wrestle with the positioning equipment from the day before. Another grueling day came to an end. As he prepared to leave the gym, Wang Xiaochun felt utterly drained. "I do not know when this kind of life will end." In just 2 days, he had come to understand how tough an athlete's life was. Wang Xiaochun even began to doubt whether he could stick with it. Just as he was leaving the gym, weary and disheartened, assistant coach Jones suddenly called out to him. He used the translator to say, "The team has a game tomorrow. You will travel with us." As previously mentioned, the NCAA basketball season had already started in November. At this point, the first half of the schedule was already underway. Tomorrow morning, the Orange team had a home game. Although paperwork issues meant that Wang Xiaochun could not yet be placed on the active roster, and it had never been considered that he would actually play in this game, he was, after all, a member of the team now. Coach Bohame wanted Wang to get a feel for the team dynamic and the game day atmosphere. So he decided to include him in the travel group.
Okay, thank you. Just newly joined, and the head coach did not exclude him despite his novice status.
Wang Xiaochun was deeply grateful. He no longer felt quite as tired. After saying goodbye to Coach Jones, he went off happily to find Yanzi. After all, he still had a pile of forms to complete, and he needed her input on which major to choose. Here, this is your admission gift. I went out of my way to buy it today. It cost me quite a bit of money. Apart from the roadside by the dormitory, the school cafeteria was the most common meeting place for Wang and Yanzi, especially around this time. Naturally, anywhere with food. But unlike their usual meetings, today brought a small surprise for Wang. For the first time, aside from food, Yanzi had brought him a gift. Hee, I feel a little embarrassed. What did you get me? Excited, Wang eagerly took the bag Yanzi handed him, and began examining its contents while asking questions. You just joined the team, right? You probably have not been issued the team jersey or training clothes yet. I know you well. You definitely did not bring many usable clothes when you came here. So I picked out a few casual training outfits. Remember to wash and change them regularly, do not always be stinky. Humph, Yanzi, you always think of everything. I was just worried about whether I should wash this set or not. Since I am traveling with the team tomorrow, I was not sure what to wear. Now I have options. They had only just met up, and Wang had not even had a chance to say anything yet. Seeing Yanzi's curious expression, Wang Xiaochun proudly shared the news about traveling with the team. Naturally, that earned him another round of encouragement. He also did not forget the forms and the choice of major, so the two of them sat there in the student cafeteria. One seriously helping to fill out and explain the forms, the other seriously eating and watching. Though what exactly he was watching was another matter entirely. The next day arrived. Since Wang Xiaochun had already been told where and when to meet, he naturally did not go to the gym. But it was precisely because he was not at the gym that morning that a family member who had just arrived from China appeared there. The two just barely missed each other. The Carrier Dome at Syracuse University is the largest university sports stadium in the United States and the largest indoor arena in the northeastern United States. It includes both indoor and outdoor facilities. Syracuse University's football, hockey, and basketball home games are all held here. This was Wang Xiaochun's third visit to the arena. The previous two times were with Yanzi, once for sightseeing and once to watch a football game. Of course, both of those visits were to outdoor events. Wang Xiaochun had thought the crowd at the football game was already enormous. But to his surprise, the number of spectators for this indoor basketball game was no less than that of the outdoor one. My God! So this is the atmosphere at an American college basketball game? The only similar scene Wang Xiaochun had ever witnessed was on television during the national games or Asian games. He had never imagined that a game he might one day play in would take place under such circumstances. So, when he sat down in the last row of the bench, he behaved like a curious child, glancing here and there with wide-eyed fascination. He was, quite unmistakably, the picture of a country bumpkin. Hi, dude, meet me, my name is Fei Ersi, and I will be a teammate in the future. Just as Wang Xiaochun was taking everything in with curiosity, a skinny young man sitting beside him, skinny and small only relative to Wang Xiaochun, spoke up and greeted him. Wang Xiaochun's reaction, of course, was, he quickly pulled out his translator, revealing his obvious handicap. Fortunately, with the help of this little device, he could at least roughly understand the gist of the conversation. Through this simple interaction, Wang Xiaochun learned that the skinny young man, named Fei Ersi, had also just joined the basketball team this year and was a freshman. He played the shooting guard position. Unfortunately, he had not yet had a chance to actually appear in a game. Firmly a benchwarmer, just like Wang Xiaochun. So, naturally, he was seated next to Wang, who was also unlikely to get any playtime. Having someone who wanted to talk to him, Wang Xiaochun stopped looking around and focused on the conversation. He also hoped to learn more about the team and his teammates through Fei Ersi. As for the team, there was no need to ask. Fei Ersi's proud expression made it clear. This was a top-tier school and a top-tier team. Regarding the players, Fei Ersi only introduced two fellow freshmen, Anthony and Jerry. From the words and fragments Wang Xiaochun managed to decipher, he gathered that these two were the team's offensive core. They were on a completely different level from the others. Whether the team won or lost largely depended on their performance. As for the rest of the players, Fei Ersi felt there was no need to concern oneself with them for now. That made Wang Xiaochun curious. To be honest, he had now been part of the team for 3 days. Aside from the coaching staff and the few brief exchanges with Fei Ersi and Anthony, the rest of the team remained distant and indifferent to him. That was not what Wang Xiaochun had hoped for. In his view, human relationships were like raising cattle. Only by getting along could things last long. Self-centeredness was dangerous. So he tried to understand how his teammates viewed him. Through simple vocabulary and explanation, Fei Ersi finally told him the real reason. It was because of the way Wang Xiaochun had entered the team. Too dramatically. Moreover, the players he had knocked down during that incident were all starters, embarrassed by having been so easily taken down in front of everyone. They resented him. Had his show of strength not been so overwhelming, some of them might even have tried to teach him a lesson. What a bunch of petty guys. I already apologized and said it was not intentional, and they are still holding a grudge. Wang Xiaochun, for his part, had not taken the matter seriously. In his mind, he had not injured anyone, nor acted intentionally. He had apologized, and that should have been the end of it. But these foreigners were still dwelling on it. They were way too petty. If you guys do not want to acknowledge me, then I will not bother with you either. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Wang Xiaochun had no intention of forcing his way into anyone's good graces. Nor did he plan to dwell on this any longer. Wang Xiaochun and Fei Ersi did not chat for too long. After all, they were here for a game. Once they were called in, the arena staff informed them that the court was ready for use. The players naturally began their warm-up routines. At that point, Fei Ersi turned to Wang Xiaochun and said, they also needed to head over to the warm-up area. Even if we are not playing, we still need to warm up? This being his first time at a game, Wang Xiaochun had no idea what the procedure was. Fei Ersi explained that, even if you were not going to play, you still had to warm up. It was just that the warm-up routines for players unlikely to see court time were different from those of the starters. According to team tradition, their warm-up involved retrieving balls for the teammates who were practicing their shots. That was their designated task. Damn it! Newbies have no rights. Wang Xiaochun had not expected this, but since it was tradition, he had to respect it. So he followed Fei Ersi to the basket area. Their job was to collect the balls that teammates shot, either returning them in a pile or passing them back. Fei Ersi, having done this for a while, and clearly having a good rapport with the team, knew exactly what to do and which player needed a pass. His actions were smooth and effective, but when it came to Wang Xiaochun, he wanted to pass the balls back for teammates to use during warm-up. But it was his first time doing this. Not only was his aim poor, but even when he aimed correctly, his passes were either too strong, or hit teammates on the head or body. And since he was not yet familiar with his own passing strength, you can imagine how annoyed the teammates were. However, since this was a game setting, and the stands were full of spectators watching, they could not vent their anger openly. So they simply shot him vicious looks, or deliberately ignored and dodged his passes. As a result, Wang Xiaochun had to run all the way across the court to retrieve the balls he had passed and that no one caught. This only added to his frustration. Fuck this. If you guys will not take the passes, I will just play with the ball by myself. Wang Xiaochun did not think the problem was with him. Moreover, after hearing Fei Ersi's explanation of how the teammates viewed him, he believed the others were deliberately targeting him. So as he ran around the court picking up balls, his anger began to build. However, all the players were still in the middle of their warm-up, and he could not just stand still while everyone else was active. Doing so would make him look far too out of place. Driven by this mindset, Wang Xiaochun began throwing the balls he collected toward his own team's warm-up basket. In truth, Wang Xiaochun had no need to worry about whether he looked out of place, because even while moving, he stood out clearly on the court, not because he was overweight, but because of what he was wearing. All the other players were dressed in uniform team training attire, but Wang Xiaochun? He was wearing the casual training clothes Yan Zi had given him, different in both color and style from the rest of the team. So he stood out, like a lone sprout in a field of flowers. Absolutely unique. Moreover, while the other players were positioned around the three-point arc for warm-up, he, who was not even eligible to play, could hardly take up a spot there. So the only place he could shoot from was near the center circle at midcourt. This gave the audience the impression that a tall, fat spectator had somehow wandered onto the court and decided to join the players in shooting hoops. And from that position, no less. Was he not clearly here to make trouble? Should the arena staff not intervene? Of course, these were just their impressions. They were not the staff, so they kept those thoughts to themselves. Many of them were also curious. What would happen next with this odd fat man causing a stir behind the players? Clearly, they were beginning to enjoy the potential spectacle. Their curiosity was quickly rewarded. As soon as the fat man made his first shot, they went from curious to mildly surprised, because he actually made the basket from that far away. And with one hand. Fine, perhaps that was just luck, so their surprise remained mild. Following this sequence of events, it seemed obvious that even if the arena staff did not act, the players would surely react. But for some reason, after the ball went in, only a few players turned their heads to glance at him, then returned to what they were doing. It was as though the appearance of this fat spectator did not surprise them at all. This only deepened the crowd's curiosity. These kids are way too chill. Are they not even a little worried? Could he be someone the opposing team sent to disrupt their warm-up? Just as these thoughts began forming in their minds, and even more wild possibilities began to arise, the fat man picked up another ball, stood in roughly the same spot, and made another one-handed shot. Again, nothing but net. That transformed the audience's mild surprise into genuine astonishment. They began to exclaim aloud. These were 2 consecutive ultra-long-range three-point shots. Even if you explained it away as luck, the luck would be beyond belief. Normally, witnessing one such shot in a professional game would be a major surprise. But here was an obvious spectator, sinking 2 in a row. How could they not react with amazement? And before they had time to process what had happened, they were forced to raise their voices again. And again. Because the fat man kept shooting from the same spot, making 5 baskets in a row. What is going on? Why is the audience reacting so loudly? Is someone doing a slam dunk show? On the orange team's bench, head coach Bohane was in the middle of a tactical discussion with his 2 assistant coaches. As each had their own views, they were fully absorbed in the conversation. None of them had been paying attention to what was happening on the court, but the audience's collective gasp was so loud that they had no choice but to look over. And while doing so, they began asking what had happened. Coach, it is that guy Wang doing warm-up drills. He is the one who fired up the crowd. It was Anthony who responded, having already finished his own warm-up. As the team's top star, he was always the first to complete such tasks. He had seen the entire performance from Wang Xiaochun, while the latter had been collecting balls. Him? Who told him to warm up? Does he not know what he is supposed to be doing right now? Wait, where is he? Upon hearing Anthony's explanation, Bohane instinctively looked toward the basket area to find the chubby figure from his memory, but he could not find him there, which struck him as odd. So he looked back at Anthony again. Anthony, seemingly understanding the coach's confusion, pointed toward a more distant spot with a slightly suppressed smile. Following the direction of the finger, Bohane finally saw Wang Xiaochun, just as he was picking up another basketball and preparing to shoot. That damn kid, what the hell is he doing? Does he not understand that I do not want his abilities exposed yet? Watching what Wang Xiaochun was about to do, and hearing the crowd's growing excitement, Bohane instantly guessed what had happened. And once he did, he was about ready to explode. He had planned to use Wang Xiaochun as a secret weapon. Ideally, no other team would even know he existed, because the more they knew, the easier it would be to exploit his strengths and target his weaknesses. But now look what had happened. In front of a full crowd, he had put on a stunning display. Even if the audience were just casual fans, they would definitely remember this guy. How was he supposed to carry out his future plans now? Get that damn kid back here. Now. Immediately. Tell him to stay in the locker room, and inform him that for the rest of the season, unless I give the order, he is not to appear in any public setting with the team. Wang Xiaochun felt his current situation was somewhat inexplicable, because he had absolutely no idea why assistant coach Jones had brought him back to the locker room. What did I do wrong? Was it just because I did not participate in the team's warm-up? One moment he was on the bench, and the next he was in the locker room. And before leaving, assistant coach Jones had even muttered something strange, "Pray for yourself." Unable to make sense of it all, Wang Xiaochun could only search for the problem within himself, but he did not feel he had done anything wrong. At this point, all he could attribute it to was a lack of team spirit. Outside, the game was in progress. Wang Xiaochun, meanwhile, sat alone in the locker room, through the deafening cheers echoing from beyond the door. He could imagine that the match was probably very exciting. But all he could do was wait until the game was over and the team returned. Over an hour later, When the players filed into the locker room one by one, Wang Xiaochun could tell from the look on their faces that they had probably won the game. How was the game? Did you get to play? Watching his teammates celebrate one after another, Wang Xiaochun did not want to be invisible. When he finally saw Fells, the last to enter the locker room, he stepped forward to check in on how his newly acquainted teammate had fared in the game. But to his surprise, this teammate's expression was completely opposite to everyone else's. He wore a gloomy, almost miserable look, and through the translation app, he shared his misfortune with Wang Xiaochun. Did I play? Maybe in the past. But from now on? Almost certainly not. Though Fells was feeling down, he still explained the entire story to Wang Xiaochun. To summarize, because of his overzealous enthusiasm, he had caused Wang Xiaochun, who was not supposed to be on the court at all, to appear there. Combined with Wang Xiaochun's astonishing actions, the head coach's lineup and strategy were completely disrupted. After forcibly removing Wang Xiaochun from the court, the audience, unaware of the context, had reacted with a minor commotion when they saw the mysterious spectator being escorted away. As the one who started it all, Fells was harshly scolded. As punishment, the head coach clearly told him, for the foreseeable future, getting playtime was practically impossible. This outcome, good intentions leading to bad results, left him understandably upset. My condolences. Looks like we are both in the same boat now. Fells not only shared his own situation, he also described the coach's attitude when sending Wang Xiaochun back to the locker room. Although Wang Xiaochun still did not understand the coach's reasoning for using him this way, he did not dwell on it. In his view, being able to attend university was clearly more important than playing basketball. If he could play, great. If not, that was fine too. The game was over, and the players were naturally dismissed on the spot. After all, they had fought hard through a full match. There were no training tasks scheduled for the afternoon, so everyone scattered. However, Wang Xiaochun still had to return to campus. The stack of forms he filled out yesterday needed to be submitted today. So after the team dispersed, he headed back to the basketball facility. But unexpectedly, he ran into someone he never thought he would see here. Uncle, why are you here? When did you get here? The person Wang Xiaochun encountered was his uncle, Zheng Huizhong. Ha ha ha, I arrived early this morning, but the folks here said your team went off to a game, so I had no choice but to wait here the whole time. I did not expect what you said to be true. You really are studying in America. From Zheng Huizhong's height, it was clear that Wang Xiaochun had inherited the height gene from his mother's side. Uncle, 1.90 meters. Nephew, 2.05 meters. A logical equation indeed. Unfortunately, when it came to facial features, they shared absolutely no resemblance. The uncle had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes radiating masculine energy. The nephew had a round pancake-like face, miniature features, and tiny eyes. He, how could I joke about something like this? Uncle, look at all these documents in my hand. These are my enrollment materials. Yanzi helped me choose my major, public relations. What do you think? Sounds high-end and classy, right? He. In Wang Xiaochun's memory, this uncle was the one who had always loved him the most among his relatives. Although they had not met often when his uncle was serving in the military, every visit meant bags full of snacks and toys. That kind of love could be felt from miles away. Now that this beloved relative had come all the way to America, clearly to see him, how could Wang Xiaochun not take the opportunity to show off a bit? He wanted his uncle to share in his happiness. Good. You are the first university student from both sides of our family. And you are studying abroad. Your parents are overjoyed, and your uncle is proud too. Zheng Huizhong did not even glance at the documents in Wang Xiaochun's hand. He simply looked at his tall nephew with affection. His joy was unmistakable. Ha! All right, uncle, did you come all the way here just to see me? How long can you stay? Also, I called home a couple days ago and asked about my missing high school years. Dad said not to worry about it, that you could take care of it? Last time, when Wang Xiaochun told his family he was going to study in the US, after their initial shock, they had to think about how to cover the missing 3 years of high school on paper. But since they were, after all, just modestly well-off farmers, they were not good at handling these kinds of things, even if they were willing to spend the money. So they had no choice but to call on the most capable family member, his uncle, to see if he could solve it. Do not worry about that. It was a trivial matter. I have already spoken with your high school. We will donate a few things to them, and they will create an academic record for you. Your high school diploma should already be in your father's hands by now. Hee hee, that was fast. I was still worried that when the university here asks for proof, the folks back home would not be able to send it in time. Wang Xiaochun did not ask what exactly they had to donate. He knew that even if he asked, his uncle would not tell him. He simply made a note of his uncle's kindness and tucked it deep into his heart. Let us not just stand here. Are you hungry? If not, come with me somewhere. We will eat a big meal once we get there. And I will introduce you to a few people. After all, you will be living here in America alone. Who knows what trouble might come up? Your uncle is far away and cannot help from back home. If there are a few people here who can look after you, then I can rest easy. Where are we going? Who are we meeting? Chinatown. A few of your uncle's old comrades. For Wang Xiaochun, the days of university were beautiful, although almost all of his college life was spent on the training ground. And every day he was trained until he felt like a dead dog. The nostalgic feeling of going to and from class, plus the occasional companionship of Yanzi, made Wang Xiaochun feel content. Of course, if he had to find something to be dissatisfied with, there was indeed one thing. While his teammates were training, he was training. But when his teammates went to compete, he was still training. Yes, he had completely lost the qualification to follow the team into matches. It had been a month since he joined the basketball team. Except for the third day, when he stayed in the locker room for one match with the team, he had never again set foot in the arena. Not even a chance to stay in the locker room. It was another bright, sunny day. And once again, the training ground belonged solely to Wang Xiaochun. Today the team had a game. Once more, he had been left to be observed. Wang, come over here. You do not need to practice boxing out today. You need to add some new training items. 1 month may not be a long time, but in this environment full of foreigners, Wang Xiaochun's English had improved quite rapidly. He could now barely manage some simple conversations, though it was still a struggle. Most of the time, he still relied on a translation app. Coach Jones, what training should I add? For some reason, Assistant Coach Jones had not gone with the team today. Judging from the current situation, it should be related to Wang Xiaochun's new training assignment. There's quite a bit, but it's all simple. It should not be difficult for you. The contents are stationary open 3-point shots, moving open 3-point shots, catch and shoot stationary threes, moving catch and shoot threes, and contested threes. Over the past month, Coach Jones had been very satisfied with Wang Xiaochun's training in boxing out. It perfectly confirmed the saying, strength creates miracles. With Wang Xiaochun's size and power, no one on the team could match him under the basket. Sometimes even 2 players together could not move this fat guy. Oh, and it should be mentioned, 10 days ago, Wang Xiaochun had already stopped only wrestling with equipment. He had begun one-on-one training. After all, equipment is lifeless. It does not move, and it certainly does not compete with you for rebounds. So flexibility and mobility training was a must. Currently, Wang Xiaochun's boxing out practice was carried out with the help of 1 or 2 teammates. This made things hard for those teammates and worsened Wang Xiaochun's popularity within the team, not just because of his strength, but simply because no one else on the team could shake that massive body of his. That is why it usually took 1 or 2 players to train with him. However, the effectiveness of this training was evident. As long as Wang Xiaochun secured his position and put his opponent behind him, unless it was one of those guys who could fly or teleport, the rebound was most definitely his. Shooting threes? That is not hard at all for me. Since he had already reached such a level under the basket, naturally, the next step in his training should progress further. And since Wang Xiaochun had confidence in his shooting accuracy, he did not think this training would be difficult. Even though he had not fully figured out all the different types of threes the coach mentioned, he figured, whatever, it is all about shooting threes. No matter how you shoot, they are still threes. But was it really as simple as he thought? Once the actual shooting training began, his confidence started to waver. Although your one-handed shot is quite accurate, I still hope you can improve your form. Try to protect the ball with both hands before shooting. This will increase stability and give you better control over fakes and dodges. Wang Xiaochun's shooting form, after all, was self-taught. Fine for personal enjoyment, but once it came to formal games, all the flaws gradually surfaced. Although assistant coach Jones did not intend to force him to change his form, he still offered the most professional advice. Wang Xiaochun was obedient. He accepted the suggestion and gave it a try. But once he did, his shooting accuracy plummeted. He made only 3 out of 10 in stationary open 3-point shooting. Forget it. You can work on that later. After all, it takes time to fix, and we do not have much time left. This obvious drop in accuracy had clearly caught Coach Jones off guard. But as he said, there was no time to allow Wang Xiaochun to completely rebuild his technique. For now, he would stick to his old shooting form. From a performance standpoint, Wang Xiaochun's stationary three-point shooting was absolutely adequate.
So this part of the training did not last long.
Then came moving open three-point shooting, since Wang Xiaochun's dribbling was still garbage. For this part, Coach Jones had him move 2 steps while holding the ball, then shoot. Still using the same form, 7 out of 10. Slightly lower than stationary, but still acceptable. After all, it was just the beginning. He needed time to get used to it. Next was the catch and shoot stationary threes. No, too slow. At your current speed, by the time you lift your arms, the defender is already standing in front of you. Also, do not be so stiff after catching the ball. And do not grip the ball so hard. That will directly affect the fluidity of your shooting motion. During this portion of the training, many of Wang Xiaochun's problems started to emerge. Take catching the ball, for instance. He had not been playing basketball for long. Forget ball sense. He had not even developed proper hand feel. When catching the ball, it was practically brute force catching. He used only the strength of his palms, without any cushioning at all. Sometimes he even failed to secure the ball while brute catching. Add to that the fact that he was slow, and not just physically slow. His mental reactions were slow too. He would only start to think about shooting after he had already forced the ball into his hands. He was so slow, he could rival an old lady practicing Tai Chi. You can imagine how bad his accuracy was. The same went for moving catch and shoot. He had to add yet another step. Glancing at the basket after catching the ball, his accuracy dropped even further. It made Coach Jones wince. And that was not the worst part. The worst was shooting under defensive pressure. I already told you, I am just putting my hand up, only to obstruct your vision. I will not touch you. Just use your normal motion and timing to shoot. Pretend I am made of air if you have to. You cannot possibly miss every single shot, can you? With the previous drills, even though his accuracy dropped, he could still make 1 or 2 shots. But once it came to contested shooting, Wang Xiaochun looked like he had completely forgotten how to shoot. His bricks were beyond embarrassing. 20 shots. Not a single one went in. Coach Jones was at a total loss. And so was Wang Xiaochun. As mentioned before, he had already begun to lose confidence in his three-point shot. In summary, all of Wang Xiaochun's shortcomings essentially stemmed from the fact that he had only started playing basketball very recently. A lack of proficiency naturally led to all sorts of issues. I wonder if the head coach's plan to use Wang will be affected by this. As mentioned before, Boheim had intended to use Wang Xiaochun as a secret weapon. He was even willing to keep Wang benched the whole time in order to maximize that effect. But judging from the current situation, Wang Xiaochun had no issue serving as an under-the-basket workhorse. However, the three-point shooting they valued most was still highly questionable. After a full day of trial and error, assistant coach Jones had already gained a clear understanding of Wang Xiaochun's weaknesses. After reporting all of this to the head coach fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. We are out of time. The January schedule is almost over. February is our push period, and right after that comes March Madness. I originally assumed Wang would not have any problems with three-point shooting, so I did not allocate much time in the plan for him to practice that. I had hoped to focus more on helping him get familiar with tactics to coordinate with the offense. Now it seems we will have to give up on his offensive potential. Clearly, Boheim's plan had been disrupted. He had no choice but to painfully abandon certain aspects and play to strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Then, do we still need to train him in three-point shooting? Or do we skip that step altogether? After working together for so many years, Jones clearly understood Boheim's thinking. He asked only to confirm the decision. Skip it. From now on, lift the ban on him. He can travel with the team and join in warm-ups. Ideally, during warm-ups, make the opposing team notice him. Notice that he has a very strong three-point shot. Only this way, when he gets on the court, the opponents will not dare to leave him unguarded. And that will help us achieve our original goal of spacing the floor. Though the details of the plan had changed, its intended outcome could not. As long as Wang Xiaochun could pull the opposing interior defenders out of the paint during offense, he would open up the lane for Anthony's aggressive drives. That alone would fulfill the first stage of their strategy. As for Wang Xiaochun's actual performance in three-point shooting during the game, that could only be determined based on the situation. February 1, 2003. It was a very special day for Wang Xiaochun. This was not only the day he officially donned the uniform of the Orange and traveled with the team to the game, it was also the Chinese Lunar New Year. It was the first time Wang Xiaochun would spend New Year's Eve without family. I wonder if I can watch the Spring Festival Gala here. I wonder if Yanzi could spend New Year's Eve with me. Wang Xiaochun had already arrived at the game venue with the team. His teammates were already warming up, but clearly, his mind was elsewhere. He was still planning how to spend his very first New Year abroad. 1. What are you standing around for? Coach already said. You need to shoot a few more three-pointers during warm-ups. Get over here. What was Wang Xiaochun thinking? Of course, no one else knew, so when Fels called out to him, he thought this guy was just nervous from being here for the first time, afraid he might get sent back to the locker room again. Actually, Fels himself was also confused. Why did the coaches suddenly change their minds? Last time I called Wang onto the court to warm up, I got scolded like crazy. And Wang ended up benched for over a month, and now they are specifically telling me to cooperate with Wang during warm-ups and help him shoot more threes? Damn it! Are they messing with me? Fell's feelings at that moment would frustrate anyone, but since he was just a rookie player, he still had to carry out the coach's orders. Oh, coming, snapped out of his thoughts by Fell's call. Wang Xiaochun knew this was not the time to be daydreaming, though he still did not fully understand why the coaches had such a sudden change of heart. Orders were orders. He had to follow them. Swish! Most of the players on the team already knew what Wang Xiaochun was going to do during warm-up today. So the moment he picked up the basketball, everyone else paused their own activities and deliberately cleared an area for him so he could shoot threes. And Wang Xiaochun did not hesitate. His first shot was clean and precise. It seemed that without pressure or defense, his three-point shooting was still sharp. Chris, what is going on with Syracuse over there? Why did they suddenly stop warming up? There's still plenty of time left before warm-up ends, right? Today's opponent for Syracuse University was Georgia Tech, a strong team from the same division. Truth be told, Syracuse's 6th division was stacked with powerhouse teams. Besides Georgia Tech, there were giants like Duke and North Carolina, and each of these teams had their own star players, like Syracuse's Carmelo Anthony, Georgia Tech's Chris Bosh. All of them were top-tier college basketball names recognized across the country. But Chris being spoken to just now was none other than Chris Bosh. I am not sure either. Maybe they are running a different kind of drill? While Syracuse was doing warm-ups, so was Georgia Tech. So Syracuse's sudden pause stood out quite noticeably. This sparked curiosity among the live audience. Hey, that chubby guy looks so familiar. Where have I seen him before? Yeah. But does Syracuse even have a player like that? I do not remember him. Today was a home game, and many diehard fans were in the crowd. They had barely missed a single Syracuse match. So naturally, they still remembered what had happened a month ago. But remembering it did not mean they recognized who that person was. Back then, many assumed Wang Xiaochun was just a spectator. Now that he was back, in uniform, on the court, of course, it was not easy for everyone to recognize him right away. However, some spectators with sharp eyes eventually noticed. Even though they had not immediately recognized Wang Xiaochun in his new gear, the moment he launched that first one-handed three-pointer and nailed it, their memories became instantly clear. Oh, it's that guy. That guy, the amazing one. I never thought he would actually join our team. After all, Wang Xiaochun had a, let's say, distinctive appearance. Once he made that shot, more and more people started to remember him. And as those spectators cried out in surprise, others around them became curious as well. They began asking those who seemed to be in the know what the fuss was about. And the most common reply was, "See that fat guy on our home team? Keep your eyes on him, do not blink. He is going to surprise you." Swish. Phew, not bad. As long as I shoot in my usual way, the accuracy is still reliable. Those shooting drills from the other day almost made me want to crawl into a hole. The commotion in the stands was something Wang Xiaochun did not even notice. After all, there were so many spectators in the arena. By the time those voices reached his ears, they were already reduced to a dull buzz. So he was unaffected by them and continued doing his job, completing the task the coach had assigned him. Swish, swish, swish. In a stadium this large, with a crowd this big, it would normally be impossible to hear the sound of a basketball cleanly swishing through the net. But Wang Xiaochun's performance was so extraordinary, so unbelievable, that after a brief moment of shocked murmurs, The crowd instinctively fell silent. Perhaps they too wanted to see just how many consecutive three-pointers this incredible fat guy could make, as if afraid any sound they made would disturb his rhythm. Many spectators stayed absolutely quiet, and silence, it seemed, was contagious. Even those in the audience who had not been paying attention to the court were influenced by this atmosphere and shut their mouths on their own. On top of that, the stadium DJ was excellent at reading the moment. He coordinated to have all the live feed cameras zoom in on Wang Xiaochun. This made the sound of the ball swishing through the hoop, originally muffled by the crowd, grow gradually louder. Louder until everyone in the entire arena could clearly hear it. My God, where the hell did this guy come from? How many has he made already? A dozen? 20? Did we see this guy last time we played Syracuse? Chris, can you do this? You can do something like this too, right? Such an unbelievable sight. Brought even Georgia Tech's warm-up area to a halt. But while they stopped moving, what they were witnessing also brought mental pressure. Because this guy was a player from the opposing team. If he performed like this once the game officially started, what chance did they have? So someone instinctively turned to their team star, their spiritual core, as if just hearing him say, "I can do that too," would restore their confidence. I don't think I can. Clearly, Chris Bosch was also shaken by what he was seeing from Wang Xiaochun. To be honest, as a big man, his own three-point shooting ability was definitely among the best in the NCAA. He was confident in every aspect of his skill set. Take his three-point shooting for instance. His shooting percentage this season had reached 50%, but even with that accuracy, even during practice, he could not reach the level this fat guy was showing. 7 or 8 makes out of 10 was probably his max, but 20-plus consecutive long-range threes? That was something he had never even dared to imagine. He had believed it was impossible. But clearly, this fat guy was doing it, and was still going. He was starting to feel nervous. Judging by his height, this guy was probably playing the same position as him. He was starting to worry. What if I can't stop this guy? What if he drops a barrage of threes on me and blows me up? Swish, 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 clank. Ow, I can't anymore, my arm's gone numb. Even if you are standing still and only using your arms to shoot, swinging your arm over 30 times in a row without rest will lead to exhaustion. Wang Xiaochun was no exception. Even with his strength, his stamina was not infinite. So when he felt his arms go numb and finally missed a shot, he stopped shooting. Only then did he notice how eerily quiet the arena had become. Nearly 10,000 people, yet complete silence? Just as he turned his head to glance around, a deafening roar exploded in the arena. Are these fans going nuts? Or did someone do something criminally outrageous? Scared the hell out of me. The sudden eruption of sound caught Wang Xiaochun completely off guard. And just then, "Bro, you're definitely going to be on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow." Front page, headline. Next to him, Fells, who had been sweating buckets while passing balls to Wang Xiaochun, started pounding on his already sore arm in excitement. Stop, stop, stop. What the hell are you doing? If you want to give me a massage, this isn't how you do it. Wait, is warm-up almost over? To Wang Xiaochun, Fells' pounding was no more than an itchy tickle. But he happened to be ticklish. So he completely forgot his previous confusion. What he did remember was that this was still warm-up time, and his task should now be complete. It's over. Been over. If not for you, we'd have finished long ago. You don't even know what you just did out there. It was. Cut the chatter. Looks like coach is calling everyone. Let's go. Not understanding what was going on, Wang Xiaochun had no way to appreciate Fell's excitement. He first noticed that the head coach had stood up from his seat, clapping and motioning for them to come over. Wang Xiaochun did not dare delay. After all, he had just been unbanned. He had to behave like a good, obedient boy now. All right, the game is about to begin. Today's starting lineup is unchanged. Tactics remain the same for now. Get ready to go on court. Wang, good job. That was very effective. Wang Xiaochun was certain. The first part of that speech was directed at the starting players. The second part was aimed at him. And it was definitely a compliment. But why did he use the word effective when praising me? Let's just say this guy's brain was way too slow on the uptake. After watching the starters head out to the court, he returned to his seat. Only then, after Fells explained it again, did he start to realize that apparently, he had done something really impressive. You guys already knew I could shoot like this. The crowd probably just thought it was new and exciting. Why are you making such a fuss too? Even though Fels was clearly emotional while explaining, Wang Xiaochun still did not believe what he had done. Was that amazing? But he was starting to get a little excited. If it's really like you say, then does that mean I might actually get to play today? Even now, Wang Xiaochun still believed that joining the basketball team was merely a stepping stone to gain admission to the university. Becoming part of Syracuse's team was just a way to earn his diploma. But now that he was a university athlete, how could he not want to get a taste of real game action? So yes, he was looking forward to it. Would today's performance earn him that chance? Hope, after all, was only hope when your own team was playing smoothly and in control. In order to ensure final victory, during this final sprint phase in February, Boheim was not about to recklessly risk using other players, especially not Wang Xiaochun, who was originally intended to be used as a surprise weapon. All the more reason not to casually let him on the court and risk exposing any weaknesses. Besides, the effect of his performance was clearly far greater than the effect he would have on the actual game. Just look, many of Georgia Tech's players had already lost their composure. Even their top star, Chris Bosh, was not spared. Throughout the entire game, he kept trying to shoot three-pointers. And whenever he missed, he would subconsciously glance in the direction of Wang Xiaochun, as if he really cared what this guy thought of him. It got to the point where Wang Xiaochun himself was confused why this lanky guy kept looking at him. Syracuse was dominant. Georgia Tech lost its mental edge. Naturally, the final winner of this game was the Orange team. And for all the reasons mentioned above, Wang Xiaochun had no chance of playing, so he could only sit obediently on the bench for the entire game. Sigh, what a pity. We won so easily. Couldn't the coach at least consider the fans' feelings and let you play? After the game, the players began walking through the tunnel toward the locker room. At the very back were Wang Xiaochun and Fels, perhaps influenced by a few enthusiastic fans sitting overhead at the tunnel entrance, who had just been cheering warmly for Wang Xiaochun. Fels began voicing some injustice on his behalf. Near the end of the game, with Syracuse already leading Georgia Tech by a wide margin, some of the fans closest to the bench had begun calling out, asking for the fat guy Wang Xiaochun to be sent in. Most likely, they had not had enough of the magical display he had put on before the game started. Even though they still were not sure who this fat guy was, or when he joined the team, they hoped the Syracuse coaching staff would fulfill their wish. Unfortunately, the head coach was not about to disrupt his well-planned strategy, just to give the audience a thrill, so he completely ignored the calls. This frustrated Fels, who still had not gotten his own playing opportunity. He could not help but feel annoyed, especially now, after hearing those fans again from above the tunnel entrance. Enough already, stop fussing about it. The chance to play will come, it's only a matter of time. Wang Xiaochun, for his part, was not bothered by Fels' complaints. Though he did feel a slight bit of regret that he had not played, it really was just a little. Same as always. Whatever the coach assigns, he does it. If nothing is assigned, then he waits quietly. But sometimes waiting is short, and sometimes it is long. What Wang Xiaochun never expected was that throughout all the games in February, apart from being told to shoot more three-pointers during warm-up, the head coach never let him play. Not even once. To the point where Wang Xiaochun began to question whether he had joined the basketball team or a performance team. Wang, hurry up. It's time for your opening act again. February's final day. Another home game for the Orange team. And once again, Wang Xiaochun had to do what had become a routine before every game. Shoot threes. Stop rushing me, this is a home game. And not many people are still interested in watching my three-point shooting anymore. As the saying goes, rarity is value. Do not assume that's always praise. Once something becomes common, it loses its novelty. Ever since that miraculous scene on the first day of February, Wang Xiaochun had appeared in the local newspaper the very next day. But it was not, as Fels had claimed, front-page news. Just a small column in a corner of a supplementary section. The general message was, the Orange team has added a powerful new player, large in build, deadly accurate from three-point range. He may become a key asset in the championship run. The article was short, but at least it was complimentary. So when Wang Xiaochun saw the article, he was still quite excited. After all, it was his first time being in the newspaper. How could he not be excited? He was so happy he even mailed the newspaper back to China, hoping to make his family proud. And after the article was published, more people started paying attention to him. Some even traveled long distances just to watch him play. According to Fels' analysis, these people were either scouts from other schools, or talent scouts from NBA teams. Bullshit. What kind of school or team would scout a player who never even steps onto the court? At first, Wang Xiaochun had actually believed Fell's analysis a bit, thinking he was gaining fame even before setting foot in a game. But that illusion quickly faded. Day after day of training with the team. During scrimmages, he was given plenty of playtime. But when the official games came, it was like the head coach forgot he existed. Even during garbage time, he did not get a single second on the court. And except for those first couple of pre-game warm-ups where his three-point shooting drew cheers, the audience? They got used to it. Stopped caring. When they looked at him now, it was no different from watching a mascot. At best, people now simply knew. There's a fat guy on the orange team, great at threes. But who never plays? Named Wang Xiaochun. He completed his warm-up task like a machine, then returned to his corner seat to wait for the game to end. Maybe because he had never gotten the chance to play, Wang Xiaochun no longer even cared about the match. Sometimes he did not even know who they were playing against that day. His waiting had become dispirited. The game on the court was fierce, but he just sat there yawning. Wang, didn't you hear? The coach is calling you. Ha? Who's calling me? Even if he kept yawning for 2 more days, Wang Xiaochun would never dare fall asleep here. It was one thing to space out, but when Fels pushed him, he had no idea what was happening. It's the head coach. Go, quick, he might be about to send you in. The news came like a bolt from the blue for Wang Xiaochun. He had grown so used to the long wait. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling toward the coach's side. Coach, go warm up. You'll be subbing in for Bull shortly. That guy can't hold off the opposing center. He's getting destroyed under the basket. When you get in there, you don't need to do anything fancy. Just stop their guy from entering the paint. And even if he does get in, find a way to shove him right back out. Today, Syracuse University's opponent was Central Michigan University. They were the type of team that could be described as a non-strong team. That phrase might confuse some people, so here's a simple explanation. Central Michigan University is one of the 4 major public universities in the United States, with a relatively long history. But since the 1970s, their basketball team has never made it to the NCAA tournament. In other words, the university is strong in many areas, just not in basketball. This year marked the first time in many years that they made it into the tournament. And this significant breakthrough was largely thanks to their junior student and starting center, Chris Cummon. Chris Cummon, standing at 2.13 meters tall and weighing 120 kilograms, did not make much of a name for himself in high school. That's precisely why he ended up at a school with a weak basketball program. And in his first 2 years of college, he didn't stand out much either. Averaging fewer than 10 points and less than 5 rebounds per game, he appeared to be an entirely mediocre player. But in his junior year, this season, his long-accumulated basketball foundation finally reached a turning point. This season, he's averaged 15.5 points, 8.5 rebounds, and 2.2 blocks per game, becoming one of the most talked-about big men in the league. Because of this, Syracuse's starting center Bull, who stands 2.08 meters and weighs just over 100 kilograms, was simply outmatched by this more experienced veteran. On both offense and defense, he was completely overwhelmed. One important detail to note: the NCAA does not enforce a 3-second defensive rule in the paint. If your own center cannot outplay the opposing center, and cannot pull him away from the rim, then your most explosive offensive player cannot effectively attack the interior. Naturally, your scoring ability becomes heavily limited, and that's exactly the situation Syracuse was facing. Which is why Boeheim had no choice but to send in Wang Xiaochun. Look, our mascot is about to go in. Am I seeing things? He's warming up, he's really going in. Oh my god, that damned coach is finally using his secret weapon? Wang, get out there and kill those bastards with your threes. Unlike the task Boeheim assigned him, the spectators assumed that Wang Xiaochun was going in to boost the team's firepower, that his magical 3-point shooting was needed to close the scoring gap. This was exactly what they had been waiting and hoping for. Not nervous. All I need to do out there is hold my position on defense, float around on offense, nothing complicated. I can do it for sure. Compared to the crowd's expectations, Wang Xiaochun felt this was all happening too suddenly. Though the fans by the court gave him plenty of cheers, his mind was still in a daze. He stiffly walked to the sideline and tried to copy what his teammates were doing to warm up. But if you looked more closely at his arms and legs, you'd notice they were trembling with nervousness. After all, this was his first time. And it came so suddenly that he had no time to mentally prepare. Even though he understood that his role was supposed to be simple, he still couldn't calm himself down. After less than a minute of warm-up, during a dead ball situation, Wang Xiaochun finally stepped onto the court stiffly. Luckily, he had gotten decent practice time during scrimmages, so he didn't wander around clueless. He quickly found his place in the offense, the corner behind the three-point line, and at that moment, Chris Kumon, who had hardly left the paint the entire game, suddenly came over to guard him. As the saying goes, a man's name casts a shadow. There's no way Chris Kumon hadn't heard about Syracuse's mascot. Even if he hadn't, the performance before the game would have made it impossible to ignore. "Fatty, don't think you can shoot threes in front of me. I won't give you a single shot." As the saying goes, what you fear most is exactly what happens. Truthfully, Chris Kumon hated players like Wang Xiaochun, centers who didn't act like real centers. It was just like the time he played against Chris Bosh. That game had left a deep scar. Standing at 2.13 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, he was simply not as agile as that monkey like Chris Bosh. While he didn't suffer too much on offense, on defense he truly couldn't keep up with Bosch's rhythm. And now this fat guy in front of him, although obviously not as mobile as Chris Bosh, had one terrifying three-point shot, which meant he'd have to stay out on the perimeter to guard him. He wouldn't be able to dominate in the paint. Fat my ass. Like you're not fat yourself. For any overweight person, no matter how fat they are, they still don't want to be called fatty to their face. Wang Xiaochun was no different. After nearly 3 months in the US, he still made plenty of mistakes in English. But he had long since become familiar with certain common words. Like now, he clearly understood that Chris Kumon had just called him fatty. And that's why, when this possession forced Chris Kumon out of the paint to cover him, Carmelo Anthony easily drove in for 2 points. On the next possession, as the play shifted, the two fat guys met under the basket again. Wang Xiaochun carried out the coach's instructions clearly, and even overachieved. "Damn it, why is this guy so strong? I can't even move him an inch. Ref, that's a foul, he's pushing me." Sure, every team in the league already knew Syracuse had a mascot called Wang Xiaochun, but what they knew was limited to his three-point skills. They had no idea how strong he really was. Even though Chris Kumon had mentally prepared for Wang Xiaochun's size, bulk does not necessarily equal strength, and his own bulk was no small matter. He had assumed that with full force, he'd be able to overpower this mascot, but from the first moment of contact, he felt like he had slammed into a load-bearing wall. Not only did he fail to move him, but he was actually knocked backward several awkward steps. Unable to save face, he could only turn to the referee and complain, somewhat embarrassed. But the referee wasn't buying it. "Kid, do you even know what a pivot rule is? You're spinning in circles with that guy as your anchor. What do you take me for, blind?" In truth, during the physical battle between the two, this referee had been stunned as well. He knew how strong Kumon was. This season, no other player had been able to force him into such a position, and at first, he too had assumed that Wang Xiaochun was just a three-point shooter with some extra bulk. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong that he could stand there, expressionless, and completely block Kumon from the paint. Although, to be fair, the referee may have been giving him a little too much credit. Wang Xiaochun had to exert himself to the extreme. He was nearly using every ounce of strength he had. Otherwise, he never would have achieved such an overwhelming effect. It's just that, because he was so fat, the flesh on his face masked any signs of struggle. His expression didn't look strained at all. In the end, it was really Chris Kumon's own fault. Why did he have to openly call someone fatty? Never forget. A fat man's rage is no joke. Once he's pissed, he might just come at you with everything he's got. Using all of one's strength in a game, like lifting with the strength of a newborn, is not a sustainable strategy. Besides, Wang Xiaochun was really only venting because someone had called him fatty, and that approach consumed a lot of stamina. Wang Xiaochun's endurance was decent, but it still did not reach the level expected of a professional athlete. So in the first 2 possessions, he exerted his full strength. After that, he merely made sure Chris Kumon could not get into the paint, and that was enough to ease his frustration. As for Chris Kumon, he was, after all, a veteran who had played basketball for many years. Moreover, his scoring under the basket was not solely dependent on his physical gifts. His post-up skills were well-rounded and technical. So, though he had some trouble adapting at first, once he calmed down, he gradually got back into rhythm. "I'm not as strong as you, but I'm taller. If I can't get into the paint, I won't bother. I'll hook shoot. I'll take mid-range shots. You can't block me, can't block me, can't block me. Yes, he played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. Even if Wang Xiaochun had all the strength in the world, if he could not reach, the best he could do was try to interfere. But fortunately, he had pretty much completed the task assigned to him. At least on defense, he kept Chris Kaman out of the paint. And on offense, he pulled him away from the rim. This successfully limited Kaman's impact and allowed Syracuse to recover the score gap. As for everything else, well, there were limits to his ability. Perhaps because the score had evened out, and the team had regained its momentum, Wang Xiaochun was subbed out 5 minutes after being sent in. Boeheim was also worried that too many of Wang Xiaochun's shortcomings might be exposed. Luckily, during those 5 minutes, almost all the plays were set offenses. There were no fast breaks. If they had played a fast-paced game, Wang Xiaochun's slowness would definitely have become apparent. So he was subbed out early. And as for Wang Xiaochun, in those 5 minutes, he collected 3 rebounds, nothing else. Whether the head coach was satisfied with that, Wang Xiaochun did not know, but he himself thought it was fine. After all, he hadn't gone in to rack up stats. Still, quite a few spectators let out loud groans when he was subbed off, likely because they didn't get to see what they had been hoping for. Nearly 3 months after joining the basketball team, Wang Xiaochun finally stepped onto the court for the first time. Naturally, he wanted to share this moment with Yanzi. After all, he had been sitting on the bench all this time. Yanzi had even suspected that Wang Xiaochun wasn't working hard enough. He had been unable to defend himself until now. Finally, he had something to show off. So during the rest of the game, Wang Xiaochun spaced out again. It wasn't until Fels nudged him after the game ended that he returned to reality and left the arena with the team. The end of February also marked the end of the regular season. Next came the brutal one-on-one knockout rounds, March Madness. I wonder if I'll get another chance to play in such critical games. Now that he had played once, Wang Xiaochun naturally hoped for another opportunity. But again, it wasn't a strong hope. Maybe more than anything, he wanted Yanzi to see him on the court. Which, honestly, is normal. After all, he's male. What man doesn't want to display his feathers in front of a woman? His first time on court had come so suddenly, with no preparation, that Yanzi didn't get to see it with her own eyes. That left Wang Xiaochun with a sense of regret. But now that the ice was broken, there would surely be more opportunities to come. Only, the tournament had entered its critical stage. When those opportunities would arise, he could not say for sure. He hadn't played in the round of 64, nor in the round of 32. If we lose the next game, doesn't that mean I won't get another chance this season? Even the strongest teams could not guarantee victory once March Madness began. After all, under the single elimination format, one loss and you're out. Syracuse was an established powerhouse, yes, but they were by no means title favorites. Making it to the Elite Eight would already be considered their upper limit. Going one step further? Even the players themselves might not have that kind of confidence, which is why Wang Xiaochun had such thoughts. And in his mind, the more critical the match, the less likely they'd put in a half-baked player like him. So he was even more convinced. He would probably not play again this season. But unfortunately, life is never that absolute. A non-favorite could very well become a dark horse. Clearly, Syracuse had achieved that. Round of 16? Win. Elite 8? Another win. But what's the point of all this winning if they still won't let me play? Bitter yet joyful. That was the perfect description of Wang Xiaochun's current state. As a team member, of course he hoped the team would go as far as possible. But compared to his little personal wishes, even the team's success felt slightly out of balance. With the semi-finals approaching, likely to be Syracuse's last game, Wang Xiaochun felt his own hopes were dwindling again. Yanzi, are you going to watch the semi-finals? The night before Syracuse was scheduled to face the University of Texas in the national semi-final, Wang Xiaochun again asked Yanzi in a somewhat timid tone. Probably not. I have other things going on. You just focus on playing well. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Wang Xiaochun felt Yanzi had been extremely busy lately. He had that feeling because, when he first joined the team, whenever he invited Yanzi to watch their games, she'd say yes almost every time. But recently, she had often said she was busy and couldn't come. Wang Xiaochun had asked her what was keeping her busy, wondering if he could help somehow. But Yanzi said it was academic work. Well, that really was something Wang Xiaochun couldn't help with. Since Yanzi had things to do, Wang Xiaochun didn't push her. Besides, he wasn't even sure if he'd get to play. No need for her to make the trip for nothing. And it turned out that decision was completely justified. In the semi-final against Texas, because the two teams were evenly matched throughout the game, neither side dared to make any lineup changes. That situation held until the final minute. After several consecutive mistakes from Texas players, Syracuse's lead suddenly extended to 7 points. At that point, the Texas players clearly lost their composure. The final 30 seconds were just a mess of wild shots. They ended up beating themselves. Syracuse University ultimately won 93-84, advancing to the national championship game. This game was really incredible. It's a real shame you didn't get to see it. Although I didn't play, you must think that's unfortunate too, but Yanzi? Are you even listening to me? Yes. I'm listening. You were saying it was a pity, right? Yes, I agree, it really is a pity. Syracuse defeated Texas and advanced to the national championship. Naturally, this was something that greatly excited the entire university. It also made every player on the Orange team the center of attention across campus. Although Wang Xiaochun had still not gotten a chance to play, his team now had the chance to win the national title. This was something to be proud of, and he naturally wanted to boast a little in front of Yanzi. Today was the third day after the semi-final. In fact, Wang Xiaochun had wanted to share this with Yanzi the day before, but she hadn't been on campus at all. So today, he came to wait for her at the dorm apartment. Once she appeared, he excitedly launched into a non-stop stream of words. But Yanzi's responses were extremely brief. She clearly seemed distracted, barely listening to what he was saying. Do you have something going on today? You seem kind of rushed. We haven't talked in days. By the way, will you come to the final? I know I might not get to play, but it's a huge deal for our school. I bet everyone who can go will go, right? Is Wang Xiaochun highly intelligent? Hard to say. But emotionally intelligent? Definitely not. Why? Because anyone else could clearly see Yanzi's impatient, distracted glances in every direction. Even though Wang Xiaochun noticed and even vaguely sensed it, he still didn't take the hint. He just kept talking about what he wanted to say. Chun, don't you have practice today? Isn't the championship game tomorrow? You guys must have some really important prep work, right? Even though her expression of impatience was already very obvious, Yanzi still used a gentle tone in an attempt to make him understand. Just because you have time doesn't mean I have time to hang out with you. The championship is tomorrow. Of course, coach wouldn't schedule any more training. He already dismissed us yesterday morning to rest. Then you should listen to your coach and get some rest. What if he does let you play tomorrow? If you don't rest properly, your performance will suffer. Come on, am I wrong? Oh, I probably won't play. Tomorrow's game is too important. It doesn't matter whether you play or not. You should be completely ready just in case. Now stop wasting time here. Go get a good meal and then go back to your apartment to rest. I've got something to do, so I'll leave you to it. Oh, alright, I guess. Usually, whenever Yanzi said something that showed concern for him, Wang Xiaochun would be thrilled. But today, he couldn't feel that happiness. He still had so much more he wanted to say. But since Yanzi said she had something to take care of, he didn't want to hold her up. And maybe Yanzi was right. Who knows? Maybe the coach would suddenly have a wild idea. No, maybe there would come a moment where they'd need him to go in and bang bodies. That would be another chance to play. Wang Xiaochun was obedient. He listened not just to coach, but also to Yanzi. After reluctantly parting ways with her, he had a good meal and returned to his apartment to rest and recover. By the next day, he was full of energy as he followed the team into the national championship arena. April 7, 2003. The NCAA National Championship game officially began. The two teams competing for the title, the lucky dark horse Syracuse University and the basketball powerhouse University of Kansas. Some might wonder why those titles. Well, they were well-earned. Syracuse was called a dark horse because no one expected a team led by freshmen like Carmelo Anthony and Jerry McNamara to make it all the way to the national championship with a chance to win it all. Kansas, on the other hand, was considered a basketball powerhouse. Not because of how many titles they had won, but because of the sheer number of legendary players they had produced. In the distant past, Wilt Chamberlain. In recent years, Paul Pierce. And that's just the famous ones who made it to the NBA. There were plenty of others, both known and lesser known. Even their current roster boasted two starters, Nick Collison and Kirk Hinrich, who were considered the strongest duo in the entire league. So it was clear, in terms of pure strength, Syracuse was the underdog. What's going on, coach? You're not letting me do my usual performance today? The atmosphere at the championship game was serious. At least, that's what Wang Xiaochun thought, because for the opening warm-up, coach unexpectedly told him not to shoot any three-pointers. If that wasn't serious, then what was? Sigh, I'm not even getting playing time. Now I don't even get to put on a show before the game? After all, his long-term performance duty had basically become his personal warm-up ritual. Now that he wasn't allowed to do it, he genuinely didn't know what to do during warm-up. So, lost and unsure, he went back to helping teammates pass the ball. But since he hadn't done this in a while, and hadn't practiced it either, the familiar disaster occurred again. He had to go chasing after loose basketballs. Sorry. I was looking down, picking up balls. Didn't see you there, my bad. God damn it, you. Bending down to chase basketballs was no small task for Wang Xiaochun. And sure enough, while chasing one that had rolled out of bounds, he accidentally collided with a player from the opposing team. Realizing his mistake, Wang Xiaochun quickly apologized. But the other guy had taken a pretty hard hit. He staggered back several steps and glared furiously. It's you? I know who you are. Just wait until we're on the court. I'll return the favor. Humph. Wang Xiaochun hadn't had a chance to see who he bumped into. When he stood up and looked, he did recognize the guy. It was Kansas starting big man, one of the duo considered the strongest in the league, Nick Collison. To be fair, Wang Xiaochun didn't know this by heart. The coach had specially introduced the opposing team before the game. So he knew Collison stood at 2.08 meters and weighed 114 kilograms. He usually played power forward. Just recently, he had dropped 33 points and 19 rebounds in a game against Duke. In other words, an absolute beast. I don't care how amazing you are. I already apologized. What the hell are you so arrogant about? After Wang Xiaochun apologized, the guy just threw out some cryptic warning and walked off. Wang Xiaochun naturally saw that as rude and disrespectful. Didn't even give him a chance to reply. So he turned and walked away too, annoyed. Earlier, Kansas had been portrayed as dominant, while Syracuse seemed like the underdog. But once the game began, the two teams turned out to be evenly matched, thanks to Carmelo Anthony's phenomenal performance. Syracuse even led Kansas for most of the first half, but in the second half, Kansas began pounding the interior. And the imbalance became apparent. That was when Syracuse's lack of interior depth was brutally exposed. It's time. Time to put Wang in. Faced with this situation, Coach Boeheim showed no signs of panic. It was as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Calmly and decisively, he gave the next instruction. Hiding such an outstanding paint enforcer for so long, constantly building his mystique, and keeping opponents in the dark about his true abilities, Boeheim had really been holding back. Syracuse University had encountered many crises on their way through the tournament. There were many times when Boeheim wanted to unleash Wang Xiaochun, but the same old problems always came up. Wang Xiaochun was slow, and if closely guarded or even lightly pressured, his three-point shooting lost effectiveness. Once opponents caught onto these weaknesses, Wang Xiaochun's strengths would become Syracuse's fatal flaws. That was why Boeheim had held back until now. He also knew that, to some extent, what he was doing wasn't entirely fair to Wang Xiaochun. After all, the guy's physical talent was obvious. Yet Boeheim had been manipulating it this way, failing to give him a structured developmental path that not only affected the player's growth, but certainly would impact his mindset as well. And just as Boeheim had anticipated. What the hell, coach? You could have at least warned me ahead of time? No time to mentally prepare, and now I have to shoot when I'm open? And I have to coordinate with Anthony and McNamara's offense? Do I use the old shooting form or the new one? When setting screens, do I screen for Anthony or McNamara? God, this is messy. Let me think through this. Unlike his first time on the court, although Wang Xiaochun was still very nervous, his anxiety was now entirely focused on the sheer number of tasks coach had thrown at him. He was afraid he wouldn't remember them all. Last time, his task had been simple. Battle in the paint on defense, camp in the corner on offense. Straightforward and easy. But this time, in addition to those, he had to execute pick and rolls and move to new positions. Even though they had practiced these movements during scrimmages, scrimmage was still just scrimmage. When it came to real competition, Wang Xiaochun wasn't confident how much he could actually pull off. He felt the difficulty now exceeded his capabilities. But no matter how tough it was, The coach had given his command, so Wang Xiaochun had to do his best. At the 12th minute of the second half, with 8 minutes remaining and Syracuse trailing by 9, Wang Xiaochun was sent onto the court for the second official time. I knew it, you're Syracuse's final trump card. But we already saw through all of this. I'll never let you get a shot off. Wang Xiaochun was subbed in at the power forward position, which meant his direct matchup was Kansas's star player, the guy he had bumped into during warm-ups, Nick Collison. This line sounds awfully familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? Immediately upon entering the court, he was tightly guarded by the opposing team's top player, but Wang Xiaochun didn't feel flattered. He just thought this guy was as rude and impolite as ever. Every time we meet you just start running your mouth, taking advantage of the fact that my English is bad. To be honest, Wang Xiaochun didn't know how Boeheim had packaged him as a player. But every time he went on the court, he got VIP-level man-to-man defense. And the guys guarding him were always high-profile players. Last time it was Chris Cummon. Now it was Nick Collison. And they all said the same thing. Relax. As long as you're on me, I'll never take a three. Wang Xiaochun, being honest, actually said what he was thinking aloud. He had a carefree attitude, which made Collison even more on edge. Keep pretending. Go on. Every team in the league knows. You're Syracuse's ultimate weapon. We've been preparing for this all along. Although he didn't understand why Syracuse had kept Wang off the court for so long, he believed the logic was obvious. The more you hide something, the more dangerous it must be. Before the game even began, Kansas had made specific preparations, assigning their strongest player, Nick Collison, to guard this mysterious guy. At first, Collison thought it would be no problem. How hard could it be to stop a chubby guy from shooting threes? Given his own physical attributes, this should have been easy, but he didn't expect, from that very first collision in warm-ups, to feel just how solid this fat guy really was. This guy not only has deadly three-point range, he's also a beast under the basket. That collision had insane force. Yes, by all logical assumptions, a physically strong big man should be very hard to deal with in the paint. So Collison now realized he needed to guard both the perimeter and the inside. That made him even more cautious. He began mentally preparing to shadow Wang the entire game, and instinctively decided to cut back on his own offensive plays in the paint. After all, strength also means defensive intensity. He had no interest in wrestling with this tank on offense. Ironically, that played right into Syracuse's hands. Syracuse's star player, Carmelo Anthony, was best at one-on-one isolation. From the right wing, mid-range, at about a 45-degree angle. The one thing that type of play fears most, help defense. Even if Anthony beat his man, he could easily get blocked by help coming from the paint. But now, Kansas's strongest paint defender had been pulled out by his teammate. That made Anthony's offense much easier. And that same teammate, Wang, could protect the paint on defense too. With this trade-off, Syracuse surged forward, closing the score gap. But of course, sometimes what you fear still happens. Like Wang's speed. Yes, he could guard the paint well. And with his size and strength, grabbing rebounds was easier. But after grabbing a rebound, when the team tried to launch a fast break, his slowness was instantly exposed. Take this possession. Kansas attacked. But Nick Collison, unable to get good post position against Wang, couldn't be a threat inside. So the other half of their dynamic duo, Kirk Hinrich, tried to go one-on-one. But that duo was only threatening together. Without synergy, Hinrich's solo offense wasn't that effective. Anthony, being a solid defender, handled him easily. Hinrich forced a bad shot and missed. Wang, already planted under the basket, grabbed the rebound, then passed it out to Anthony, who initiated a fast break with McNamara. But Kansas, being a basketball powerhouse, didn't rely solely on its stars. Other players quickly disrupted the break. Syracuse had no choice but to slow down and reset. And that's when a strange scene occurred on the court. Out of all 10 players on the floor, 9 had already taken position. 1 was still jogging toward the front court. No need to guess, Wang Xiaochun. Because of this, even though NCAA games have a 30-second shot clock, Syracuse's fast break attempt was totally ruined. They were effectively playing 5-on-4. By the time Wang got into position, over 10 seconds had been wasted. Kansas saw their opportunity. Their coach shouted from the sideline, "Pick up the pace, faster, faster." Just that one command allowed Kansas to pull away once again. Ha ha ha, now I get it. So this is why they never let you play. You're just a goddamn turtle. Kansas cranked up the speed, and the biggest beneficiary was Nick Collison. because Wang simply could not keep up. Even when returning on defense, Collison could ignore him, knowing Wang would always be the last one back. That let him double-team Syracuse's ball handlers with a teammate, and even picked their pockets twice, resulting in 2 turnovers for Syracuse. He also scored 4 points on the other end. And those 2 turnovers? Technically, they should be blamed on Wang. So how could the man who was boxed out of the paint minutes ago, Nick Collison, resist the urge to gloat? Fuck you. That was all Wang Xiaochun could manage, uttering a powerless curse under his breath. Because the truth was, he really couldn't keep up with this pace. Should we sub Wang out now? After all, Kansas has clearly figured out how to target him. If this continues, our point gap could widen even further. What was happening on the court was very clear to those watching from the bench. As the assistant coach who understood Wang Xiaochun's abilities best, Jones frowned and offered his opinion to the head coach. Because things were unfolding just as he had said. Wang Xiaochun had now become a clear vulnerability on the court. If they let this continue unchecked, it could very well cost them the game. Don't rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Wang is a disciplined kid. He knows what he needs to do. Besides, even if we take him off, our interior defense will still be the team's biggest weakness. Although Boeheim appeared calm on the surface when he spoke, internally he was just as anxious as Jones. But he was also telling the truth. Syracuse's strength had always been in their perimeter offense. Their interior game was not only weak offensively, but defensively it was terrible. Yes, Wang Xiaochun was slow, and in a fast-paced game, that slowness became painfully obvious. But basketball is a 5-man sport. To a certain extent, his teammates could help buy him time. Besides, not every possession turned into a fast break. As long as they stayed patient, Wang's shortcomings could be somewhat compensated for. If they pulled him out now, never mind the lack of offensive threat inside. Just the issue of rim protection would become an immediate problem. And no one on the team could do that better than Wang. Even though his three-point shooting had been terrible under real game pressure, once he was left open, his accuracy still made him a unique weapon. So Boeheim stood by his decision. Even with the crisis clearly developing on the court, he had no intention of changing course. I've suddenly realized defending you is actually really easy. All I need to do is stay near you past half court. By this point, Wang Xiaochun had been on the court for 4 minutes, which meant there were only 4 minutes left in the game. The score was 81-73. Syracuse trailed by 8. Nick Collison was much more relaxed now. Not only had his team extended their lead again, but the scary scenario he'd imagined hadn't materialized. He didn't even have to worry about this freakishly strong fat guy trying to post up inside, as long as he stayed with him when he camped in the corner and prevented him from catching the ball for a 3-point shot. That was enough. Honestly, Collison was a little puzzled. This guy had been on the court for this long, and his teammates still hadn't passed him the ball once. Could it be that my defense has been that good? So good that his teammates don't even see a chance to pass to him? That was the only explanation he could come up with. Sure, he himself wasn't scoring inside, thanks to the fat guy's defense. But he could still score in other ways. He had just used his speed to shake Wang and knock down a mid-range jumper. No, I need to carry out all of coach's assignments. I can't just stay parked in the corner. I need to go up to the high post and set a screen. That will help my teammates on offense. And it'll give me a better position for getting back on defense. Because his slow speed had clearly become a problem. This situation was the last thing Wang wanted to see. But he couldn't change his body. All he could do was think about what he could do to minimize the damage. And shifting where he returned on defense seemed like the best idea he could think of. So he acted on it immediately. What? He's not staying in the corner anymore? Is he about to cut into the paint? The moment his assignment changed position, Nick Collison followed closely. Is this guy stupid? Going to the high post will only bring more defenders to him. What a terrible shooting position. From Collison's perspective, Wang Xiaochun had obviously moved because he wanted a shot opportunity. He didn't even consider the possibility that Wang simply wanted to carry out his coach's instructions and be closer to the defensive side afterward. That misjudgment cost him. After Wang set a screen for Anthony, Anthony's defender was caught up on the pick. But Collison didn't immediately switch. Anthony easily scored 2 points. Hey, man, what the hell? Do you only have eyes for that fat guy now? Such a blatant mistake naturally drew frustration from his teammates. Complaints were inevitable. Alright, got it. Collison knew the mistake was his. But as the team's star player, Being scolded that loudly was a bit humiliating, so he brushed it off with irritation. He also began to feel that he had overestimated the fat guy. I mean, come on. With the distance they were at just now, even if that guy had wanted to cut inside, Collison could have easily caught up. There was no reason to tail him so closely. He was still convinced that Wang had moved only for selfish offensive reasons, not to humbly help the team however he could. Because of that misjudgment, on the very next possession, after Kansas's offense failed and Syracuse regained control, Wang did the exact same thing again. But due to Collison's earlier display of irritation, his teammate assumed he still refused to switch. So both defenders went to cover Anthony. And Wang? He was left completely wide open. A massive open look right in front of him. Anthony noticed instantly. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Wang. Wang caught it cleanly, instinctively raised one hand, and released the shot. Swish! A crisp, pleasing sound, 3 points scored. Fuck! Why the hell did you follow me? Didn't you see we had already switched defenders? Faced with this situation, Collison wasn't about to take responsibility. He threw all the blame at his teammate. His teammate didn't even know what to say. Yes, technically speaking, it was a defensive lapse on his part. But there had been context behind it. Wang, that was awesome. Keep it up. Thanks to 2 plays involving Wang Xiaochun. Even though both benefited from Kansas's defensive mistakes, Syracuse had closed the gap by 5 points. The score went from an 8-point deficit to just 3, only 1 possession difference. Of course Anthony was thrilled. He even tried to give Wang a celebratory high five, but Wang didn't even respond. Right after scoring, he froze in place for a second, then turned and sprinted up the court without looking back. As he ran, he muttered to himself, "It's just 1 3-pointer. Why am I standing around like an idiot? Hurry up and run. If I don't, I'll miss my next position." Yes, Wang Xiaochun was happy. Who wouldn't be after nailing a 3? But no matter how happy he was, he knew he didn't have time to celebrate. He had to get back in position first, then celebrate later. Perhaps because 5 points had just been caught up in a row. Although Nick Collison did not want to admit that those 5 points were his fault, his mentality had clearly been shaken. So he immediately wanted to get those 5 points back, but getting them back was not so easy. There were only 2 minutes left in the game. This was when players from both sides were fighting their hardest, and his advantage in the paint had already been pushed to the limit by Wang Xiaochun. Desperate to score, he continued missing shots, which also let Wang Xiaochun grab 2 more rebounds and helped Anthony complete a fast break with an and one, tying the game. Frustrated, Collison began trash-talking again, and even forced the ball out of a teammate's hands. Backed down Wang Xiaochun while continuing to provoke him. "Fat ass, so what if you're strong? Let me show you how useless strength is in front of true skill." Nick Collison, after all, was a third-year player who had once scored 33 points and grabbed 19 rebounds. His skills and experience were not something Wang Xiaochun could compare to, and this time, he planned to rely on that experience and technique to score 2 points. He was also extremely patient, carefully looking for the right moment. His idea made sense. Sometimes, relying on footwork to shake a physically stronger defender could work. He had done it before. But that depended on the situation and who the opponent was. Because sometimes, no matter how good your technique is, it means nothing in the face of raw power. Especially when you have the nerve to say, "You actually dare call me fat again?" Your F *******ing asking for it. Once again, never call a fat person fat to their face, because they might actually kill you. Wang Xiaochun had been in the basketball team for a while now. He had played many scrimmages, and to manage his very limited stamina wisely, he had long since learned how to conserve energy from the moment he stepped onto the court. Because Collison's weight and strength weren't a real threat to him, Wang had only been using about 60% of his power to preserve his energy. But when that hated word appeared, he no longer cared about conserving energy. Although he did not go as far as using the same baby lifting strength from before, he was ready to use 100% power this time. But he wasn't foolish enough to use it all at once. He feared he would be called for an offensive foul for pushing, so he planned to unleash it at the last possible moment. And that moment came quickly. Collison's probing had gone on for more than 10 seconds. Based on his experience, he figured this fat guy had no idea which way he was about to spin. After so much back-down contact, and given how slow Wang was, even if he could anticipate the move mentally, His body certainly would not react fast enough. So Collison felt confident it was time to move. He backed into Wang twice more with his body. Even though those steps didn't move Wang at all, that was precisely what convinced Collison that his opponent wasn't ready to react. He thought, now's my best chance. Now. After those two bumps, Collison swept the ball to the right and began spinning along the baseline toward the paint, brushing right past Wang's body. The moment he felt his back slip away from Wang's palm, he accelerated again, trying to leave Wang behind and finish with a clean turn and dunk. At the same time, he lifted the ball high over his head, ready to go up the moment he completed the spin. It was nearly a success. At this point, he had gotten around Wang's side. He was just half a step away from finishing everything, but also at this very moment, just as the ball cleared his head, a fat, heavy hand suddenly appeared above the basketball. Right as he jumped, his feet still barely off the floor. A crushing, unstoppable force came crashing down like a mountain. That fat hand pressed on the ball. The ball slammed into his face, and his face slammed into the floor. The sequence was unstoppable. It felt like someone sprinting at full speed, being clotheslined by a steel mechanical arm. His entire motion turned to frozen silence, then instant reverse. Bang! At last, the sound of his body slamming into the floor echoed through the gym. And then, Nick Collison knew nothing more. Beep beep beep, fuck. This was murder. What the hell did you do, you psycho? Are we watching WWE here? After about 2 seconds of silence, following the deafening crash, the entire court erupted in chaos. Everyone started yelling. The game was forced to pause. No, that was a clean block, just maybe a little too effective. Coincidentally, the lead referee today was the same one from Wang Xiaochun's first official appearance, which meant he reacted the fastest. He already had some idea of Wang's strength, so his shock was less than everyone else's. As soon as Wang blocked the shot and slammed Collison to the floor, he immediately blew the whistle and made the ruling. A block. A legal block. Just one with way too much force. After all, Nick Collison had clearly blacked out. But Kansas wasn't buying it. Half the team surrounded the referee, trying to pressure him to change the call. The other half surrounded Wang, clearly ready to make him pay for what he did. But Wang wasn't alone. His teammates formed a wall around him, creating a human shield between both sides. Carmelo Anthony, as team leader, was on the front line. He and Hinrich had their foreheads pressed together, and if either man pushed just slightly, a brawl might have exploded at any second. Everyone calm down. Let the referee handle this. Wang back to the bench now. This game was far too important. Neither Bohane nor the Kansas coach wanted to see a fight break out, so both coaches called their players back immediately. Did I go a little too far? Only after returning to the bench did Wang Xiaochun begin to realize that this entire mess was because of him. Even he was surprised at the final result of that block. He had thought there was no way, at his speed, he'd be able to reach the ball in time. But Collison, by bad luck, had attacked from Wang's right side, his dominant hand, and through sheer reflex, Wang's arm appeared at the exact right moment. Thus the result. To be honest, Wang had no regrets. He was only slightly stunned by what had happened, mainly because it had led to a full game pause. And now that he was benched, he probably would not be sent back in. That was the only thing that left him a little disappointed. Just as Wang expected, after he had basically disabled one of Kansas's star players, his presence was no longer necessary. To safely finish the game, and to prevent Kansas from retaliating, Bohane kept Wang on the bench for the final 2 minutes. Even so, the game's momentum had shifted. Kansas kept attacking fiercely, but the harder they pushed, the more reckless they became. When their frantic attempts to score failed, Syracuse's perimeter shooting exploded. In just 1 minute, they ended the game decisively. Syracuse won the 2003 NCAA National Championship. Then came the wild celebration. The whole team rushed the court, hugging each other, climbing on top of one another in pure joy. Wang Xiaochun also sprinted out, forgetting all his strained relationships with teammates, hugging whoever he could grab, celebrating this victory in which he had played a part. But there was one bittersweet moment. When he tried to join the dogpile, his teammates scattered instantly, as if he were radioactive. The dive he was about to make turned into an awkward gesture mid-air. And then, nothing happened after that. The celebration was certainly not limited to just some self-indulgent fun. After the on-site celebration ended, of course, they had to return to campus for more festivities. When the Orangemen brought the national championship trophy back to school, Syracuse University prepared a celebration party for the team, hosted primarily by school officials and attended by the players as honored guests. It was even said that bonuses and prizes had been prepared to be awarded during the party to recognize the players' achievements, perhaps to make the event more lively and crowded. The school administration allowed the invited guests to bring a female companion. Of course, this was not mandatory. If a guest preferred not to bring anyone or even brought a male companion, that was also permitted. I have to go find Yanzi quickly. I need to let her prepare in advance. I heard that for this kind of Western event, you're supposed to wear formal attire, like a dress or something? Whether it was bringing a male or female guest, Wang Xiaochun was only ever going to ask Yanzi to come with him. Even if he wanted to ask someone else, there probably wouldn't be anyone willing. So, the moment he got the news, he rushed off to Yanzi's apartment. He not only wanted to tell her about the event, but also to share with her his feelings about getting his second opportunity to play. Why is Yanzi not here again? How many times has it been now that I came to find her and she wasn't around? He had come full of hope, but once again was met with disappointment. Naturally, Wang Xiaochun felt let down. Still, he did not leave immediately. I'll wait a little. Maybe Yanzi will come back soon? Perhaps for Wang Xiaochun, waiting for Yanzi had already become a kind of habit. So he waited, and with great patience. From the afternoon all the way to evening, he waited until his stomach was so hungry that he had to briefly leave and grab something. Just as he was about to go, Yanzi finally appeared on that road he often waited by. Yen, only this time, she was not alone. Beside her, there was a male student, holding her hand as they strolled along. Wang Xiaochun, who had been ready to shout her name, suddenly froze, the words caught in his throat. What is this? It was not only his voice that stopped, even his thoughts seemed to come to a halt. The only words flashing in his mind were, what exactly is going on? Ah, Chun, you're back? The two of them had apparently been having a pleasant conversation just now, so they had not noticed the large, obvious figure of Wang Xiaochun standing in the distance. It was only when they drew close that they noticed the dumbfounded fat guy standing there. Perhaps that was why Yanzi's reaction was so startled and abrupt, but even in that moment, her hand remained interlocked with the boy's. Hey Wang, congratulations on winning the national championship, but even so, I still think you're better suited for the football team. You have no idea, when Coach Jill found out you were snatched away by Coach Boheim, he was furious, and we got punished with an intense training session because of it. This endlessly chatty boy was not unfamiliar to Wang Xiaochun. He was Arthur, the Asian American football player from before. Wang recognized him the moment he walked over. How could I not recognize him? The first time I saw him, I thought he was trying to hit on Yanzi. And now, Wang Xiaochun might be a little slow, but he was definitely not stupid. Their very public body language left nothing to the imagination. How could he not understand what was going on? Even so, he was not ready to accept it. At least, not before Yanzi herself confirmed it. All right, Arthur, you've already walked me back. Chun must have something to talk to me about. You can go back now. Oh, sure. Ha ha. You two are the closest of friends in a foreign country. Wang just got back, of course he has a lot to say. I'll leave you to it. I'll come by again tomorrow. Arthur was still Arthur, skilled at reading the room. The situation clearly was not suitable for him to stick around, so he prepared to leave right away, but not before quietly telling Yanzi, I'll come by tomorrow. Let's go for a walk over there. Arthur had already left 2 minutes ago, but the two of them still stood the same way as before. Yanzi must have felt that standing like this was getting awkward, so she made a suggestion. Yanzi, Yes, I know. You are my best friend. Now and always. I don't just want to be your friend. But we can only be friends. Just like their very first conversation in America. Yanzi did not want to say everything too bluntly. Maybe by leaving some thoughts unsaid, they could still face each other normally the next time they met. Then does that mean, I've actually been seeing Arthur for a while now. He's a good person. His family background is also good. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I was afraid it would affect your training. But now you've seen it for yourself. Chun, if I marry him someday, will you give me your blessing? Perhaps because of their height difference? Wang Xiaochun could not see Yanzi's eyes as she spoke, and maybe, even if he could see them, he might not have been able to see clearly, because for some reason, His vision had gone blurry. But maybe it didn't matter anymore, because as soon as she finished her last sentence, Wang Xiaochun had already turned around and walked away, without the slightest hesitation. Yan Zi made no move to stop him. She didn't even shift her position. She stood exactly as before, her expression and her eyes unseen. The party was scheduled for the next evening, and when the time arrived, all the invited guests gathered at the venue, including Wang Xiaochun. Oh man, I guess we really are a pair of tragic brothers. Neither of us had playing time, neither of us brought a date. No, wait. You did play, and you did make a huge contribution on the court. God. That means I'm the only one who's truly pathetic. Hey, could you stop eating for 1 second? Could you please clean your mouth and say something to comfort me? Don't tell me you haven't eaten all day. You've been eating non-stop since the moment you walked in. The party was done in a Western buffet style. All the food was laid out on a large table arranged in a circle. Guests helped themselves with trays. According to Fells, Wang Xiaochun had been standing by that buffet for nearly an hour. It's not that I haven't eaten all day. Oh, I know that. If you skipped even one meal, you'd probably pick a fight with the coach. You're trying to tell me you haven't eaten for a day and a half? Please. If that were true, you'd either be in a hospital bed or in the morgue by now. Believe it or not. Just don't bother me, I think a few more minutes and I'll be full. To be honest, Wang Xiaochun also found it strange that he had gone so long without eating, but that was indeed the truth. After he left Yan Zi yesterday, it was already past dinner time. Yet he had no appetite, not even the sensation of hunger. He returned to his dorm in a daze, collapsed onto the bed, and lay there, half asleep, half awake, until the next afternoon. Only when he arrived at the party and saw the feast laid out, did he realize he had not eaten for a very long time. So, without much appetite, he began scooping food onto his plate. Even when the school leadership was giving speeches, Wang Xiaochun never stopped eating. He continued shoveling food into his mouth the entire time. You're unbelievable. Normal people eat by portion, you eat by the clock. Hey, by the way, now that the season's over, we're going on break soon. Any plans? I've got 2 tickets to the first round of the Nets vs Bucks playoffs. 2 weeks from now. Wanna go? No thanks. I think I'm going home. I'll be leaving in a few days. Fells, it was good to meet you. Ha ha. Why do you look like you're smiling through pain? Well, I guess that makes sense. Your family's not here. You've been away for so long, it's time to go home. Too bad you'll miss game 1. But if we come back on time, maybe we'll catch the finals together. Let's see if your buddy here can score finals tickets. Sigh, no need. I probably. Hey, gentlemen. Mind if I interrupt? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilson. I'm a scout. When Wang Xiaochun was in a half-asleep, half-awake state, his thoughts were unclear. Perhaps he had thought about many things, or maybe nothing at all. But the moment he got out of bed, he made a very clear decision to return to China. And after returning, he had no intention of coming back to the United States. Precisely because of this, Fields became all the more enthusiastic, which made Wang Xiaochun even more unsure how to bring it up to him. When he finally mustered the courage to speak, a middle-aged man of around 40 suddenly approached them. According to his introduction, this man should have been a scout. He had entered this gathering through a connection at the school. He had probably been chatting with Carmelo Anthony earlier, and only discovered them on his way out. So he came over to say hello, and expressed that his team might be somewhat interested in Wang Xiaochun. Which team the scout was from, Wang Xiaochun did not catch clearly. And besides, regardless of whether the scout was interested in him or not, he himself was not interested in the scout. After all, his mind was no longer here. Out of politeness, he listened while the other spoke. He planned to leave once the scout had finished talking. But what Wang Xiaochun had not expected was that while he was not interested, Fields was unbelievably excited. He actually started chatting enthusiastically with the scout, as if the scout were interested in him instead. Wang, this is your chance. Go enter the draft. You might become an NBA player. I am so envious of you. Perhaps he had gotten too caught up in the conversation. What originally had nothing to do with Fields ended up making him so excited himself. It even seemed like he had been brainwashed a little. Regardless of whether it was realistic or not, he actually started urging Wang Xiaochun to enter this year's NBA draft. Do not joke around. You know I am about to return to China, where would I find the time? Besides, with my level of skill, if I actually got selected, that would mean the NBA's entry standards are absurdly low. Wang Xiaochun was well aware that in the NCAA league, every year, many players wanted to take a shot at the draft to see if they could leap over the Dragon Gate, become professional athletes, and earn big money. But most of these people had already achieved results in the league, and their strength had been recognized by the outside world. Only then would they take this step. Yet even so, most of them went undrafted every year, and there was a cost to being undrafted. According to league regulations, any college basketball player who enters the draft but is not selected will immediately lose eligibility to continue competing in the NCAA. In other words, you can continue your studies, but forget about playing basketball in college again. To dare enter the draft meant you had to think it through carefully, like on their own team. As far as Wang Xiaochun knew, on their national championship team, only Carmelo Anthony was going to enter this year's draft. After all, his ability spoke for itself. The moment they won the national championship, he was already being called the strongest college basketball player in the country. There was no need to worry about the possibility of not being drafted. Wang Xiaochun, although he was not afraid now either, since he had already decided to return to China and not come back. Whether he got drafted or not was no longer relevant to him. Besides, regardless of whether his skill was up to standard or whether he had the ability to enter the NBA, he just did not believe what this scout was saying. What does it mean when someone says your skill has not been validated yet, but your potential is well known? A player who has only appeared in 2 games all season, scored a total of 3 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, and made one so-called murderous block. That is what they call well known? Clearly, it is infamy, not fame. And what is this talk about little playing time but a big reputation? Oh, right, within the state of New York, I suppose I am rather well known, nearly the mascot of Syracuse. Before every game I have to put on a performance. But does performing equate to skill? Those guys who play street ball put on even better shows. Should they be allowed in the NBA? What a joke. In short, Wang Xiaochun did not believe the nonsense the scout was spouting. But while he did not believe, Fields believed every word. Especially after the scout left, Fields even grabbed Wang Xiaochun's hand and spoke earnestly. Brother, you know, with my level of skill, I might at most survive in the NCAA in this life. That highest stage is forever beyond my reach. But you are different. You have the build, you have the height, the strength, and a 3-point shot that leaves others in the dust. With such great conditions, why would you not go? Besides, Mr. Wells already said it, your physical test data has already been passed around the teams. If it were not for the league rules and Mr. Boehm's interference, they would have contacted you privately long ago. Go! Take your talent, take my hopes, and show your strength on that highest stage. Let me be someone who has a friend in the NBA. Wang Xiaochun had his doubts. Fields had said so much, but that last sentence was clearly his true goal. Stop, stop, stop. I am done with you. How can you talk so much? Fine, I will register. But only the online registration. My departure date for China is not changing. As for things like the Nike Basketball Summit, the NBA training camp, private tryouts, I will not be able to attend any of that. Maybe he had really been worn down by this guy. And with that nauseating, lovesick look of his, Wang Xiaochun was honestly afraid that if he kept refusing, this guy might go from talking to offering himself in marriage. But truth be told, for his only friend on the team, a wish like this, that came with no pressure or real consequence, Wang Xiaochun felt he could still fulfill it. Besides, signing up for the NBA draft really was quite simple. As long as you met the qualifications, registering on the official website was all it took. And that was something Wang Xiaochun could easily do. After all, he was a registered NCAA college athlete in the United States. So what are we waiting for? Let us go. The registration deadline is mid-April. Counting the days, there are not many left. Let us go find a computer right now. Finally getting Wang Xiaochun to agree, Fields naturally feared he might change his mind. The party had not even ended, but he was already dragging Wang Xiaochun out to find a computer. Wang Xiaochun did not refuse. After all, he did not want to stay here any longer. He did not even want to stay at this school anymore. Maybe he feared that the longer he stayed, the more he would want to find that person. Since he had already decided not to stay in the United States, Wang Xiaochun's homesickness grew overwhelmingly intense. So, on the second day after the party ended, he planned to spend the whole day visiting those who had looked after him since he arrived in the United States. After all, he might never see these people again. Saying goodbye before departure was like the curtain falling after a play. Unfortunately, luck did not seem to be on his side. When he went to look for Old Man Sue, it seemed something had come up at Sue's house again. so he was not on campus. Wang Xiaochun's first stop ended in failure. Perhaps luck is contagious, and contagious things tend to persist. The second stop was supposed to be visiting all his coaches. But the moment he stepped into the training gym, Wang Xiaochun remembered. The season was over, the championship had been won. Who could possibly still be in the gym? So, he gave the training hall one last nostalgic glance and left campus to head for Garrison's place. Actually, by the time Wang Xiaochun had joined the basketball team, his indirect employment relationship with Garrison had already ended. But just because their employment had ended did not mean they had lost contact. Wang Xiaochun had already said it, he regarded Garrison as a true friend. Although they had not met often during this time, they spoke frequently. Wang Xiaochun had even visited Garrison's home before. This time, his luck improved. When he arrived at Garrison's place, he found him there. "You cannot be serious, brother. Just because of a breakup, you are quitting college in America?" Since they were friends, when Garrison asked why he did not plan to return to the United States, Wang Xiaochun told him the truth. You know why I came to the States, it was all for her. Now that things are like this, what is the point in staying? Man, thank you for everything. If you ever come to China, you must let me know. I will treat you just as well as you treated me. Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaochun came only to say goodbye, so he did not respond much to Garrison's attempts to convince him otherwise. Besides, he had already made up his mind and was not planning to change it. Alright then, I respect your decision. But what about my boss? Does he know your thoughts? Did he not try to stop you? And since you are leaving school, do you not have to go through any formalities? Sometimes a friend's job is to offer guidance, and if that fails, they can at least help patch things up. I have not dared to tell him yet. I will say something after I get home. I want to sort things out with my family first. As for the school, I am still not sure. I might need your help when the time comes. Wang Xiaochun really did not know what the procedure was for withdrawing from school if he was no longer studying in the United States. Especially since he had been admitted as a special scholarship student. The paperwork would probably be even more complicated, and he did not have the time to handle it himself. So in the end, he would have to ask someone else for help, and that person would most likely be Garrison. Checking out, packing, booking his ticket, Wang Xiaochun spent another full day. Finally, after a dozen or so hours of flight, following over 130 days in the United States, Wang Xiaochun once again set foot on the land so familiar to him. Since he had not told his family in advance, he ended up spending half a day transferring between connections. Alone, with large and small bags, he arrived at the entrance of his village. "Well now, is that Xiaochun? When did you come back? Your dad did not mention anything. I barely recognized you. You really do look like someone who studied abroad, all dressed up and stylish." Wang Xiaochun's village was not large, and since he had to pass through the village center to reach his home, naturally, he ran into many relatives along the way. Now that he was more famous than Yanzi, a young man from the village who had gone to college in the United States, who could match that, seeing this celebrity return, everyone gathered around him. Uncle, aunt, grandpa, grandma. My family does not know I am back yet. Let me drop off my things first, I will come back and chat later. Surrounded by familiar faces, Wang Xiaochun felt no impatience. In fact, this sense of warmth eased the disappointment he had felt upon returning. But right now, he wanted to see his closest family. So, after apologizing to the villagers, he headed toward his house. Although he had walked away, the conversation about him had not ended. The villagers who had gathered continued talking with him as the topic. "Hey, now that Xiaochun is back, why is Yanzi not here too? Were they not at the same school? Who knows? Maybe one just came back earlier than the other? Can you believe how well that kid turned out? A coward who went off and ended up in college and in the United States too. Maybe they will even marry one day. Was it not that old man Shulin who always bragged about his family's good feng shui? No wonder, no matter how much we envy, we cannot match that. The kids are probably getting married soon, right?" Everyone used to say they were mismatched, but now Xiaochun is just as impressive. The villagers did not understand the difference between an exchange student and a specially recruited athlete, nor did they understand the distinction between academic and athletic students. To them, the two were the same. Both studied abroad and would surely return around the same time. They were bound to end up together. Naturally, Wang Xiaochun did not hear the village gossip. At that moment, he was locked in an embrace with his family. "You little brat, let go of me. What kind of nonsense have you picked up? Coming home without even calling ahead, what if something had happened on the way? Despite the grumbling words, Wang Shulin's tearful eyes betrayed his true feelings. After all, the one he was holding was the greatest pride of his life. I missed you, alright? Got caught up in the moment. Xiao Xiao. Why are you hiding? Come here, let your brother hug you. He, no way. I am a grown lady now. If you want to hug someone, hug mom. You brat, go get your brother some water to wash up. And you came home without a word, you must be hungry. I will go cook for you now. Everyone in the family was overjoyed by his sudden return. Endless questions, fussing over him. They all crowded around Wang Xiaochun. Father took care of the prodigal son. Mother and sister took care of his stomach. Wang Xiaochun, who wanted to hand out the gifts he had brought home, could not even find the right moment. All he could do was grin stupidly and watch his family bustling about, his heart filled with warmth. Are you all just going to watch me eat? This is so embarrassing. Maybe they were really afraid their son had gone hungry. Wan's mother cooked astonishingly fast that day. In under half an hour, a table full of hearty home dishes was ready. And at this feast, only Wang Xiaochun was chewing away. The rest of the family just stared at him. He was not starving, really, but he had missed home-cooked meals terribly. Being stared at like this made him feel a little awkward. Oh, this is my overseas son. Does not look much different than before, does he? How did he turn into a college student just from going abroad? Just as the villagers said, bragging had now become Wang Shulin's signature trait. What Wang Xiaochun did not know was that his father did not hold back even at home. He was as boastful in private as he was in public. And now, he started again. What do you mean different? He is still my son. If anything is different, it is that he has lost some weight. He must have suffered a lot over there. Wang's mother had always been the quintessential good wife and wise mother. If it were not for this title, she might have followed in her husband's footsteps and earned the same nickname. Brother, is foreign university fun? Is it easy? Can I go too? Though she was just a middle schooler, Xiao Xiao had already made plans for her future. As soon as Wang Xiaochun had enrolled in an American university, she intended to follow his path and study abroad too. Naturally, their parents were very supportive of her dream. If their son could do it, their daughter could not be far behind. But of course, that support came with a condition. She had to pass the entrance exam first. Faced with the family's eager questions, Wang Xiaochun, of course, would only share the good, not the bad. Everything abroad was great, good food, good sleep, all fine. I just missed you all a lot, ha ha ha. Having just returned, Wang Xiaochun did not want to reveal his plans right away. He knew it would surely be met with resistance. He would have to find the right time to say it. Besides, he did not want to spoil the joy of the whole family being together again. That is good. You do not know. Ever since you left, your mother has worried constantly, afraid that you might be suffering outside. Alright, since you are back, does that mean Yanzi is back too? And how long is your holiday? When do you go back? It is likely that any parent, when their child returns home for a school holiday, will ask similar questions. And Wang Xiaochun had already anticipated such questions. He had even prepared some responses in advance. Yanzi and I are different. We were given a break after our games ended, while Yanzi's academic calendar follows a seasonal schedule, so only I came back this time. As for when the holiday ends, that is still uncertain. I will probably have to wait for a notice. Oh, is that how it is? We really cannot figure out how foreign schools operate. I thought it was like here in China, with summer and winter breaks. Perhaps due to the joy of having their son back, the Wang family did not question the truthfulness of Wang Xiaochun's explanation. But if they had been a bit more attentive, they might have realized, if things truly were as their eldest son said, then he should still be in the United States accompanying Yanzi for a while longer. Why would he have returned this early? With Wang Xiaochun's return, the Wang family, besides being overjoyed, also found themselves with a lot more help around the house. After all, the one who came back was not just a son, but also a strong laborer. Even if it seemed a bit like overkill, it certainly fulfilled Wang Shulin's wish to stroll proudly around the village. So it ended up with Wang Xiaochun tending the cattle at home every day, while his father was out and about flaunting his success. But such boasting, of course, has an expiration date, especially when the villagers began to ask questions. Wang Shulin's boasting gradually turned into confusion. Has your Xiaochun been back for over a month now? When is he leaving? The villagers did not know how long foreign school holidays actually lasted. so they instinctively used the domestic calendar as a reference. Even the longest summer vacation in China was no more than a month and a half, so this naturally led to questions. He should be leaving soon, right? My son is a student athlete. His holiday schedule is different from regular students. He is waiting for notice. Once it comes, he will leave immediately. At first, Wang Shulin did not think much of this. He had even argued with the villagers, saying, "What do we country bumpkins know about foreign universities? How can they be compared to schools here in China?" So, in his heart, he only felt a bit of doubt. He was far from suspecting anything serious. He even felt that his son seemed more sensible than before. He never had to worry about the cattle anymore. What a filial son he was. But once 2 full months had passed, and his son still showed no sign of wanting to leave, Wang Shulin began to imagine all sorts of things. "Sean, tell me the truth. Did something happen at school? Did you get into trouble? Was your scholarship taken away? Do we need to pay for everything ourselves now? Even if that is the case, it is all right. We can afford it. Our family is not rich, but supporting your education should not be a problem." Back in primary and middle school, Wang Xiaochun had gotten into trouble more than once. That was exactly why, when Wang Shulin let his imagination run wild, he started suspecting these kinds of things. And the fact that Wang Xiaochun had received a full scholarship had always felt a bit surreal to him, so now he could not help but question it. "Dad, you are overthinking. In the United States, the longest school holiday can last up to 3 months. It should be ending soon, really." Actually, Wang Xiaochun was starting to feel the pressure. He wanted to tell the truth to his family, but every time he saw his father's boastful and proud face, he just could not bring himself to do it. "Maybe I should talk to uncle first? Have him support me as backup?" Since he could not say it himself, and was afraid of the consequences, Wang Xiaochun decided to change his approach and visit his maternal uncle first. He waited another 2 days at home. Seeing the increasingly suspicious look in his father's eyes, Wang Xiaochun realized he could not wait any longer. So early one morning, he told the family that he was going to visit his uncle, and made his way to his uncle's home in the city center. The village was not far from the city, just over 2 hours away. When he reached the door and was about to knock, it suddenly opened. Sean, you came just in time. I was about to go look for you. Something seems to have happened at your house. Your mom called earlier and said a bunch of people showed up at your place with cameras, asking questions they could not understand. Tell me honestly, did you cause trouble out there?" Seeing his uncle holding a coat in one hand and urgently pulling him outside with the other, Wang Xiaochun was completely confused. After all, he had no idea what had happened. "I did not cause any trouble. Everything was fine when I left home this morning. What about my dad? Did he say anything?" "I do not know either. Apparently, your dad is surrounded by them right now. That is why your mom called and told me to find you immediately. Come on, we cannot waste time." Since neither of them knew what was going on, they rushed back to Wang Xiaochun's house as fast as possible. Luckily, his uncle had his own car, so unlike Wang Xiaochun, they did not need 2 hours to get back. In just 1 hour, they reached the village entrance. "It is Xiaochun, right? Hurry home and see what is going on." This morning, several groups of people with big cameras showed up, all asking where your house was. Everyone in the village got nervous and went over to help. "Your place is packed with people now." What happened? As they arrived at the village entrance, the rough roads made them park the car there and prepare to run the rest of the way. Just then, a group of elderly villagers was gathered nearby. One of them spoke up as soon as he saw Wang Xiaochun. "Uncle, sure? I do not know either. I am going to find out now." After hearing the old man mention that several groups of people had come, with long and short barrels, professional video cameras, Wang Xiaochun's already anxious heart began to race. He ran toward home with a speed he had never displayed before. As he approached his own front gate, panting heavily, he saw exactly what Uncle Sher had described. Although he could not see what was happening in the courtyard, the entrance to his home was completely surrounded by crowds, 3 or 4 layers deep. "Xiaochun is back. Quick, make way. Let him through. Everyone inside is waiting for him." After all, the noise from a chubby guy running full speed was not exactly subtle. Several villagers at the outer edge of the crowd recognized him immediately. Those inside also heard the shouts and stepped aside. Only then did Wang Xiaochun manage to enter his home. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with more than a dozen microphones of various lengths and brands suddenly shoved in front of his face. Startled, Wang Xiaochun nearly flinched. For a moment he thought one of the family's cows had charged at him. Then, a barrage of overlapping voices erupted. Congratulations, how do you feel about? I am a reporter from So-and-so station, may I ask? You are the second person after Yao Ming to be. Having been selected at this draft position, do you feel? There were simply too many voices, and their questions varied wildly. Wang Xiaochun barely managed to grasp the general idea. It seemed that after signing up for the draft, he had actually been selected. But by which team? At what position? There were too many people and too much noise. He could not make out a thing. Since 1989, when NBA Commissioner David Stern brought free broadcast agreements to China, the American Professional Basketball League gradually became known to the Chinese public. And with the events of 2002, just last year, when Yao Ming became the first Chinese player to be selected as the #1 overall pick in the NBA draft, the popularity of the NBA in China reached its peak. More and more Chinese began to follow this sport, just like this year's draft. With the shining example of Yao Ming preceding him, the 20-year-old Shui Yuyan, already a two-time national team member, drew considerable attention. Everyone wanted to see if this Chinese player following in Yao Ming's footsteps could successfully enter the NBA like Yao had, and at which position and by which team he would be selected. Naturally, the group most eager to find out was the Chinese media. They all wanted to be the first to obtain primary information and publish breaking news. And the results they had been waiting for soon arrived. Today, that is, on June 27 US time. As the NBA draft took place, their answers emerged. Some disappointment followed, because the Chinese name they were waiting for did not appear until the 27th pick of the second round, third to last out of 60 total picks. This was entirely inconsistent with their expectations and assumptions. After all, there was only one Chinese player participating in the draft this year, and compared to Yao Ming's previous achievement, the gap was staggering. Wait, was there another Chinese name that came before Shui Yuyan and ranked significantly higher? Because most media were fixated on waiting for just that one name. They had only paid attention to the lottery picks earlier, and had completely overlooked another name in the second round that appeared to be Chinese. Wang Xiaochun? Is he Asian or an overseas Chinese? Is there any domestic profile on this person? Since they were in the journalism business, these reporters naturally had access to databases. But no one could recall any information about this person, at least, not within China. Fortunately, the internet was a powerful tool. They could look up this person on the official NBA website. NCAA national champion, a bench player for Syracuse University, admitted through a special athletic recruitment, and his nationality is listed as Chinese? My God, what did we miss? As the saying goes, you don't know until you check, and when you do, it shocks you. What they saw was astounding. Not only the fact that this person was Chinese, but even more shocking were his statistics. He only appeared in 2 games the entire season, took 1 shot, scored 3 points, 8 rebounds, and 1 block. These ridiculous stats actually got him into the NBA? Logically speaking, if those numbers were per game averages, you could perhaps barely understand the selection. But this was his entire season's performance, and he still got picked. It was truly unbelievable. But unbelievable or not, he had entered the NBA, and he had done so as a Chinese national. This was not only a point of national pride, but also a goldmine for journalists. No more words, the priority was to find the man himself and get an interview. But no one knew where he was. Fortunately, while they could not locate him, they did obtain his family's home address in China. So all the major media outlets dispatched reporters closest to Wang Xiaochun's hometown to the scene. To their delight, they discovered that he had returned home over 2 months ago. This news was a huge relief. Unfortunately, he was not at home at the moment, but that was not a problem. They could interview his neighbors and gather more background information. Stop. Everyone quiet down and stop asking questions. Let me get the facts straight first. The scene returned to Wang Xiaochun's home, which was now surrounded on all sides by layers of people. Due to the chaos on site, and since Wang Xiaochun himself did not know what was going on, he could only hastily gesture stop at the cameras. Regardless of everyone's confusion, he forced his way into the living room, picked up the phone, and prepared to make a call to confirm things. At that moment, his father and mother, drenched in sweat, followed him inside, perhaps overwhelmed with emotion. Both of them collapsed onto the chairs once they were in. But although their bodies gave way, their mouths did not stop. Chun, just tell us what is going on. We are not in a hurry. But earlier, your mother said that a few calls came in from abroad. She did not understand them and just hung up. You should check whether those calls were related to this. To be honest, the initial scene had truly scared Wang Shulin. He had never witnessed anything like this before. When surrounded by all the cameras, he genuinely feared that his suspicions had come true, that his son had gotten into serious trouble abroad. Fortunately, all these people appeared to be from television stations. No officials in uniforms showed up, so he was able to relax a little and began listening to what they had to say. Even then, he still did not fully understand. He only vaguely gathered that his son was good at basketball and had been selected by some American team. He was going to become a professional athlete. As for anything more detailed, he could not comprehend it. Oh, Dad, got it. Seeing his parents slumped and exhausted, Wang Xiaochun did not know what to say, because he did not understand the situation himself. As for the foreign calls, he had no idea who they were from. But he did have a suspicion that one of them might have been from Garrison, because when he and Fields filled out the draft registration online, they had to provide a contact number. The address was easy, they listed the university. But for a phone number, the only one he remembered was Garrison's landline. So he filled that in. When visiting Garrison later, he had even joked about this and told him to ignore any calls that came through. Oh man, finally found you. This is absolutely insane. You do not know, the moment I got the news, I wanted to tell you, but you were nowhere to be found. Then I tried to reach my boss, but his phone would not go through either. Wait, hold on, do not speak just yet. Let me ask the questions. I need to understand what is going on first. Even across the ocean, Garrison's excitement was palpable, but now was not the time for that. Oh, all right, go ahead and ask. Through the conversation, Wang Xiaochun finally understood why the scene today had been so wild. It turned out that the draft registration he had submitted as a joke had actually resulted in his selection, and not just anywhere. He was picked in the first slot of the second round by the New York Knicks. What the fuck? Even someone like me got picked? That is why I said it was crazy. Shortly after you returned to China, the Knicks called me twice, saying they wanted to schedule a tryout with you. But I respected your instructions before you left, and told them you could not go. They were a bit disappointed, and even asked why you were unavailable. I made something up and said you had no time. But I never thought they would actually draft you. Buddy, you have to come back. They have already sent word about your reporting date. Oh my god. I need a moment to process this. With the situation spiraling out of control, Wang Xiaochun had no idea what to do next. After hanging up the phone, he wandered around the living room like a headless chicken, scratching his head in confusion. His parents, who had just barely calmed down, became anxious again at the sight. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Wang Xiaochun looked so conflicted that their hearts, which had just settled, were once again on edge. Shun, this. Just as they were about to ask what was going on, voices rang out from outside the living room. Shulin, come out quick. The town mayor and the county magistrate are here too. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Shulin, and I am 49 years old this year. I am a well-known cattle breeder in our entire village. There are currently 4 members in my family. Myself, my wife, a son, and a daughter. As you can see, my life is quite fulfilling. A virtuous wife, a son, and a daughter. Our household is relatively well off as well. I used to think that reaching this level of happiness in life was already the limit. But I never imagined that just as I was approaching my twilight years, my son would, inexplicably, go off to study abroad in America. Yes, inexplicably. To this day, I still do not understand how exactly my son got admitted into a university. But so what if I do not understand? What matters is, my son brought honor to our family, and not just a little, but a whole lot. From that moment on, whenever I walked around the village, even if I looked at people with my nostrils, they would greet me with a smile. It made me feel like my life had reached a new pinnacle. Is it not like that saying goes? As long as there is life, there is battle. I never expected that my son bringing honor to our family would reach this level, and still not stop growing. Today, it feels as if my life has not just peaked, but transcended. Over a dozen television stations, including national channels, swarmed into my house. To be honest, at first, I was terrified. After all, I am just a modest farmer with a little money. When have I ever seen a scene like this? And before I could even figure out what was going on, the town mayor showed up at our door with the county magistrate in tow. I am not ashamed to admit my knees were shaking. My brother-in-law had to help me out. Luckily, he was there, otherwise, with how my lips were trembling, I would not even have known what to say. But thank goodness, that trembling only lasted a short while. When the county magistrate warmly shook my hand and said, "You have raised a fine son for the nation," not only did I stop trembling, I even tilted my nostrils up toward him. I know such behavior is rude, but I could not help it. This pride was just too much, far beyond what I could handle. "Mom, where's Dad? It's already so late, why is he not home yet?" "Ha! Forget about him. If he does not finish flaunting tonight, even if he comes back, he might sneak out again later. Just let him be." Exactly. Brother, do not worry about Dad. When you first started college in America, every night he would come home only after feeding the cattle under the stars. Considering how things went today, and with you here, we will be lucky if he is back before dawn. It was already past 10 p.m. The 3 deep layers of people around the Wang household from earlier were now gone. Finally, Wang Xiaochun had time to wash up. He was absolutely exhausted. Far more tired than after any training session before. Because back then, he only needed to use his physical strength. But today, he used up not just physical energy, but mental effort and verbal energy too. He had just finished washing and wanted to say goodnight to his family before going to bed. But it looked like sleep would have to wait. His father was not home, so he would have to take care of the cattle. "Chun, based on what was said today, does that mean you have to leave soon?" Although everything that happened today was complicated for Wang's mother. After a whole day, she had at least pieced it together. Still, understanding the situation did not make it easier to accept. This time was different. Before, she knew her son was in the US as a college student. Even if he played games, they were just student competitions, nothing to worry about. But now, if he left again, according to those journalists, he would be a professional player. In other words, stepping into society, starting his career. How could she not worry? "No rush, it is not that soon. Did you not hear what Uncle said? I cannot just show up at the team by myself. Before going, I need to find an agent. There are many contract terms that only an agent can handle." If Wang Xiaochun had not been drafted, or even if he had, and today's scene had not played out the way it did, he might not have gone back to America at all. And that was not just because of Yanzi. As he had always said, he was uncertain. He felt he did not have the ability. But now things had blown up to the point where seemingly everyone knew. Once the news aired tomorrow, even if he lacked the ability, he was now a drafted player. If he did not go, public pressure alone would crucify him. But to be fair, he was returning to the United States, not going back to school. Even though he and Yanzi were still in the same country, even in the same state, they would no longer live in the same world. There was no need to worry about meeting each other. And given that this was a stage many dreamed of but could not reach, he could not and should not give it up just because of Yanzi. He had to think about his own future and his family's future. Maybe he could really make it in the NBA. According to the report date given by the New York Knicks, Wang Xiaochun had to return to the US before July 6. That left just 1 week from now. Why the short notice? Because the Knicks wanted him to represent them in this year's Summer League. And not just 1, 2 Summer Leagues. The Boston Summer League and the Rocky Mountain Summer League. This made it urgent for Wang Xiaochun's uncle to help him find a reliable agent. Although during the Summer League and until it ends, there was little the agent needed to do for him, since the Summer League is mainly to observe whether rookies fit the team, and contracts are signed only after the league ends. Still, there had to be time to get familiar with the agent. If they waited until contract negotiations began to realize the agent was a useless prick, would that not be disastrous? Better to be prepared than regretful. Wang Xiaochun never expected that. 2 days after the draft ended, his uncle had still not found an agent, but an agent had come to him indirectly. Honestly, I am a bit embarrassed, but I only have one daughter, and I truly cannot watch her spiral like this. Xiaochun, do me a favor, just try her out. If you feel it is not working, I will not bother you again. Well then, Uncle Su, if it is really like you say that there are no issues with her professional abilities, then I have no problem. I just need someone who can get the job done. As for the other problems you mentioned, I do not care. From this exchange, it was clear that Wang Xiaochun was currently speaking with Old Man Su. The call was a surprise, but also a pleasant one. After all, this uncle had looked after him a lot while he was in the US. He had regretted not seeing him again before leaving. He had planned to visit him again after returning to the States. And now the call had come. But the content of the call was not quite what he expected. According to Wang Xiaochun's understanding, the backstory went like this. Old Man Su had a daughter. Her name? He had not asked yet. But he knew her age, 25. A top graduate from the University of Texas Law School. Young, but with a pile of honors and certificates. She was, like his own father Wang Shulin, the pride of her family. But as the saying goes, when God opens one window, he often closes another. Old Man Su's daughter was indeed outstanding, but her excellence was limited to academics. In every other respect, one term summed it up. A medical term, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. As is well known, OCD is classified as a psychological condition. But do not think that makes her crazy. It had not reached that level, not yet, anyway. According to medical diagnosis, it was mild OCD. Symptoms included fear of dirt, obsession with cleanliness, dislike of physical contact, and compulsively repeating certain actions. She also had a pathological obsession with punctuality. Because of this, even though her family had identified and treated it early, and although she had improved significantly, she still could not function like a normal person. As a result, this top law graduate had changed jobs 4 or 5 times in the 2 years since graduation. None lasted long. And every time she lost a job, her symptoms would worsen. Which meant every time she lost a job, Old Man Su had to drop everything and go home to care for her. After all, no matter how mild, it was still a mental illness. What if one day she could not take it anymore? This was also why Wang Xiaochun had twice failed to find Old Man Su at home, and could not get a clear explanation. Because, as the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public. According to doctors now, if she continued like this, unable to maintain her own space or routine, the condition might evolve from mild to severe. But Old Man Su was just an ordinary man. How could he provide that kind of environment? He could not even solve the job issue. He was deeply troubled. But 2 days ago, when he heard from Jimmy that Wang Xiaochun had been drafted, his mind started turning. After some inner struggle, he got Wang Xiaochun's family phone number from Garrison, swallowed his pride, and made the call. He wanted to see whether Wang Xiaochun already had an agent. If he did, fine, it would just be a congratulatory call. If not, he hoped Wang Xiaochun would give his daughter a chance. Because despite her condition, she held numerous certifications in law, including an official agent license. She should be perfectly capable of doing the job. New York Knicks headquarters. General Manager's office. Isaiah Thomas had been working tirelessly all day and finally felt that this phase of his work was nearing completion. Once the summer league concluded and the new season began, he would be able to see the results of his recent efforts. As a retired player, Isaiah Thomas considered his professional career to be quite perfect. In the 1981 NBA draft, he was selected as the second overall pick in the first round by the Detroit Pistons. In his rookie season, he was named to the NBA All-Rookie First Team. He helped the Pistons win 2 NBA championships. In 1990, he was named the NBA Finals MVP. He was selected to the NBA All-Star Game 12 times, won the NBA All-Star MVP twice, was named to the All-NBA First Team 3 times, to the All-NBA Second Team twice, and in 1985, led the league in assists. With a career resume like that, how could one not call it perfect? And in his view, his perfection had not ended, because this year, he had become the general manager of the New York Knicks. He intended to write an even more perfect chapter in that role. But perfection requires a foundation. There had to be solid assets to build upon. So what had his predecessor left him? Look what that idiot Scott Layden has done to this team. Isaiah Thomas was not just angry, he was full of contempt. In 1999, his boss, James Dolan, hired Scott Layden as the team's general manager. After Layden took over, he made several moves. In the 1999 NBA draft, he skipped over Ron Artest and selected injured French player Frédéric Weiss. Then, he gave a 5-year, $61.9 million contract extension to problem child Latrell Sprewell, the same guy who once physically assaulted his coach while playing for the Warriors. In the 2001 season, he signed Kurt Thomas to a 3-year, $13 million deal and traded away the team's symbol, Patrick Ewing. Kurt Thomas? Previously a power forward, now the starting center, only because there was no one else. Height, 2.06 meters, weight, 104 kilograms, averaged 14 points and 7.9 rebounds per game. This kind of player replaced Patrick Ewing? Even a one-legged Ewing should be better. In the summer of 2001, Layden gave Allen Houston a 6-year, $100 million contract. Yes, Houston was the best mid-range shooter in the league at the time, but this was clearly an overpriced deal. No other team was willing to offer more than $75 million. But him, yes, that man, Layden, gave it anyway. At the 2002 draft, he selected Nene, then immediately traded him, Marcus Camby, and Mark Jackson to the Denver Nuggets, in exchange for Antonio McDyess, Frank Williams, and a second-round pick in 2003. And McDyess, due to frequent injuries, ended up playing only 18 games for the Knicks. That guy kept making one blunder after another. All it said to people was, New Yorkers have too much money and too little sense. So many quality assets turned into a pile of trash. It was precisely for this reason that ownership could no longer tolerate it. They fired Layden and brought in Thomas, the legendary player, to take over as GM. But even a legend is only a legend on the court. The team was now full of high-salary, low-performing players. How was he supposed to work with that? He had no choice but to start from what he had. First, he traded away the troublemaker Latrell Sprewell and got Keith Van Horn from the 76ers, a 2.08-meter tall, rather awkward forward. At least he was manageable and usable. As for his major moves, they were still in planning. So for now, his best chance was in this year's NBA draft. Everyone knew this was a rare, talent-rich draft class. And the Knicks held 3 picks. 9th overall in the first round, and 2 second-rounders, 1st and 10th in the second round. On paper, these were good picks. With proper handling, he could still land quality rookies. His main focus was on drafting strong interior players. Funny, was it not? In the past 2 seasons, the team had traded away every usable big man, and now they were in desperate need of front-court depth, forced to find it among rookies. It was pathetic, really. But what could he do? His predecessor had been a damn idiot. Thinking back to the days leading up to the draft, I wonder if the 3 players I selected are as promising as Wilson said. When he first joined the team, he had been busy dealing with the troublemaker, no time to study the draft. Fortunately, the team's veteran scout Wilson had helped him quickly grasp the key information. When asked for recommendations, Wilson gave detailed input. What a shame. If we needed a forward, with some maneuvering, we could have gotten Carmelo Anthony. I have spoken with him and his coach, he really wanted to stay in the Big Apple. If Wang Xiaochun were here now, he would recognize Wilson, the very scout he thought was full of nonsense. Alright, enough about that. He is a potential number 1 pick. Even if we had the assets, which we do not, no team would trade with us. Let's talk about the big men you like this year. It seems the class lacks high-end bigs. I need your recommendation. Of course, sir, happy to serve. Wilson knew exactly why he was there, and had come prepared with a thick stack of rookie profiles. The most watched frontcourt players this year are Darko Milicic and Chris Bosh. But as you said, we are unlikely to get either. So we should target Chris Common. However, I hear the Clippers want him too. And they have a higher pick than us, we may only be able to pick up what is left. Buddy, can we skip to the point? I already know the general situation with lottery players. I want to know who we can realistically get. Understood. Based on our 9th pick, the most probable selections are Michael Sweetney or Nick Collison. Michael Sweetney is 2.03 meters tall, weighs 124 kilograms, strong and fearless, can play power forward or center, has refined post-up skills, and plays with intelligence. If we get him, he could compensate for Keith Van Horn's defensive shortcomings. As you know, Van Horn is fine offensively, but defensively, not so much. The other is Nick Collison, one of Kansas's twin stars. As a big man, he is quite balanced. After all, there's a Chinese saying, great reputation comes from solid foundation. But I do worry about his ability to handle physicality. Did you watch this year's NCAA National Championship game? He was blocked so hard he passed out. I remember. That moment made headlines in several outlets. Many believe Kansas lost the title because of that play. Exactly. A lot of NCAA stars dominate in college. But once they enter the NBA, they vanish. So I think picking Nick Collison is risky, but that's just my opinion. Good. I value your input. So with the 9th pick, our top choice is Chris Common, backup is Michael Sweetney. What about the 2 second-round picks? Sweetney can only play power forward, we desperately need a center. I've thought about the first pick in the second round too. I recommend Kendrick Perkins, a former teammate of LeBron James. He's still in high school, but his presence in the paint is impressive. 2.08 meters tall, 127 kilograms, and very strong physically. But I worry he may not drop to the second round. So I have a backup. The same guy I mentioned earlier, the one who blocked Nick Collison unconscious. Wang Xiaochun, 20 years old, Chinese, 2.08 meters tall, and weighing 131 kilograms.
According to information available online, this guy's maximum bench press can reportedly reach 235 kilograms,
and he also has an extremely powerful three-point shot. He is quite famous in the state of New York. Wait a second, maximum bench press? 235 kilograms?
That is even more than Karl Malone.
And he has a powerful three-point shot? How could a player like that be a backup option? How could he possibly fall to the second round? He has both ability and notoriety. Does that not make him a potential lottery pick? And I have never even heard of such a rookie? Please, do not be impatient.
After all, you have not been in New York for long. There are still some situations you may not yet fully understand. What I just told you are only his strengths. He has many weaknesses I have not mentioned yet. While he may be strong and good at shooting threes, he is just a beginner in basketball, has played less than a full season, and is extremely slow. According to what I found online, this guy takes nearly 5 seconds to run 22 meters. That is way too slow.
Greg Ostertag might be faster than that, and he is a beginner?
Even if he has shooting and strength, the risk for us is enormous.
By the way, why do you keep saying information from the internet? Do we not have his official athletic testing data? That is exactly why I am recommending him as a backup pick. Please wait, and I will explain further. When I previously visited Syracuse to meet with Carmelo Anthony and his coach, I happened to mention this one guy, and do you know what I heard? This guy was actually snatched by Coach Boeheim from the football team. But that is not the main point.
What matters is that Coach Boeheim has a very high opinion of him, and plans to focus on developing him next season. The reason he had such limited playing time
was because Coach Boeheim deliberately kept him under wraps.
You mean to say Coach Boeheim was hiding him intentionally,
and planned to develop him the following year?
Exactly. Coach Boeheim is, after all, a legendary coach.
If he could develop someone like Carmelo Anthony, then his eye for talent cannot be bad. That was when I began to take interest in this player. Perhaps, just as online reports suggest,
he is slow, inexperienced, and unpolished.
But he has undeniable potential.
Instead of waiting until next year for him to break out and become a high pick,
why not try to get him now and develop him ourselves? This could be a highly cost-effective acquisition.
Good point.
If what you say is true, even if he is a bit slow, it would be worth the attempt.
No, you are wrong.
Actually, he is not slow.
I once took his standing and running vertical jump data,
and asked our athletic performance specialist,
for someone his weight to jump over 50 centimeters, it is highly likely that it is his weight that limits his speed.
If we can reduce his weight to under 110 kilograms,
and position him as a power forward,
he would not be slower than anyone at that position, and would likely be the strongest player there. Even if we are wrong,
and losing the weight does not improve his speed and he remains very slow,
let us not forget this guy is among the strongest in the league.
If he regains the weight, he will become the league's most dominant physical enforcer.
You know what? Every team in the league has this type of player to counter Shaquille O'Neal. Maybe we are the only ones who do not.
Or, if we throw out all my assumptions,
this guy is already well known in New York State,
and has a solid fan base.
With that kind of recognition and support, acquiring him would also help boost our attendance.
You are right. Whether or not attendance improves, I am more interested in the former, a floor-spacing, physical power forward.
Interesting.
In that case, let us select him with our first pick in the second round.
Why then did you list Perkins as the first option?
That brings us back to the question of risk.
The risk is not just in developing him,
but also in the risk of him being taken by another team. Originally, I was going to recommend drafting him with our 10th pick in the second round.
Some of the inside information is known only to us,
and the lower the pick, the more cost-effective for us.
If we could use both second-round picks to get Perkins and this guy, that would be ideal. Perkins is strong too and can contribute immediately.
But something happened that forced me to change my recommendation.
What happened?
As I said earlier, Perkins may not fall to the second round, and Wang may have already drawn interest from other teams.
He may even have received a promise.
What makes you so sure? As you mentioned, there are few top-tier big men this year. Perkins has already proven himself, so it is not surprising that teams are after him.
But when I first approached Wang, he showed no intention of entering the draft. He was not even interested in my hints. Good Lord, what rookie does not want to come to the Big Apple?
At first, I thought all my plans were falling apart. If he would not even enter the draft, then there was nothing I could do. But then, suddenly, I saw his name on the draft list.
That made me suspect.
Some other team must have gotten to him first,
maybe even given him a draft promise. And then, when I invited him for workouts twice in a row, he refused both times, giving the excuse that he did not have time? I mean, he is in Syracuse. That is very close to New York, and he could not come? That just confirmed my suspicion. That is also why, to this day, we have no official athletic test data on him. We are relying only on the information he submitted online. Even if he did get a promise, I can assure you it was not a high pick. Every development carries risk. No one would use a first rounder on him. Any promise would have to be second round, but which exact slot is hard to say. That is why I recommend listing him as our backup for the first pick in the second round. If Perkins is not available, we take him. If Perkins is still on the board, well, we need to rely on luck. Of course, we can also try to trade up from our 10th pick, but whether we need to do that depends on your judgment. Wilson had clearly done extensive research beforehand, and used his many years of experience to structure this analysis. Thanks to that, Isaiah Thomas now had a good grasp on what to do. Isaiah Thomas snapped out of his thoughts, suddenly feeling like all his recent hard work did not seem so exhausting anymore. If I can use my vision and a hidden gem strategy to help New York develop a true superstar, then my position here will be rock solid. To rise to fame in this position, that was exactly what he most wanted to see. July 5, 2003. Another flight lasting over 10 hours. Wang Xiaochun once again stepped onto American soil. Just like last time, Garrison was there to pick him up. But unlike last time, Garrison was no longer picking him up as an employee. This time, he was doing it as a friend. Tonight you will have to make do and stay at my place. Tomorrow, after you report to the Knicks, they will provide food and lodging through the end of summer league. What happens after that will depend on the circumstances. Since they were now old friends, there was no need for pretense. Just as Garrison said, what happens next? That would depend on whether the Knicks signed Wang Xiaochun. Bluntly honest, was it not? No problem. A bed is a bed, no matter where it is. I have even slept in a cowshed before, you know. Ha! Garrison was not the only one being frank, so was Wang Xiaochun. Listen to his comparison. It probably made Garrison's dark face even darker. No more words, in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Wang Xiaochun said a temporary goodbye to Garrison, carrying the essentials he needed for summer league, and arrived at a coffee shop next to Madison Square Garden, 2 hours ahead of the reporting time. Why so early? Because he had to meet his agent first. That eccentric, that lady, Susan, daughter of Uncle Sue. Looks like I am early. She is not here yet? It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The coffee shop had just opened. When Wang Xiaochun arrived, he found the place empty, which made him think he had come too early, as he was about to pick a random seat and order some breakfast while he waited. A crisp, quiet voice spoke from beside him. Hello, are you Wang Xiaochun? I am Susan. Were you just here? How come I did not see you? Wang Xiaochun did not size her up immediately. Instead, he looked around trying to figure out where she had come from, because he was sure no one had been here a moment ago. I was standing near the entrance. I saw you come in, so I followed. Oh, I see. Please, have a seat. Let us talk. 5 minutes later. Wang Xiaochun felt like he had permanently engraved her image into his brain. Why? Because before Susan sat down, she appeared to wrestle with herself. Eventually, she made up her mind, pulled out a set of sanitizing supplies from her bag, and began spraying and wiping the coffee shop booth across from him. For a long while, only then did she cautiously sit down, barely half-seated. During this entire time, all Wang Xiaochun could do was watch her in silence. After 5 minutes of staring, how could he possibly not remember what she looked like? To be honest, though her actions made Wang Xiaochun feel awkward, she was undeniably attractive. At least, he thought, she looked better than Yanzi. This might have been the first time in his life he thought a girl looked better than Yanzi. She wore a light-colored professional outfit, shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and she seemed to be close to 1.7 meters tall, perhaps if not for her peculiar behavior. And if the one watching her were not as slow-witted as Wang Xiaochun, it could have been a very alluring sight. Ahem. I suppose you already know about my condition from my father, but I want to clarify that my illness is not serious. It only flares up occasionally. It absolutely will not affect my work, as expected of Uncle Sue's daughter. Though raised abroad, her Mandarin was very fluent. Still, Wang Xiaochun could sense her lack of confidence, and how much it mattered to her whether he would hire her. You do not have to worry about any of that. I already promised Uncle Sue. A promise is a promise. Besides, I am just a rookie. You will not have much to do. We can take it slow.
Wang Xiaochun had found some time recently to research obsessive-compulsive disorder. He learned that in cases like Susan's, symptoms do not persist constantly. They flare up in response to certain stimuli. That made him breathe a little easier. Truth be told, the reason Wang Xiaochun agreed to hire Susan was not only because he could not find a suitable agent, but also out of a sense of reciprocity. But to say he did not care at all would be a lie. Based on what he had seen so far, he found her acceptable. In his mind, an agent's role was mostly to handle contracts. And how many contracts could a rookie like him possibly need? Once or twice a year would be considered a lot. Besides, her fee was low. A typical professional agent would charge 5% commission, but Susan had already agreed. He only needed to pay her 1%. In short, it was a bargain. It saved him a ton of money. Their meeting was really just an introduction. As for work, Susan simply reminded Wang Xiaochun of a few things that players needed to be aware of when participating in Summer League. Half an hour later, she left. Wang Xiaochun stayed behind to eat. Not that he did not invite her. She just said, "I'm not used to it," and that was the end of that. As usual, joining a team meant undergoing onboarding tests. Basically, physical fitness tests to check the player's current condition. Because of this, Wang Xiaochun did not eat much. Half full, he left the coffee shop and entered the Knicks headquarters at Madison Square Garden. Looks like I'm not the earliest. So many have arrived already. Carrying his belongings, he was met by staff and taken to the training court. Besides the staff, 4 or 5 new players had already reported in. "Heh, you finally showed up. I was worried you wouldn't come." Wang Xiaochun had just entered the facility and was debating whether to greet the other rookies and introduce himself, when a familiar-looking middle-aged white man appeared beside him. "You are." Wang Xiaochun was certain he had seen this man before, but he could not recall where. "Looks like you really had no interest in the Knicks at first. No worries, you are one of us now. Let me reintroduce myself. Wilson, Knicks scout. We met once at the celebration party in Syracuse." "Oh, sorry. That night I was focused on eating. My mood was terrible, I did not pay attention. I truly apologize." The scene was honestly awkward for Wang Xiaochun. Not because he failed to recognize Wilson, but because, back then, he had thought the man was a fraud. "No problem. Like I said, we are teammates now. Come on, I got here early, so I could conduct your fitness test. You feeling okay?" "Totally fine. Ready anytime." "Good. The testing area is over there, I will take you. By the way, I have always been curious. Which team promised to draft you? Can you tell me?" 1 hour later. "Not bad. Looks like the data you entered on the official website is accurate, and it matches what we expected quite closely." Wilson appeared quite satisfied with Wang Xiaochun's physical test results. At the very least, the information found online turned out to be true. And it seemed that after a period of training, while Wang Xiaochun's static measurements had not changed much, his dynamic performance had improved to some extent, though only slightly. Body fat, 17.2%. Hand length, 23.49 centimeters. Hand width, 26.03 centimeters. Height without shoes, 206.09 centimeters. Height with shoes, 208.98 centimeters. Wingspan, 208.99 centimeters. Standing reach, 267.85 centimeters. Weight, 130 kilograms. Lane agility drill, 13.14 seconds. 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 meters, 4.37 seconds. Standing vertical jump, 40.16 centimeters. Running vertical jump, 54.25 centimeters. Maximum bench press, 235 kilograms. Reps at 84 kilograms, 35. This also confirmed the predictions made by their performance specialists. When his weight changed, his speed improved, albeit only slightly. Still, Wilson was quite pleased. If he were to express any dissatisfaction, it would be, "Yeah, go ahead and keep pretending. You don't want to say it? Then don't say it. Still playing the good boy, telling me no team promised you anything, that even entering the draft was just a joke? You think I'm some idiot." Well, Wang Xiaochun was still the same honest guy. It was just that his honesty was not something everyone appreciated. Because Wang Xiaochun had never participated in any pre-draft workouts, and the Knicks had no detailed data on him. His physical testing was more comprehensive and time-consuming than the other new arrivals. By the time he finished his testing,
All the other new players had arrived and completed their own tests. Everyone was now gathered at the training court, waiting for the assistant coach who would be leading the Summer League squad. Wilson had finished his tasks and already left. "Hey, man. Great to be on the same team. That block on Nick Collison was insane. I'm Michael Sweetney, let's get to know each other. We're in the same draft class." Since Wang Xiaochun was the last to arrive and seemed to have received some special attention, the other rookies looked at him with a hint of scrutiny, which made Wang Xiaochun feel slightly uncomfortable. Just as he was thinking of breaking the ice and saying hello to everyone, a miniature version of himself spoke first. "Classmate? Oh, right, I know you too. Great to meet you. Just call me Wang." Of course, Wang Xiaochun recognized the players who had been drafted by the Knicks along with him. Sweetney was the 9th overall pick in the first round, a lottery pick, while he himself had only been a lucky second rounder. Wang Xiaochun did not expect this first-round pick to be so friendly, initiating the conversation. "By the way, you know that big guy over there too, right? He's also in our draft class." Clearly, Sweetney was a very talkative guy. After introducing himself, he even introduced the others to Wang Xiaochun. "Yeah, I know him too. I didn't expect him to be that tall." Sweetney was referring to Slavko Vrains, whom the Knicks had selected with their 10th pick in the second round. He was 226 centimeters tall and weighed 125 kilograms, from Belgrade, Serbia. Such height naturally amazed Wang Xiaochun, who was tall himself. "You probably don't know this, the big guy doesn't speak English. When I greeted him earlier, he had no idea what I was saying. Isn't that hilarious? My English isn't great either." There were a total of 9 players representing the Knicks in the Summer League, but not all of them were rookies. According to Sweetney's introductions, aside from the 3 rookies, there were also several players who had already been in the NBA but were currently unsigned. Like Blagoda Sekulic, 218 centimeters tall, 100 kilograms, who played 4 games with the Cavaliers last season before being cut. Frank Williams, 191 centimeters, 96 kilograms, undrafted, signed a 1-year short-term deal with the Knicks last season, played 21 games, averaged 1.3 points and 1.6 assists. Now trying to earn a new contract through Summer League. Dermar Johnson, 206 centimeters small forward, 91 kilograms, drafted 6th overall by the Hawks in 2000. Played 2 seasons, then had a car accident last year, and has been bouncing around since. Now trying to catch on with the Knicks. As for the rest, neither Sweetney nor Wang Xiaochun knew much about them. "Alright gentlemen, welcome to the New York Knicks. I'm your assistant coach for the Summer League, Earls Warren. Let's skip the formalities, I'm sure you all know why you're here. I want to see what you can do. Let's start with a scrimmage." After waiting about 10 minutes, the assistant coach finally arrived. He seemed like a no-nonsense type, straight to the point, all action. Since they were going to represent the Knicks in competition, in addition to food and lodging, they were also issued appropriate training gear. Once they changed, it was time for team division. To better evaluate the rookies, Wang Xiaochun, Sweetney, and Vrains were all placed on the same team. Sweetney at small forward, Wang Xiaochun at power forward, and Vrains at center. They were joined by 2 undrafted rookies playing point guard and shooting guard. The other team consisted of the 3 veterans plus 1 rookie. Due to a shortage of players, one coach filled in as the 5th man. They lined up by height. Wang Xiaochun was matched up against Dermar Johnson, who, at 2.06 meters, was slotted at power forward for the scrimmage. No more talking, the game began. These kinds of scrimmages usually were not scored. Timing was informal. Everything depended on the coach's judgment, and every player knew this was their chance to prove themselves. Their playing time in Summer League would be decided here. There were no set plays, so most players went into hero ball mode. Whoever got the ball played their own game. Unless it was an obviously terrible shot, no one was passing, which made Wang Xiaochun a rare exception. Unlike others who were trying to show off, he simply tried to fulfill his role, just like at Syracuse. He did not fight for the ball. On offense, if a teammate was going one-on-one, he would quietly go to the corner and wait, ready to shoot a 3 if the ball came his way. In chaotic situations, he would occasionally set screens. Whether teammates appreciated it or not, who knew? On defense, he was matched against Dermar Johnson, who, despite playing as a power forward, used small forward moves. Wang Xiaochun could only stick with him around mid-range. If he got too close, he risked being blown by. Fortunately, Johnson's 3-point shot seemed poor. Even with 2 steps of space, he did not attempt one. Instead, he tried to drive. But his drives did not work either. At least not against Wang Xiaochun, who was a mountain of a man.
Slow maybe, but massive, not easily passed. Even mid-range shots did not work, because Wang Xiaochun stayed with him. His sheer presence was like a concrete wall, hard to shoot over, so Johnson could only glare. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's a scrimmage. I'm not even defending you. Why are you going all out on me? I've been a free agent all year, I need to prove myself. Why are you blocking my drives? But all he could do was glare. After all, Wang Xiaochun was a newly drafted player with a decent pick. Unlike Johnson, who was coming off a serious injury and constantly questioned, he knew his place. All he could do was fume. As for him not defending Wang Xiaochun, it was just another way to pad his own stats. Wang Xiaochun stood in the corner doing nothing. So Johnson went elsewhere, trying to snag a rebound or force a turnover. Which, unfortunately, made things harder for Sweetney. Why? That will be explained later. The scrimmage lasted about 20 minutes. Apparently, the assistant coach felt that was enough. The game ended, but he came away with a very positive impression of Wang Xiaochun. He liked how obedient he was. Just as Wilson had said, strong as an ox. Once he got position under the basket, no one could move him. Even though he grabbed only 2 rebounds, he created space for his teammates to grab more, and his three-point shooting was spot on. He went 2 for 2 on open looks, forced passes from Sweetney when he got double-teamed. His form was a bit awkward, and his release was slow, but the results were impressive. This gave the coach a rough idea of how to use Wang Xiaochun during the summer league, and how to plan the next phase of training. As previously mentioned, the Knicks were scheduled to participate in 2 regional summer leagues, one in Boston and one in Rocky Mountain. The dates were July 8th to 17th for Boston, and July 17th to 25th for Rocky Mountain. The competition adopted a points system. The more wins a team secured, the higher their score. There would be a champion crowned, but no MVP awarded. Chronologically, the Knicks were to compete in the Boston Summer League first. 10 teams participated: Boston Celtics, New York Knicks, Milwaukee Bucks, Washington Wizards, Atlanta Hawks, New Jersey Nets, Philadelphia 76ers, Cleveland Cavaliers, San Antonio Spurs, and Dallas Mavericks. The Knicks' first opponent was the Washington Wizards. As newly drafted rookies and key players under evaluation, Wang Xiaochun and the other 2 draftees naturally started the game. Their positions remained the same as in the training match. Wang Xiaochun was still the power forward. This somewhat surprised him, pleasantly so. After all, from his perspective, there were plenty of veterans and bigger names on the team. He had never started in college league games. Now, in his very first NBA game, even if only a summer league match, he was a starter. He was excited and fully prepared to give his all and fulfill his responsibilities. However, once the game started, it quickly became clear that the focus was not on him. Instead, it was on Sweetney. Not because Sweetney was particularly popular, but because he was being targeted. The Washington Wizards Summer League core was Jarvis Hayes, also a rookie, from the University of Georgia, selected 10th overall in the first round right after Sweetney. He stood 2.01 meters tall and weighed 100 kilograms, playing as a small forward. Perhaps he was not pleased that Sweetney was selected before him, so he went straight at Sweetney again and again. And it turned out, Sweetney struggled to keep up, at least offensively. As previously noted, Sweetney was excellent in the paint and smart in how he played, but he had the same issue as Wang Xiaochun: too heavy, not agile enough, weighing 124 kilograms. Facing Jarvis Hayes' lean 100-kilogram frame, he naturally had the disadvantage. Fortunately, he could still be thankful that Wang Xiaochun, during offensive possessions, did not occupy the paint. So when he backed Hayes down in the post, he did not have to worry about clogged space. Thus, he was still able to score. But on defense, he could not keep up. Once again, he had Wang Xiaochun to thank. Wang Xiaochun's matchup was Jahidi White, a second-round pick from 1998, 2.06 meters tall and 128 kilograms. A fellow bruiser. But being in the same weight class did not mean equal strength. Besides, if someone had been in the league for 4 years and was still playing in summer league, that alone said something about his level. Hayes' offensive scheme relied on traditional pick-and-roll tactics, with White setting the screens. As everyone knows, a good screen helps separate the ball handler from their defender. It creates a clean opportunity for a shot or a drive. Even if the play fails, the screener can roll to the basket and still pose a threat. Given White's size, it was not hard for him to block Sweetney. And in the beginning, it worked. They scored twice in a row. This made Wang Xiaochun feel guilty. Even though it was not his direct opponent who scored, it happened because his man set the screen. So he felt responsible. I let that happen. Time to shut it down.
Faced with this, Wang Xiaochun had no clever solution. Again, limited experience, limited technique. But just because he had no clever ideas did not mean he had no ideas at all. As the old saying goes, brute force can overcome skill. I'll just use strength and shove him. From then on, Wang Xiaochun refused to let their screenplays work. Whenever White stepped up to screen and Hayes tried to run behind him, Wang Xiaochun would time it and step in with force, not only preventing White from being a useful screen but turning him into an obstacle, slamming into Hayes instead. This was the difference between equal size and unequal strength. Of course, this tactic came with risks. It was dangerously close to being called for a foul. In fact, the first time he did it, he was whistled. The push was too obvious. Too large a movement, too visible, arms extended too far. But Wang Xiaochun learned quickly. If I cannot be obvious, I'll be subtle. So instead, he began using his body to push as if he were urgently trying to get around the screen to defend, while accidentally bumping White into Hayes. This is normal defensive contact. I never pushed anyone. And just like that, the pick-and-roll combo was dismantled. But even though Wang Xiaochun shut down that combo, the Knicks still lost the game. Why? Partly because of Wang Xiaochun, but mostly because of his fellow 2.26-meter rookie center. My God, how is this guy so weak? He cannot protect the rim, he barely grabs rebounds, and he always gives up fast breaks. How am I supposed to keep up? Offensively, Wang Xiaochun stayed in the corner, not just to give space to Sweetney, but because he figured the 2.26-meter giant would dominate inside. He thought he would just get in the way. Turns out the giant was a waste of height. He could not hold his position or grab boards. After nearly 20 minutes on the floor, he picked up just 2 rebounds. Wang Xiaochun was so anxious watching him, he wanted to run into the paint himself to get the rebounds. The coaching staff saw it too, but Summer League was more about observation than winning. They probably thought, well, let's see if the 2.26 guy can at least contribute on offense. But no, he was useless on both ends. They had no choice but to sub in the former Cavaliers' 2.18-meter center. Unfortunately, he was not much better, no wonder he got cut. On top of that, everyone was trying to show off and nobody was accommodating Wang Xiaochun's slower pace. So it was no surprise the team lost. Final score, 69-87. Lost by nearly 20 points. Wang Xiaochun touched the ball 7 times, shot once. He only shot when wide open, otherwise, he immediately passed if unsure, scoring 3 points, 6 rebounds, 3 fouls, and 2 turnovers. No other stats. Thus, he completed his NBA debut. The Summer League format requires each team to play 1 game per day. On the first day, the Knicks played against the Wizards. On the second day, their opponent was the Cavaliers. Is LeBron really as good as you say? With your strength and size, you still cannot guard him one-on-one? If we are only talking about strength and size, of course I am not afraid. But the guy's explosiveness is too much. I am afraid I will not be able to keep up with his rhythm. You have to help me out, okay? Even before stepping onto the court, Sweetney seemed very worried about the player he would be matched up against that day. So, on the way to the stadium, he began rallying his allies. Naturally, he turned to Wang Xiaochun, with whom he currently had the best relationship. But after hearing Sweetney's description of this top pick, Wang Xiaochun felt the guy had chosen the wrong person. If even you can't keep up, how the hell am I supposed to? Indeed, he was the slowest on the entire team. Even 2.26 was a bit faster than him. Relying on him for help defense? Is that realistic? Besides, he had his own assigned matchup. Earlier, the coaching staff had already introduced their opponent's key players. If nothing unexpected happened, Wang Xiaochun would be guarding a veteran standing 2.08 meters tall and weighing 104 kilograms. Michael Stewart. So light? He must be fast. I will be lucky just to hold my ground against this guy. Being barely able to take care of himself, Wang Xiaochun did not dare to casually accept Sweetney's plea for help. Luckily, once the game began, Sweetney's worries were completely dispelled, because the top pick did not even show up today. Or rather, he had withdrawn from the Summer League altogether. Just like the Knicks, the Cavaliers were also participating in summer leagues in 2 locations. The difference was that the Knicks joined the Boston and Rocky Mountain Leagues, while the Cavaliers played in Orlando and Boston. Orlando's schedule started earlier, so they had begun playing even before the Boston leg. Their number 1 pick, LeBron James, only played once against the Miami Heat. Perhaps he was a bit mentally shaken after being dominated by Wade. After that 1 game, he simply went home. So Sweetney had no need to worry about being matched up with the top pick. Even without the top pick appearing, the Knicks still lost. The reason for the loss was similar to the previous game. 226 and 218 were absolutely useless. Combined with frequent 5-on-4 scenarios, how could they possibly win? Final score, 71-90. In this game, Wang Xiaochun did not even get a chance to attempt a three-pointer. While fighting for a rebound, his arms were too short and the ball slipped, but he managed to tap it back in. He ended up with 2 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 fouls, and 2 turnovers. Similar stats to the last game. However, this game helped the head coach realize one important truth: being tall is not always useful. From the third game onward, Wang Xiaochun, who had the highest average rebounds among the 9 players, was moved to the center position to enhance interior defense. This was a clear abandonment of his three-point shooting potential, but it was obviously the right decision, because in the third game against the Bucks, Wang Xiaochun, all by himself, locked down the Bucks center Joel Przybilla, 2.16 meters tall and 116 kilograms, the 6th overall pick in the 2000 draft, and their power forward, Marcus Haislip, 2.08 meters and 104 kilograms. He boxed them both out underneath the basket. Not only did he restrict their scoring, he also severely disrupted their ability to grab rebounds. The two were so frustrated they even committed fouls. After all, being blocked by a human wall and seeing the ball right in front of them but unable to reach it, how could they not lose their minds? But their frustration only benefited Wang Xiaochun, because fouls meant free throws. Wang Xiaochun had never taken free throws in an official game before, but not having done so did not mean he could not make them. Quite the opposite, this guy was unexpectedly accurate. Completely unlike a fat guy. A person who could shoot threes like candy drops was obviously not going to miss free throws. He went 6-for-6, easy as pie. This forced the Bucks' 2 big men to back off. Even if they could not reach the ball, they had no choice but to endure it. Although players in the Summer League are allowed 10 fouls before fouling out, it is still not sustainable if your opponent is that accurate. If they kept fouling, they would be escorted off the court just by giving away points. With the Knicks securing the paint, as long as the perimeter players held up, victory was inevitable. And indeed, that was the result. Final score, 79-84. The Knicks finally secured their first win. But as they say, there are pros and cons. At least for Wang Xiaochun, that was true. He did hold off the Bucks' front court, but in doing so, he lost many chances to grab rebounds. Most of the boards went to his teammates. As for him, he only managed 3 meager rebounds. So his stats for that game were 6 points, 3 rebounds, 4 fouls. He set a new personal scoring high and a new rebounding low. A mixed bag. Now that Wang Xiaochun was fixed at the center position with such great results, he naturally stayed there in the following games, which also led to his stats becoming rather fixed. Versus the Nets, 4 points, 4 rebounds. Versus the Mavericks, 8 points, 3 rebounds. Versus the Hawks, 6 points, 5 rebounds. Versus the Celtics, 6 points, 4 rebounds. Versus the Spurs, 2 points, 6 rebounds. Versus the 76ers, 8 points, 5 rebounds. After playing against each team once, the Knicks' Summer League tour in Boston came to an end. To be honest, the overall record was dismal. 3 wins and 6 losses in 9 games, ranked dead last in total points. But there was nothing to be done. That was simply the level of the Knicks' Summer League roster. If the head coach were to rate his players from A to D, probably only Wang Xiaochun would earn a B+. Everyone else would be rated C or lower, including Sweet Nay. Despite being the core of this Summer League Knicks squad, his efficiency paled in comparison to Wang Xiaochun. Sweet Nay averaged 8.9 points and 3.7 rebounds over 9 games. On paper, his numbers looked slightly better than Wang Xiaochun's, but his shot attempts far exceeded his point total. Wang Xiaochun averaged 5 points and 4.9 rebounds. Not eye-catching numbers, but his efficiency was unmatched. Aside from the first 2 games, he barely took any field goal attempts. All his points came from free throws, which means he did not use up any shot attempts. And his rebounding was low only because he spent most of his time blocking out opponents for his teammates. Otherwise, Sweetney's 3.7 rebounds would have been even lower. So in terms of impact and efficiency, Wang Xiaochun deserved the highest rating. Had it not been for his slow speed slightly hindering the team's offensive tempo, B+ might not even be his ceiling. It could have been even higher, but overall, the coach was satisfied. Looks like when we get back, Wang's weight loss program must be prioritized. The team's developmental resources for these rookies should also lean in his direction. After completing the Boston Summer League, the next stop was naturally the Rocky Mountain Review.
Compared to Boston, the Rocky Mountain Summer League featured only 9 teams:
Utah Jazz, Phoenix Suns, Dallas Mavericks, Portland Trail Blazers, Denver Nuggets, San Antonio Spurs, Chicago Bulls, New York Knicks, Indiana Pacers, a Philadelphia 76ers joint team. Perhaps the head coach felt he had seen enough of Wang Xiaochun. In the first game of the Rocky Mountain Summer League against the Trailblazers, Wang Xiaochun's playing time was significantly reduced. In the previous 9 games, Wang averaged around 25 minutes per game. That was nearly his limit. After all, how much stamina could a fat guy have? Moreover, the Summer League is all about a fast pace. The fact that Wang could keep up was already commendable. This time, however, his playing time was around 15 minutes. As a result, Wang recorded his first scoreless game in the Summer League, managing only 5 rebounds and 1 assist. Naturally, this made Wang quite anxious. After all, he was unsure of the coach's intentions. Did I not perform well? Sigh, well, at least this way my stomach might not be as hungry as before, right? It might sound laughable to others. In the past 10 days, Wang Xiaochun had not had a single day where he felt completely full. Note the keyword, completely. Everyone probably has an idea of Wang Xiaochun's appetite. As mentioned before, players participating in the Summer League have their meals and accommodations covered by the team. In other words, they do not have to spend their own money on food and lodging. Accommodation was not an issue. After all, this guy had even stayed in cowsheds before. Now he was staying in a high-end hotel. But when it came to food, meals were portioned. Although players were not restricted from taking multiple portions, there was still an upper limit. How could a single portion possibly satisfy this guy? Wang Xiaochun came to the United States this time without a 100% guarantee that the team would sign him. Therefore, he tried his best in every game, never slacking off, working diligently and conscientiously. As the saying goes, lacking confidence means you have to prove yourself through actions. If, after the Summer League, his roundness was exposed, wouldn't his trip to the United States be a waste of money? After all, his family was not wealthy. Moreover, he was spending his family's money, and he was currently unemployed. Even if he did get signed, he would not receive money immediately. During the period without income, food and lodging would still be issues, right? Although he took several tens of thousands of yuan from home before leaving, given his appetite, and considering future plans, that amount was not much. So Wang Xiaochun saved wherever he could. As long as he did not reach the point of unbearable hunger, he avoided spending his own money. But he was playing games now. Could his energy expenditure be low? Fortunately, after breaking up with Yan Zi, his unbearable hunger situation improved significantly. Otherwise, he might have become the first player to cause trouble in the Summer League. Though that might be an exaggeration, it does reflect Wang Xiaochun's current unease. However, given the current situation, he need not worry about these things. The only concern might be food. After all, the head coach had already planned to prioritize his weight loss. It seemed that the issue of hunger would persist for a long time. Although Wang Xiaochun's playing time decreased, his role remained unchanged. Boxing out under the basket was his primary task. Wang could only carry on with a hint of melancholy. They lost the first game against the Trailblazers. They lost the second game against the Bulls as well. However, in this game, Wang Xiaochun achieved double-digit rebounds for the first time. This was partly due to luck, as his matchup was even more ineffective than their own 226 and 218. This was not an insult but a fact. Ruben Bunje, standing at 2.13 meters tall, weighed only 92 kilograms. Forget about competing with Wang Xiaochun, even a random perimeter player bumping into him might make him wobble in the wind. This allowed Wang Xiaochun to grab 11 rebounds in 15 minutes, including 4 offensive rebounds. He even had the good fortune to tip in 2 shots. This slightly eased his previously anxious mind. The third game was against the Nuggets. Unsurprisingly, they lost again. The reason was simple: the Nuggets had the best college basketball player of the year, Wang Xiaochun's former teammate, Carmelo Anthony. As this year's third overall pick, Carmelo Anthony was already a standout in college. Playing against a team of misfits was naturally no challenge. Moreover, as a former teammate, he was well aware of Wang Xiaochun's strengths and weaknesses. By instructing his teammates to target Wang slightly, the Knicks' only stable point quickly collapsed. It was the ultimate betrayal by a friend. However, Wang Xiaochun did not hold back. No, he did not hold back his mouth. The two former teammates met for the first time since leaving school. A post-game meal and chat were inevitable.
This played right into Wang Xiaochun's hands. You are already a star in the league, so I will not be polite. I will take 10 of these, 10 of those, and 10 of these, thank you. This guy had not had a hearty meal in a long time. He finally got a chance and would not let it slip by. Besides, he knew his former teammate had secured several endorsements even before the draft, so money was not an issue. His eating left Carmelo Anthony dumbfounded. The third overall pick suspected that Wang Xiaochun's ferocity was revenge for being limited to just 3 rebounds during their game. After 3 consecutive losses, the Knicks' losing streak continued. They lost again in their second encounter with the Spurs. However, Wang Xiaochun was quite happy with this loss. Not because he was used to losing, but because he finally met a fellow countryman. Should I call you Brother Ba or Brother Air? Just call me De Ba, huh? Everyone calls me that. Okay. Brother De Ba. You can call me De Wang, or just Xiaochun. Wang Xiaochun did not expect to meet Bader before their second game against the Spurs. That was their awkward initial conversation, as they were not acquainted and needed to clarify how to address each other. In the Boston Summer League, Bader likely had some matters in China and did not arrive in time. Therefore, he only participated in the Rocky Mountain Summer League. This was why Wang Xiaochun had not seen this senior during their previous encounter with the Spurs. As the saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, their eyes fill with tears. At least, that was how Wang Xiaochun felt. The two chatted for a while before the game. Through their conversation, Wang Xiaochun learned that Bader might not be having a great time with the Spurs. He also found out that another senior from Chinese basketball, Wang Zhizhi, was participating in this year's Summer League. However, they were in different divisions. Wang Zhizhi was representing the Clippers in the Southern California Summer League. Therefore, Wang Xiaochun currently had no chance to meet him. So, counting me, there are 5 Chinese players in the NBA? I did not realize there were so many. Indeed, if Wang Xiaochun included himself, along with Yao Ming, Bader, Wang Zhizhi, and Shui Yuyang, that made 5. Yu Yang probably will not make it. It seems the domestic side does not plan to release him. So, it is just the 4 of us. Cannot make it? Wang Xiaochun, being somewhat of an outsider, naturally did not understand the domestic system. Seeing his confusion, Bader roughly explained the pros and cons of coming from within the system. This left Wang Xiaochun even more bewildered. Why does it feel like selling oneself into slavery? Wang Xiaochun and Bader had only just finished chatting when the game officially began. However, just as Bader had said, things might truly not be going well for him with the Spurs. The veteran was not even listed in the Spurs starting lineup. On top of that, Wang Xiaochun's playing time was cut down even more. As a result, the two did not even have a chance to be on the court together. Whether they were disappointed about this, no one could say. But a few Chinese journalists stationed abroad certainly were. Just like when Yao Ming first entered the NBA, there was naturally a lot of domestic attention on his early development in the league. Of course, Wang Xiaochun could not be compared to Yao Ming, but at the very least, he had entered the league as a pseudo-first-round pick in the second round. Coupled with his inspirational journey in the eyes of outsiders, rising from obscurity to become a star, the grassroots hero narrative drew a lot of domestic interest. Naturally, the media reported on what the public wanted to see. They had interviewed Wang Xiaochun several times before, but unfortunately, they could not get anything useful. To every question, Wang Xiaochun would almost invariably respond with, "I really cherish this opportunity. I will give my all on the court and do my best to carry out the coach's instructions." Or, "The loss was my fault. I was too slow and held the team back," and so on. To be honest, journalists felt hearing this kind of answer once or twice was enough. It showed the player was modest and possessed the traditional virtues of a Chinese person. But what they really wanted to hear was, "My performance today was mediocre, but I will definitely lead the team to victory in the next game." Or something bold and full of spirit. Even if you are not the bold type, at least talk about something fun with your teammates, or share how you are enjoying life here. Give us some behind-the-scenes news. But there was nothing. They originally thought that the Knicks vs Spurs game would give them a good story, 2 Chinese players going head-to-head. That would finally make for a decent article. But throughout the entire game, the two were staggered in rotation. When one was on, the other was off. When one sat, the other played. How were they supposed to write about that? Fortunately, the two had chatted for a while before the game. At least they could be interviewed about their impressions of each other and turn that into a story. Unfortunately, the journalists had good ideas, but no opportunity. Because immediately after the Knicks vs Spurs game ended, Wang Xiaochun left the Rocky Mountain Summer League early. He returned to New York. "Coach, did I do something wrong? Why are you sending me away?" No, Wang, do not misunderstand.
The reason you are returning to New York is because our observation of you has concluded. There is no need for you to waste any more time here. You have something much more important to do, so we are sending you back to the New York headquarters alone. There is already someone there waiting for you. Waiting for me? Who? Do I know them? Haha, you probably do not know him, but you must have heard of him. And I guarantee you will remember him very well in the future. Now go pack your things, your ticket has already been booked. The game against the Spurs had just ended. Wang Xiaochun was even thinking, should I try to ambush another old friend for a free meal? But before the team even disbanded, the head coach directly ordered him to return to New York immediately. This made Wang both panicked and confused. He thought he had been completely passed over, that they were kicking him out. Luckily, although the coach was being mysterious, his words did not suggest anything bad. That gave Wang a bit of relief, so he followed orders. But that relief only lasted less than a day. Because the very next morning, when he arrived at the Knicks headquarters, his nightmare began. Kid, my name is Tim Grover. I am sure you have heard of me. You are one lucky bastard. If it were not for Mr. Lenny's personal request, I would never have spent a whole week designing a weight loss program for you. Enough talk, follow my instructions and perform a set of movements. I want to see just how goddamn slow you really are. From Wang Xiaochun's dumbfounded expression, it was obvious. He had never heard of this short-tempered Mr. Tim Grover. But the Mr. Lenny Grover mentioned, Wang could more or less guess that should be his current head coach, one of the top 10 legendary coaches of all time, Lenny Wilkens. Lenny Wilkens took over in February this year after Knicks' former head coach Don Chaney resigned. Wang Xiaochun only learned about this legendary coach after joining the Knicks. Unfortunately, he had not met him in person so far. But none of that mattered at the moment. What mattered was what this grumpy man planned to do with him. From their conversation just now, he seemed to catch the word weight loss. That gave him a very bad feeling. But no matter how bad it felt, Wang Xiaochun was an obedient guy. He did not dare ask, so he simply complied. But what followed nearly killed him. First, he had to run 10 laps around the training field, 400 meters per lap. He barely managed to hold on. Then came 10 sets of full-court sprints. Wang only managed 2 sets before vomiting. Slow. Too slow. Poor speed is one thing, but this stamina? Absolutely pathetic. Looks like we will have to start with the equipment room. Are you done puking? If you are done puking, follow me to the gym. In the NBA circle, Tim Grover is perhaps the only person Wang Xiaochun had never heard of. But this man was nothing short of a legend, known as the #1 personal trainer in the NBA, and Michael Jordan's exclusive trainer. Just think about his status and identity. As Grover himself said, if it were not for Lenny Wilkens' favor, he would never have made time to personally create a weight loss plan for Wang. Besides, Wang's speed was indeed abysmal. Grover had already made a rough judgment after watching him run just 2 laps. He probably realized this task would be a heavy lift and that only made his temper worse. It looked like he was going to push Wang to the brink. I am hungry. I almost finished puking. Wang Xiaochun was clearly not in a good mood either. After all, he had never thrown up so violently in his life. But again, he was obedient. Even though he still felt like vomiting, he forced himself to get up and follow Grover to the gym. Now, he only hoped the training would not take too long, and that he would not miss mealtime. Sir, you cannot do this. Something will definitely go wrong if you keep this up. Please. Kid, you are a professional athlete now. You must follow my instructions. No means no. What? Are you glaring at me now? No. Absolutely not. I have tiny eyes, you must be mistaken. Please, just increase the amount a little. This is really not enough. Something bad is going to happen. The conversation above took place between Wang Xiaochun and Tim Grover after their morning training session. From the dialogue, it is clear that the two had a disagreement. The dispute centered around the word amount. Could it be that Wang felt the training was not intense enough and wanted more? It seemed the young man was really dedicated, still wanting more after vomiting from exertion. Commendable. But in reality, that was impossible. Wang was already struggling with just 1 set of shuttle runs. The later parts of training only got tougher. There was no way he would ask for more of that. What Wang wanted more of was not physical training, but food. As everyone knows, losing weight requires eating less. Moreover, now that Wang was a professional athlete, it was no longer just about eating less. From the moment Tim Grover took over his training, Wang's entire diet and daily routine had to follow a professional, meticulously designed plan. Take his lunch for instance. A large cup of an unidentifiable thick concoction, one of those with a particularly revolting color. along with a small portion of raw beef and a measured dose of protein powder. That was Wang Xiaochun's lunch for the day. He did not dare say he would not eat it. He had mentally prepared for a nutritional regimen like this. But for Wang, regardless of the taste, the portion was nowhere near sufficient. Perhaps multiplying that amount by 5 would barely be enough to keep him from feeling hungry. But this request was obviously impossible. Not only did Tim Grover flatly refuse, he berated him viciously. You are trying to lose weight. Every single gram of your intake is precisely calculated. If you cannot handle it, get the fuck out. If you cannot even maintain basic discipline as a professional athlete, then what the hell are you even playing for? Actually, after a morning of working together, Tim Grover had developed a decent impression of Wang Xiaochun. Despite being an amateur, this chubby guy put full effort into every task Grover assigned, even when it was clear he could not physically manage it. That level of commitment was something Grover respected. Especially after witnessing Wang's raw power, Grover's fondness grew even deeper. Maybe under my guidance, he could be the next Karl Malone. No matter what kind of coach you are, you always hope to see the players you train succeed. Tim Grover was no exception. Because of this, he began to take Wang's weight loss plan more seriously, even making some adjustments to the original regimen. He was determined not only to help Wang successfully shed weight but also to increase his muscle mass and push his strength to new levels. A professional trainer is, after all, a professional. From just a morning of observation, Grover saw that Wang's strength had not yet reached its potential. There was still significant room for improvement. If not for this realization, Wang's lunch would likely have consisted of nothing but that large cup of blended goo. The beef and protein powder would not even be an option. But even that was just a drop in the bucket for Wang Xiaochun. Reluctantly, he forced that pile of foul-tasting stuff into his stomach. After just 30 minutes of afternoon training, his stomach began to rebel. Wang knew he would not be able to hold out much longer. That was what led to the argument with Grover earlier. As for why Grover said Wang glared at him, Wang could swear to the heavens that was absolutely not his intention. It was a sign that he was nearing his too hungry to function threshold. To most people, too hungry to function is just a descriptive phrase. But to Wang Xiaochun, it is a verb. And a very literal, animalistic one at that. When this guy reaches that level of hunger, that animal mode starts kicking in involuntarily. Fortunately, his eyes are genuinely small. Most people would need to get right up in his face to notice any expression in them. Otherwise, what Grover saw would not just have been a glare, but more like the gaze of a wild beast. And as the hunger intensified, his personality and instincts would shift more and more toward the animal side. This is precisely why people who knew him well never dared to let him go hungry. Because if he ever truly reached his breaking point, he might actually live up to that description. I can handle this, I can. I held out a whole day and night without eating after I broke up with Yen Zi. Missing one lunch is nothing. After training is over, I will go have a proper meal and make up for everything I missed. Indeed, ever since that breakup with Yen Zi, his too hungry to function threshold had improved significantly. At least, his tolerance had grown. That was what allowed him to endure until the end of the afternoon session, even after failing to win the argument. But even so, some disturbing signs began to appear. This kid, why is he starting to remind me of a wolf? One look from him makes me shiver. Have I been too hard on him? Did I push him so much that he hates me now? And wait, wasn't his max bench press 235 kilograms? That last set? It was over 240. My training could not have worked that fast, could it? Grover, of course, had no idea that Wang's increasing beast-like tendencies were simply due to hunger. He thought his training had instantly unlocked Wang's hidden potential. He was not entirely wrong. Because once Wang reached his limit, even he was afraid of what he might become. When afternoon training finally ended, Wang Xiaochun did not even bother with the locker room. He ignored everything Grover was shouting at him from behind about post-workout recovery and notes. Grabbing a jacket and still wearing his training gear, he dashed out of the gym. Thankfully, during the team onboarding period, he had made a habit of checking out restaurants near the arena. The moment he burst through the doors, he already knew where he was headed. He rushed into a fast food joint. Under the terrified gaze of the restaurant staff, with the expression of a man about to devour someone, he clenched his teeth and ordered the quickest set meal they had. Then, while cramming food into his mouth, he mumbled through a full mouth, demanding extra portions. After more than 10 minutes of battle, Wang Xiaochun finally felt alive again. Only then did he have time to think about what came next. Where am I going to live now? He had returned from the Rocky Mountain League late last night, since he did not have a residence in New York.
For a moment he found himself with nowhere to stay. In the end, he shamelessly went to the garrison household and crashed for the night. Before, he was unsure whether the team would sign him, so his plan regarding housing was to wait until the summer league was over, make sure the Knicks signed him, and then find an affordable place to rent near the training facility. Although the abrupt end of his summer league journey caught him completely off guard, he had learned from Tim that signing with the team was practically a done deal. That meant finding a place to live had become his top priority. But then again, the team was paying Tim to train him, and he only had 1 week to do it. Wang would be spending the whole week at the training facility, so he had no time at all to look for housing. He certainly could not keep imposing on the garrisons. 1 or 2 nights was fine, but any longer and he would start feeling guilty. After all, they were a family with kids and everything, it just was not convenient. Damn, how could I forget I have an agent? This kind of thing should be part of her job description, right? At first, Wang Xiaochun had planned to ask Garrison to help him find a place. But now things were different. Back when he and Garrison were in a semi-employment relationship, he had no issue bothering him with such tasks. But now he was already imposing quite a bit. To ask him to also spend time handling personal matters, Wang felt he was not shameless enough to go that far. Then it occurred to him, he did have an employee of his own. At least that girl needs to understand my money is not that easy to earn. Besides, girls are generally more patient than guys when it comes to house hunting. She might actually find a place that is affordable, decent, and not too far from the facility. Although Wang Xiaochun was not very familiar with New York City, he had heard a lot about the local rental prices. Given his limited financial resources, finding a place that could sustain him until his first paycheck would not be easy, especially now that time was of the essence. So he decided to hand this task over to Susan. No more talk. After spending nearly an hour eating until he was about 60% full, Wang found a public phone booth and called Susan. Well, this might take some time. I cannot guarantee anything. No matter what, I need this done as soon as possible. You don't expect me to sleep on the streets in a few days, do you? I'm leaving this to you. I trust your abilities. Also, things should be all clear on the Knicks' end, right? The signing might be finalized within the next week or 2. Get ready and wait for my notice. That's all, goodbye. Once the call went through, Wang Xiaochun did not beat around the bush. He directly stated his requirements and expressed his urgency. After all, she was someone he was paying, so his tone carried the vibe of a boss delegating tasks to a subordinate. At least, that is how Wang Xiaochun imagined it. What Susan actually thought, who knows? He never gave her a chance to respond. He stayed another night at the garrison house. A new day brought a fresh round of torment. Perhaps due to the mysterious burst of potential Wang Xiaochun had shown the day before, Tim Grover mistakenly believed he had not yet reached his physical limits. As a result, Day 2's training intensity increased again. Also, since Wang had disappeared without a trace after yesterday's session, Tim felt the fat guy might not be showing him the proper respect. And since Wang also skipped his afternoon nutrition meal, Tim ramped things up even further. He ended up making Wang throw up again. And not just once, it went on almost the entire day. So much that he practically got used to vomiting. But this was not entirely a bad thing. Most people lose their appetite after vomiting that much. Wang was similar. Even though his stomach was still hungry, his craving for food was slightly less intense than the day before. From a fitness standpoint, input and output need to maintain a certain ratio. So Wang's nutritional intake today was slightly higher than yesterday. When Wang lifted that large container of unidentifiable thick substance, his eyes welled with tears, partly from throwing up so much. He downed the whole thing in one go. Then it was back to hell mode. He barely endured to the end of afternoon training. This time, he did not dare run away. After all, there was another equally nasty meal waiting for him. If he skipped it again, tomorrow's training might involve even more punishment. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He obediently finished his portion. With his stomach slightly more at peace, he did not rush to replenish food after leaving the facility. Even if he did eat, he probably would not eat as much as the previous day. Weight loss had to show some results. Wang knew this well. Although 1 week would not yield final results, if there were no changes at all, even an idiot would suspect he was cheating. If that happened, Tim might actually kill him. So Wang mentally prepared himself for a long-term commitment. Only eat enough to keep from going insane. Since he did not plan on eating more, he decided to check on his most important issue. He called Susan to ask about the housing search. What? Based on the budget I gave you, the closest place is over 50 kilometers away? Are you kidding?
Even by car, that's like a 2-hour commute. That's way too far. There is nothing I can do. With a budget of $200 to $300 a month, the only nearby places are filthy, chaotic, and have terrible safety conditions. You are a professional athlete now, a public figure. If you move into a place like that, all kinds of bad people will be watching you. You cannot risk your life like this.
Maybe she had been pushed to her limit by Wang's persistence.
Or maybe his demands really were too unreasonable. For the first time, during their 2 interactions, Susan responded in an angry tone. It caught Wang off guard.
Well, the truth is, I do not have much money on me. I still have at least 2 more months before I receive my paycheck from the Knicks.
I am really out of options. Wang had enjoyed playing the boss yesterday, but now he caved quickly. After all, Susan was genuinely looking out for his safety. He could not just ignore her kindness. How about this? I will first find you a temporary place to stay. Just something to get you through this period. But be warned, there will be certain conditions, and probably quite a few of them. This is the temporary place you mentioned? This is way too luxurious. And it's so close to the training facility, probably no more than a 20-minute walk. It's alright. There are 2 rooms here. You can stay in the outer one, but I hope you will limit your activity to that area. Also, there are some guidelines written on these sheets. I hope you will follow them.
When Wang Xiaochun arrived at the designated address Susan had given him, he was first surprised that she had arrived ahead of him.
According to Wang's understanding, Susan's home was supposed to be in Chinatown. Getting to this place should have taken her at least an hour longer than him. He should have been the one waiting, but it turned out she was waiting for him. Still, that was not the main point. What really shocked Wang was the interior of the building Susan led him into. It was a residential unit inside an office building. Wang was stunned by how lavish the decor was. Of course, lavish here was relative to the apartment he had lived in back in Syracuse. More accurately, this place resembled a high-end, fully furnished apartment. It might not qualify as luxurious by strict standards, but to Wang, it absolutely was. The fancy hotels I stayed in were about the same level as this. But then again, his exposure was limited, can't expect too much. Still, that was not even the most striking thing. What truly left him in doubt was that Susan not only had the keys to the place but also seemed intimately familiar with everything inside. This made Wang suspect that this lady might be moonlighting as a real estate agent. Otherwise, how could she know the place so well? But he changed his mind almost immediately. Because on the sheets of paper Susan handed him, there were pages densely packed with so-called guidelines that clearly went far beyond what a real estate agent would do. After all, what kind of agent would come up with something resembling a military contract? Who the hell owns this place? These are not guidelines, they're prison regulations. Like this one, mandatory departure and return times every day? Not even office workers live this rigidly. And this one? Number 2 bathroom use must not exceed 5 minutes, and you must bring your own toilet seat cover. Number 1 cannot exceed 1 minute and must be done in the same posture as number 2. Also, after each use, the entire 1 meter area around the toilet must be disinfected. I've seen control freaks, but never anyone regulating someone's peeing posture. And the rest? Even crazier.
Residents must maintain personal hygiene, both themselves and their room.
No body odor allowed. Furniture must not be moved, and definitely no touching anything else. Jesus Christ.
Tell the owner of this place that with these crazy demands, I wouldn't live here even if you paid me. This is fucking insane. Wait, these rules? You didn't write these, did you? As Wang Xiaochun ranted on, loudly mocking whoever had written these rules.
He eventually noticed Susan's face darkening by the second.
Only then did it dawn on him that his agent was very likely the actual author of these guidelines. After all, the rules seemed tailored to her personality quirks. He quickly shut up, awkwardly glancing at her.
Yeah, I wrote them. Just before you got here. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Damn, my big mouth. Wait, hold on, you haven't been able to find a job, right? How do you afford a place like this? From what Wang understood, Susan's father had asked him to help her solve her employment issue. How could someone without a job afford to live here? I'm renting this place. It used to be a shared apartment, but I had a falling out with my roommate. They moved out, and I haven't found anyone suitable since. Oh, I see. But even as a shared place, this rent must be high, right? And now you're not even sharing. Wang was making assumptions. To him, being unemployed meant being broke. So how could someone afford such an expensive apartment?
He figured a place like this had to cost at least $1,000 or $2,000 a month. But he had no idea that $1,000 or $2,000 was no big deal for Susan, though she had changed jobs 4 or 5 times in 2 years. They were all high-level white-collar positions. Even if she only made a year's worth of salary over 2 years, that would still exceed Wang's entire family's net worth. Plus, Susan held a stack of certificates. And those certificates were not worthless, they were income. Even without that, with her academic excellence and her major, she could easily earn rent money just by writing and publishing a few papers. But Wang never asked about any of this. He simply assumed, maybe her dad loves her a lot and didn't want her living at home? So he spent a fortune to give her a place like this. Ah, parents truly are the most selfless beings on earth. Besides, it was her private business. Wang had enough of his own problems to deal with. No time to worry about hers. But then again, this woman had such a serious condition, and still forced herself to take him in. He really could not be ungrateful. Still, it was a bit awkward for Wang, because technically, he was her employer. Being taken in by your own employee, there was something oddly sour about that. I will try my best to follow these rules. And of course, I won't stay here for free. Let's treat this as a co-rental. As for the rent, I will pay you once I receive my paycheck from the Knicks. Is that okay? Aside from the ridiculous rules, Wang really liked this place. Nice environment, and close to the court. Even if he had the money himself, he might not find a place this ideal. Of course, whether he could actually follow all those rules, well, that was another matter entirely. Though he had secured a place to stay, Wang could not move in that very night. For one, Susan had not finished tidying up, and his belongings were still at the Garrison household. He had to go get them and say a proper goodbye. So, on the third night after returning to New York, Wang finally moved into his new residence. And with that, the next chapter of his grueling life began. Putting aside the adjustment to his new home, Tim's one-week training program soon came to an end. And the results of Phase 1 were in. But both Tim and Wang found the results deeply unsatisfactory. Be honest, kid, have you been sneaking extra food behind my back? Otherwise, with the amount of training you have done over this week, how could your weight be almost unchanged? And during your training, you could bench press up to 240 kilograms, right? So how come after a proper rest, your bench press number actually went down during testing? Do not tell me you did that on purpose. Today was the 7th day of Wang Xiaochun's weight loss boot camp. It was also the final day of Tim's direct supervision. But faced with the test results, it was the same story as before, practically no change. There were differences, yes, but so minor they were nearly negligible. Body fat, 16.3%. Weight, 129 kilograms. 4-point agility drill in the key, 13.11 seconds. 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 meters, 4.31 seconds. Standing vertical jump, 40.95 centimeters. Running vertical jump, 54.87 centimeters. Max bench press, 236 kilograms. 84 kilogram bench reps, 36 reps. I did not sneak anything extra. I swear. Facing these numbers, Wang Xiaochun felt not only confused but deeply guilty. He had, in fact, cheated a little just to survive. He had pleaded with Tim multiple times to increase his nutritional intake, but those requests always led nowhere. So he had no choice but to add some non-fattening food himself, like fruits and vegetables. At most, that added some carbs to his system, just enough to feel full. A couple of bathroom trips and it would all be gone. Who would have thought, after so much hardship and prolonged hunger, that his weight would barely change? How could he not feel frustrated? Kid, I've said everything I needed to say. My job here is done. I'll be leaving soon, so let me give you some final words of advice. You have great talent, at least in terms of strength. Very few in the league can match you. There's nothing wrong with my weight loss training. Maybe your body is just slower to respond. From here on out, it is all up to you. Remember what I told you, as an athlete, you must learn self-discipline. Understand? Do not waste your goddamn talent. Partings always come, and after several days of working together, the two had developed a certain camaraderie. Tim's farewell was sincere. Wang Xiaochun took it to heart and resolved to cut down even on the fruits and vegetables. The real purpose of the week-long training was to establish a sustainable plan. After Tim's departure, Wang was handed off to the Knicks training staff. Around this time, the Knicks Summer League officially came to an end. Some players were brought back, others were let go. Then came the contract signing phase, including Wang Xiaochun himself. Given the team's evident investment in him, his contract, for a second-round pick, was of high quality, comparable even to some late first-round selections. Furthermore, Susan, his agent, happened to have one of her episodes at a critical point in the negotiations. Using a style that could only be described as torturous, arguing for 2 hours over whether a certain punctuation mark was appropriate, she secured several additional clauses that heavily favored Wang. The contract, 2 + 1 years. Total value, $2.7 million, fully guaranteed. Year 1, $730,000. Year 2, $870,000. Final year, $1.1 million. The Knicks were forced to show maximum sincerity. For reference, Kendrick Perkins, picked 27th overall by the Grizzlies, was set to make only $810,000 in his first year. Luke Walton, picked 2 spots below Wang at 32nd, was only earning $370,000. Such comparisons not only proved the Knicks were willing to spend money, but also showed just how much they valued Wang. And, of course, it confirmed that Susan was very good at her job. Naturally, Wang was thrilled with the contract, but Susan seemed less than satisfied. She may have felt she had failed to secure the all-important player option clause. $730,000 in the first year might seem like a lot, but once taxes and fees were deducted, Wang would receive, at most, half, and he still had not been paid a cent. The contract would not go into effect until October, which meant payment would be weekly, starting from the season's opening. That only reinforced Wang's decision to cut down on fruits and vegetables, because, truthfully, he was very poor right now. Even though the contract had been signed, the official signing ceremony still had to take place. 3 days later, the Knicks held a press conference for Wang and Sweetney, who had also successfully signed. Sweetney's deal was for 4 years, totaling $8.36 million. Naturally, Wang could not compare to the lottery pick in terms of money, but in terms of status, they were treated equally. Otherwise, the team would not have held a joint press conference. The event was a success. It officially declared to the public that the two were now part of the Knicks. Their jersey numbers were also unveiled. Wang Xiaochun's jersey number, 0. This number had no particular meaning. Wang simply picked it at random since no one else on the team was using it. If any symbolism were to be drawn, perhaps it represented starting from 0, a fresh beginning. Once everything wrapped up, Wang finally had a few days to himself. He had personal matters to attend to. Previously, his schedule had been packed. From reporting to the team, to playing in the summer league, then enduring a week of weight loss training, to contract signing and the press event, he had not once returned to his college. Nor had he visited his mentor, Coach Boeheim. After all, one must not forget where they came from. Wang had to return to Syracuse and check in with the team. Syracuse University Basketball Training Center. Perhaps because they had won the national championship, the facility was buzzing with activity, even though the new season had yet to begin. Veteran and rookie players were training. Many students had also come to watch. Is that fat guy the team mascot? God, he actually came back? Which one? The guy who only played 2 games but then entered the draft and actually got picked? Yeah, that one. Is he here to donate money to the school like Anthony did? I heard Anthony is donating $3 million. How much is he going to give? Wang Xiaochun had, at least, become something of a campus celebrity. If he found success in the league, he might be written into school history. Naturally, his appearance sparked a wave of gossip, though the direction of their speculation was wildly unrealistic. Donate money? Ha! Wang would be giving up a limb just to donate $20. Wang, of course, did not hear any of this. And even if he had, he would have pretended he had not. He had just greeted a few former teammates and was now warmly hugging Fells. It was his first time seeing the guy since returning to the US. I knew it. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd make it. You owe me big time. That fancy restaurant outside campus, I've been eyeing it for ages. Do not leave too early today. When we finish training, you better treat me. Fells was still the same old Fells. You could tell by his practice jersey. Even as a sophomore, he remained a fringe player. Seemed he planned to ride that role indefinitely. Of course, Wang Xiaochun was also still himself. A meal. That restaurant is not worthy. Give it some time. When I get paid, I'll pick the fanciest place. Only that's worthy of thanking you properly. Until then, keeping himself alive was accomplishment enough. Treat someone to a meal? What was that, something you could eat? Alright, enough of your nonsense. Is Coach Boeheim around? I haven't had the chance to visit since I got back. Probably afraid Fells would actually hold him to the meal. Wang quickly shifted the topic. They should all be here. Try checking the head coach's office. Fells knew when to back off. Besides,
He could not imagine a signed NBA player like Wang pulling a vanishing act. He pointed Wang in the right direction, then lost himself in luxurious fantasies sparked by Wang's earlier promise. Wang Xiaochun's meeting with his mentors was relatively pleasant. At the very least, they all offered their sincere congratulations on his entry into the NBA. Some of them expressed mild regret, thinking he had acted too hastily, that if he had played one more year in college, his draft position might have been much higher. Wang did not argue much on this point. In his view, luck had played a significant role in getting him drafted, and considering the mindset he had before thinking about dropping out. Even if he had gone undrafted, it was unlikely he would have returned to school in the US. Having seen his coaches, there was no way he could skip visiting Old Man Su. It also gave him a good excuse to ditch Fels, who was clearly still clinging to him emotionally. Compared to before, when he met Old Man Su again, the stubborn elder's attitude had changed significantly. At least toward him, it had changed a lot. Perhaps it was because his daughter now worked under Wang. Su was so courteous in his speech that Wang felt totally uncomfortable. He no longer called him kid but started addressing him as Mr. It almost made Wang want to puke. Luckily, Old Man Su still had his own job to worry about. Ever since Wang left, he had been working alone, unable to find a suitable assistant. So Wang did not stick around long. With mealtime approaching, he had to rush back and enjoy his blended concoction. But strangely, even though he had arrived casually, he left feeling burdened. He did not know whether it was fate or design, but at the gates of Syracuse University, he ran into Yanzi. Chun-chun? That's too much. So you're a basketball star now, and you do not recognize people anymore? You've been back in the US for a while and never thought to come see your old friend. I'm mad. Yanzi still seemed like the same Yanzi. Even after all this time, her tone when greeting Wang had the same familiarity. But Wang, although still himself, had no expectations left when it came to her only avoidance. I didn't want to disturb your life at school. I've got things to do. I'll be going. If he could avoid seeing her, he would rather never see her again. Because that Yanzi was no longer his Yanzi. Alright, then. Facing Wang Xiaochun's retreating back, Yanzi could only mutter those words to herself. Just as Wang thought, this fat guy was no longer the fat guy she had once known. After returning from Syracuse, Wang headed straight to the training facility. Although it was technically the off-season, he dared not miss a day of training. On top of that, both his daily meals had to be taken care of at the facility. This arrangement had been made with the team long ago. After all, he did not have his own personal nutritionist. He had no idea how to prepare those blended nutrient meals himself, and only the team's nutritionist knew the exact recipe. Plus, it saved him a great deal on food expenses. So recently, Wang had become the only Knicks player who came to the facility every day to train in mooch meals. Whether that made him pitiful or dedicated was open to debate. Because he had lost half a day traveling, his training finished later than usual today. By the time he returned to Susan's apartment, it was nearly 9 p.m. According to the rules of his stay, Wang's comings and goings were strictly timed. If he broke the rules, a compulsive person's nagging was not something any normal human could endure. Luckily, he had reported in advance today, so returning this late did not count as a violation. Still, before walking in, he habitually sniffed himself. This was a new habit, something he had been forced to adopt recently. In the first couple of days after moving in, even though he was exhausted from training, he always showered at the facility before coming home. But how clean can a fat guy really get? At best, he could wash off the sweat, but the smell. Let's just say anyone who got close knew it firsthand. This led to Susan treating his every return like a biohazard incident. Not only did she keep her distance, she even put on protective gear. She treated Wang like he was some kind of contagious pathogen. After each scolding session, she would silently glare at him in protest for violating the agreement. Eventually, Wang started spending over 20 minutes just to shower at the facility, double his usual time, to make sure he was truly clean before heading back. Such was the hardship of living under someone else's roof. Still, life was life, though they lived under the same roof. Aside from the shared rules, they barely interacted. Other than business matters, the two had almost no contact. That was another reason why Wang was able to keep living there, because he feared that if they grew too close, he might become the cleanest fat athlete in history. Time passed quickly. Though the team had granted a few days of vacation, Wang spent all of them at the training facility. And once the break ended, which was when the entire team regrouped, Wang finally met all of his teammates. As mentioned earlier, the Knicks roster was a mess.
Last season, they had only 13 players all year, fewer than the standard. And this season, after cuts and trades, the roster was not only unbalanced by position, but 1/4 of it was filled with benchwarmers. Currently, the Knicks' active roster had 14 players. Point guards, 2. Howard Isley, Charlie Ward. Shooting guards, 2. Allen Houston, Frank Williams. Small forwards, 3. Shandon Anderson, Michael Sweetney, Clarence Weatherspoon. Power forwards, 4. Keith Van Horn, Antonio McDyess, Afella Harrington, Wang Xiaochun. Centers, 3. Kurt Thomas, Michael Doliak, Cesare Tribansky. There was no need to elaborate on the backcourt. Aside from rookie Sweetney, each position had a starter and a backup. They could not bring in better players, nor afford to cut the ineffective ones. Despite having 7 frontcourt players, only 3, aside from Wang, were actually usable. The other 3 were utterly worthless. Antonio McDyess had been mentioned before. Traded to the Knicks last season, played only 18 games, and then stayed injured. Whether he would return this season remained uncertain. Michael Doliak and Cesare Tribansky, the 2 centers, were merely roster fillers on 10-day contracts, with a 99% chance of being waived. So the current Knicks starting lineup was Howard Isley, Allen Houston, Shandon Anderson, Keith Van Horn, Kurt Thomas. As for the strength of this starting 5, here is a brief rundown. Howard Isley, last season, started 73 games, averaged 9.4 points, 2.1 rebounds, 5.3 assists. Drafted 25th overall in the second round of the 1996 NBA draft by the Utah Jazz. Spent 3 years with the Jazz, 2 with the Rockets, and joined the Knicks in 2001. Career highs, 35 points, 13 rebounds. Allen Houston needs no introduction. The king of mid-range and free throws last season. Played all 82 games as a starter, averaging 22.5 points, 2.8 rebounds, 2.7 assists. Shandon Anderson also started all 82 games last season. Averaged 8.2 points, 3.1 rebounds, 1.1 assists. Keith Van Horn, recently acquired via trade. Averaged 15.9 points, 7.1 rebounds, 1.2 assists last season with the 76ers. Kurt Thomas. No need to elaborate, the man who pushed Patrick Ewing out. In summary, the Knicks had offensive firepower but seriously lacked defensive ability. Especially at the center position, there was only one true center, so it was highly likely that Wang Xiaochun would be moved to that spot, playing as backup to Kurt Thomas. But that possibility was soon shattered, because the Knicks made another trade, making Wang Xiaochun's playing time suddenly uncertain. There is something called a chain reaction. Simply put, it means that the arrival of one person leads to changes throughout the entire team. In October 2003, 1 week before the start of the 2003-2004 NBA preseason, a well-known defensive powerhouse in the league, the 37-year-old Dikembe Mutombo, nicknamed the African Mountain, signed a 2-year contract with the New York Knicks. He officially became a member of the New York Knicks. Mutombo's addition undoubtedly elevated the Knicks' defensive capabilities to a new level. Naturally, this led to changes in the starting lineup, which, from an outsider's perspective, now seemed more reasonable. Previously, the Knicks lineup was clearly strong in offense but weak in defense, with virtually no dominant interior defender. Mutombo's arrival changed that. Their current starting lineup became Howard Isley, Allen Houston, Keith Van Horn, Kurt Thomas, Dikembe Mutombo. This change may seem small on the surface, but it had a tremendous effect. As mentioned earlier, Keith Van Horn was effective offensively, but his defense was lacking. At the power forward position, he could not fully utilize his strengths. But now, with interior defense no longer his responsibility, he could focus entirely on offense. As for Kurt Thomas, he was originally a power forward. Playing at center was merely a forced adaptation. He also could not showcase his full potential, so the positional shift freed him up as well. Then there was the newly added veteran Mountain. Despite his age, his defense remained rock solid. So overall, the Knicks saw a notable improvement. However, where there are gains, there are also losses. In this case, the downside affected Wang Xiaochun specifically. In theory, with Kurt Thomas moving to power forward, Wang Xiaochun's position should have remained unchanged. He could have continued serving as Mutombo's backup. But after all, he was a second-round pick. Even though the team had high hopes for him, he still could not be considered a player who could contribute immediately. Keith Van Horn moved to small forward. This left Shandon Anderson, originally the starting small forward, to become Van Horn's backup.
So what about Michael Sweetney, the team's first-round pick? They used the 9th overall pick on him. Was he just supposed to be a backup's backup? Such talent clearly could not be wasted. Additionally, Sweetney was much more suited to play power forward than small forward. At the very least, he had the bulk to hold his ground and a well-developed post-up game. Naturally, he was moved up to become Kurt Thomas's backup. But then what about Athela Harrington? He was drafted in the same class as Wang Xiaochun back in 1996. Last season, he averaged 7.7 points and 6.9 rebounds. You could not possibly expect this veteran, who had contributed to the team for several seasons, to play behind a rookie. Even if he were to be benched, it would only be after the rookie had proven himself. So the 2.06-meter tall Athela Harrington was pushed into the center position. And from that point, it was even less likely that Wang Xiaochun would serve as his backup. It was not just a matter of seniority, but also of ability. This suddenly put Wang Xiaochun in a very awkward position. He was a backup's backup whether up or down the roster. His playing time would undoubtedly be severely affected. However, Wang Xiaochun himself did not seem too concerned about this. Whatever. I am being paid anyway. If there is work, I will do it. If not, I will rest. It was clear that Wang Xiaochun had not yet started planning for the future. He still treated being a player as just a job. Moreover, he believed he was doing fairly well at the moment. Since Tim devised a weight loss program for him back in August, he had not dared to slack off. He drank the prescribed mixtures and trained intensely in every planned category. Whatever the weight loss plan required, he completed it diligently. But perhaps due to his natural physique, all the suffering he endured had not produced very noticeable results, at least not visibly. By October, before the start of the preseason, the team conducted another full physical assessment. Wang Xiaochun's data was as follows. Body fat, 15.8%. Palm length, 23.49 centimeters. Palm width, 26.03 centimeters. Height without shoes, 206.09 centimeters. Height with shoes, 208.98 centimeters. Wingspan, 208.99 centimeters. Standing reach, 267.85 centimeters. Weight, 127 kilograms. 4-point movement in the key, 12.55 seconds. 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 m 4.10 seconds. Standing vertical jump, 40.55 centimeters. Running vertical jump, 54.82 centimeters. Max bench press, 237 kilograms. Reps of 84 kilograms, 39. From this physical test report, it was evident that Wang Xiaochun's physical growth had nearly halted. A 2 or 3 kilogram fluctuation in weight could be ignored for an interior player. At least he had finally broken the 12-second mark in the 4-point movement test. But his 22-meter sprint was still hovering above 4 seconds. Of course, over the past 2 months, Wang Xiaochun was not just focused on weight loss. Since the team's players returned, in addition to his unshakable weight loss routine, he also actively participated in team training and individual drills. But as the saying goes, the more you practice, the more your weaknesses show. Wang Xiaochun had no issues holding his ground in the paint. He had already proven that during the summer league. However, he still struggled to adapt to the team's fast-paced offensive style. As for individual drills, aside from his unmatched strength, his three-point shooting was also a highlight. But as the team got to know him better, his three-point shooting flaws also surfaced. It was the same old problem: slow release, easily affected by pressure. Fortunately, he was extremely accurate when left open. The Knicks did not feel like they had picked up a dud, but they now knew they had to significantly ramp up his training in that area. At the very least, the team had to get him to change his shooting form. But changing shooting mechanics is never an easy task. At least for now, every time he altered his form, his accuracy dropped sharply. This would clearly be a slow adjustment process. In addition, Wang Xiaochun's post offense had become a priority. With such strength, failing to develop his post game would be a waste. Even if he lacked refined post moves, they still wanted to tap into his ability to draw fouls in the paint. After all, his free throw shooting percentage had already surpassed that of the team's best free throw shooter. It would be a huge waste not to take advantage of that. Overall, Wang Xiaochun was full of potential, but his immediate utility was low. These may be the reasons why the team was conservative in using him. They prioritized development over actual game contributions. October 8th, the preseason finally began. As in previous years, each team was scheduled to play 8 games. And the Knicks' first opponent? Their crosstown rivals, the New Jersey Nets. The New Jersey Nets could be considered one of the top teams in the league in recent years. Not only were they regulars in the playoffs, but they also made it to the finals twice. Their lineup was impressively strong.
Jason Kidd, Stephon Marbury, Kenyon Martin, and Alonzo Mourning were all top-tier players in the league. Even Keith Van Horn and Dikembe Mutombo, who had just joined the Knicks, had played for the Nets in the previous 2 seasons. That might have been one of the reasons the league scheduled these 2 teams to play against each other. Of course, as with most preseason games, the stars would only appear briefly to warm up, around 15 minutes or so, with most of the playing time given to the bench players. As the saying goes, soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals. Wang Xiaochun entered the game as the Knicks center at the 10-minute mark of the second quarter. Even though it was just a preseason game that did not count towards the standings, it was his first official NBA appearance, and Wang Xiaochun was visibly excited. However, that excitement was quickly overtaken by nervousness. It was not that he was scared, he had seen big crowds before and was not one to freeze on the big stage. What made him nervous was the unexpected reality that, in his very first matchup, he would be facing a player who had been selected to numerous all-defensive teams, a former league leader in blocked shots. That player was none other than Alonzo Mourning, who had just returned from a kidney transplant and signed a 4-year contract with the Nets not long ago. What the hell? What happened to soldiers facing soldiers, generals facing generals? Why am I being matched up against this guy? Famous names cast long shadows. Wang Xiaochun had only begun learning about league players after joining the NBA. Even now, he still had not memorized the star players from every team. But he certainly knew about the truly notable ones. Unfortunately, just as he entered the game, the Nets also subbed in a new center, a fierce and powerful man who had claimed nearly every defensive accolade in the league. Although Mourning had just returned from injury and was now playing with only one kidney, Wang Xiaochun had no illusions about being able to handle this kidney warrior. After all, even an old broken ship still has a few nails left. Who was he to think he could overpower him? It was unclear whether the Knicks had deliberately sent Wang Xiaochun to match up against Alonzo Mourning. But the Nets' decision to sub Mourning in at this point was definitely intentional. Not because they were worried about Wang Xiaochun's strength or presence in the paint. Quite the opposite. Despite being the first pick of the second round and having made some noise in the Summer League, Wang Xiaochun was still largely unknown to the major stars. They subbed Mourning in simply to monitor and ease him back into action. No matter how dominant he once was, the team wanted him to reacclimate gradually. After all, he was down a kidney, a man's treasure. Everything must be tested in practice, but practice must proceed step by step. So they arranged for Mourning to spar with a bunch of rookies. But as fate would have it, despite Wang Xiaochun being a total rookie, his attributes happened to be a perfect counter to Mourning. Both stood officially at 2.08 meters tall. Both were power-oriented interior players. Though Wang Xiaochun lacked Mourning's wingspan, he surpassed him in raw strength. So when Mourning tried to re-establish his rhythm and planned to score right away in his first possession, he was suddenly blocked by an unfamiliar, very annoying fat guy. Looks like I have been gone too long. Rookies these days have forgotten who I am? So Mourning decided to teach him a lesson with brute force. But, motherfucker, why is this fat guy so strong? I cannot even establish position in the paint. Has losing a kidney really weakened me that much? Aside from his defense, Mourning's biggest defensive strength was in the paint. Once he got inside, it was all about power. But to demonstrate that power, he had to first get into position under the basket. If he was constantly blocked by a load-bearing wall, unable to even enter the post, how could he use his strengths? What made it worse was that this wall focused entirely on defending him, not even bothering to help or rotate elsewhere. The Knicks' half-court defense was centered solely on stopping him. Mourning started to feel suffocated. Truthfully, Mourning was being a bit unfair to this load-bearing wall. Wang Xiaochun may have looked composed after checking in, but inside, he was still very nervous. All he could think was, this guy is no joke. I have to give it everything I have, block him as much as I can, stop him however I can. Wang Xiaochun was just trying his best to do his job, make sure the man he was defending did not become a problem for his teammates. So he used every ounce of strength he had, burning through his stamina to hound Mourning's every move. And it showed, at least to the audience watching. Wow, does this fat guy have a grudge against Mourning? He is sticking to him like glue. I think Mourning is about to start throwing elbows. Probably another guy who wants to make a name for himself, thinking he can go toe-to-toe with an all-star like Mourning and become famous overnight. Exactly. Mourning should stop being so soft and teach this arrogant rookie a lesson. But Mourning looks like he is trying pretty hard already. His face turned red while wrestling with that fat guy. Was that just for show? This was just their first showdown, but the crowd was loving it. To them, the intense wrestling match under the basket between Wang Xiaochun and Mourning made the preseason game feel like a final showdown. Naturally, the two became the center of attention, and the crowd atmosphere heated up. Cheers and boos erupted, with many in the stands loving the drama. Hearing the noise, Morning felt annoyed. But that irritation had to be put on hold, because as they battled in the post, the Nets' shot clock ran out. Possession switched, now it was the Knicks' turn to attack. Since the play transitioned, Morning had to quickly retreat on defense. He had failed to score in his first possession, so now he wanted to grab a rebound or get a block, anything to pad the stats. What? This kid is following me the whole way? As Morning sprinted back to defend his basket, he noticed that the load-bearing wall was right behind him again. To him, it looked like this fat rookie was challenging him once more at the rim. You think just because you are strong, you can score on me under my basket? What a joke. Morning had to admit this rookie was strong. At least as strong as Ben Wallace. But even Wallace struggled to score against him in the paint. So who did this rookie think he was? You think I am weak just because I am not roaring yet? At that moment, Morning decided that if Wang Xiaochun dared to attack the basket, he would block him so hard his ancestors would feel it. But Wang Xiaochun's next move was not what Morning expected. Both players had just reached the high post when Wang Xiaochun suddenly changed direction. He sprinted to the right corner. What the hell? Morning was left stunned, feeling like someone had yanked his pants down. He had no idea what to do next. He had vowed to get a stat in this possession, either a rebound or a block. But now, Wang Xiaochun was clearly trying to pull him out of the paint, which completely disrupted Morning's plan. Little punk, scared to confront me in the paint? Trying to trick me? Not a chance. As an all-star, Morning had both pride and confidence. He believed Wang Xiaochun was bluffing, pretending to be a threat, too scared to enter the paint. Besides, a rookie center was hardly a sharpshooter. How accurate could his three-point shot be? Clearly, the rookie just wanted to draw Morning out and reduce his rim protection effectiveness. There was no way Morning would let him succeed. Even if the rookie could hit threes, plenty of players in the league could. Hardly any could do it reliably in real games. Even Morning himself occasionally hit a few, but he did not take them unless necessary. So he chose to ignore Wang Xiaochun for now and focused on his own stats. That decision, however, delighted the gasping Wang Xiaochun. Good. I made it to my spot. Ha! Where is the fierce veteran? Wang Xiaochun could swear on his life he was not following Morning. He was just trying to get to his designated position as quickly as possible. According to the Knicks' tactical layout for half-court offense, Wang Xiaochun's spot was either corner, regardless of whether he was playing power forward or center. He had no real post offense, so his greatest value was in these corners. Defensively, he was there to body up opposing big men. Offensively, he was there to draw them out. This was the best way to use him. But this time, the tactic had not worked well. Now, he was standing all alone in the corner. Morning was completely ignoring him. This was obviously bad for his teammates, because if Morning was not guarding the fat guy, then he would turn his attention to them. But for Wang Xiaochun, it was an unexpected gift. Looks like I am about to score in my first game. Even though Wang Xiaochun saw basketball as just a job, who would not want to shine at work? And just then, Knicks' backup point guard Charlie Ward clearly understood the situation, and of course, he knew exactly what to do. Since being selected by the New York Knicks with the 24th pick in the first round of the 1994 draft, this year marked Charlie Ward's 10th season with the team. Now over the age of 32, he could be considered the longest-serving veteran on the Knicks roster. He loved this team, and the team had never let him down. By his third year with the squad, he had already become the starting point guard. It was not until 2001, when his performance began to decline, that he was moved to a bench role, where he remained to this day. Ordinarily, for a preseason game like this, he would not have had to play at all. He himself wanted to give more opportunities to the younger players, but the team simply had no one else to play point guard. So he had no choice but to act as the sixth man and step in as needed. While there was a shortage of usable point guards, the two rookie big men the team had recently drafted were ones he had high hopes for. Especially that chubby kid named Wang. Not only was his strength incredible, but his three-point shot was also frighteningly accurate. Of course, only when he was left wide open. Now that this fat guy had such a wide-open look, how could Charlie not pass him the ball? And the fat guy did not let him down. Even though his shooting form was still unbelievably awkward. Still. Swish. Right on target. Fuck. That bastard really got lucky. Compared to Charlie Ward's satisfaction, Morning was visibly agitated. He could not believe that the fat guy actually hit that three. To be honest, at first, although he said he did not care, there was a moment of hesitation in his mind. With such a wide-open shot, even an average three-point shooter could get lucky sometimes. So the moment the fat guy caught the ball,
he had an impulse to rush out and contest the shot. But then he saw the fat guy's shooting form and chuckled. Is this guy trying to imitate Shaquille O'Neal's free throws? A one-handed release on a three-pointer? And such a slow motion? As the saying goes, a professional can tell at a glance. Morning had played for years and seen countless bizarre shooting styles. But this was the first time he had seen someone shoot a three with one hand, so he figured he had nothing to worry about. He thought it was an obvious bait to lure him out of the paint. He was not falling for that. What he did not expect was that not only did the guy actually shoot, he made it with a clean swish. How could he not be furious? Kid, lucky shot. But you will not get another chance. Perhaps feeling that he could not lose face on the court, Morning shouted this as both players transitioned to the other end of the floor before even entering the paint. Wang Xiaochun's response? His chubby, round face turned into a picture of confusion. You did not even guard me. It is not like I forced that shot on you. Why are you acting so fierce? Wang, the rookie, felt a little scared by Morning's warning, but that did not mean he could slack off. First and foremost, he had to keep Morning from getting position in the paint. That alone was enough to rekindle Morning's anger. 2 possessions in, and he still had not registered a single stat. As a seasoned veteran, this was infuriating. So Morning began increasing his level of aggression. He started relying on technique and experience, trying to shake free from Wang's defense. But Wang was still a rookie. He struggled to adjust to Morning's sudden shift in intensity but did not give up. He was keenly aware of his own weakness, his lack of speed. He feared that if Morning broke free from his hold, he would not be able to catch up, so he positioned himself early in the paint, maintaining some distance. He allowed Morning enough space to receive the ball, but not to make a move after catching it. Just as Morning was about to get the ball, Wang stuck to him again, reassuming his role as a load-bearing wall. Morning was livid. Given Wang's strength, Morning did not feel confident about overpowering him. But once he had the ball, getting into the paint was proving even harder. Eager to score, Morning lost patience. He cradled the ball in front of his chest and began swinging his elbows wildly, hoping to muscle out some room. Wang, afraid Morning might suddenly shoot, stood firm with his body while raising both arms high, trying to obstruct Morning's vision. He had not expected Morning's elbows to be so erratic. And he certainly had not expected one of them to hit him square in the face. Thwack! The sound alone was enough to reveal how hard that elbow landed. Wang was stunned. Never mind the pain, his nose immediately started bleeding. He tasted the bitterness in his mouth, touched his nose. Red. You bastard, the fuck is this? Are we playing basketball or getting into a brawl? You think I am afraid of you? At this point, any nerves he had felt were gone. He did not care anymore whether the man in front of him was a respected veteran. Tweet. Even though the referee's whistle had already blown, Wang reacted like a rancher who just got rammed by an unruly bull. He was ready to pin that bull down and grind it into the ground. He clenched his meaty fists and charged. He wanted payback. His teammates were terrified he might actually throw punches. After all, the incident had, at worst, been an offensive foul. At most, it could be considered a flagrant one. If Wang retaliated, things would escalate quickly. So several players rushed to hold him back and calm him down. But Wang, in his rage, was not so easy to restrain. The scene quickly turned into chaos. Wang was about to punch Morning. Morning's teammates jumped in to shield him. Wang's teammates tried to stop Wang, but 1 or 2 were not enough. It took 3, then 4 to even slow him down. Charlie Ward, 188 centimeters, 84 kilograms, was grabbing Wang's left arm while being dragged. Frank Williams, 191 centimeters, 92 kilograms, grabbed his right arm and was also dragged. Clarence Weatherspoon, 198 centimeters, 101 kilograms, was hugging Wang's waist from behind and still being dragged. Luckily, Michael Sweetney arrived just in time and used his bulk to block Wang from the front, finally halting the advance. Another 2 steps and Wang would have charged into the entire Nets lineup. Man, calm down, calm down, calm down. There is always pushing and shoving in games like this. We all saw what happened. Morning definitely did not do it on purpose. He just accidentally hit you while trying to break free. You absolutely cannot lose control like this. Sweetney, being closest to Wang's face, and probably having some unfortunate breath, managed to yell some sense into him. Wang snapped out of it, but his beady eyes remained locked on Morning. No matter how you put it, he had taken that elbow solidly. If his temper could be so easily extinguished, then he would not be a proper herdsman. Luckily, his facial features were not too prominent, and his nose was small. It only bled a little and soon stopped, likely not causing any internal damage. His less than handsome face was preserved. Otherwise, Wang Xiaochun would not have let it go so easily. Still, he was now a professional athlete. Once he calmed down, he knew how to prioritize. Brawling should be left off the court. On the court, one must listen to the referee. Of course, if he had the chance to take revenge in a similar way during the game, he would gladly take it. But clearly, he did not have that chance now. Because while the referees were discussing the ruling, the head coach had already pulled him off the court. He had only played for less than 2 minutes. Kid? So young and yet so hot-headed? You had better spend some time reflecting on yourself. And with that came a seemingly stern reprimand. Yes, coach, I was wrong. Despite how fierce Wang Xiaochun looked on the court moments earlier, now in front of his boss, he was utterly submissive, like a schoolboy facing his teacher. Good, as long as you know. In fact, Lenny Wilkins was not at all angry with Wang Xiaochun's performance. He was even quite pleased. Not just with his play, but also with that near fight. Back in his day, which of the big men had not gotten into a fight? Especially as an interior player, that kind of fierceness was necessary. He did not want the player he had high hopes for to turn out soft. Originally, Lenny Wilkins had not paid much attention to Wang Xiaochun. It was only when an assistant coach from the Summer League reported on him that he realized this was a rare talent worth developing. That led to the week-long weight loss training program. After the vacation, due to the mess of the current roster, he had to spend more time figuring out how to organize the team better. He had ended up neglecting the rookie's progress. But today, he was very satisfied in every aspect, except for that damn lack of speed. As for the near conflict, he did not mind it much, but he still hoped the rookie would not become reckless. Some proper discipline and education were still necessary. On the Nets bench. Man, there was no need for you to go that hard on a rookie. People are going to think poorly of you. Sitting next to Morning, Jason Kidd was trying to ease the situation for his old teammate. Sigh, would you believe me if I said I did not mean to? Not really. Truth be told, Morning had not expected that his forceful struggle would nearly erupt into an all-out brawl. In that moment, he really had felt cornered and lashed out with his elbow. After all, he was a top-tier center in the league, and being pushed to that point by a rookie was embarrassing. His teammates had naturally mistaken his reaction as one of shame and rage. Forget it. Maybe I should find a chance to apologize to the kid? He did not believe in taking out his frustrations with violence. If he was in the wrong, apologizing was the right thing to do. Besides, his brief encounter with Wang Xiaochun had earned the rookie some respect. Especially the way that little guy glared at him, it was genuinely intimidating. The referee's discussion did not take long. After all, it was an unimportant game. Nothing serious had happened. They went easy on the ruling. Morning was called for an offensive foul. Wang Xiaochun was awarded 2 free throws, and that was it. After making the free throws, his NBA debut officially came to an end. The head coach had told him to reflect, and he would not be going back in. Though Wang Xiaochun only played less than 2 minutes and scored 5 points, this game made him famous. The day after the game, several sports media outlets ran with the story. They featured covers showing him carrying 4 people. And they humorously recounted his conflict with Morning. Shocking. A new league giant emerges, unstoppable rage despite being held by 4 teammates. Tragic. A top enforcer loses his cool, throws elbow at rookie. A hidden beast erupts in preseason. Could the league have another Shaq? Scandal. The status gap leads to injustice for a promising rookie. Is this the fall of sportsmanship or? For the media, preseason games were normally dull and uneventful, little to report. Now, with the Morning vs. Wang Xiaochun incident, even if there were not many details, the media could create their own narrative. So Wang Xiaochun became a minor sensation, especially in the New York area. He already had quite a few fans there. Many of them felt they should do something now. At the very least, the curious and passionate rallied together. After the media had their turn, fans went online and started posting. They shared the story of a superstar versus an underdog with more people. In a short time, the buzz around it was substantial. Of course, none of this had much to do with Wang Xiaochun personally. Right now, he was more concerned about what Sweetney had said. No way. They wouldn't actually suspend me, would they? The fight didn't even happen. Why not? From what I've heard, teams have often used suspensions to discipline unruly rookies. Even though there was no real fight yesterday, your posture was terrifying. You charged forward with 4 people clinging to you. If they do not suspend you, what will they do the next time something happens? How can the team maintain discipline? Even though Sweetney spoke like he knew exactly what was going on, he actually had no idea how the team viewed Wang Xiaochun. He was simply drawing conclusions from second-hand stories. Unexpectedly, he ended up being right. That same afternoon, the team issued Wang Xiaochun a suspension notice. Luckily, it was only for one game. Most likely, it was meant as a warning, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. But why kill me? A suspension means losing a game's pay. A suspension was the last thing Wang Xiaochun wanted. He also knew full well that if he had not been the first incident of the season, a suspension would probably not have happened. If it had only been one game, he could have accepted it. But the key problem was suspension meant a pay cut. According to league rules, NBA salaries are paid from October to April over 6 months. The frequency varies by team, some pay biweekly, others weekly. Each pay period is calculated based on the total number of games. Take Wang Xiaochun for example. Excluding the unpredictable playoffs, there were 8 preseason games and 82 regular season games, 90 games in total. His first-year contract was half of $730,000, so about $370,000. That meant he earned around $4,000 per game. His first paycheck was due on the 15th of that month. $370,000 divided by 24 pay periods equals roughly $15,417. But now, one suspension meant subtracting $4,000. That was nearly a third of his first week's paycheck. For Wang Xiaochun, who was already struggling financially, this was a massive blow. Damn it! I still owe rent and utilities. This one suspension just cost me half a year's rent. What a fucking loss. For other NBA players, this kind of money might not matter. But for a broke player like Wang Xiaochun, it was catastrophic. He had planned to use his first paycheck to clear all his debts, then send some money home to show his filial piety, then maybe buy a few things for himself. When he moved in with Susan, he brought almost nothing. Other than some personal items he bought himself, he did not even own a phone. Now it seemed those plans would have to wait. The 8 preseason games were scheduled as alternating day matches. That is, play one day, rest the next, and then play again on the third. Because Wang Xiaochun had been suspended for one game, he missed the second match against the Cavaliers. However, in the third game against the Clippers, Wang returned to his role. And he faced a familiar face, Chris Kumon. Kumon had been selected by the Clippers with the 6th overall pick in this year's draft. Compared to Wang Xiaochun, he was a general among generals. So when Wang Xiaochun came on in the second quarter, he only faced Kumon for less than a minute. After Kumon missed 2 shots, he was subbed out. But then someone Wang was very eager to face entered the court. Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi had been selected in the second round, 36th overall, of the 1999 NBA draft by the Dallas Mavericks. He was the first Chinese player to officially join the NBA, although due to the domestic sports system, he did not formally enter the league until 2001. He played 1 year with the Mavericks before transferring to the Los Angeles Clippers, signing a 3-year contract. This was his second year. Faced with such a senior compatriot, how could Wang Xiaochun not give it his all? He defended him with the same tenacity he had shown against Morning, sticking to him relentlessly. This left Wang Zhizhi, who was also hoping to pad his stats, with no choice. He ended up imitating Wang Xiaochun's style. Xiaochun? I've heard Deba, Mnkbader, mention you. So, how are you adapting? You looked pretty fierce in that game against the Magic. Did I ever wrong you back in China or something? Although Wang Zhizhi stood 2.14 meters tall and weighed 116 kilograms, his offensive style was quite similar to Wang Xiaochun's. He also had a fairly reliable 3-point shot. But when it came to battling in the paint, he simply could not overcome the fully committed Wang Xiaochun. He was a purely technical player. Moreover, his standing in the Clippers roster did not seem very high. Several teammates were eager to prove themselves, so when he could not cut inside effectively, he did not receive passes. He had no choice but to give up attacking the basket and serve as a decoy instead. During one offensive possession for the Clippers, he successfully drew Wang Xiaochun out to the corner. Now, 2 Chinese players stood in the corner, face-guarding each other like they were cracking sunflower seeds. Not bad, brother Zhizhi. Back in China? I don't think so, we've probably never met. Wang Xiaochun, simply focused on doing his job, was dumbfounded by Wang Zhizhi's question. He had originally planned to chat with the elder compatriot after the game. He did not expect him to speak mid-game. Then why are you guarding me so tightly? It's just pre-season. You've been glued to me the whole half. I thought we had some beef. Unlike Yao Ming or Wang Xiaochun, Wang Zhizhi was in a very difficult position. To make it to the NBA, he had sacrificed a lot and fallen out with the domestic sports authorities. Unlike Yao or Wang Xiaochun, he did not have the support of the Chinese system. He had to rely entirely on himself now. But as a Chinese player completely blacklisted at home and with limited abilities, hard work alone was not enough. His hardships were unimaginable to outsiders. so he needed to seize every opportunity. But the rookie in front of him was clearly giving him none. How could he not feel some resentment? I just got suspended, you know? I'm scared of screwing up again and getting blamed, haha. Although Wang Xiaochun was flustered and a bit embarrassed by Wang Zhixi's questioning, he had no plans to ease up on defense. After all, from his point of view, they were all professionals doing a job. He respected Wang as a senior, but he still had to do his work. Besides, Wang Xiaochun was only able to defend so tightly during the Clippers' half-court sets. Once they ran fast breaks or transitions, Wang might not even be able to keep up. So Wang Zhixi's words were ultimately futile. Wang Xiaochun actually did not play much overall. His weaknesses were too obvious. Once targeted, he easily became a liability. So he only played half a quarter each in the second and fourth quarters. His matchup with Wang Zhixi lasted about 4 or 5 minutes. He prevented Zhixi from scoring, and he himself hit 1 three-pointer, made 2 free throws, and grabbed 3 rebounds. He finished the game with 5 points, 6 rebounds, and 1 assist. And after this game, because of his notable performance, other teams began to gather some basic scouting data on him. In the next few preseason games, although Wang Xiaochun still averaged over 10 minutes per game, it was no longer as easy to rack up stats. There was always someone guarding him at the three-point line. Fast breaks and chaotic plays replaced structured offense. Wang Xiaochun had to work extremely hard. Over the 7 preseason games, he averaged just 1.2 points, 3.7 rebounds, and 0.3 assists. Still, despite his mediocre stats, the team never skimped on development resources for him. In fact, they even wanted to bring back Knicks legend Patrick Ewing, who had retired, to personally coach Wang for a while to help develop his post-game more quickly. Unfortunately, the Knicks were a step too late. In July, Ewing had already gone to the Houston Rockets to coach Yao Ming. The Knicks' current starting center, Mutombo, played a style unsuited to Wang Xiaochun and could not mentor him, so the plan had to be put on hold. But the good thing was, even though Wang's abilities were still underwhelming, he could still be useful at critical moments. Just like in the first game of the regular season against the Orlando Magic. If not for Wang Xiaochun's miraculous performance, the Knicks would surely have lost that season opener. October 29th, Madison Square Garden. The Magic and the Knicks had already been battling for 45 minutes. Only 3 minutes remained in the game. The score was 87-81. The Knicks were trailing by 6. Big Mountain? How's your stamina, can you still hold on? The highlight of this game was undoubtedly the showdown between last season's scoring champion, Tracy McGrady, and last season's mid-range king, Allen Houston. 2 kings clashing, naturally, sparks flew. But perhaps because the season had just begun, neither had found their rhythm yet. So far, McGrady had made 7 of 21 shots, missing all 5 of his 3-point attempts. Houston was 6 for 20, also scoreless from beyond the arc. Neither had lived up to their star billing. Both were bricking shots like crazy, which made life hell for the big men. No matter how bad the shooting, someone still had to grab those rebounds. And they had to do it all game long. The Magic's frontcourt duo, Drew Gooden and Juwan Howard, were technically both power forwards in height. But they were veteran journeymen, rich in experience. The Knicks' bigs were not bad either. Mutombo and Kurt Thomas started strong. But Mutombo, already 37 years old, could not sustain his energy into the second half. Eventually, Athela Harrington was brought in, but Harrington could not compare to the Magic's frontcourt duo. Especially when facing experienced players with constant little tricks, he struggled even more. He lasted barely a quarter before Mutombo was subbed back in. This was putting too much strain on the aging Big Mountain. With the game nearing its end and Mutombo clearly exhausted, Coach Lenny Wilkins, after confirming his state and weighing his options, sent in Wang Xiaochun, who had not played at all until now. Kid, your job is the same as before, hold their big men, let Thomas grab rebounds, and take open shots if you get the chance. Got it? After the preseason ended and during the days leading up to the regular season, aside from training diligently every day, the thing Wang Xiaochun looked forward to the most was October 30th. Do not misunderstand, it was not a special day, nor was it commemorative in any way. If it had to be given a name, it would be payday for the New York Knicks. When Wang Xiaochun received his 3rd weekly paycheck, he was beyond eager. Of course, for others, this was just another regular day. Even if it was payday, no one would be as excited about it as Wang Xiaochun. How can I not be excited? My pockets are empty again. It is hard to imagine that someone so frugal and broke could go from receiving a total of $25,000 in 2 weekly paychecks to having pockets as clean as his face, pale and spotless, a side effect of living with someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Some might wonder, did this guy become extravagant after getting paid? Of course not. The rapid disappearance of his funds was partly due to his agent, Susan. As soon as he got his first paycheck, it had not even warmed in his hands before he handed $4,000 over to Susan to cover back rent. Then came the deduction for the game he was suspended from. He was left with just $6,000. Initially, he planned to keep half of it and give the remaining $3,000 to Susan as a prepayment for future rent. After all, he still needed a place to stay, he could not always live on credit. But Susan outright refused. Was she developing feelings for him and planning to let him stay for free? Not at all. Now that you have started earning a salary, you should find your own place. As I said before, this was just a temporary arrangement. You cannot continue living here. Damn, I completely forgot about that. I got so used to living here, I thought I could stay, but now she's kicking me out? In truth, Susan was not really kicking him out. Although she found the cohabitation uncomfortable at first, Wang Xiaochun had always respected the agreement. Aside from a few minor incidents, he never overstepped. As a roommate, he was tolerable. But tolerable did not mean sustainable. From an agent's perspective, her goal had always been to support her client. Now that his financial troubles were resolved and despite having played very few games with unimpressive stats, endorsement offers had already started coming in. At this stage, his personal image needed to be carefully managed. Rumors stemming from cohabitation could damage his reputation. Therefore, separating households was inevitable. Which brought them back to the initial problem: how much would Wang Xiaochun have to pay, and where would he rent? This troubled him at first, especially since he had grown comfortable living there. I still have other units available for rent in this building. You can move without changing location. Susan, unlike Wang, was not sentimental and gave the most practical answer. Do you have any single-room apartments? It was obvious that Wang had considered this before, but he was mainly concerned about the cost. There should not be any. Two-bedroom units are already the smallest here, and they are in high demand. With your current finances, renting a two-bedroom should not be a problem. A man's financial anxiety is hard for a female agent to understand. After careful consideration and to preserve his dignity, Wang agreed to Susan's suggestion. But agreeing did not mean he had the money. He did not expect the rent here to be paid annually, and the monthly rent was $2,000, which meant he had to pay $24,000 up front. So he was back in debt again. Susan covered the cost temporarily. After receiving his second paycheck, he handed it all over to her. He still owed Susan $3,000. How could he not obsessively count the days until the next payday? And just as he was waiting anxiously, assuming he had no chance of playing in the season opener, the coach suddenly called on him to step in. It has been mentioned many times, Wang Xiaochun is an obedient player. So whenever he steps on the court, he never thinks about showing off. He stays in his lane, works hard, and does his job well. When he was subbed in, he went straight for Drew Gooden. This was a possession for the Magic. His first task was to block his man. Drew Gooden, 2.08 meters tall, 113 kilograms, entered the league in the same draft as Yao Ming, 2002, fourth overall by the Grizzlies, later traded to the Magic. Though only in his second year, he had lived up to his draft position. He was already well known in high school and collected numerous accolades in college. In his rookie season, he averaged 12 points and 5.8 rebounds. He certainly earned the veteran label. As a second-year player, Gooden was already aware of the rookie Wang Xiaochun, especially after that brawl with Morning. Hard not to know him. Since he knew his opponent, he had countermeasures in mind. After all, he was a seasoned veteran. Wang stepped into the paint to guard him. Gooden tested his strength and, as expected, could not move him. Since I can't overpower him, time for some dirty tricks. Gooden had played against plenty of strong players, but he was never afraid. If direct force failed, there were always alternatives. As McGrady held the ball for an offensive play, Wang had boxed Gooden behind him. When McGrady's shot was contested and missed due to Keith Van Horn's height, Gooden made his move. Only his body moved subtly and covertly, unnoticed by the audience. But after the attempt, Gooden's face twitched slightly. Shit, this guy looks fat and squishy, but why can't I pinch his meat? He had tried to pinch Wang's waist, a tactic meant to inflict pain and force him to lose position. That way, he could grab the rebound or go for a putback. This trick usually worked, especially on rookies. Even some veterans fell for it. He thought it would work wonders on someone like Wang, who looked soft and chubby. The pain might even anger the opponent into fouling him, sending him to the line. But to his shock, the seemingly plump guy had flesh as hard as bricks. He could not even get a grip. And then, Kurt Thomas grabbed the rebound. Gooden remained pinned behind the fake fat man. After the rebound,
Wang looked back at him curiously before jogging down the court, scratching the spot where he had been pinched.
You fucking mocking me now? To Gooden, it felt like an outright taunt.
But in truth, Wang Xiaochun meant no such thing. He was just puzzled why this solemn, bearded guy had randomly tickled him.
And honestly, it had kind of tickled. Wang Xiaochun had just entered the game.
Though his presence was not immediately impactful, the Knicks managed to score on a fast break in the very first possession after he came in, closing the gap from 81 to 83, just a 4-point difference now. He deserved at least a slight boost to his plus-minus rating.
Unfortunately, in the second possession, although Wang had boxed out his man, Kurt Thomas failed to secure the rebound. It was grabbed by Juwan Howard, who passed it back to McGrady. McGrady evaded Allen Houston's defensive chase and scored with a floater, restoring the lead to 6. Wang, screen for me first. If I do not succeed in the drive, cut to the corner.
As the Knicks' star player, Allen Houston knew very well that at such critical moments, he could not afford to panic. But his shooting was off tonight, and McGrady's defense was tenacious. To score, he needed to cooperate with teammates. Previously, pick-and-roll plays with Mutombo had not worked well, since Mutombo's roles were too predictable and always led to the basket. As a mid-range specialist, Houston needed space to shoot, and the crowded paint made clean looks difficult. Unlike McGrady, who could break down defenders with explosive athleticism, Houston required space and rhythm.
Wang Xiaochun could provide exactly that, so he laid out his strategy for Wang. Alright, no problem. Naturally, Wang obeyed. Whatever the star said, he would do. Besides, he had done this kind of thing before. Although he was slow and inflexible, and a weak finisher at the rim, setting screens was easy for him. What came after was a bit more complicated. But by Houston's plan, Wang would be fine for this specific role. So he actively moved to the top of the key, trying to block McGrady. But McGrady was not easy to screen. Though cold shooting-wise tonight, he had already registered 3 blocks. He danced around Wang's screen effortlessly and closed in on Houston again, teaming with Gooden to double-team. Fortunately, Wang did not forget the next step. He did not try to rescreen. Seeing no one covering him, he sprinted to the corner. Gooden tried to chase him. Given Wang's speed, he could definitely catch up, but McGrady's hand was already reaching for the ball Houston was shielding. Houston could barely maintain possession, let alone make a clean pass. If pressure increased, he might even lose the ball. Gooden knew Wang was physically strong, but he was unclear about his three-point ability. If Wang rolled to the basket, Gooden would definitely follow, as a player that size in the paint posed a threat. But pulling back to the corner to shoot a 3? Not worth defending, he thought. What Gooden did not anticipate was that in critical moments, some players remain astonishingly calm. Allen Houston was, after all, Allen Houston. Though making a pass was hard, and accuracy uncertain, he had absolute faith in Wang's open three-point shot. If he could just get the ball there, Wang would score. He protected the ball tightly against his chest, then bumped into McGrady, not to drive, but to create a bit of separation. It worked. He found a sliver of space and lofted a high pass to Wang in the corner. The pass was off target, but Wang had been diligently practicing catch and shoot. Catching it slightly off balance, he still had time to adjust. Gooden flew at him, but it was too late. Wang released the shot. Swish! A perfect hit. The score changed to 89 to 86. The Knicks trailed by just 3 points. Very good. Wang, well done. Houston offered immediate praise. Though the pass was risky, the result was satisfying, and he gained an assist. Now they were just 1 possession behind. How could he not be pleased? Yes, very good indeed. Wang praised himself too. Although Gooden's closeout was a bit far off, in the past it might still have disrupted his shot. To score in such a pressured moment thrilled him. But his joy was short-lived. The Magic had already inbound the ball, and Wang had to sprint back. It seemed that for a long time ahead, as long as Wang's speed did not improve, his moments of happiness would never last too long. 3 possessions had passed since Wang Xiaochun subbed in almost 2 minutes. Now, with the score within a single basket, the pressure was at its peak. The Magic had possession, with McGrady handling the ball. Go cover that guy. If you cannot stop him in the paint, at least do not let him score from outside too. Do you want to throw away this win? As the team leader, McGrady was furious with Gooden for his earlier defensive lapse. Being both a scoring and defensive star, McGrady did not need that kind of help in double-teaming Houston. What had been a 2-possession lead was now down to 1. Of course he was upset. Relax. It won't happen again. That guy will not get another shot. Couldn't back down quickly, his sincere face giving off an impression of guilt. But inwardly, he was raging.
As the starting center, being bested by a rookie twice and now scolded by the team's leader, how humiliating.
Damn it, I don't believe I can't take him. Gooden resolved to reclaim his dignity. As last season's scoring champ, McGrady took the season opener seriously. He was a player who thrived under pressure, often performing best in tough moments. He had just surrendered a three-pointer? Then he would immediately get it back. He motioned to his teammates to clear out. Facing Houston's defense, he feinted a sharp drive, then stepped back for a signature jump shot, hoping to reclaim those points. But he remained cold tonight. Previously 0-4-5 from 3, this made it 0-4-6. The ball hit the rim and bounced high. In the paint, a fierce rebounding battle began. Wang Xiaochun held his ground like a rock, keeping Gooden behind him. But Thomas was boxed out by Juwon Howard. Judging by the trajectory, if Thomas could not break free, the rebound was Howard's. Assuming Wang stayed put. But of course Wang would contest it. He leaned back, trying to shove Gooden further away to prevent him from jumping and challenging the rebound. Wang knew his own weaknesses: poor vertical, slow lift. Jumping between two opposing bigs would only reduce his odds. What he did not expect was that just as he braced to push, something felt wrong behind him. Thanks to years of herding cattle, Wang was sensitive to rear pressure. Though not highly experienced in basketball, he could sense subtle movements behind him. As he began to exert force, he noticed a gap open up behind him. He quickly withdrew his strength. Fuck, this guy's trying to trick me into lunging? Good thing I reacted fast. Had he followed through, he might have toppled himself. But where had Gooden gone? Wang did not believe Gooden would stray far in such a crucial rebounding moment, and he was right. In the next instant, a shadow passed overhead. With just a glance, Wang realized Gooden had stepped back and taken a running leap. He jumped high, elbows above Wang's head. Now Wang panicked. Is he mocking me for not jumping high enough? Wang leapt too. But this jump shocked Gooden. What the fuck, this is going to be a foul. Everyone knows, when fighting for rebounds, you cannot make contact from above. Gooden had not expected Wang to resist his fakeout. He had planned to make Wang lunge, then rise for the board. With Howard in good position, the rebound was nearly guaranteed. This was supposed to be Gooden's redemption moment. But Wang had braked just in time and had such slow lift that Gooden was already airborne when Wang was just leaving the floor. This doomed Gooden. As Wang rose, he collided with Gooden's lower chest in midair, forcefully. Pain aside, the impact knocked Gooden off balance and caused downward pressure. Tweet. Unsurprisingly, the whistle blew foul. At this stage of the game, every single point and every rebound was crucial. But Gooden, well, he was just too generous, practically handing over a gift set. First, he gave Wang Xiaochun a wide-open look for a three-pointer, then sent him to the free-throw line. Wang Xiaochun scored 5 straight points. What had been 87-81 was now 89-88. Only 1 point separated the two teams. And there were still 40 seconds left in the game. Hey, man, are you alright? When you fell off me just now, I was worried you might have hurt yourself. After Wang Xiaochun hit both free throws, possession went back to the Magic. Once again, Wang found himself guarding Gooden. And facing such a determined veteran, Wang kindly offered a bit of his own warmth. After all, Gooden had fought so fiercely for that rebound earlier. He even took a hard fall from the air. When he hit the ground, Wang could practically feel the pain himself. But Gooden merely lay on the court for a moment before standing right back up. Though his gait was a little odd, he quickly returned to his position and continued battling inside as if nothing had happened. This earned Wang's respect, hence the concern. Gooden nearly spat blood from that concern. What the hell, is this rookie mocking me? I swear to God, I'll kill him. Although Gooden always kept a dull expression, in his mind he was cursing to high heaven. But to be honest, he really could not win against this rookie in the paint. Not to mention, his groin still hurt. All he wanted now was to make up for his earlier blunders. Otherwise, if they lost this game, he would be the scapegoat. So Gooden finally started playing honestly, doing everything he could to shut Wang Xiaochun down. In the final phase of the game, both sides played with extreme caution. Even the coaches were rapidly calculating whether to make last-minute substitutions. Coach, let me go back in. The Magic will definitely run down the clock and attack the rim to draw fouls. Wang is fine when it comes to boxing out, but he lacks experience in these situations and cannot guarantee rim protection. And with his speed, if they get into transition, he won't be able to react. It was not just the coach thinking quickly. Even the veteran Big Mountain, Mutombo, had assessed the team's strengths and weaknesses based on years of experience. Do not rush. Let us wait a little longer. Wang still has a lot of stamina, and though the problems you mentioned may happen, he creates spacing for Houston on offense. Remember, we are still 1 point behind.
Indeed, every strength comes with a weakness. Wang Xiaochun was slow and inexperienced, but based on his earlier performance, the Magic could not afford to leave him unguarded.
Had they not seen how closely Gooden was sticking to him even during the Magic's own offensive possessions? Mutombo, on the other hand, might not draw such defensive attention. Everyone knew the veteran was a dangerous shot blocker and hard to score against in the paint, but offensively, he could only score at the rim. Right now, the Knicks needed someone who could both defend and score from range and who could hit free throws reliably. Under these circumstances, Wang Xiaochun was clearly the best option. Unfortunately, even the most suitable player has flaws, and sometimes, those flaws are unavoidable. With 40 seconds remaining, the Magic indeed ran the clock down to the final 7 seconds before initiating their play.
Naturally, the shot would go to McGrady. Juwan Howard screened for McGrady, blocking Thomas and following him into the paint. Allen Houston was clearly unable to catch up, he was screened by multiple players.
The only players left in the paint were Gooden and Wang Xiaochun.
At that moment, Gooden, maybe drawing from his inner reserves, used his agility to spin in front of Wang, boxing him out and clearing space for McGrady.
But Wang's strength was not something he could truly handle. Just as McGrady entered the paint, Wang powered up and forced Gooden aside, extended his arms, and jumped.
He was trying to stop McGrady's dunk, but McGrady's dunk was not something a load-bearing wall could block. Combined with Wang's painfully slow jump speed and his pitiful wingspan, he managed to obstruct McGrady's body but not his arm. McGrady still slammed the ball down.
At that moment, two sounds rang out. Tweet, clang.
Though McGrady completed the dunk motion and the ball went downward toward the rim, Wang's mid-air resistance disrupted the play.
The seemingly unstoppable dunk missed. And just before the ball bounced off the rim, the referee's whistle blew. Fuck, seriously? I did not even touch McGrady's hand, this counts as a foul? As the whistle sounded, Wang's heart sank.
He was certain he had been in legal defensive position. His arms might not have touched the ball, and contact with McGrady was minimal. If this was still a foul, it felt like a superstar call. But then, surprise! Yes, he committed a foul, but not on McGrady. It was on Drew Gooden.
Wait, what? Why the hell is this guy rolling on the floor again? Only after seeing the referee's hand signal did Wang realize.
The Gooden he had pushed aside earlier was now lying on the ground, looking utterly devastated.
As a veteran, Gooden would give himself at least a 9 out of 10 for that flop.
He withheld 1 point only because he feared he acted too well, might need to change professions. But the result was clear. When he spun in front of Wang, he knew he could not withstand the force. So when Wang applied pressure again, he did not resist, instead, he fell, looking severely injured.
His performance was not only self-validated, it was referee-approved.
He regained some face and earned a trip to the free throw line.
Sorry, that was my fault.
I was trying to block McGrady and ended up fouling Gooden.
It's alright. We still have time, you did nothing wrong.
As they lined up for the free throws, Wang realized he had been baited into the foul. He was sure because the moment the foul was called, the previously writhing Gooden jumped up like nothing had happened.
Even an idiot could see what had happened. Wang, having gifted the opponent 2 points in the final moments, felt guilty.
He turned to his partner Kurt Thomas to apologize. But Thomas clearly did not think Wang had done anything wrong.
Anything can happen on the court. And partnering with Wang had its perks, especially in rebounding. It was incredibly easy.
Besides, he did not think Gooden's free throws were as reliable as Wang's. Earlier, Gooden had gone 3 of 6 from the line. Chances of him hitting both now were slim.
And that prediction came true. Gooden hit 1 of 2.
The score was now 90-88.
19 seconds remained. Possession to the Knicks. They still had a chance to steal the win. Scoring 2 or 3 points in 19 seconds may seem like plenty of time,
but if you're facing a full-court press defense, even passing the ball becomes a struggle.
Then time begins to move unnaturally fast. At the 19-second mark, Allen Houston receives the ball.
He weathers McGrady's tight, relentless pressure.
By the time the clock hits 16 seconds, he finally reaches beyond the three-point line. But even there, McGrady's harassment does not cease. He continues pressing Houston, not giving him any chance to shoot or pass. In such a situation, the rest of the Knicks players could not just stand idle, waiting for doom. At 14 seconds,
Keith Van Horn rushes up to support.
He loops behind Allen Houston
and takes the ball. But after receiving the pass, he does not dare to hold on to it for long.
After all, his height is what it is. And ball handling is not his strength, it is too easy to get stripped. At the 11-second mark, He prepares to pass the ball back to the team's starting point guard, Howard Isley. It seems they're looking to set up a final play. But just at that moment, something unexpected happens. As Keith Van Horn cautiously tries to pass, practically handing the ball off hand to hand, Magic's starting point guard, Tyronn Lue, who is tracking Howard Isley, suddenly darts in and gets his fingers on the ball, tipping it. It was only a fingertip deflection, so not a clean steal. The ball changes direction. It rolls towards an area with no players from either team. Chaos erupts on the court. All players sprint towards the ball, each trying to recover it. And leading the charge is Tracy McGrady. Like a cheetah, he outpaces everyone. He grabs the nearly out-of-bounds ball with one hand. But he's moving too fast. The momentum carries him. He's about to fall out of bounds. Even so, McGrady doesn't panic. He quickly scans the court, spots a direction, and hurls the ball with all his strength before tumbling out. His aim is precise. The ball flies towards Tyronn Lue, who has already crossed midcourt. Lue catches it but does not slow down. He keeps accelerating. Because at that moment, there is no one in front of him. But Allan Houston is right behind. And behind Houston are the other players. Given the situation, passing is not an option. He cannot even see the players behind Houston. And with Houston himself in the way, passing is clearly unwise. Although he now has a wide-open opportunity, possibly to score 2 more points and extend the lead to 4, potentially sealing the game. Houston is too close behind. If Lue goes for a layup, it could easily be blocked or disrupted, or even fouled. And if he ends up at the free throw line, there's no guarantee he will make both shots. If his luck runs cold, one misstep, it would leave the Knicks with at least 3 seconds for another possession. And 3 seconds is more than enough to make something happen. He dares not take that risk, because it could lead to a tie, or even a comeback loss. So, he heads to his team's corner, trying to burn the clock. But the baseline has its limits, even if he wanted to run around more. At the 5-second mark, Allan Houston cuts him off. Tyronn Lue has no choice but to desperately protect the ball, waiting for a foul. But to his surprise, no foul comes. Instead, Houston pushes him towards the sideline, trying to steal the ball. And what he did not expect at all was that Howard Isley had caught up behind Houston. As Houston blocks him in front, Isley swings around to the other side. They sandwich him tightly, leaving Lue barely any space to protect the ball. Then, amidst a flurry of forehands jabbing at the ball, it actually gets knocked loose. Allan Houston takes possession. Fuck! A critical mistake at the worst moment. Lue was naturally frustrated as hell, but he does not attempt to steal it back. Trying that would almost certainly result in a foul. And if the opponent makes both free throws, that would send the game to overtime. Besides, he is certain that once the Knicks gain possession, they will immediately call a timeout. There are still over 4 seconds left. Plenty of time to draw up a final play. Why make a useless move? But to his complete shock, Houston does not call a timeout. Instead, he hurls the ball with all his might towards the backcourt. What the hell? Is this guy seriously trying for a full-court buzzer beater? That is way too much of a gamble. Lue is so sure Houston is just throwing up a prayer. Because during the chase for the ball earlier, every player had run down to this side of the court. They are all past half-court now. There is literally no one in the backcourt to receive it. If this is not a desperation shot, what is it? Oh, wait, not every player crossed half-court. There is still that fat center from the Knicks, just 2 steps from midcourt, but he only now gets there. Running back in time? Unless he has rocket boosters on his ass. Otherwise, ignore him. With only a little over 4 seconds left in the game, using this kind of Hail Mary method to attempt a final play is recklessly risky. And while the throw looked powerful, the arc is clearly off. With this kind of arc, forget a prayer shot. Just getting it inside the 3-point line would be lucky. No, it is not a shot. It is a pass. As the arc and trajectory become clearer, the destination of the ball becomes obvious. At that moment, not just Lue, but everyone in the arena realizes that Allan Houston is not going for a miracle buzzer beater, but for a last-second pass. The arc does not lie. The ball, after nearly 2 seconds in the air, lands in the hands of Wang Xiaochun, who has just stepped across the half-court line. Shoot! Houston's voice roars across the court. As if he knew exactly what would happen the moment he threw the ball, his shout is unwavering. And the moment Wang Xiaochun catches the ball, no one knows what is going through his mind, perhaps not even himself. The catch was too unexpected, too bewildering. He was just running back with the rest, never expecting to receive a pass. So he freezes briefly upon catching it. But thanks to that shout, even though his mind is blank, his body reacts instinctively to the command. At the moment he catches the ball, the shot clock already shows the number 2. Wang Xiaochun spins, raises his arm, and in just over a second, he flicks his wrist, and the ball leaves his hand. At that instant, the clock hits 0. The ball flies from near half-court towards the basket. Time itself seems to stretch, and in those few seconds, Madison Square Garden falls utterly silent. Every eye follows the ball's arc, watching where it will fall. Swish! And that sound tells everyone. The ball went exactly where it was meant to go. Scoring 8 points in just 3 minutes on the court is quite an impressive feat for a rookie. However, if one of those points is a game-winning shot, its significance increases dramatically. At the very least, it should earn a spot in the top 5 plays, right? And if that game winner is a long-range buzzer beater, then it surely deserves the top spot. 2 days after the game against the Magic, Wang Xiaochun received such recognition. His game-winning shot from the previous day was featured as the number 1 play. However, this honor was not his alone. In fact, to some extent, his buzzer beater was not the most important aspect. More critical than the long-range game winner was Allen Houston's relentless defensive effort and crucial steal. Thus, under the influence of star power, the top play was titled, Mid-Range King's Critical Steal Assists Rookie in Lucky Game Winner. Clearly, from this title, Wang Xiaochun's game-winning shot is attributed to luck, seemingly unrelated to his own skill. It implies that without the former's effort, the latter's opportunity would not have existed. This led some to feel that Wang Xiaochun was being treated unfairly. Man, you made that shot with your own skill, yet the media calls it a lucky shot. That is just too much. As a fellow rookie who entered the league the same year, Sweetney felt he had a closer relationship with Wang Xiaochun than other players. After all, they were drafted together and should support each other. Moreover, they were the only rookies left on the team. Their fellow draftee, the 7 feet 4 inches center, had been traded to the Grizzlies after the summer league. Now, they were the most junior players on the Knicks, needing to stick together. Seeing Wang Xiaochun seemingly wronged, Sweetney naturally felt compelled to stand up for him. The news is not wrong. Without the captain's final steal, how would I have had the chance to make that game winner? Alright, enough of this nonsense. Today is payday. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Contrary to Sweetney's indignation, Wang Xiaochun appeared indifferent to his friend's defense, even considering the media's portrayal as reasonable. He had to admit that there was indeed an element of luck in that game-winning shot. After all, he had taken the shot hastily before time expired, without even looking at the basket's direction. He simply followed his instincts. Unexpectedly, it went in. Therefore, he believed the media was not wrong. Furthermore, it was his first time being brought by the head coach to attend the post-game press conference alongside Allen Houston. With such an opportunity, what was there to complain about? Although he remained a supporting player and was hardly asked any questions, Wang Xiaochun was content. Moreover, compared to receiving his salary, these matters seemed trivial. No matter how prestigious the news coverage, it could not compare to the tangible benefits of receiving real money, another $15,000 in hand. Wang Xiaochun had long planned how to allocate this money. Repaying the $3,000 to Susan was a given. After all, being debt-free brings peace of mind. Then, he would send $10,000 back home, marking the beginning of his role as the family's main provider. He had decided that since he could now earn money, and not a small amount, there was no need for his parents to continue the hard work of raising cattle. It was time for them to enjoy a comfortable life. He planned to have his father sell the remaining cattle at home and perhaps travel around the world. Even if they were not inclined to relax, they should at least engage in lighter work. Of course, whether his father would accept his suggestion was not his concern. He would send the majority of his income home every month. How they used it was up to them. As for sending money back home, that task naturally fell to Susan. It was part of a manager's responsibilities. After all, he was not familiar with such matters. Therefore, Wang Xiaochun planned to discuss this with Susan after today's training session. However, to his surprise, upon arriving at Susan's office, before he could mention his own matters, Susan shared some unexpected news. So, I have an endorsement deal, and it is with a major brand? Yes, although the brand is American, your endorsement is only for the Chinese market. All advertising investments are focused in China. There will be no related promotions in the United States. That does not matter. The key is, how much are they paying? And what exactly am I endorsing? Procter & Gamble? I think I have heard of that brand. Do they make disinfectant products? Since moving out from Susan's place, although they were in the same building, this was their first meeting in a while. Wang Xiaochun knew Susan had been busy recently but did not know with what. Now, it seemed he understood. She had been securing an endorsement deal for him, and it was with a significant brand. Procter & Gamble, a company ranked among the top 10 in global market value and top 20 in profits, also one of the top 10 most admired companies in the Fortune 500. They owned numerous products, such as Head & Shoulders, Crest, Pantene, and Olay, all globally renowned brands. Wang Xiaochun's endorsement came from this company. However, unfortunately, he was not endorsing any of those brands. According to Susan, Procter & Gamble had launched a new bath product targeting the Asian market. Of course, the Asian market was segmented. Wang Xiaochun's role was to be the brand ambassador for the Greater China region. As for the endorsement fee, this company is so stingy. Only $470,000 for 2 years? And they are a globally renowned company? This offer does not match their status at all. Moreover, it is a bath product, which means I will have to show skin. If they are paying so little for such a big ask, I am at a significant loss. Wang Xiaochun had not expected this. Susan had spoken so highly of the company, yet they offered such a modest sum. Of course, $470,000 was a substantial amount for him. However, Susan's prior buildup had led to unrealistic expectations. The contrast made the offer seem stingy. Furthermore, in his view, bath product advertisements involved being fully unclothed and covered in bubbles. At that moment, Wang Xiaochun felt he could not accept such imagery. The price is indeed not high, but this endorsement is a great opportunity for you, a chance to establish your brand positioning. With this endorsement as a foundation, future brands seeking you out will naturally be of similar or higher caliber. It is like your work experience. Having worked at a large company is always better than a small one. Future endorsements will likely be of this level or close to it. Moreover, you are not the only spokesperson for this bath product. They have also invited a Hollywood star to co-endorse it with you, which will further boost your popularity. That is why I value this endorsement so much. Someone else is co-endorsing with me? Who? One good performance in a single game would not bring any major changes for Wang Xiaochun. For example, the day after playing the Magic, the Knicks faced the Spurs. In that game, Wang Xiaochun did not get any playing time. As previously stated, Wang Xiaochun would only be used in special circumstances. The Spurs had big men like Tim Duncan and Rasho Nestorovic. Both were solid two-way players with strong fundamentals. Aside from raw strength, Wang Xiaochun could not match them in any area. And since the game between the two teams was quite normal, each side taking turns on offense and defense, naturally, there was no chance for a rookie like Wang Xiaochun to be sent in. Though the Knicks eventually lost the game, it was simply due to a gap in overall ability. Even if Wang Xiaochun had played, it likely would not have changed the outcome. Starting from that game, Wang Xiaochun began his journey on the bench. On October 31st, after playing the Spurs, on November 2nd, the Knicks played the Bucks on the road. Once again, Wang Xiaochun did not get to play. Was it because the Bucks' interior defense was too weak? Of course, the weakness referred to was on defense. The Bucks' big men were Daniel Santiago and Tony Kukoc, both considered relatively soft interior players, but also capable of stretching the floor, which was exactly the type of player who countered Wang Xiaochun. Big men who could shoot from distance usually had decent mobility. Therefore, it was impossible for the Knicks to send out someone like Wang Xiaochun, who had glaring weaknesses in lateral movement. Fortunately, the Knicks won that game, making Wang Xiaochun's absence even more inconsequential. On November 4th, a home game against the Kings. This one could be described as a battle of the elderly. Why? Because the Kings center was Vlade Divac, already over 35 years old. A legendary player who, while not as defensively dominant as Mutombo, was far more accomplished offensively. When these two veterans met, things got heated, and sparks flew on the court. Both played extended minutes, over 30 minutes each, so as the backup to the backup center. There was no chance for Wang Xiaochun to play. On November 7th, the Knicks hosted the Cavaliers. In this game, Wang Xiaochun finally witnessed the prowess of this year's #1 draft pick. And honestly, based on what he saw, Sweetney, the 9th overall pick, might not even match up to him. Look at his agile movement and explosive drives. Certainly not something guys like them, these types of big men, could manage. And Wang Xiaochun's judgment was later confirmed. After all, unlike him, Sweetney still had a fixed amount of playing time each game. Although not long, he did have a brief face-off with the #1 pick. And he was absolutely blown by, over and over again. So much so that his teammate Sweetney, when he got subbed off, looked more dejected than Wang Xiaochun, who had not even played. Do not misunderstand, Wang Xiaochun's disappointment had nothing to do with not playing. His attitude toward playing time was unusually indifferent for a professional player. As always, to him this was just a job. As long as he got paid. If he could play, he would play well. If he could not, he would just sit quietly. His current frustration had everything to do with that endorsement deal. What is the saying again? Birds of a feather flock together. It means, good things attract good things, bad things attract bad things. To Wang Xiaochun, this applied to his advertising partners as well. This celebrity they paired me with has such a shady history. Are they trying to make me look like some kind of juvenile delinquent? Back when Susan first told him he had landed a major endorsement deal, he had already gotten over the issue of the low fee. But now that he had figured out which Hollywood star he would be working with and learn more about them, he began to resist the idea. Not because the celebrity lacked popularity, after all, they were a Hollywood star. Anyone deserving of that title had to have considerable public recognition. But popularity does not always mean reputation. Drank underage, did drugs as a teen? This is a celebrity? And damn, it is a female celebrity? Wang Xiaochun, not very familiar with foreign celebrities to begin with, had never paid much attention to that world. After getting the name from Susan, and eager to make quick money from his first commercial shoot, he did not think too much. Within days, the contract was finalized and he signed on with Procter & Gamble. It was only then that he got excited. Seeing those hundreds of thousands coming his way, he started thinking about how to use it. With everything set and a shooting date confirmed, he finally got curious about his co-star. Since they were collaborating, he figured he should at least know a little about them. Otherwise, it would be awkward meeting on set knowing nothing about the person. So, he subtly asked Sweetney, who seemed like a know-it-all. Of course, he asked in a roundabout way. He did not tell Sweetney he would be shooting a commercial with the star. One must remain modest. Bragging would just seem tacky. Of course, if others got jealous afterward, that was a different story. Oh man, I did not know you had the same taste as me. You like Drew Barrymore, that bad girl? Damn. Whenever I think of those oh man, so full N, from Sweetney's lecherous, suggestive expression, Wang Xiaochun could tell that the guy was thinking all sorts of inappropriate thoughts. He also realized that, as a public figure, this Hollywood star probably did not have a very positive public image. Otherwise, Sweetney would not have used the term bad girl. Hey, man, can you wipe your mouth first and then tell me why you called her a bad girl? Is she not a Hollywood star? Why does she sound more like an adult film actress from the way you describe her? As always, without understanding the facts, Wang Xiaochun did not want to jump to conclusions. And Sweetney clearly had a certain passion for this person. He quickly recited her career history and personal life in great detail, practically like a walking Wikipedia. After hearing it all, Wang Xiaochun felt completely tricked. God damn it, is Susan trying to build my image or destroy it? Actually, Wang Xiaochun never really cared much about appearances. Take his physique, for example. He had never felt inferior because of it. In fact, he even believed that having such a physique allowed him to better protect Yanzi. Even though he did not care about these things, he at least knew now that he was a public figure. Especially as a player developing in a foreign league, he had to maintain a good image for his fellow countrymen. He did not want his identity to be tainted because of his actions. Not even a little. He did not want to cause any collateral damage. Drew Barrymore. A girl discovered by Spielberg at the age of 6. A girl who began her acting career from that moment on, and received countless honors. But the process of her downfall was shocking to Wang Xiaochun. After all, he had not even finished his 9-year compulsory education. He also lacked much worldly experience. So his ability to process such things was naturally limited. He simply could not imagine it. A girl who started drinking at 9, doing drugs at 13, in and out of rehab and jail multiple times. Her personal life was in a state that Wang Xiaochun could not even fathom. Working with someone like that, what kind of label would that put on him? So Wang Xiaochun's resistance was very strong. That was why he thought Susan was setting him up. But he did not know what Susan had been busy with lately. When he looked for her yesterday, she was not around. So his questioning had to be put on hold for now, which also explained his current state of frustration. As last year's bottom team in the East, the Cavaliers clearly became different with LeBron as the first overall pick, at least in the game against the Knicks. Even though LeBron James only scored 17 points in the whole game, he still led the team to take down the Knicks. Of course, this had nothing to do with Wang Xiaochun, he had not even played. But in the next game, an away rematch against the Magic, things would begin to involve him. Are these fans insane? I didn't even play, so why are they holding signs saying they want me dead? Maybe it was because of how Wang Xiaochun had previously hit a game winner against their team. Starting from that game, some radical fans began waving insulting signs aimed at Wang Xiaochun. They screamed and caused a commotion at the edge of the court. Already in a bad mood the past few days, Wang Xiaochun now felt even worse. For the first time, he even felt like going on the court just to piss off those fans, like denying them inside passes, or maybe hitting another game winner. But unfortunately, these were just thoughts. The Knicks had been keeping the Magic under control, although not by much, maintaining around a 10-point lead. To secure the win, the Knicks head coach understandably did not let Wang Xiaochun play, so Wang Xiaochun had to endure the insults for the entire game without being able to respond. His already gloomy mood became even darker. Since the start of the regular season, the Knicks had played 8 games, with a record of 3 wins and 5 losses. On the surface, that did not seem much different from last season. But as Knicks head coach Lenny knew, though the past games were about team chemistry, they had not faced any real strong teams. The real test would come in the next game. It would reveal the team's true strength. And that game was against the Los Angeles Lakers. This season's Lakers were terrifyingly strong. They already had the enviable O'Neal-Kobe combo. And this season, they added Karl Malone and Gary Payton with veteran minimum and mid-level exceptions. This lineup would make anyone's head hurt, and the Knicks were no exception. But no matter how strong the opponent, they still had to face them. November 16th, Staples Center. Before the game even started, Wang Xiaochun unexpectedly received a task from the coach. Wang, keep warm, be ready to go in at any time. He had been sitting on the bench for several consecutive games. He was almost developing feelings for the bench. But now, before the game had even begun, he was suddenly told he might be put in at any moment. This had not even happened during preseason. Naturally, he was a bit overwhelmed. Yes, coach, no problem. A good kid just follows orders. Wang Xiaochun was ready at all times. Maybe because of the F4 lineup, Staples Center was fuller than usual, a sea of people and a sky full of supportive signs. Wang Xiaochun was naturally envious after all. In his last game, all the signs were insulting him. He wondered when he might receive this kind of support. Of course, that thought only flashed by. He could not dwell on it, because in the 4th minute of the game, he was sent onto the court. He was surprised to be subbed in so early. Even more surprising, he replaced Thomas. His position was power forward, and he was up against Karl Malone. In today's game, the Lakers unsurprisingly started all 4 stars. The Lakers' frontcourt with Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone put massive pressure on the Knicks' defense. Mutombo was okay. His defense was his claim to fame. Despite his age, he could still limit O'Neal in the short term. But Thomas guarding Malone? That was tough. Malone was not only strong defensively, he was also a sharp offensive weapon. And his league-dominating strength and elbows. Once the most powerful force in the league, now that title, in a small way, might belong to Wang Xiaochun. But that's not the point. The point is, after just 4 minutes of play, Thomas was already collapsing, getting crushed on both offense and defense. The Knicks coach clearly did not want to see such a start. After all, they could not let the point gap get too big in the first half. Wang Xiaochun's role was to make sure the opponent could not score easily. That's why he was put in so early. He was there to absorb contact and do the dirty work. Rookie? How did morning's elbow taste? Want to try mine? Same old saying, birds of a feather flock together. Wang Xiaochun just wanted to do his job. And this possession, the Lakers had the ball. Wang Xiaochun quickly got in front of Malone. He positioned himself for box out while denying Malone the ball. But as soon as he got close, Malone threw out that line. Already in a bad mood, Wang Xiaochun frowned even harder. I'm just a rookie, can you, as a veteran, have a little decency? The time Morning elbowed him in the nose and made it bleed was not a fond memory. But he ignored Malone's provocation. After all, Malone was a senior player. Trash-talking aside, his strength deserved respect. He needed to focus on his job. Seeing Wang Xiaochun ignore him, Malone snorted a few times, seemingly indifferent. But his brow furrowed too. He had heard before. That Morning almost got into a fight with a rookie in his comeback game. That made him curious. Which rookie had the guts to take on a league veteran? Didn't he know that in this league, strength is everything? But after watching the replay of that game, he had to reconsider. Having been in the league with Morning for so long, Malone knew Morning's strength very well. Sure, Morning was weaker after his kidney issues, but not so weak that a rookie could keep him out of the paint. Only then did he start paying attention to this rookie. Unfortunately, the rookie had not done anything special in the following games. Only in the first Knicks vs Magic game, Did he realize this rookie not only had brute strength, but also a deadly three-point shot? So now, he had to take him seriously. His trash talk earlier was just a test. He wanted to provoke the kid, see if he could get him off the court quickly. It was not that Malone was afraid. He still had full confidence in his strength, but as the saying goes, time spares no one. He was in the twilight of his career. He joined the Lakers on a minimum contract to chase a championship. But age was catching up. He could not just charge recklessly like he used to. Preserving his health and stamina was key. If he could use experience to deal with the rookie, why go head-to-head with a kid full of energy? But unexpectedly, this kid did not bite. No overreaction to the taunting. So Malone had to try something else. Malone, though one of the top power forwards in the league, was not the offensive core of the Lakers. He only bullied Thomas because Thomas was weak. He got the ball from Gary Payton and attacked a few times. Now unsure about this fat rookie, he left the offense to the team's real cores. He needed to figure this kid out first. The Lakers' ball handler was Gary Payton, also in his career twilight. He had the same idea as Malone. He was not about to take over offensively. Earlier, he had fed Malone a few times inside. He expected Malone to continue calling for the ball to attack this rookie. But surprisingly, Malone showed no intent to score. Instead, he started battling for rebound position with the rookie inside. A clear sign of switching to a rebounding role. Payton was confused. Why was his old buddy shifting from offense to defense? But he respected the decision and passed the ball to Kobe Bryant. Let Kobe and O'Neal run a play. They were the real offensive engines, after all. The old guys should not overstep. The duo did not disappoint. After a pick and roll, as they approached the paint, Kobe lobbed the ball high. O'Neal jumped past Mutombo, clearly going for an alley-oop, and it should have been a sure thing. The ball passed between Mutombo's outstretched arms, right into O'Neal's single-handed grasp. But just then, O'Neal suddenly stopped mid-air. The ball slipped from his hand, and he dropped like he hit a wall. Many people in the league know that Karl Malone, at his peak, could bench press up to 230 kilograms. But now that he is in the twilight of his career, whether he can still reach that benchmark is difficult to say. What many people in the league do not know is that Wang Xiaochun's current bench press measurement is approaching 240 kilograms. And under certain special conditions, his strength can exceed even that. For example, when he is starving or when he is furious. Ever since Wang Xiaochun began his weight loss plan, his state of hunger has hovered between very hungry and desperately hungry. He might be used to this level of hunger now, so the boundary is rather vague. Before reaching a certain point, Wang Xiaochun is still just Wang Xiaochun. But once that point is touched, just like when Karl Malone shouted trash talk at him a moment ago, "Fatty, you are not that much better, are you? With all that meat hanging off you, can you even run? And you still want to challenge me under the basket?" Wang Xiaochun did not even hear the full sentence clearly, because the first two words had already set off that switch in his brain. The hell? What did I ever do to you? Why the hell do you have to call me fatty? That is right. For Wang Xiaochun, that long-lost sensitive word had reappeared. This word, to him, was like the reverse scale in fantasy novels, the one thing you must never touch on a dragon. This was Wang Xiaochun's reverse scale. Who was the last person to call him that to his face? Oh, right, it was Nick Clayson. That guy was ultimately knocked unconscious by one of Wang Xiaochun's blocks. Judging by that, Karl Malone might be in danger now. And he might drag others down with him too. Let us rewind and recreate the scene of the tragedy. Seeing that Malone had no intention of posting up, Payton passed the ball to Kobe, who then executed a pick and roll with O'Neal, setting up for an alley-oop. At the same time, Malone, who clearly understood the offensive intent of the OK duo, planned to use his experience to quickly box out Wang Xiaochun, to stop him from interfering with the alley-oop, since in Malone's eyes, they were the offensive side, and Wang Xiaochun was the defender. Once the OK duo got past Mutombo's defense, Wang Xiaochun would certainly come over to help, so he had to block this defensive pivot. Unfortunately, he barely managed to get half his body in front of Wang Xiaochun, and his position was unstable. He had not even planted his heel. Why? Because when he tried to body Wang Xiaochun, he could not move him. It was like leaning on a tree for a scratch, and then realizing you were stuck on the tree. No leverage, nowhere to exert force. It felt incredibly awkward. This embarrassed Malone a bit. To be fair, he had not used full strength. He had used about 70%, enough to box out, not to crash into. He wanted to save strength for battling position and resisting counters. But clearly, his effort was nowhere near enough to be effective. So, eager to resolve this awkward situation, he adjusted his stance and force, but also opened his mouth. And that is when he uttered the phrase that began with fatty. That set off a hornet's nest. Already holding in pent-up frustration from recent events, Wang Xiaochun now had his reverse scale provoked. How could he hold back? Just as Malone had not yet planted his heel and was adjusting for a second push, Wang Xiaochun, enraged, gave him a sudden shove forward with his body. Malone, already unstable, was instantly flung ahead. Some might say, pushing from behind on a basketball court is clearly a foul, right? Yes, usually it is. But remember, Wang Xiaochun was in a defensive position. Malone had only turned sideways and was not entirely in front of him. Moreover, O'Neal had already jumped. Wang Xiaochun, standing in a legal position, appeared to be trying to block O'Neal's shot. And his shove was purely body contact, not with his hands. So this was considered a defensive collision, not a foul. But the consequences were significant. Remember the key word, Malone lurched forward. And in the exact direction O'Neal was jumping to catch the ball. The meeting between the two giants a second later needs no elaboration. After their collision, Wang Xiaochun followed through. In theory, Wang Xiaochun should have jumped to block O'Neal's alley-oop. Even if he could not jump high enough to block it, he should at least make a show of contesting it. But this guy's eyes were only on Malone. So he did not even jump. He appeared to go for O'Neal, maybe to reach the restricted area. But really, he charged at Malone a second time. How Malone ended up we do not know. But there was definitely a meat sandwich effect. As for O'Neal, it was disastrous. He had already halted midair after colliding with Malone. If things had stopped there, he might have come down safely. But Wang Xiaochun's second collision destroyed his balance. He tumbled off the bodies of Malone and Wang and crashed to the floor. Now imagine this. A 216 centimeter tall, 147 kilogram man, falling sideways from nearly 2 meters in the air. No one knows how he felt, but the floor's response was thunderous. Thud. Anyone nearby would feel the shockwave. FK. That guy fouled. That guy pushed. Motherfer. Son of AB *********H. Whether it was a foul or not, almost everyone saw that Wang Xiaochun was at the center of it. Both of the Lakers' interior players were down on the floor. Malone, who had never really stood firm, was pulled down by O'Neal's fall. But Wang Xiaochun stood there like nothing had happened. Of course the Lakers all turned on him. Ah, that felt good. I feel so liberated. Wang Xiaochun completely ignored the yelling and cursing. It was as if the resentment in his chest had finally been released, and he was utterly refreshed. Of course, he knew what he had done. He regretted slightly dragging O'Neal into it. But compared to his inner satisfaction, that regret was insignificant. Not that he would admit it was on purpose. He could play innocent just fine. F******K your grandpa. That was legal contact. If you are too weak to stay on your feet, do not blame my teammate, you bunch of soft eggs. Lakers players cursed him out. Knicks players were not having it either. Mutombo stepped in to shield Wang Xiaochun and fired back. Tweet. Seeing tensions rising, the referee hurriedly separated the teams. Just in time. O'Neal, seemingly dazed, finally got up, but looked confused for a long while, as if trying to remember who he was and where he was. Malone soon followed, helped up by Gary Payton. He clearly did not come out of that unscathed either. Perhaps fearing the two stars had sustained real injury, the Lakers called a full timeout. To get their big men checked, both teams returned to their benches. Kid, well done. You took out both of their bigs by yourself. No wonder Wilson told me you almost got snatched by a football team. Looks like you really were born for this. As soon as Wang Xiaochun got back to the bench, the head coach called him over. Clearly, the coach had seen what happened. Though he did not know the reason, he loved the result. I was just following your instructions, coach. Wang Xiaochun did not want his coach to think he was reckless. Even if he was, he would pretend to be innocent. The coach gave him a nod. His teammates praised him too. Having such a powerful pillar in the paint made their jobs easier. So the Knicks bench was in great spirits during the timeout. In contrast, the Lakers bench was full of internal squabbling. Exactly that. You couldn't even hold off a rookie, and you fell into me like a clown. Where's your famous elbow? You couldn't even use it on him? I could not beat that rookie? Ha! Then why do you not try? See if you can match his strength. Damn it, if I had not moved to give you space, I would not have been caught off guard. Fine. Let me show you what real inside dominance looks like. Though the Lakers looked terrifying on paper, their F4 lineup made the whole league tremble. Their internal conflicts were also getting worse. O'Neal and Kobe already disagreed on who was the team's true leader. Neither really accepted the other. The arrival of Peyton and Malone strengthened the team, but also took away shots from the OK duo. That worsened tensions. Add to that the fact that Malone and Peyton were clearly aging and declining in skill, yet still claimed offensive opportunities. Naturally, the peak performers resented the older duo. During the initial team formation, these issues were hidden by the honeymoon period. But now, the meat sandwich incident triggered O'Neal's explosion. And so, the Lakers' two big men started arguing. O'Neal said Malone was an old, useless burden. Malone accused him of being ungrateful. Then, when the timeout ended and the Lakers confirmed both bigs could continue, Wang Xiaochun, now emotionally unburdened, prepared to join the offense. O'Neal intercepted him at half court and declared boldly, "Kid, how dare you mess with the great Shaq? You are dead. I will teach you how to be a man under the basket." Wang Xiaochun, utterly baffled, glanced at Shaquille O'Neal, then, right in front of the still confused Shaq, ran straight to the right corner. That was his assigned position, and the one Shaq hated defending the most. It is well known that Shaquille O'Neal is the most dominant interior force in the league.
Whether on offense, no matter how strong the defender is, once he receives the ball under the basket, no one can stop his thunderous dunks.
Or on defense, his towering frame and powerful body can block any player trying to attack the rim.
But to do all of this, one keyword remains essential.
He needs to be under the basket. Brother, can we talk? You really should not just stay in the corner. The great Shaq admits your strength is absolutely formidable. With strength like that, what are you doing hanging around the corner? How about we battle it out under the basket?
I promise, when I defend you, I will do it just like you defend me, pure body-on-body defense. None of Malone's cheap tricks or trash talk. It will be clean, fair defense.
How about it? Think about my suggestion?
No matter the place or time, the true fragrance law always holds true. Especially for O'Neal at this moment. He really wanted to slap himself for boasting in front of Malone.
What the hell was I thinking? Switching onto this kid to defend him? This is killing me.
Before Wang Xiaochun took the floor, the two teams had played 4 minutes. The score was 9-18.
The Lakers led by a full 9 points. But after Wang Xiaochun came on,
another 4 minutes passed. Now the score was 19-21.
That 9-point lead had shrunk to just 2.
And based on the current momentum, it was only a matter of time before the Lakers lost the lead. The biggest reason for this shift was none other than O'Neal. As mentioned before, all of his advantages stemmed from being in the paint.
Without him anchoring the paint, the Lakers' defense dropped several levels.
But when the Knicks were on offense,
he did not dare go back into the paint. How could he defend it? Should I just let this rookie keep shooting threes?
Since he had boasted to Malone that he would guard Wang Xiaochun thoroughly, he had to stay close to him. But by doing so, he was pulled farther from the basket.
And anchoring the paint? That became impossible.
If the Lakers could stop the Knicks' offense regardless,
O'Neal would not mind being farther away.
After all, winning the game was the most important thing.
But since he started guarding Wang Xiaochun, the Lakers' interior had been pierced twice in a row by the Knicks. This made O'Neal anxious.
During a play where Allen Houston had the ball, Keith Van Horn and Mutombo worked together to create enough space for Houston to shoot inside.
Just as Houston's finger roll was about to go in,
O'Neal dropped everything to rotate back and help.
Say what you will, though the man is 147 kilograms.
His speed is on a whole other level compared to Wang Xiaochun, so his help came just in time. At least, he could get there before the ball went in, maybe even block it. But what he did not expect, just as his hand was about to touch the ball, Allen Houston suddenly pulled the ball back and passed it behind his back to Wang Xiaochun, who had been standing completely still in the corner.
Then, swish, right through the hoop. Not only did O'Neal miss the block, he also lost his defensive assignment. Talk about frustration. If it were only about being limited on defense, O'Neal would not be too upset.
After all, it was just a positional disadvantage, not a reflection of his overall strength. His real power was on offense. So again, as long as he could get the ball under the basket, scoring was guaranteed. But the problem was, so the old man Malone did not lie. This rookie really is powerful. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. O'Neal knew that because of his dominance, many teams had prepared special meat shields for him. Some were heavyweights, some were tanks. Their role was only to interfere with his offense. As for stopping him, what a joke, no one had managed that yet. But today, it seemed such a person had finally emerged.
Wang Xiaochun completely neutralized him in the paint. He simply could not reach his ideal dunking spot. Out of 3 post-up attempts, he only managed 1, barely scoring 2 points using footwork and height. After that, he had to re-evaluate this rookie. After all, no one in the league had ever been able to contain him both physically and tactically, so he had to adjust his approach. Fortunately, he soon discovered that the rookie was slow. This reminded him of how he had dealt with Nick Clayson before. At first, the tactic worked well. He could interfere with the Knicks' offense before the rookie could return, but one careless mistake made him pay. So now he no longer dared to leave this guy unguarded. According to Wang Xiaochun's usual movements, he would return to the corner as his offensive position. And this possession, Wang was still 2 steps from half-court. Given his speed, it would take him another 3 to 4 seconds to reach his spot. That made O'Neal think maybe he could take advantage of the gap to double-team Houston at the 45-degree angle outside the 3-point line. Whether Houston had blind faith in Wang's 3-point shot or not, as soon as Wang crossed half-court and was still at least 2 steps away from the arc, he was being double-teamed but still managed to pass the ball out. And while doing so, he loudly shouted "shoot." Perhaps it was that shout. Wang Xiaochun caught the ball and, without any hesitation, even from 2 steps behind the arc, he raised his hands and fired. This time, there was no desperation, no buzzer-beating scenario. He followed his usual rhythm and mechanics, even took a quick look at the rim before shooting, calm and composed. The result? Swish. That same familiar sound. You should stop calling yourself Shaq. Change it to fuck. You cannot even guard a rookie. What the hell can you still do? O'Neal, faced with Malone's original taunt, had no comeback. His face burned. After weighing his options, he proposed to Wang Xiaochun that they meet again in the paint, because being shackled like this was just too fucking infuriating. After witnessing Wang Xiaochun's 3-point shooting and experiencing his brute strength firsthand, once O'Neal had adjusted to all of Wang Xiaochun's methods, he began to take things seriously, and naturally, he was able to completely shut down Wang's performance. You want to shoot threes in front of me? In the paint, I will overpower you with my height. If worst comes to worst, I will ignore my own stats and just grind it out with you. As long as O'Neal set aside his ego, did not see himself as the core of the Lakers, and treated himself as just another role player, then dealing with Wang Xiaochun would be a piece of cake. But is that realistic? This is Shaquille O'Neal we are talking about. His strength and status simply do not allow that. Fortunately, the Lakers had the Zen master and old strategist presiding. He felt that the kids on the court had played around enough. It was time to correct their mistakes. So O'Neal and Malone switched back to their original positions. O'Neal happily returned to his familiar post under the basket. As for Malone, he could only serve as a role player for now. After all, he had seen how even Shaq could not gain an advantage over this rookie. He figured it would be wiser to just keep quiet and stick to elbowing people. With O'Neal back in his rightful place, the advantage the Knicks had built began to crumble. And with more battles in the paint, even though Wang Xiaochun was still tasked with defending O'Neal, his stamina, like that of any aging mountain, started to wane. Thus, Wang only played the first quarter and was then substituted out in the second for rest. Thomas returned to power forward, and Wang was moved to center. With guidance from the Zen master, the Lakers' offense remained unchanged, still centered around Shaq attacking inside, pounding on Wang Xiaochun. If that failed, they still had Kobe waiting outside. The Lakers' offense was not just about O'Neal. On defense, Malone continued guarding Wang, following him tightly to deny any 3-point attempts. Since the rookie's range seemed to be quite far, caution was necessary. This placed tremendous pressure on Thomas, who now had to go head-to-head with O'Neal, and naturally, he could not achieve much under Shaq's defense. This adjustment by the Lakers effectively neutralized the Knicks' inside presence. They even exploited Wang Xiaochun's slow speed to launch fast breaks now and then. The Knicks had no choice but to adjust again, sending the slightly rested Wang Xiaochun back in to replace him, giving Thomas some breathing room on offense. Though Thomas still struggled to defend Malone, at least his youth and endurance let him wear Malone down and create scoring opportunities. Even so, the situation on the court did not improve. What had been a 2-point gap at one point had grown to over 10 points by halftime. Even in the third quarter, with Wang back defending the paint for a while, the overwhelming strength of the Lakers' F4 made him seem helpless. 82-103. The Knicks were brutally defeated. In this game, Wang Xiaochun saw unprecedented minutes, 18 in total. He recorded 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist. Though the Knicks were crushed by the Lakers, Wang Xiaochun's name gained even more traction. His stats might have been modest,
But the sight of him taking down both of the Lakers' big men was something fans could not stop talking about. Plus, during offense, he was practically guarded the whole time by those two big men. Whether Knicks fans or not, many people became deeply interested in this rookie. Like in the first game back at Madison Square Garden after facing the Lakers, Wang finally saw signs supporting him in the crowd. There were not many of them, and most were held by Asians. But this already made him very happy. Wow, I have fans now too. Everyone has a vanity streak. Wang Xiaochun was no exception. This made him more eager to get playing time. Unfortunately, today's game was against the Spurs. Another battle of fundamentals. And Wang Xiaochun, who lacked solid fundamentals, did not get to play. His anticipation would have to wait. But after this game, the Knicks had a rare 3-day break. Maybe the rest of the players could enjoy it? But not Wang Xiaochun. Because back when he signed a contract with Procter & Gamble, the commercial shoot had already been scheduled for these days. This snapped him back to reality, dashing his hopes of playing. I still haven't had the chance to ask Susan why she got me into such a scam of an endorsement deal. As previously mentioned, Wang had been strongly opposed to the endorsement, and had started to doubt Susan's motives. On the morning of the shoot, Wang finally saw Susan again in his apartment. She had come to take him to the shoot. Before Susan could say anything, he let out all his complaints in one breath. He felt relieved, but he did not expect Susan's backlash to be even more intense. I will remind you first, if you refuse to shoot this commercial, you will owe Procter & Gamble 3 times the endorsement fee and penalty. I explained that clause to you before. I trust you remember. Next, I need to re-emphasize, do not question the results of my work. I did thorough research and analysis to secure this deal for you. Drew Barrymore was indeed a complete bad girl in her youth, but that is all in the past. Since becoming an adult, her achievements and efforts have been widely acknowledged in the industry. She owns her own company, and this endorsement fee means nothing to her. She agreed to shoot this Procter & Gamble commercial simply for future development of her company and to promote Charlie's Angels too in Asia. If not for that, would she ever co-star in a commercial with a rookie NBA player like you? No offense, but from a status standpoint, you are the one who lucked out with this deal. There is a saying, no investigation, no right to speak. Wang had only heard from Swetney about how bad Drew Barrymore had been. He had no idea she had turned her life around. Now, Susan had him completely speechless. Well, I did not know the full story. That was my mistake. I should not have questioned your work. I apologize. Though they had an employer-employee relationship, Wang knew when to concede. If he was wrong, he had to admit it. Otherwise, how could they work together moving forward? I just hope you truly understand. Now hurry, we are running late. The van I hired is already downstairs. The shooting location is in New York, about an hour away. Susan might have been genuinely upset. After all, she had invested all her energy in planning Wang's career. She was willing to work hard, but not being trusted? That hurt. So after saying that, she turned and left without another word. Wang did not dare respond. He could only follow behind her. Because of this unpleasant episode, they were silent on the way. Soon, they arrived at the shoot. Susan met with the project lead. Wang was led to the makeup room. Oh, Wang, no wonder the company picked you for a bath commercial. You are the cleanest athlete I have ever seen. So, full-figured, and not a trace of oil on your face. In the makeup room, Wang behaved very well. The makeup artists worked on his face diligently, and he let them do whatever they needed. Perhaps it was too quiet. One of the makeup artists, possibly a chatterbox, decided to break the ice. Oh, haha, not bad? I just bathe twice a day, you could too. Wang clearly was not used to being surrounded like this and chatting at the same time. But he was genuinely curious, why would such a big brand want a chubby guy like him for a bath product? Is it really because I am especially clean? If that is true, I owe Susan a bigger apology. Someone once said that a person only needs 3 months to form a long-term habit. Whether that is true for others, Wang did not know. But for him, it seemed true. Ever since he moved out of Susan's place after staying there nearly 3 months, he had become incredibly clean. No matter how exhausted he was from training, he had to bathe thoroughly before going to bed. Looks like the claim that he would be the cleanest chubby athlete in the world might not be an exaggeration after all. Wang had thought the makeup process would end with his face. But after over 20 minutes of work, Mr. Wang? Please remove your shirt, we need to touch up your shoulders and back. Or better yet, change into the bathrobe now, since you will be taking it off later anyway? This request caught Wang off guard. He struggled to accept it. How did makeup end up involving my body?
Am I really going to be naked in this commercial? It was his first shoot, and he had no idea what techniques would be used. So he hesitated. Just then, the makeup room door suddenly opened. Oh, I am so sorry, I must be late. You must be Wong. I am Drew Barrymore. Very pleased to meet you. And then she walked up and gave the still hesitating Wang a big, warm hug. In the past 20 years of Wang Xiaochun's life, he was probably held by his parents as a child. As he grew older, he was hugged by his younger sister and by Yanzi. After coming to the United States, he had also been hugged by teammates. But all these hugs were innocent and very peaceful. Of course, it is not to say that being hugged by Drew Barrymore now means Wang Xiaochun is not pure anymore. Wang Xiaochun could confirm this. This paragon of a reformed soul in front of him probably belonged to the same plump people's club as him, though she was only slightly plump, and plump in all the right places. Not to mention she was dressed quite breezily today. As she embraced Wang Xiaochun, he felt one overwhelming sensation. She was simply too well filled. So full, in fact, that even the thick-skinned and rough-bodied Wang Xiaochun could feel it directly. Thus, the honest kid Wang Xiaochun, caught off guard, could only awkwardly extend his arms. I am very pleased to meet you as well, Miss Drew Barrymore. I am done here, I'll step out for a moment. Goodbye. He bent down, bowed slightly, and gave Barrymore a quick hug. Then, a bit urgently, gently pushed her away, opened the door in the direction she had just entered, and strode out swiftly. Then, slam! A loud door slam. Drew Barrymore, who had originally planned to gently return the hug, now stood there with wide eyes, her face full of question marks, looking around at everyone in the makeup room, as if silently asking, did I do something wrong? Oh my god, thank heavens I reacted quickly, otherwise that would have been too damn embarrassing. Wang Xiaochun, who had fled the makeup room, had not run far. He was just around the corner of the hallway outside the room, leaning against the wall, trying to calm his awkward reaction. There was a perfect word to describe his current state: caught completely off guard. As a kid from the countryside, Wang Xiaochun had never experienced something like this. It not only startled him but also made him feel a certain way. If he had not run out of there, he would have totally lost it. Boss? What are you doing here? Is your makeup done? Just as Wang Xiaochun was lamenting his narrow escape from total humiliation, he heard someone call him boss. There was no mistaking it, it was Susan. That was Susan's formal way of addressing him. Of course, in private she would never call him that. They used each other's names casually when not in professional settings. At this moment, Susan and the project leader happened to be approaching the makeup area and spotted him leaning against the wall. She called out, puzzled. Yes, makeup's all done. And, also right. Why are they asking me to wear a bathrobe? I do not recall that being mentioned before, right? His reaction had not fully subsided yet, but Susan's sudden appearance, along with the others, gave him a jolt and helped calm him down a bit. Still, it was an awkward sight, a grown man, standing against the wall like that. He needed an excuse. Oh, that must be for easier close-up shots. Do not worry. When the contract was signed, I already made sure that clause was clearly stated. Only your upper shoulders and above will be visible. There's no need to worry about overexposure. Luckily, it seems Susan did not suspect anything and followed along with Wang's random excuse, giving him an actual explanation. And it even resolved a previous doubt he had. When it came to contract details, Wang Xiaochun had full faith in Susan, especially the fine print. There was probably no one more meticulous than her in that regard. That's good, that's good. I am relieved then. Miss Barrymore will not be wearing a bathrobe during the shoot with me, right? Wang was just beginning to relax after asking his last question. But then he realized he had just made a fool of himself. If, during the actual shoot, she appeared again in a bathrobe, and with everyone watching, and he had to endure another robe temptation, he dared not imagine it. If that happened, embarrassment might not be enough, he might as well commit seppuku. Ha, you are overthinking. I just reviewed the shoot schedule. Your respective product scenes will be filmed separately. You two will only appear together in the final promotional still images. Susan clearly understood Wang's concerns. She knew that growing up in China, people tend to be more modest and reserved in such matters. So she directly cleared it up for him. Oh, that is great, now I am truly relieved. After hearing Susan's explanation, Wang Xiaochun genuinely breathed a sigh of relief. But while the breath eased his tension, for some reason, he also felt a little empty inside. Let's just say, chubby people are indeed mysterious creatures. Due to the earlier awkward exit from the makeup room, Wang Xiaochun felt too embarrassed to return. Luckily, there was more than one makeup room.
So using too much trouble as an excuse, he found another one, changed into an oversized bathrobe,
and headed for the filming location. I have learned something new today. So this is how commercials are shot? I used to think those shampoo and shower ads on TV, those actors had to really be naked or something? Turns out, outside the camera's focus, they're actually all wrapped up quite well. As the saying goes, practice brings true understanding. This was Wang's first time seeing how commercials were actually filmed. But at this moment, his personal image was anything but dignified. Imagine this. A conical, triangular-shaped fat man. Under everyone's watchful eyes, with a massive towel under his arms. Applying body wash, rubbing his neck, patting his arms, even appearing coquettish from afar? What kind of scene was that? It was definitely an eyesore. But that was not the main point. The main point was that this type of filming was fast, it only required a few different angles of him rubbing and washing. And after a little over an hour, the shoot was finished. Wang had to return to the makeup room, change and touch up his makeup, to shoot still photos with Barrymore. Coincidentally, Barrymore's shoot had also wrapped up, and she needed to change and touch up too. So now Wang Xiaochun found himself in the same makeup room with her, and his entire body tensed again. Only one question filled his mind. Question: in this currently awkward, self-inflicted predicament, how do I break the ice? Requesting help. Live, urgent. To be honest, Wang Xiaochun had overestimated himself a little. He thought that since they were in the same space, they would at least exchange a few words. But in fact, he was overthinking it. Their earlier greeting had been nothing more than a polite gesture. That politeness had already been fulfilled. From here on, at most they were simply colleagues working on the same project. Why should Barrymore pay him any further attention? Besides, she was not like Wang Xiaochun. This was not her first commercial shoot. She had far more going on. The only reason she was filming today was because this was the only time she had free. And because Wang Xiaochun happened to have no games these days, they scheduled it for today. As the saying goes in theater circles, she was the true lead. He was merely a supporting character. The difference in status was obvious. Did you not see Barrymore had merely smiled at Wang Xiaochun once during makeup, as a gesture of courtesy? And once her makeup was done, as her hair was being styled, she pulled out a stack of documents from her assistant and began reviewing them intently. After all, she already ran her own company. How could she have time to deal with a nobody like Wang Xiaochun? As for Wang Xiaochun, as time passed, and as he gradually calmed down, he also began to find his earlier behavior a bit silly. So he cleared his mind, and obediently let the makeup artists continue working on his face. This second round of makeup clearly took longer than the first, and there was also a wardrobe change. By the time both were more or less ready, it was lunchtime. At mealtime, of course all staff, including Wang Xiaochun and Barrymore, needed to eat first. My God, you basketball stars really do not have it easy. Do you have to eat this stuff every day? How does it taste? Judging by how you're chugging it down, it cannot be too bad, right? Since they were filming a commercial for Procter & Gamble, the company naturally provided the crew with meals. But unlike the staff, the two stars of the shoot were treated specially. Even with such special treatment, though, Wang Xiaochun could not eat the provided lunch. Although it was his break from the team, he could not and would not escape the viscous mixtures. He had promised to be a disciplined athlete. Today, Susan had especially rented a nanny van. Besides providing Wang a place to rest, she was well aware of his dietary habits. Some basic cooking tools in the van allowed her to prepare his mixtures. A detail worth noting: not long after Wang moved into Susan's place, she had already learned how to make the concoction, and had helped prepare it for him a few times. Today's lunch had also been made by Susan in the van, so during lunch, while others were eating heartily, Wang could only bitterly drink his mush. Barrymore, eating nearby, could not help but watch with curiosity. Diet food? As a slightly plump lady herself, she had tried her fair share, but something as thick as what one was gulping. She had never seen anything like it. Hence her curious question just now. Would you like to try some? As mentioned before, every unpleasant thing has an adjustment period. Even the worst tasting concoctions, once you got used to them, they became tolerable. At least Wang no longer found them terribly hard to swallow. But he certainly did not think they were delicious. Since the lady had asked, and he could not explain the taste properly, he offered some as a polite gesture. Ugh, no thanks. I could never handle something that thick. Barrymore had only asked out of curiosity. She was never going to taste that horrifying substance. But this piqued her interest in the daily life of a professional basketball player. And just like that, the two of them actually started having a normal conversation. And they were getting along surprisingly well. After all, these two people came from completely different worlds, but their personalities complemented each other. One was worldly and carefree. The other was honest and straightforward. Barrymore was amazed to learn that Wang Xiaochun had grown up on a cattle farm. Wang was shocked that Barrymore had started drinking at age 9. Barrymore was moved by how he had stumbled into becoming a league player. Wang had been holding it in but finally asked, "How did you even dare to try drugs?" Their different upbringings and environments actually led to a genuine exchange. Barrymore envied Wang's childhood. Wang felt sorry for what she had endured in hers. Sometimes, people are like this. When they let go of their biases, speak without motives, and genuinely connect, a friendship naturally forms. This made their subsequent filming much smoother. Not because their newfound friendship made Wang an expert in commercials, but because he now had a friend's support, guidance, and cooperation. What was supposed to take half a day ended in just 2 hours. "Xiaochue? I have more work this afternoon, so I cannot treat you to a meal." "All right, you have your much, guess I can save my feast for another day? But you better keep a ticket for one of your games. I am definitely going to watch." "It is not Xiaochue. It is Xiaochun. You have been calling me that wrong all afternoon. Why can't you get it right?" "Forget it, not worth arguing. But do not think you can save your feast. I am only dieting for now. When I get this weight down, what is mine is still mine." "As for game tickets, that depends on your luck. The team gives us tickets, but only for home games and in limited numbers. I can still get them for now, but no guarantees later." From their conversation, it was clear that a friendship had indeed formed, perhaps even heading toward the camaraderie of close pals. Now the work was done. They were about to part ways. And there was even a trace of reluctance in their words. This scene surprised Susan, who stood watching nearby. "My employer is really this charming? He became friends with a Hollywood star in just one afternoon?" When Susan helped arrange this endorsement deal for Wang, she had hoped it would help expand his social network. But hopes were one thing, she had no clear plan on how to make it happen. Now, it seemed she did not need a plan at all. In just one afternoon, the two of them had become what looked like real friends. This made Susan look at her employer with newfound respect. During the 3-day break, aside from spending the first day shooting the commercial, Wang Xiaochun spent the remaining 2 days at the training facility. After all, he still lacked too much. Since he wanted to do a good job, his professional skills could not be subpar. At the very least, he had to bring his fundamentals up to a competent level. So Wang Xiaochun did not dare to waste a single moment. Naturally, 2 days was not enough to produce any significant results. So in the few games following the break, Wang Xiaochun remained mostly on the bench, only seeing scattered minutes during less critical moments. As for his contributions to the team, one could only describe them through the Knicks' record. Utterly dismal. The earlier incident where he took down Malone and O'Neal had earned Wang Xiaochun some minor recognition among this year's rookies. But his strengths and weaknesses were so clear that it was easy to target him. So for other teams, Wang Xiaochun was a threat, yet not too much of one. And with such limited playing time, how could he possibly put up decent numbers? That was why his situation was so grim. As for the Knicks' misery, there was no fixing that. As of the last day of November, the Knicks' current record stood at 4 wins and 10 losses. They were ranked 10th in the East, and that number was likely to become 4 wins and 11 losses by tonight, because their final game of the month was against the 10-4 Detroit Pistons. The past 2 seasons had seen the Pistons rise. In the 2001 season, the Pistons finished second in the regular season and entered the playoffs, but were defeated by the Celtics in the Eastern semifinals. In 2002, they returned stronger, finished first in the regular season, and advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, but fell short again, this time to the Nets. This season, the Pistons remained dominant, currently holding second place in the East with a 65% win rate. Compared to the Knicks' abilities, no one expected the Knicks to do well in this game. And in reality, that was exactly how it unfolded. The Pistons' starting lineup: Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Wallace, Eldon Campbell. The Knicks stuck with their old lineup, but perhaps it was a bit too old. On offense, they could not break through the Pistons' defense. On defense, they could not stop their shooting. Just in the first quarter alone, the Pistons had multiple scoring threats. Billups went 5 for 7, Hamilton 4 for 5, even Big Ben powered through Thomas with a perfect 2 for 2. On the Knicks' side, even if the Pistons' defense was not overly aggressive, the Knicks' shooting was simply pathetic. Houston went 2 for 6, Keith Van Horn 247. Thomas was the worst, held scoreless on 0 for 4 by Ben Wallace. He was also nearly shut out in rebounding. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 17-29. The Knicks trailed by 12. Wang, you are going in with the starters in the second quarter, replace Thomas. That guy has been completely shut down by Big Ben today. Everyone knows the Pistons are a defense-oriented team, and their defensive anchor is Ben Wallace. Thomas was unfortunately matched up with this defensive beast today. As a result, he was abysmal on both ends in the first quarter. This obvious collapse prompted the coach to act. That was why Wang Xiaochun was substituted in. At least he could physically hold his ground against Big Ben. He could help Mutombo grab more rebounds. Enough talk. Second quarter began. First possession, Knicks on offense. Wang Xiaochun moved to his usual spot. Since he had gained some recognition, even someone like Big Ben dared not leave him entirely open. He had to stay nearby. Though his body was here, his mind clearly was not. He just positioned himself within range to contest Wang's shot, but kept his focus on the paint, clearly ready to drop back at any moment. This guy cannot be 2.06 meters tall, right? Otherwise, how could he be half a head shorter than me? Compared to Ben Wallace's concentration, Wang Xiaochun was more curious about his opponent's height. Clearly, official measurements are not always reliable, but it gave him a tiny sense of superiority. Because of various circumstances, he often had to play as a center. And apart from his strength, he never had the advantage in height. With his frustratingly short wingspan, he dared not expect much from attacking the paint. But on defense, if he could block someone's shot with his height, that would be a marvelous feeling. Wang, why are you zoning out? Tactical play 2, did you not see my signal? Wang Xiaochun was still daydreaming, not noticing Houston's hand signal for the play. It was only when he was called out that he snapped back. This possession required him to set a screen. He hurried over, and Big Ben followed closely. Normally, Wang Xiaochun's screens were of high quality. Very few could break through his screens to pursue the ball handler. But that was as far as he could go, because his inside offense posed little threat, and due to his speed. Even if someone was 2 meters behind him, they could catch up easily, so his pick and roll was only half effective. But even this half step was enough for Allen Houston. At least it minimized defensive pressure on his shot, and if he could not shoot, he could pass it back to Wang Xiaochun nearby. Even though Wang could not cut inside, his three-point shot was still a threat. He could stretch the defense. But today, Wang's screen seemed to fail, because Big Ben cut him off in advance and denied him the chance to block for Houston. Before Wang could even reach the top of the key, Wallace had already claimed the space, leaving Houston to run circles in frustration. So he really is that strong. Without going all out, I cannot break through. Wang Xiaochun had not anticipated this and was unprepared. In that moment, he could only apply about 80% of his strength. But he had to admit, Big Ben was powerful. His 80% effort was simply not enough. This sparked a thought in Wang Xiaochun, a desire to test his strength against Ben Wallace. As the old saying goes, there is no number 1 in literature, but never a number 2 in martial arts. Before entering the league, Wang had never cared much for rankings. People said he was strong, he accepted it, but never thought about rankings. But since entering the league, many had told him his strength was among the very best, almost unmatched. At first, he took that praise lightly, but after hearing it so many times, even subconsciously, he began to believe it. Maybe in his eyes, his unparalleled strength was his greatest asset for survival in the league. And now he had a chance to test it. Why not give it a try? Basketball fanatic Dennis Rodman once said, "I do not need to know what the play is. I just grab the rebound and give it to Jordan." This statement also suits Ben Wallace perfectly. All he needed to do was grab rebounds and pass the ball to his teammates. That was how he always played. And it worked well. But in today's game, he wanted to keep doing the same. The problem was, can this fat bastard move the fuck out of the way already? Stop always ramming into me from the front, alright? I admit you are strong, okay? But stop sticking to me like glue. If you do not want the rebound, give it to your teammates. I need my stats, god damn it. Just as Wang Xiaochun had said before, every player in the league has a unique skill that allows them to survive, let alone become a star. Ben Wallace's skill? Rebounding and defense. If we dig deeper, he also had his own special techniques. His defense today was hardly tested. His assignment barely joined the offense and just stood in the corner doing nothing. He did not dare to leave him open either, so he had to stand there too. This only made life miserable for their center. Mutombo crushed him on both ends. and Wallace could only watch helplessly. As for rebounding, when you are stuck inside with someone who was there solely to block you out, the rebounds that used to fall into your lap suddenly felt impossibly far. He was trying hard at struggling against the opponent's strength, battling for position, even resorting to fouls and techniques. But in the end, he only managed to give up 4 free throws, which his opponent made all of, and now he was nearly in foul trouble by halftime. He had not grabbed a single rebound in his duel against that guy. Granted, that guy had not grabbed any either, but his teammate got the rebound thanks to that guy's blockout, whereas Wallace failed to rebound and let the opponent's teammates benefit. He had to admit, this guy was incredibly strong, stronger than anyone he had ever faced. So strong that it made him question his life. So strong that he had never felt so powerless. Kid, great job. Thanks to your effort, we evened the score. You must be exhausted. Haha, take a good rest in the second half, stay ready. Coach Lenny never expected that his desperate move would work wonders. In the second quarter, the 12-point deficit was erased. All thanks to rebounding. Back in the first quarter, besides the ice-cold shooting from their players, the key factor was rebounding. The Pistons grabbed 15 rebounds. The Knicks only managed 8. But in the second quarter, thanks to Wang Xiaochun's heroic effort, that stat flipped completely. That was how they managed to tie the score. So during halftime, the coach had to praise the best performer. Of course, he could also see how hard the kid had worked. The kid was now drenched in sweat and gasping like a bull. Why yes, coach. I am always ready. As Coach Lenny had said, Wang Xiaochun was not only soaked with sweat and panting heavily, he was also on the verge of collapse. He had never imagined that his spur-of-the-moment challenge would spiral like this. You motherfucker, fouling me now, huh? I thought you were supposed to be tough. Guess when you get desperate, you pull dirty tricks too. There is a saying, no transaction, no harm. Well, maybe that is not quite right, but close enough. If you are truly skilled, play fair and square. Do not pull that sneaky crap. Wang had only challenged Wallace at first to test his own strength. He had not considered the cost in stamina and went all in. Turns out, he was slightly stronger than Wallace. That boosted his confidence sky high. He figured, if nothing else, this strength would ensure his career. He had only meant to test it once, maybe enjoy the feeling a few times. Then conserve his energy and go back to playing normally, because shutting down Wallace took a massive toll. He could not keep that level of energy up for long. But he did not expect Wallace to panic and start fouling. Imagine getting fouled in a rebound battle, big, aggressive moves. No elbows or crotch shots, but plenty of shoving and cheap shots. That lit Wang's fuse. Maybe it was the hunger constantly gnawing at him, he was always on edge these days. He snapped easily. Once triggered, all thoughts of stamina vanished. He just wanted to shut Wallace down. And he did, through the whole quarter. By the end, he was dead on his feet. Good thing the coach showed mercy, letting him rest. Also, with Wallace in foul trouble, he was unlikely to return soon. If Wang had to keep up that level of defense in the third quarter, he absolutely would not last. With Wallace benched, the Knicks tried to strike while the iron was hot. They launched a furious counterattack in the third quarter, but maybe Wang Xiaochun really was that important. Because without Wallace, the Pistons still turned the Knicks back into first quarter roadkill. Mehmet Okur, a 2.11-meter, 113-kilogram power forward, grabbed 9 rebounds in the third quarter alone, all over Thomas's head. Add to that the fact that the aging old mountain was out of gas again. And his replacement, Athela Harrington, was utterly mediocre. By the end of the third quarter, not only had the Knicks failed to hold the score, they were now down by 15. Wang returned in the fourth and managed to limit Wallace's rebounds again, but once the deficit ballooned to 20 points, the team gave up. They sent in some fringe players and waved the white flag. The Knicks lost in a blowout, but they came away with a sobering realization. Seniority without skill no longer cuts it. Wang Xiaochun's role as a backup's backup had to change. The Knicks head coach had already decided. Development of Wang's potential must accelerate, and his role could no longer be limited to the bench. He might even start in the future. Thanks to Long Baobao and Yu Dongfeng for their monthly votes. Becoming a starting player for an NBA team is obviously no easy feat. Even if the Knicks are seriously short-handed, they would not just throw a rookie into the starting lineup. But since they had already decided to develop him properly, to accelerate his progression, this process also had to be sped up. On the first weekend of December, Wang Xiaochun was at the Knicks training facility when he met the special coach the team had hired for him at a high salary. Hey kid, I am not just here to coach you because your team paid well. Cough. Of course, without the money, I wouldn't be here either. But most importantly, I believe in your potential. With my guidance, you will definitely surpass your compatriot. Charles Barkley, nicknamed the Flying Pig. A man who stood 1.98 meters tall and weighed 114 kilograms, yet managed to achieve great success in the league as an undersized power forward, even influencing changes to league rules. He would be giving Wang Xiaochun professional post-play training over the coming week. All right, sir, I will study diligently. My compatriot? Who are you referring to? Wang Xiaochun understood clearly that the coach the team had picked for him had been selected with great care. Someone who matched his playing style and could deliver results quickly. And Barkley fit the bill. As an undersized big man, Barkley's success in the league was not just due to his basketball IQ. His strength and mass were also truly exceptional. Very much like Wang Xiaochun's current profile. Only Wang was 2 sizes larger. Imagine if Wang Xiaochun could reach even close to Barkley's level. He could very well be an upgraded version of the Flying Pig. That may also explain why, even with his battered body, Barkley was willing to step away from his cozy hosting job to come and mentor Wang Xiaochun. Of course, money mattered. But if he could both earn money and mold someone like himself in the process, it would certainly be a deeply rewarding experience. As for bringing up Wang Xiaochun's compatriot the moment they met, Wang knew the old joke, but had not caught on just yet. Hence the question, who else could it be? Of course, your compatriot who was the #1 draft pick. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. No time to waste, let's redo your physical test by my standards. I need a detailed understanding of your current condition. Sometimes it is best not to reminisce, as it might only get more awkward the more you do. Barkley quickly got to the point. He wanted to know if Wang Xiaochun's physical condition had changed after more than a month of regular season games. Half an hour later, Wang Xiaochun's test results were as follows. Body fat percentage, 14.3%. Palm length, 23.49 centimeters. Palm width, 26.03 centimeters. Height without shoes, 206.09 centimeters. Height with shoes, 208.98 centimeters. Wingspan, 208.99 centimeters. Standing reach, 267.85 centimeters. Weight, 125 kilograms. 4-point movement in the paint, 12.41 seconds. 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 m 4.02 seconds. Standing vertical leap, 40.84 centimeters. Running vertical leap, 54.97 centimeters. Maximum bench press, 239 kilograms. Reps at 84 kilograms, 40 reps. Clearly, Wang Xiaochun's static data, except for weight, had not changed much. But his dynamic performance had improved noticeably. Both strength and speed had increased. However, the speed gains were relatively minor compared to strength. Not bad, just as I expected. Your strengths are clear, and so are your weaknesses. Alright, kid, I know how to train you now. Let's head to the post, I'll teach you your first move. The simplest post-up technique. Before working with Wang Xiaochun in person, Barkley had thoroughly studied all his data, including training routines and drills. He already had a solid idea of the training plan. The physical test was just to confirm things for himself, but after seeing it firsthand, he felt his job might be even easier than expected. Such a great frame, such a big ass, and you don't know how to use it? The Knicks are really wasting talent here. According to the information Barkley had received, the Knicks had attempted to develop Wang's post game, but had used the wrong methods. For a post player, Wang Xiaochun's height was not an advantage, nor was his wingspan. Considering his poor vertical leap and slow jumping speed, aside from cutting and finishing off passes, it was hard for him to execute one-on-one post-ups. Some might argue, but Wang is strong. He can muscle his way into the paint and dunk. True, Wang could use his strength to bulldoze into the post. But dunking is not just about strength. With his height and wingspan, combined with a vertical leap barely better than a matchbox, and slow lift-off speed, unless he was up against even more poorly gifted defenders, he was only asking to be blocked. That was one reason why the Knicks had not designed post plays for him. Kid, using strength is not just about your limbs and back. Use that big ass of yours. Use it to keep defenders away, and to carve out your own path to the basket. Do not be fooled, Barkley might be smaller and lighter than Wang Xiaochun, but he had mastered the art of using his backside. A simple hip check from the side. And even Wang, despite his greater strength, would feel off balance. Of course, because I was too dominant, the league disgracefully introduced the 5-second back to the basket rule.
So when using this move, do not be too slow, and do not wait until you are fully in position to make your move. I know your shooting touch is excellent, and you are deadly from open spots. You must combine that advantage with your ass, use it to create space, and learn to shoot from a turned or angled position. That will take more training. For now, let us first train that backside. You had to admit Barkley really knew his stuff when it came to teaching. With just a day of hands-on training, Wang Xiaochun had developed a new appreciation for his own backside. Things like lateral shifts, deep and shallow positioning, stored power, finishing moves. In just a day, Wang had grasped the form. Of course, actual performance still had a long way to go. It would take sustained training before he could apply it effectively in real games. After all, specialized training is both brief and demands full concentration. Naturally, during the upcoming week, Wang Xiaochun would not be able to participate in any games with the team. Moreover, this was not something that needed to be kept secret. When some fans who supported Wang Xiaochun did not see him on the court, some truth seekers naturally became curious. After some inquiries and a bit of promotional spin, news broke out with the headline, Wang Xiaochun receives secret training from Charles Barkley. Of course, in the United States, this kind of news did not cause much of a stir. After all, many retired NBA stars often hold training camps or offer celebrity coaching sessions during the offseason or at specific times. It is common and unremarkable. But when this piece of news spread back to China, it took on an entirely different meaning. Topics such as legacy, inheritance, and how seriously he is being cultivated immediately followed. To be honest, in this era, there are many who are enamored with anything foreign. Whenever a Chinese person achieves something remarkable abroad, or performs some extraordinary feat, the volume of media coverage can only be described as overwhelming. The key point is, people love reading this kind of news. Naturally, domestic media outlets are all too happy to oblige. Just like when Wang Xiaochun made a buzzer beater against the Magic, or outplayed Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone in the paint, or completely shut down Wallace in terms of playing time. As long as Wang Xiaochun did something remotely impressive in the NBA, these types of reports would never be in short supply. This time was no exception. So, on the third day of Wang Xiaochun's special training, in his hometown, his father, Wang Shulin, had just returned from the county after dealing with the last few cattle the family owned. Before he even reached the doorstep, he found the house surrounded by layers of people. Before he could figure out what was going on, a barrage of cameras and microphones surrounded him. Mr. Wang, what are your thoughts on how highly your son is valued by the Knicks? Wang Xiaochun has gone from a cattle herder to an international basketball star. Surely this progress is due in large part to your parenting. Could you share your secret? According to reports from the United States, the Knicks' level of attention toward your son is now comparable to how the Rockets treated Yao Ming. Do you have any advice for his career? Well, could you maybe speak one at a time? With all of you talking at once, I cannot hear anything clearly. Although Wang Shulin appeared flustered at first, it was hard to believe that this once simple, honest farmer, now facing a sea of cameras and reporters, after hearing a rough outline of their questions, actually frowned and made a rather annoyed expression. Some might ask, how arrogant must one be to react this way in front of reporters? Has this old farmer changed? Of course not. Wang Shulin is still the same as before. The reason he reacted like that was simply because he had been worn down. Anything, once you have been subjected to it too often, will eventually start to wear you out, especially when it brings trouble into your life. What kind of pleasant expression could he possibly maintain? If you tally it up, this scene at their house, today alone, had occurred for the 5th or 6th time already. The people asking the questions might be different, but the questions themselves were the same old rehashed content. To summarize, it always boiled down to, your son is doing so well in the United States, how do you feel about that as his father? If only a superficial answer were required, the now experienced Wang Shulin would say, the child is still young, he still needs to work hard and improve. Whatever little success he has achieved is thanks to the support from leadership and the country. Everyone, please do not put him on too high a pedestal. Ha ha, that was the official answer. But if Wang Shulin were to speak his mind honestly, his reply would probably be, that little bastard is in America, I have no idea what the hell he is doing. He is so far away, how the hell am I supposed to have any feelings about it? Besides, I am the father of a basketball player, not the player himself. If you want an interview, go talk to him. Why the hell are you always coming to our house? Do you have any idea how much trouble you are causing us? Just because someone in the Wang family became famous, does not mean the rest of them know anything about Wang Xiaochun's actual life in America or what exactly he is doing there. their daily life has remained pretty much unchanged. Well, almost unchanged.
For example, Wang Shulin used to enjoy showing off around the village. Now he no longer needs to. After all, with all the attention, showing off is redundant. In fact, he kind of regrets all that showing off from before.
Especially after being interviewed several times. He genuinely wished he had been more low-key.
Since his son became famous, Wang Shulin himself has become a local celebrity. People trying to form connections or borrow money under false pretenses have started showing up more frequently. It has become a real headache.
It is true what they say, fame invites trouble, just as fattened pigs invite slaughter.
Back when we had a bit of money, nobody bothered us.
But now, after some news reports, all these distant relatives suddenly show up. And that is without even mentioning that he had been keeping his secret from his son, the fact that he sends money home every week. If people found out how much money his son sends,
who knows what kind of monsters and demons might show up next? Wang Shulin had to admit his chubby kid was sending money back home at an increasingly ferocious rate.
Yes, ferocious is the right word. Imagine this, an elderly farmer who had worked all his life, whose family had a total net worth of only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, after having spent a large amount sending Wang to the United States. And yet, his son would send home nearly one-third of that amount every single week.
Around 100,000 yuan. Is that not ferocious?
But the most recent remittance had truly gone over the top.
A full 1 million yuan.
It scared Wang Shulin half to death. He knew his son's annual salary in the first year was about 3 or 4 million yuan.
An astronomical figure for the Wang family. But he also understood the payment schedule. Was it not supposed to be weekly? Why suddenly send so much all at once? Thankfully, along with the money came an explanation during a phone call.
His son said it came from an endorsement deal.
This was just the beginning, more would follow. Only then did Wang Shulin's trembling heart find some peace.
At least the money had been earned cleanly, so they could spend it with peace of mind. But while the money issue was settled, the other issues were far from over.
Just like mentioned earlier, more and more people were turning up asking for money.
And that was without the weekly remittances being publicly known. If that detail ever leaked out,
Wang Shulin did not even want to imagine what kind of mess it would turn into.
Because the amount was simply too much. According to his son, it was only going to increase in the future. This forced Wang Shulin to consider his son's suggestions and reassess their situation. First, sell off the remaining cattle. Then, take his wife on a trip.
Finally, move to a safer environment and find an easy, stable livelihood.
After all, as the ancients said, do not flaunt your wealth.
The constant visits from journalists were turning their home into a tourist attraction.
If they continued living there under these conditions, it would be hard to guarantee their safety in the future. Looks like I need to talk to Xiaochun's uncle in the city, have him help us find a safer place to live. Otherwise, how are we supposed to carry on like this? Faced with yet another wave of media intrusion,
Wang Shulin finally made up his mind. After sending those annoying reporters away,
they would begin the process of moving immediately. After all, it is not the thief you need to fear, it is the thought of the thief.
Naturally, being in the United States, Wang Xiaochun had no idea about the trouble happening back home.
Besides, he had his own issues to deal with, ones he had yet to resolve.
Thinking about anything else was out of the question. Oh my God, how many times do I have to repeat myself?
You are supposed to turn your back to me, use your butt to push me away, and then take the shot.
Even if I were as tall as Yao Ming, I would not be able to block your shot, understand?
Why is there such a drastic difference between your uncontested shots and your contested ones? Barkley had to admit, Wang Xiaochun was an incredibly gifted player when it came to using his butt. After just 1 week of special training, the guy could already use it to keep Barkley from getting anywhere near him. However, using his backside to create space offensively was still something he was quite unfamiliar with. That would take a long time to master. This part, Barkley was not too concerned about. What did worry him was Wang Xiaochun's shooting accuracy when turning and taking shots from the post after establishing position with his backside. It was not that Wang Xiaochun's post-up shooting percentage was low. Quite the opposite, it was absurdly high. It is widely known that, except for those post moves requiring a turn and fadeaway, most players opt for a one-handed release when shooting from the post, just like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. Of course, Wang Xiaochun lacked Kareem's flexibility. He was more like a fixed bunker. But do not forget, this guy habitually shoots one-handed, and his one-handed release seemed tailor-made for him. That is why his shooting percentage was ridiculously high. But achieving this success came with a strict precondition: there must be zero defensive interference. Just like his three-point shooting, Once a defender gets close, his shooting percentage plummets. Of course, his post-up shooting held up better than his three-point shooting under pressure. While he might hit only 2 out of 10 three-pointers when contested, his post shots under pressure were around 4 out of 10. Still, that was a low percentage, especially considering this was during practice. In a real game, it would likely drop even further. This left Barkley feeling rather helpless. Wang Xiaochun's situation was akin to designing a top-tier weapon, brilliant in every respect, except with one fatal flaw: its accuracy was terrible. What the hell kind of setup is that? Mr. Barkley, I will definitely work on it. I promise I will improve. In truth, Wang Xiaochun was even more anxious than Barkley. This was a long-standing issue that had plagued him. It was not that he had never trained for it. On the contrary, he had done so extensively during the early stages. But there had been no signs of improvement. Add to that the many other fundamentals he still needed to work on. And it was natural that he had recently spent less time on this particular skill. I do not want people saying I turned out a flashy but hollow student. So here's the deal. I have already taught you all the moves and key points you need. From here on out, it is up to your own effort to overcome this issue. My advice right now is to hire a personal trainer and dedicate a focused period of time solely to developing this skill. Only by doing that can you achieve the best results. You Chinese have a saying, right? Being a jack of all trades is not as good as mastering one. If you want to have a long career in the league and achieve better results, you must have one signature skill you can rely on. Scoring with your big backside in the post can be one of your killer moves. Barkley was clearly very optimistic about Wang Xiaochun's future development, and now that the two had something of a mentor-disciple relationship, there was no need to hold back on heartfelt advice. So while it sounded like a suggestion, his tone was almost like a command. But the team already has dedicated trainers. Why do I need to hire a private one as well? Unlike Barkley's hopeful expectations, Wang Xiaochun was thinking first and foremost about his finances. After all, from his perspective, he had only just started building some savings. Hiring a personal trainer would probably wipe that out immediately. Just before the special training, he had received the first payment from his Procter & Gamble endorsement deal. After taxes and fees, he got around $150,000. Finally, some savings. No way, I need to go shopping. I've been broke for way too long. The first thing he wanted to do when he got the money was splurge. And understandably so, after a long period of being flat broke. Wang Xiaochun had always been frugal, unable to afford this or that. Now that he finally had a substantial sum of money, he wanted to spend some just to feel good about it. So he bought himself a brand new phone. And then, that was it. Out of that $150,000, he had sent $100,000 back to his family. After covering his own living expenses and paying Susan her commission, he had less than $50,000 left. With that amount, hiring a good personal trainer would last maybe 2 or 3 months at most. Yes, he would be earning $60,000 per month over the next 6 months, so he could probably afford it. But he could not stomach the rate at which the money would disappear. Which is why he reflexively used the team's trainers as an excuse. You said it yourself, they are team trainers. They have to take care of the whole team. How much time can they really spend on you? Besides, do they not have weekends? Working hours? Barkley, an old fox, could see right through Wang Xiaochun's little ploy, but it was precisely because he saw through it that after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? I will introduce someone to you. Cannon Baker, a guy who just came out of the G League and wants to switch careers and become a trainer. I have worked with him before. If not for his height, with his athleticism, he definitely would have gone far in the league. Although he is just transitioning into this role, I do trust in his training expertise. If you hire him, not only can he help you improve your post moves, but he can also help elevate your fundamentals much more quickly. And his fees are not high right now, it should be quite cost-effective. You should seriously consider hiring him." Since he wanted to help Wang Xiaochun solve this problem, Barkley took a comprehensive approach. After all, it was not just post-up shooting that Wang Xiaochun lacked. There were other areas that needed correction and improvement. Hiring a well-rounded trainer would be a great help to him. Really? The fee is not high? Then maybe I can consider it. Just like before, Wang Xiaochun's first concern was still the cost. Even though Barkley had already described it as very affordable, Wang Xiaochun still had no clear idea of exactly how affordable it was. But he decided to accept the suggestion nonetheless. After all, he did have many weaknesses. A dedicated trainer's guidance was exactly what he needed. December 15th. It was an ordinary day, a regular game day for many NBA teams.
Once again, the Knicks were playing the Nuggets at home. But it was also Wang Xiaochun's first game after completing his special training. All in all, it truly seemed like a very ordinary day. If there was anything out of the ordinary about it, it was probably the fact that Wang Xiaochun was starting at power forward for the Knicks for the first time. Has this guy already evolved? Is he about to unleash his power in this game? Oh, a second-round pick rising up. How will the first-rounder feel? Is Sweetney not also at the power forward position? I knew it. I knew he could make it. I saw his potential back at Syracuse. Ha! Looks like the highlight of this matchup is not between Houston and Anthony anymore, but between Anthony and his former college teammate. 10 minutes before the game started, when the starting lineups were displayed on the big screen, some observant fans finally noticed what was different about this otherwise ordinary day for their team. The backup of the backup had now become a starting player. And so, speculation naturally followed. But none of them guessed correctly. The reason Wang Xiaochun was starting at power forward for the Knicks today was because Thomas's leg injury will keep him out for at least a week. Sweetney's offense is acceptable, but his defense cannot compare to Wang's. I know Camby and Nene from Denver very well. They both used to play for the Knicks. With only Mutombo defending, we will not be able to stop them. So my recommendation is to start Wang as a temporary starting power forward. Even before the game began, Knicks assistant coach Ilse Warren, who had led the team during the summer league, had already voiced his opinion to the head coach. He had little choice but to make the suggestion. During Wang Xiaochun's week of special training, the Knicks' performance remained consistently poor, meaning they continued losing more than they won. Of course, even if Wang had been traveling with the team, the result might not have been any different. But no one expected that even amidst this losing streak, Thomas would end up injuring his leg. According to the medical diagnosis, the Knicks' starting power forward would need at least a week of rest before returning, so the coaching staff had to consider who would replace him. Logically speaking, when Thomas got injured, his backup Sweetney should naturally take his place. After all, he was a first-round pick, and while his performance was just passable, it was still usable. In his rookie season so far, he was averaging 5.3 points and 4.1 rebounds per game. Much better than Wang Xiaochun's average of less than 2 points per game. But good stats do not necessarily mean greater ability. After all, everyone could see the impact Wang had on the court. So naturally, someone suggested giving him the chance to start. So, how has Wang's special training gone? We have been on the road a lot lately, and I have not had a chance to check in. Head coach Lenny did not reject assistant coach Ilse Warren's suggestion. Even if Warren had not brought it up, Lenny might have considered Wang as an option. The training went very well, although there are still areas that need work. Mr. Barkley's evaluation was, if given enough room to grow, Wang could become the next him or even surpass him. Ever since Wang joined the Knicks, Ilse Warren had closely followed his development. He had always been very optimistic about Wang Xiaochun. So when reporting the training results, he may have embellished slightly and quoted some key praise. Then go inform Wang. He will be our temporary starter. Everyone understands what being a starter means. It refers to the core lineup of a team that takes the floor first. For some players, core is a status they may never achieve in their careers. They may only ever serve as role players or benchwarmers, never earning this recognition. But once they do, it means their ability has been acknowledged, and their responsibilities have increased. Damn, this is so sudden. I just got back and now I am in the starting lineup? I feel so nervous. Bro, do you know any tricks to calm nerves? Yes. Simple. Go tell the coach you do not want to start, and let me do it instead. Originally, when Wang had just rejoined the team and learned they were about to play the Nuggets, he was planning to treat Carmelo Anthony to a meal. After all, in the summer league, Anthony had paid for dinner, and Wang had gone a little overboard. Now that he had a bit of money, and since it was a home game, he thought it would be proper to return the favor. But before he could finish the thought, the team manager informed him that he would be starting in tonight's game. The news hit him like a thunderbolt. It was like a junior sales assistant, who always just followed the senior rep, running errands and doing minor tasks, suddenly being told one day that the senior rep was unavailable, and he would have to handle all the major clients alone. What would that junior assistant feel? Wang was completely overwhelmed when he got the news. So overwhelmed that even as the game was about to start, he still could not calm down. So he casually turned to Sweetney, his closest teammate on the team, for help, only to be met with an eye roll and a resentful glare instead of support. Wang suddenly felt like he had made a poor choice in friends. Fine, I will not argue with you. I will go talk to Anthony. Wang could not understand Sweetney's frustration. so he decided to go find his old teammate for advice. After all, Anthony was not only a starter, he was now the face of the team. "I knew you could do it." Beating Malone, locking down Ben Wallace, and especially that buzzer beater against the Magic Man, that was incredible. "No wonder you got promoted so fast. You made all of us from Orange proud." Too kind, too kind. I was just playing normally. Nothing special. Although, I have to say, even I was surprised by that buzzer beater. The two old teammates hugged as they reunited. Anthony, with a beaming expression, started showering Wang with compliments. So much so that Wang felt embarrassed to bring up how anxious he was. But in the midst of that embarrassment, he realized he was no longer nervous. He even felt relaxed enough to chat casually with Anthony. It was a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, that good feeling did not last long, because Anthony's next words completely derailed his mood. "Oh, by the way, you had a girlfriend back in college, right? Did you guys break up already? Why are you suddenly asking about her?" "Yeah, we broke up, ha." "Oh, that explains it. I was wondering why you never went back after what happened." "Now it makes sense." "What happened? What do you mean makes sense? Can you please be more specific?" Based on the time, if Wang Xiaochun remembered correctly, since the end of the summer league, the last time he returned to school and ran into Yanzi at the school gate, this childhood friend of his had already disappeared from his life for more than 4 months. Isn't there a saying? No one's going to die just because someone leaves. After they broke up like it was nothing. To be honest, Wang Xiaochun was quite dazed in the beginning. After all, some things are not so easy to let go of just like that. But once your attention is drawn elsewhere, you might really forget if no one brings it up. Just like Wang Xiaochun's daily routine, constantly teetering between being extremely hungry and unable to afford to eat, limited time, either training or playing games, always living a frugal little life. The pressure of life left him with little time to miss anyone. Even if he did, it would only flash by briefly. She hadn't come up in such a long time, and today suddenly she was mentioned again. Wang Xiaochun originally just wanted to laugh it off and let it pass again. But some situations simply wouldn't let him ignore them, especially when the other person was in trouble. It made it even harder for him to be indifferent. Of course, his concern now couldn't be compared to how he felt before. Back then, he would have rushed out the second he heard something happen to Yanzi, without caring about the consequences. But now, on a broader level, they grew up in the same village. Even if they were just ordinary acquaintances, he couldn't just turn a blind eye. On a smaller scale, after protecting her for so many years, it had practically become instinct. If he could truly be indifferent now, he'd be lying to himself. He wanted to care, wanted to know what was going on. But the time and place just weren't right. "Didn't you two already break up?" "Why, forget it. It's complicated. The game's about to start. Let's talk after. After the game, I'll tell you everything." When Wang Xiaochun had come over to talk to Anthony, there were less than 10 minutes left before the game started. After chatting for a bit, that time was basically gone. Surely Anthony wouldn't ditch the game just to tell Xiaochun some gossip, right? Stay here and miss the game? But seeing how concerned the guy looked, as a former teammate, Anthony decided to let him relax first and talk in detail after the game. "Alright then, after the game. I'll come find you. I still owe you a big meal, perfect time to repay you." Ha, ha, ha. Wang Xiaochun could tell what mattered more. He knew he'd just gotten a little too worked up. Forcing a smile, he bid Anthony goodbye and returned gloomily to the bench. Compared to last season, this season's Nuggets team was practically reborn. Just look at their record last season. 17 wins and 65 losses, barely over a 20% win rate. If not for the Cavaliers being even worse, 13 wins and 69 losses, bottom of the Eastern Conference, the Nuggets would have hit rock bottom. But with every downside, there's an upside. Don't be fooled by the poor performance of these two last season. This year, one took the first draft pick, the other landed the third. And both were well-deserved. Let's not even talk about the Cavaliers. Their foundation is too weak. Even the top pick is struggling to carry the team. But the Nuggets? That's another story. Just take a look at today's starting lineup. Everything becomes clear. Starting point guard, Andre Miller, 1999 first round, 8th overall. Last season, even while injured, he averaged 13.8 points, 5.3 assists, and 4 rebounds. This season, signed by the Nuggets for 6 years and $55 million. Brought in specifically to support the third pick. Shooting guard, Vaughn Leonard, a veteran of the Nuggets. Former three-point contest champion at All-Star Weekend. Once called the league's best three-point sniper.
averaging 14.1 points, 2.1 assists, and 2.7 rebounds. Went to the Raptors last season, now signed back again. Also to support the third pick. As for the two big men, no need to elaborate, former Knicks veterans. Nene Hilario and Marcus Camby. One's a beast in the paint, the other a defensive stalwart. Both are major support for the third pick. And the third pick himself? Even more impressive. In his rookie season, he's already averaging 21 points per game. Compared to last season's 20% win rate, he's already led the team to a 56% win rate. If that's not a transformation, what is? As for today's opponent, the Knicks' strength? Not much to brag about. It was said from the start. This is a money-burning team, among the highest salary caps in the league, yet filled with overpaid underperformers. Otherwise, when the starting power forward got injured, they wouldn't have had to immediately bring up a second-round rookie. Of course, if that rookie had solid skills, especially when he's upset or sulking, and suddenly plays out of his mind, that's a different matter entirely. Look now at Nuggets big man Nene Hilario. His resentment on court looks like it could shoot through the sky. Damn it, people call me a beast in the paint? This guy's a fucking wild animal. If you've got balls, stop using your fat ass. Let's go head to head. At the start of the game, when both teams' starters hit the court, Mutombo won the tip-off. First possession, Knicks on offense. Some corrupted placeholder text about the novel site removed. As the Knicks captain, Houston was not exactly a qualified leader. Their record made that clear. But as a veteran, Houston was absolutely respectable. At the very least, he took good care of the rookies, always willing to give them chances. When the starters were called out, he noticed that rookie starting for the first time seemed troubled. Looks like he's still nervous? Let him take the first shot. Should help calm him down. Everyone on the team knew how nervous Wang Xiaochun was before the game. Houston was no exception. He also believed Xiaochun's nervousness came from being a first-time starter. Given that the kid had just rejoined the team, helping him find his rhythm felt like the right thing to do. So, after a pick-and-roll signal, he called Wang Xiaochun over and said, "Kid, get to your spot and prove your training paid off." Truthfully, Wang Xiaochun was still a bit distracted, agitated. But once on the court, he tried to focus. He wanted to do his job right. At that point, he almost forgot he was even starting. Nerves? Not really. What surprised him was that the captain actually gave him the first play. So, out of habit, he followed the order instinctively. By the time he got to the right side mid-range, caught the ball, he snapped back to reality. Is this a solo shot? One-on-one? He had imagined such moments. Just never thought it would come this soon. Sigh, let me look for an opening. If there's a chance, shoot. If not, pass it back. Even now, Wang Xiaochun had no intention of forcing a shot. He knew himself well. Under tight defense, he would likely just brick it. And tight defense came instantly. Nene stuck to him like glue. At that moment, Wang Xiaochun was ready to pass it back. He knew his limits. No point pushing when it would go nowhere. Just like how he only shoots when wide open. But some people just love to provoke. Even when you're already backing off. Especially when someone's already in a foul mood. Why poke the bear? Fat ass, I know you're strong. And I know you're slow. But with that bulky frame, trying to score on me? Come back after 2 more years of training. The media once said of Nene. Few players could match his passion and efficiency, especially against strong opponents. He would use every method, including psychological tactics, to suppress them. Clearly, the assessment was spot on. Now he was even using trash talk. And it worked. What the fuck, did I smash your windows or kick your balls? Is it because I'm fat that everyone calls me a fat ass now? Same old story, certain words hit a nerve. And Wang Xiaochun's rage surged. Add some frustration to the mix. And Nene was about to get a taste of ass-powered vengeance. Thud, thump thump thump. Swish. Just as Nene finished his trash talk, a wild sequence followed. Wang Xiaochun, holding the ball, didn't even glance behind. He slid his foot back slightly, squared his body, and with his upper body pinning Nene, suddenly launched his butt backwards. Maybe it was too forceful. Or maybe Nene was too close. With both around the same height. That mighty bump struck Nene right in the crotch. It was like a body slam. No resistance possible. Nene staggered backward for several steps before awkwardly stopping. With distance created, Wang Xiaochun, without even looking at the rim, just tossed the ball. Like in practice. One-handed into the air. And just like in practice, the ball obediently went in.
Are this kid's movements not practically perfect? Nothing lacking, really. Isles, are your standards too high?
After just a week of intensive training, this is already an excellent result.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect him to become this proficient. The moment Wang Xiaochun caught the basketball, all eyes in Madison Square Garden naturally focused on him.
Of course, the coaching staff and players on the bench were no exception.
Compared to Isles Warren, though, head coach Lanny was witnessing the results of Wang Xiaochun's training for the first time.
And it was clear he was very satisfied with those results. Isles Warren, on the other hand, felt a bit puzzled.
Could this guy be one of those game-time performers? You just can't evaluate his ability in practice?
Isles Warren knew all too well how Wang Xiaochun performed in training. After all, he was the one who mainly supervised it.
Wang Xiaochun's technique was solid, but it had never looked this good, at least, not this smooth. So, in the face of such a difference, he started to doubt what he had seen before, and thus the thought occurred to him. But his doubt was not entirely misplaced. After all, who would call Wang Xiaochun fatty during training? Without that particular trigger word, the guy probably would have been his usual self. But since the word had appeared, he was no longer the same. Fuck your grandpa, I'm fucking suffocating here. Nene Hilario only had one sensation right now. Like being hit by a speeding truck. One with a pointed front, no less.
Never mind the pain in his balls, he was enduring that. But the cramp in his chest had nearly choked him.
You got guts, fatty. Pulling a sneak attack? Let's see how I settle this with you. Nene did not believe he was any weaker than Wang Xiaochun.
He just thought that hit had come too suddenly, catching him completely off guard. So to save face and pride, the tough words had to come out.
Ha, you got the balls to insult me again?
If someone with good vision and keen observation had been present, they would have noticed the redness already filling Wang Xiaochun's small eyes. There was a fire in them on the verge of bursting out. No one knew that Wang Xiaochun's recent outburst actually came in two phases, with a clear priority between them. The upper part of the sequence was aimed directly at Nene, to shut the mouthy bastard up and vent all the pent-up anger in his chest. The lower part, though, was a pure reflex. He had done nothing but practice post-up shots for the past week, and those moves had long become muscle memory. So when he executed the motion, he did it without mental burden and without caring if it would go in or not. It was an instinctive action, without regard for outcome. That was why he was slightly surprised when the ball actually went in. But just like before the game started, Nene's triggering words had already blown that surprise out of his mind. Now Wang Xiaochun had only one thought in his head. Unless he completely wrecked this foul-mouthed bastard, he would not rest. Thus, the half-beast version of Wang Xiaochun emerged. And once he got his hands on Nene, the pseudo-relative, he had no plans to let go. On defense, Nene could forget about entering the paint. If he could roam around mid-range, he should thank Wang Xiaochun's pain-inducing speed. On offense, Wang Xiaochun had no intention of scoring. His entire focus was on using his ass to torment Nene Hilario. And after sinking the first basket, Captain Houston assumed he was heating up and gave him the second shot too. From there, the madness began. In the first 5 minutes of the first quarter, Wang Xiaochun went one-on-one with Nene 7 times, and crushed him all 7. Only once did he miss, when he went so hard that even he lost balance. The other 6 were all buckets. Of course, Nene did not just stand there and take it. He fought back, desperately. But after the second post-up, he realized just how far he lagged behind Wang Xiaochun in terms of strength. He no longer dared to match power directly. Instead, he tried to interfere at the moment of contact. But none of his disruptions worked. And after being rammed around so many times, Nene felt like his organs had been jumbled around. To avoid the pain and disrupt the rhythm, Nene began slapping Wang Xiaochun's hands before he even got the shot off, leaving visible red marks on Wan's rock-hard fat. That was, of course, a clear-cut foul. Twice, it sent Wang Xiaochun to the free throw line. He made all 4 shots. That gave Wang 16 points and 3 rebounds in just 5 minutes, leaving everyone in shock. At this point, the Nuggets coach hurriedly made a substitution. These two must have bad blood, otherwise, that rookie would not be this obsessed. Going at Nene every single possession. Better pull Nene now. Getting smashed like that, I feel sore just watching. A rookie scoring 16 points in under half a quarter? That was a PR nightmare for the Nuggets. Even if they lost the game, they had to put a stop to this outburst. So in came backup center Chris Anderson. Not much of a scorer, but a solid defender. But it seemed they had subbed him in for nothing. Not because Anderson could not stop Wang Xiaochun, but because after Nene left the court, Wang turned into someone else entirely.
He stopped playing. He did not even want to catch the ball. He just went to the corner and camped there. That left Nene, now benched, feeling even worse. Did I offend this guy in a past life? Why is this so fucking targeted? And you said he was easy to handle? That was me getting handled. At the same time Nene was subbed out, so was Anthony. Do not misunderstand, Anthony was not benched for poor performance like Nene. Quite the opposite, he was doing so well that he was given rest. Do not be fooled by Wang Xiaochun's explosive 16-point half-quarter. The Knicks were still trailing 20-16. Surprising? That his effort felt almost wasted? Not really, that is just the difference in team strength. Wang Xiaochun's explosion was terrifying, but the Nuggets' 56% win rate did not come from nothing. And that was just Wang versus Nene. The other players were moving too. In 5 minutes, the Nuggets had Andre Miller, 4 points. The 3-point sniper, 6 points. Carmelo Anthony, 9 points. Even Nene, 1 point, via free throw after being fouled. Granted, Nene's defense was falling apart, but no one knew whether Wang would continue his beast mode next time he was subbed in. Anthony was speechless when Nene asked him for an explanation. How could he have expected that his former teammate, with whom he had chatted just minutes before, would transform into a monster on the court? Their time together had not been short, but the transformation was dramatic. Still, Anthony now felt the need to reassess Wang Xiaochun, because in the league, strength speaks louder than words. At the very least, they were now on equal footing. As expected, the Knicks ultimately lost this game. The final score was 97-81, a considerable loss. This seemed to render Wang Xiaochun's explosive start utterly ineffective. In fact, it truly had little impact. After Nene left the court, the ferocity Wang displayed in the first 5 minutes vanished completely. He reverted to his usual self. Even though the head coach sensed his exceptional energy today and wanted him to maintain it, granting him unlimited shooting rights in the first quarter. But this guy only made a strong start and then faltered. He attempted 3 post-up plays, resulting in 1 successful shot out of 3. Considering his training performance, this shooting percentage wasn't bad. But this guy thought, ugh, better not mess around. I can't recapture that earlier state. Besides, we're trailing by so much now. If I keep bricking shots and we lose because of me, I can't bear that responsibility. Wang Xiaochun didn't want to shoulder too much responsibility. Being a role player was preferable, no worries, no pressure, and his salary remained unaffected. Moreover, after Nene left the court, he indeed couldn't perform as before. It's important to note that having a clear mind versus being filled with distracting thoughts makes a significant difference, at least for Wang Xiaochun. So, after playing the entire first quarter, apart from scoring 2 points from free throws, grabbing 1 rebound, and committing 1 foul, he had no other contributions. His first quarter score was fixed at 18 points, considering his stamina. In the second quarter, the head coach let Wang Xiaochun rest for the entire period, possibly hoping he could regain his earlier touch. So, after a full quarter of rest and halftime adjustments, Wang Xiaochun returned to the court in the third quarter with almost full energy. And right at the start, the ball was in his hands. It seemed Houston wanted to continue the earlier magic. But, bang, 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 swish. Wang Xiaochun forced a shot under pressure. The shooting percentage was predictable. He attempted 4 post-up shots, making only 1. This was clearly below his training shooting percentage. Seeing this, Houston didn't dare let him continue. After all, the team was still trailing. With nearly half the game remaining, they needed to catch up. And the final result? Clearly, they didn't catch up. Wang Xiaochun played only 7 minutes in the third quarter. After all, a chase game couldn't be played like a positional battle. This guy couldn't keep up with the pace. So, in this quarter, Wang Xiaochun recorded 2 points, 2 rebounds, 2 fouls, and several missed shots. After that, he didn't return to the game. However, his stats in this game set a new personal record. He played 19 minutes, made 14 shots, hit 8, scored 20 points, and grabbed 6 rebounds. Although the Knicks lost the game, Wang Xiaochun's 16-point streak at the start was still newsworthy. Therefore, he had to attend the post-game press conference. But this guy had something on his mind. He perfunctorily answered the reporters' questions at the press conference. Wang, your performance at the start must be the result of your special training, right? Will this become your main scoring method in the future? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. What do you think of your matchup with Nene today? From the earlier performance, you seem to handle him easily in one-on-one plays? Easy, definitely easy, too easy, never been so easy before. You started today. Does this mean the team recognizes your strength? Will you replace Thomas and officially become the Knicks' starting power forward? That's definitely, no, I'm just a temporary substitute. How could that be? At the press conference, Wang Xiaochun was most worried about delaying too long. What if Anthony left early? His anxious mood was evident in all his responses. Fortunately, Anthony was a man of his word. Moreover, he also had to attend a press conference. Both sides balanced out, and neither delayed the other. To quickly understand the situation. For the first time, Wang Xiaochun didn't consider how much it would cost to treat someone to a meal. He directly found a high-end restaurant outside Madison Square Garden. He chose this place for the meal. Just imagine. What kind of place is Madison Square Garden? Would any decent restaurant here be cheap? Previously, Wang Xiaochun would only dare to enter fast food restaurants here. But now, bring out your signature dishes. Serve your best wines. Good, that's all, thank you. Hurry up. As soon as the two entered the restaurant and sat down, the waiter hadn't even handed over the menu. Wang Xiaochun directly skipped the process, completely disregarding the feelings of his former teammates sitting opposite. And then, he went straight to the point, almost aggressively. This place seems nice. It's been a long time since we met. Actually, I missed you. So, what's going on? Tell me everything in detail. Facing such a situation, Anthony had no choice but to explain. So, he told Wang Xiaochun everything he knew. In simple terms, he was deceived and blackmailed by a villain. That might be too simplistic, so let's consider it a headline. The detailed content is as follows. Didn't Swallow have an Asian boyfriend named Arthur? The issue started with this guy. Perhaps to outsiders, including Swallow. At first, everyone thought Arthur was a very capable guy. The reason being, he had a wide social circle. He seemed to be involved in all the school clubs. Plus, he was generous with money. Many people thought he came from a good family, Swallow included. But the reality was quite different. His family background was very ordinary, even among the lower class. Imagine someone from such a family wanting to attend Syracuse University. The expenses aren't something an average lower-class family can afford. So, to work-study, perhaps to avoid being looked down upon by peers. He sought ways to make money as soon as he entered school. And he found one quickly. Moreover, he did quite well after finding it. It was precisely because of this job that he could mix well in school. As for the nature of his job, in today's terms, he was a courier for others. But imagine, what kind of goods could someone like him deliver? Most likely contraband, right? Of course, Swallow didn't know about these things. At least until the incident occurred. Swallow still thought this guy came from a middle-class family, well-educated, and had no ill intentions. Originally, whatever trouble this guy had shouldn't have involved Swallow. After all, he had been doing this for a long time, over 2 years in school, and few people knew what he was doing. He had always hidden it from Swallow and probably didn't want her to know. But the problem was, he did his job too well, leading to a high volume of business. He became overwhelmed. Just a week ago, there was a package he had to deliver on time. But he had something more important to attend to, with no other options. He used the excuse of helping an international student friend deliver something, saying he couldn't go himself, and asked Swallow to help. He also instructed Swallow that the item was fragile and not to open it. Just deliver it and leave immediately. Swallow didn't think much of it. She happened to be free and agreed. Following the address Arthur provided, carrying a well-packaged item, she went there. The address wasn't far from the school. Swallow was somewhat familiar with that area. Because many international students lived there, she had a few friends who lived there too. Of course, she didn't know the person she was supposed to find. But precisely because she didn't know, she mistook someone else. When she arrived, the door was opened by a mature-looking foreigner. Swallow didn't think much of it. After all, many foreigners have ambiguous ages. Plus, there were quite a few older international students there. So, after confirming the name with the person, she handed over the item. But she didn't know that while the name was correct, sometimes foreigners, damn it, have the same names for father and son. The difference might just be a junior or two. In other words, she unfortunately mistook the person and handed the package to the father who came to visit his son. Originally, mistaking the person wouldn't have been a problem. After all, they were father and son. Who she gave it to shouldn't matter, right? Just deliver the item and leave. But Swallow, perhaps concerned about Arthur's service quality, insisted on having the recipient verify whether the item was damaged. After all, wasn't it said earlier? This thing is fragile. Swallow was worried that if it was damaged, it would cause trouble for Arthur. So, she wanted to fulfill her responsibility. Foreigners don't understand what false politeness is, so they really checked it on the spot. And it turned out the item was indeed damaged, severely damaged, completely shattered. The reason for saying this is because Swallow delivered a package of marijuana, not some fragile item. If we must categorize it, it would be drugs. Now it got exciting. You're delivering this to someone's child right in front of their father? Any parent would be terrified upon realizing this. And Swallow naturally became a drug dealer in their eyes. For such bad people, how could parents let them go? So, they called the police. The police came, and the still shocked Swallow was taken away. Bang! What? Swallow was taken away by the police? Where is she now? Is she still at the station? Which station? When Anthony mentioned that Swallow had been taken away by the police, Wang Xiaochun truly panicked this time. He sprang up from his seat in such a rush that he nearly flipped the dining table. Do not panic. At least let me finish talking, alright? How long has it been? Your ex-girlfriend could not possibly still be at the police station. If it had not been for that coincidental call to the police by the father, the cops might not have even bothered with this. Marijuana is not as big of a deal as you think. She was probably released the day after she was brought in. Anthony knew Wang Xiaochun was anxious, but he did not expect him to react so dramatically. The commotion had drawn everyone's attention. They were now the center of the restaurant's focus. Oh, that is good, that is good. As long as she is safe, that is all that matters. Upon hearing that Swallow had already been released, Wang Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He realized his reaction had been a bit much and felt awkward being the center of attention. He forced a sheepish smile and quickly sat down. But he had barely settled when Anthony's next words made him spring back up again. She may be fine physically, but the situation is far from over. To be honest, your ex-girlfriend has some seriously bad luck. Not only did she get caught up in such a messy situation, but the two officers who brought her in were black cops, real crooked ones. They extorted her. Brother, could you finish your sentences in one breath? What do you mean by crooked? How was she extorted? Wang Xiaochun now felt like his emotions were riding a roller coaster, an unending surge of twists and turns. Honestly, if he were not so desperate to learn Swallow's situation right now, he would have pinned his old teammate to the ground and pummeled him, because this dramatic storytelling was damn near unbearable. Anthony probably realized Wang Xiaochun was on the brink of exploding. After all, his current state closely resembled how he had looked on the court earlier that day. So he dared not delay further and began explaining in detail. Smuggling and selling marijuana in the United States can be a big deal or a minor offense, depending entirely on who is involved and who handles the case. If it is a local with even a sliver of background and no deadly feud with the officer in charge, it might only result in a few days of detention and confiscation of the goods, then you are free to go. But if it is someone like Swallow, a foreign student with no background whatsoever, then some corrupt cops can play all kinds of dirty tricks, following standard procedures. If you are not a citizen and commit a crime here, your record stays at the station, you pay a fine, and then you are released. They will notify your school. The school, upon learning of the incident, will mark your file. Then, based on the seriousness of the offense, the school will decide the punishment. You might wonder, is this not illegal? Why do the police hand it off to the school? Because as stated before, she is not a citizen, and in the US, this kind of issue does not even make it into the criminal system. Even if it did, it would become an international case. Regular police have no criminal jurisdiction in such matters. But wrongdoing is wrongdoing, so they leave it to the school to handle. And the school's response could be mild or severe. Mild, 1 year of probation. As long as you do not re-offend and perform well in all areas, you can still graduate. Severe? Immediate expulsion and deportation. Returning to the US again? That would be close to impossible. For some people, this kind of consequence is trivial, they can just stop studying here. At least it is not jail time. But Swallow? Could she not care? This was her future, her reputation. So, of course, she argued and protested after entering the station. But did it matter? She had been caught red-handed with physical evidence. Even if the police considered her defense, could she get her boyfriend to confess to everything, including deceiving her? That would prove she was merely a victim, unaware and innocent. Sounds reasonable, right? American police are logical. But here is the problem, could she even find her boyfriend? Yes, after being brought in, Swallow was indeed given the chance to call a lawyer and locate the culprit. Lawyer? Of course not. A foreign student studying on scholarship is not going to have a personal attorney. And the culprit, her boyfriend, had suddenly vanished. He was nowhere to be found. so Swallow had to handle the whole mess alone. But clearly, she could not. However, there were others who could. Remember the corrupt cops mentioned earlier? Those bastards came out right on cue. We understand, a young girl like you, far from home, struggling in our country. If your education ends because of this, it would be a real shame. But the quantity of marijuana you carried is just too much. Even if we wanted to help, our hands are tied. Unless you are willing to spend a little, you know what I mean. We will have someone wipe your record. As long as your record is clean, even if your school hears about it, it will not affect you at all. In this world, as in many places, fortune favors the bold and the ruthless. Why should the police not have a side hustle? Catching a lamb like this and not shearing it would be a disgrace to the word corruption. Of course, the US is still a democratic country. Even crooked cops operate under the guise of mutual consent. They give you the option. Whether you accept is up to you. So, did Swallow agree? How much did they want? She probably agreed. Otherwise, she would not have been out the very next day. As for how much? Not too little, not too much. Around $10,000 to $20,000. I have heard of similar cases before, roughly that range. After Anthony laid out everything he knew, Wang Xiaochun no longer felt rushed. After all, now he was sure Swallow was safe. As long as she was safe, the rest could be dealt with. Do you need my help? I am fairly familiar with Brooklyn. The station that handled the case is over there. I might be able to pull some strings. Anthony did not mind helping within his capacity. Not just because they were former teammates. He genuinely respected Wang Xiaochun's abilities. It would not hurt to do a good deed and deepen their relationship. Thanks, but no need. I should be able to handle this myself. Thank you for your offer. Wang Xiaochun fully trusted Anthony. After all, they had spent quite some time together on the same team. He knew some of Anthony's background. Otherwise, he would not have believed everything Anthony had told him about Swallow. After all, aside from his nickname Sweet Melon, Street Melon was also a name he was known by. Someone with that kind of reputation is not a simple man. But favors like this are not handed out lightly. Wang Xiaochun, though not worldly, understood this much. And in this matter, he did have connections who could help, so it was even less appropriate to let someone else handle it. Since the urgency had passed, as the host, Wang Xiaochun made sure his guest enjoyed the meal, though afterward, when it came time to pay, he nearly cried from the pain. Still, after they parted ways, he collected himself, then found a gift shop, bought a few items, hailed a cab, and headed toward Chinatown. The next day, a little after 6 in the morning, Wang Xiaochun was sleeping soundly when a barrage of phone calls jolted him awake. Normally, on any other day, he would already be up by this time. But because of yesterday's game, during which he played for quite a long time and exerted a lot of energy, and also came back late and went to bed late, he was still in a deep sleep. Being woken up so abruptly, he was naturally still in a daze. Hello? Who is it? Calling so early, are you fucking kidding me? I am your father. Who is being annoying? Shouldn't I be the one asking that? You little bastard, can you not keep yourself out of trouble for a few days? What are you doing all day long overseas? Making reporters show up at our house for no reason? We had planned to go see the house with your uncle today, but we were delayed by all these people. Today's plan is completely ruined. When it is 6 a.m. in the United States, it is roughly 6 p.m. in China. The Wang family usually called Wang Xiaochun around this time because they knew he would be awake. But clearly, today was an exception. Ha? What? What house? Did we not discuss this? Did you not say that since you were planning to buy a place in the city, you wanted a high-end residential complex? We would move there after the new year, and it would not delay Xiaoxiao's school transfer. Oh, right. I remember now, we talked about that a couple days ago. After being scolded and yelled at by his father, Wang Xiaochun finally woke up properly. He was not surprised that their home was once again harassed by reporters. After all, by now it had become routine. But his father's anger felt out of place this time, which made him wonder what was wrong. Why are you so angry this early or late in the afternoon for you? On previous occasions, when they had been ambushed by the media, Wang Shulin would grumble about it casually during phone calls, but nothing more. Unlike today, when he called just to vent his frustration. Am I? You are. Maybe I am? What exactly happened? Well, this morning Swallow's father came over. Seemed like he had some kind of request, but I did not want to bother with him, so I just left him to the side. Then, coincidentally, a group of reporters came over too. I ended up ignoring him altogether. But all this was seen by villagers who had followed the reporters for the spectacle. Just now, when your sister came home from school, she said she heard villagers talking about both our families at the village entrance, good things, bad things, all of it. That is probably what set me off. As for the matter between his son and Swallow, though Wang Xiaoqun never talked about it directly. During the 3 months his son returned home, both Wang Shulin and his wife had already figured things out, but just because they knew did not mean they would confront him about it. I would like to see what kind of standards your family has that makes you think you are too good for my son. Truth be told, it is us who are too good for you. Though Wang Shulin was just a livestock farmer, even farmers have their pride. If it had been before Wang Xiaoqun went to college in the United States, even as the richest man in the village, Wang Shulin would not have had the confidence to talk like that. After all, at that time, his son's appearance and education left something to be desired. But once he went to college, especially abroad, it was different. They have nothing to say now. But damn it, when he saw the way his son looked after returning to China. As a father, how could Wang Shulin not feel heartache? Back then, he made up his mind to find his son a wife who was even better than Swallow. But he never expected his son's development to skyrocket like it did. That original standard had since risen several levels. And as for Swallow's family? Even if they begged me now, I would not give them the time of day. Of course, every family knows its own business. Back when both kids were studying in the US, the villagers thought their relationship was settled, that marriage was only a matter of time. But afterward, when his son returned to the village while Swallow did not, the rumors began. Especially once his son became famous. The speculation got even more absurd, but thankfully, those with eyes could see Wang Xiaoqun had been dumped. Otherwise, why would he return home alone? And for such a long time, without a single update? But once Wang Xiaoqun rose to fame, the village was sure the Wu family must have regretted it. Naturally, some mockery and snide comments began to spread. But not everyone accepted this narrative. For instance, Swallow's relatives. Even though they were fewer in number than Wang Xiaoqun's extended family, they tried hard to protect Swallow's reputation and discredit Wang Xiaoqun. Just like the situation Wang Xiaoxiao encountered, it was all connected. Which is what really started getting on Wang Shulin's nerves. Adding to that, the whole day's plan was ruined because of his son. If he did not vent some anger at that brat, how else was he supposed to assert his authority as a father? You do not need to bother with that kind of stuff. We are about to move to the city soon, and probably will only come back during holidays. As for Swallow's family, there is no need to concern ourselves. I have already done all I can. From now on, we will not be in touch. What? You already did all you can? Nothing much. Just make sure to finalize the house, alright? Remember, do not get a small one, only a big one. Alright, I am running late. I have to go train. I fly to Houston tonight, we play the Rockets tomorrow. Oh, and Dad, this game should be broadcast in China. Make sure to watch it. Oh, live broadcast? Alright, got it. After hanging up the phone with his father, Wang Xiaoqun let out a helpless chuckle. Why had Swallow's father gone to his house? Wang Xiaoqun had a good guess. Most likely, they still did not know he had already helped them settle everything and were hoping to ask for money. But the fact that it was Swallow's father who went to ask for money only reinforced Wang Xiaoqun's belief that things truly needed to end once and for all. Not because asking for money was offensive in itself, but because the entire situation no longer felt right. Last night, although he came back late, it was only slightly after 11 o'clock, he should have been able to get up by 6 o'clock. But after settling everything, he felt such emotional discomfort that he could not fall asleep. Do not get the wrong idea, his discomfort had nothing to do with emotions or romance. What he was upset about was, damn it, what the hell did I get out of this? Running around, handling everything, spending a bunch of money, my heart hurts. He was heartbroken over the money he spent. In reality, if you calculated everything, apart from treating Anthony to a meal and buying a few $100s worth of gifts, Wang Xiaoqun had barely spent anything. What he had to take care of was nothing to someone else, so there was no need to spend much. All in all, it cost him barely $2,000. That is a whole month of rent. Being used to counting every penny, he could not help but dwell on it. Now that he had unexpectedly spent a small chunk of change, how could he not feel it? But it was in that moment that he realized, in the past, no matter how broke he was willing to spend everything on Swallow. But now, even with a net worth in the millions, spending just this much made him lose sleep. Turns out the saying things change is not just a cliché. That was when he decided things needed to be cut cleanly. Maybe they would still greet each other if they met again. But as for spending money? Never again. It just hurt too much. Since reaching adulthood, Wang Xiaochun had always looked down on others, literally, when speaking. After all, by that time he already stood 2 meters tall, and it was rare for anyone in his area to be taller than him. But after entering the league, those downward glances became far less frequent. Because in the league, players over 2 meters tall are everywhere. So his downward glances turned into level ones, diagonal glances, and occasionally even upward glances. But today, not only did he have to look up, he had to tilt his head all the way back. If he did not do so, "Brother Yao, you are really tall. Some say you are 2.3 meters, and I used to doubt it, but now I absolutely believe it." With a 20-centimeter height difference between him and Yao Ming, if he did not make that motion, he would be staring straight at Yao's chin. "I'm not that tall, haha. Don't believe everything you hear. But I did hear your max bench press is 250 kilograms. In the last game, you gave Nene quite a hit. When today's game starts, take it easy on us inside, alright?" Look at that. Just look at how Yao Ming talks. The moment these two acquaintances, familiar yet unfamiliar, met each other, Yao immediately offered praise and compliments. Not like Nene with his foul mouth, who seemed to be looking for a fight with every word. They were all from the same draft class, how could their personalities differ so much? Today is December 17th. The Knicks are playing the Rockets away. Since Wang Xiaochun was temporarily replacing Thomas, he continued starting as power forward. Perhaps due to his impressive performance in the last game against the Nuggets. And considering that the Rockets were the home team for many Chinese fans. When Wang Xiaochun and his team arrived at the Toyota Center, which had just opened in October this year, he was stunned to see a massive promotional banner outside the arena featuring him and Yao Ming as the highlight. Wang Xiaochun was flattered and taken aback, but that surprise was only momentary. When he met Yao Ming in person, he was even more shocked by his height. After all, hearing about it is not the same as seeing it. How many people in this world would not be awestruck by Yao Ming's height? Especially upon seeing him in person. And when two compatriots meet, and the other is both polite and complimentary. Wang Xiaochun honestly felt a bit embarrassed at the idea of using his strength to challenge Yao Ming's height on the court. But fortunately, that was not something he needed to worry about. After all, he was playing power forward, and Yao was not his direct matchup. Given his usual focused defense, he likely would not even get many opportunities to help defend Yao. On top of that, his matchup for today was a very suitable opponent, which meant he had even more reason to fulfill his role properly and leave guarding Yao Ming to the aging Big Mountain. Why do we say suitable? Here's a quick explanation. Kevin Carter, 2.11 meters tall, weighing 124 kilograms, currently the Rockets' starting power forward, entered the league in 1997 as the 15th overall pick in the first round, joined the Rockets in 1999 and has been with them ever since. His career? Strikingly similar to that of Thomas. Before Yao Ming joined the league, he was always the Rockets' starting center. After Yao arrived, he got pushed into the unfamiliar role of power forward. Once there, his struggles became obvious. This is evident by comparing his stats before and after. In 2001, before Yao came, he averaged at least 7 points and 7 rebounds per game. In 2002, after Yao arrived, his stats dropped to 4 points and 4 rebounds per game. Though his numbers were never high, the sudden drop was stark. Add to that his lack of speed. While playing center, his near heavyweight size did not make him seem slow. But as a power forward, his speed was not much better than Wang Xiaochun's, which is why we say suitable. And once the game began, that word became perfect. On offense, Wang Xiaochun remained stationed in the corner, as solid as a rock. Unless under special circumstances, he rarely went into post-up mode. And with Kevin Carter's speed? Trying to help on defense and then recover? If he dared try that, it was practically an invitation for Wang Xiaochun to score. On defense, this unqualified power forward with no mid to long range shooting ability was completely boxed out by Wang Xiaochun under the basket. Scoring was out of the question. Grabbing a rebound? Only possible because he was slightly taller than Wang Xiaochun. In short, he struggled in every way, while Wang Xiaochun took advantage of every opportunity. This led to Wang scoring 10 effortless points in the first quarter, 2 for 2 from 3, 1 for 2 from the post, and 1 trip to the free throw line. My goodness, Wang Xiaochun, of all people, scored in double digits in the first quarter again for the second consecutive game. Why was this guy suddenly starting to seem kind of impressive? Unfortunately, that was as far as his impressiveness went. Why? We will get to that later. First, let's finish describing Wang Xiaochun's highlight of a first quarter. This time, his double-digit quarter was not in vain, unlike during the previous game against the Nuggets. because his teammates, Allen Houston and Keith Van Horn, also both scored in double digits. That made Wong's points particularly valuable. The Knicks, rarely, took a huge lead in the first quarter, 33-19. The Rockets, of course, could not sit idly by. They had to shut down at least one scoring threat. First, they targeted Wang Xiaochun. After all, his strengths and weaknesses were well known by now. So Kevin Carter was subbed out and replaced with Scott Padgett, 2.06 meters tall, known for his speed. To be fair, he really did manage to slow down Wang Xiaochun's scoring. The method? Simple: contest his shots. Though Wang was contained by the Rockets, the rest of the Knicks were not. Maybe Houston and Houston are kindred spirits. Today the Knicks captain was on fire. 11 points in the first quarter, 8 in the second, 6 in the third, 14 in the fourth. A game-high 39 points. Keith Van Horn also showed off his big man sharpshooting. 12 points in the first quarter, did not play in the second, 7 in the third, 6 in the fourth. Second highest scorer of the game with 25 points. Add to that Wang Xiaochun's scoring and defense. 10 points in the first quarter, sat out the second, scored 4 in the third, and 2 in the fourth. A total of 16 points. He ranked fourth among all scorers in the game, even ahead of Yao Ming, who had 12. Final score, 99-87. The Knicks claimed a win. In the US, this is no big deal. Every team in the league wins at some point. But Wang Xiaochun scoring in double digits in back-to-back games? Now that is worth discussing, especially because he was only a temporary replacement. And yet, in 2 games, he outperformed the starter. That had to sting for the regular starter. So after Wang Xiaochun's 2 consecutive games as the Knicks starting power forward, Kurt Thomas, the Knicks official starting power forward, returned ahead of schedule. According to the original injury schedule, Thomas was supposed to rest for a week and miss 4 games. But now that he had returned early, Wang Xiaochun had to step aside immediately. There was really nothing that could be done about it. Setting aside the fact that Thomas was the Knicks official starting power forward, his contract with the Knicks also included guaranteed minimum playing time, which meant that as long as he was on the active roster, even if he played like utter shit in a game, they still had to give him his contracted minutes. Of course, Wang Xiaochun had something similar. When Susan negotiated his contract, she managed to secure a few such guarantees. But in terms of both duration and quality, it could not compare at all. So Wang Xiaochun could only quietly go back. But that raised another issue: go back to where, exactly? Everyone knew Wang Xiaochun was the backup to the backup center. His playing time was limited to begin with. After all, ahead of him was Athela Harrington. And he had been doing fairly well this season. Though undersized for a center, he still managed 5 points and 6 rebounds per game. Much better than Wang Xiaochun's current average of 3 points and 2 rebounds, an average that had only improved thanks to his back-to-back double-digit scoring games. But it was precisely because of those 2 performances that it was now impossible to relegate him to third string. My opinion is to let Wang back up Thomas. That guy Sweetney, I think it's time we gave him a wake-up call. He and Wang joined the team in the same year, but the difference in their work ethic is like night and day. We have all seen Wang's improvement, but Sweetney is still stuck at his college level. We cannot keep him in this position just because of his draft status. Besides, based on these last 2 games, Wang is clearly more suited to the power forward position. We may not make him a starter, but we cannot limit his minutes. In fact, once Thomas's early return was confirmed, the coaching staff had already begun evaluating how to use Wang Xiaochun, and from their analysis, it was clear that Wang continuing to start was out of the question for now. Too many structural and contractual constraints. But making him the primary backup was a straightforward decision. To survive long-term in this league, one must accept the laws of survival of the fittest. If you are strong, you move up. If you are weak and not even working hard, sorry, take a seat somewhere cold. So, on December 19th, during the Knicks game against the Raptors, Michael Sweetney, the 9th overall pick of the year, was dismayed to discover that while he had failed to earn a starting spot during Thomas's absence, now that Thomas had returned, he had even lost his backup spot. In that moment, he felt like he would never believe in friendship again. Was he frustrated? You bet. But what he did not know was that he was not the only one frustrated. Thomas was even more frustrated than he was. The media are full of shit. Did I really return early just to fight a rookie for playing time? The game had not even started yet, but Thomas was already in a foul mood. Summarized in his own words, the media had completely misunderstood his reason for returning. He had been playing in the league for years. Sure, his numbers this season had dipped a bit from last year.
from averaging 14 points and 7 rebounds to 11 points and 8 rebounds. But the season was only a third of the way through. There was still plenty of time to boost his stats. There was no need to worry about a rookie taking his spot. What truly worried him were recent Knicks trade rumors. He had just learned that the Knicks were very interested in Stephon Marbury from the Suns. The talks between the two teams seemed to be going well, and this trade could very likely include him as part of the deal. That was what really had him anxious. Though in terms of roster needs, the Knicks did not need to trade him. You never know what might happen. Had he not seen how that rookie had already made a name for himself? What if the general manager, who even shared his last name, suddenly lost his damn mind and really did ship him off to Phoenix? What, was he supposed to replace Amare Stoudemire? He would be benched the moment he arrived. So, to make his presence felt, to seize his moment, to ensure no one else exploited the opportunity, he returned before his injury had fully healed. And then the media twisted it into a narrative about him competing with a rookie for playing time. Could he not be pissed? And that was not even the most frustrating part. The most frustrating part was, are all the rookies this fucking fierce this year? Or did I really come back too early, not fully healed? Fuck me, I cannot even handle Chris Bosh? As mentioned earlier, today they were playing the Raptors. The Raptors' two franchise players were Vince Carter and Chris Bosh. Carter needed no introduction, half man, half god. Thomas was not even in the same league or position as him, so he could be ignored for now. But Chris Bosh? He could not ignore. They were direct matchups, and not only could Thomas not handle him, Bosh dominated him with ease. In the first quarter, Chris Bosh had 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. Thomas had only 2 points and 1 rebound. And that block from Bosh? It was on him. Was he not pissed? And that still was not the most frustrating part. The most frustrating moment came when, at the end of the first quarter, Thomas sat to rest, and that damn rookie subbed in, and managed to go toe-to-toe with Chris Bosh. One relentlessly hounding, the other relentlessly chasing. Clearly, both were trying hard to shut the other down. By contrast, Thomas's matchup looked like a joke. Bosh made it seem effortless. How could he not be frustrated? In truth, the frustration did not stop with just these two. Even the two men battling on the court were silently suffering. Wang Xiaochun and Chris Bosh definitely did not know each other personally, but they both knew of each other. As for Wang, no need to explain. Back in his Syracuse days, he already knew of Bosh. Bosh had been a collegiate all-star, and their teams had faced off. There was no way Wang could not know who he was, especially since they were in the same draft class. And why did Bosh know Wang? Because Wang had terrified him. Remember how Wang got the nickname the mascot? His theatrical opening acts had long since become a psychological scar for Bosh. How could he possibly forget Wang Xiaochun? Add to that the fact that they both represented the type each other disliked. Once on court, their battle was pure frustration. One knew the other was fast, with long shooting range, and likely uncontainable, so he chased with all his might, utterly exhausted. The other knew the opponent was deadly from 3, absurdly strong, and had recently racked up double-digit quarters. He could not fight him head-on, only tangle and pester, and took a hell of a beating in the process. It looked lively from the outside, but both were privately suffering. How could they not be frustrated? Still, their frustration was only temporary. Every game must end eventually. And when it did, the coaching staff took over the job of being frustrated. Do we need to revisit our decision? Thomas finished the whole game with only 6 points and 4 rebounds. Even Wang outperformed him with 9 points and 5 rebounds. A single game stat comparison naturally cannot overshadow a team's main player with just a rookie. After all, no matter what, the guy is just coming back from an injury. Although the layoff was only for 2 games, some time is still needed to readjust, right? But if one game proves little, what about 2 in a row? On December 20th, after playing the Raptors, the Knicks flew to Minnesota for an away game against the Timberwolves in a back-to-back, facing the iron-blooded mid-range king of the Wolves. Thomas collapsed again. His first quarter performance could only be described as tragic, 1 of 6 shooting, 2 rebounds, and 3 turnovers. In contrast, the Wolves' king effortlessly scored double digits in the quarter. Now someone might ask, if the starter got destroyed like that, did the substitute fare even worse? Wrong. If you thought that, you could not be more wrong. When Wang Xiaochun came off the bench, his performance could only be described as unstoppable. Do not misunderstand, the word unstoppable was meant literally. In fact, his performance could be further embellished. On offense, razor sharp. On defense, composed and relaxed. Playing just 1 quarter, he put up 13 points and 4 rebounds. Surprising, right? managing such stats under the nose of the Wolves star? Well, not quite. Do not misunderstand, the stats are absolutely real, and the performance is not exaggerated. But the point is, Wang Xiaochun's matchup was not Kevin Garnett. As the saying goes, soldier to soldier, general to general. Since Wang came off the bench, he naturally faced bench players too. Garnett is not like Bosch. As the absolute leader of his team, Garnett's minutes are strictly managed. Unlike Bosch, still a young pup happy just to get playing time. So Wang was up against their backup, Oliver Miller, once labeled the heaviest player per inch in NBA history. Standing 2.06 meters tall and weighing a terrifying 150 kilograms, he had only just returned to the league this month on a minimum salary. Oliver Miller, also known as Fat Miller, drafted by the Suns at the end of the first round in 1992, but his trajectory differed from most players. Others gradually increased their stats after entering the league, even if not consistently, at least fluctuating. But his weight increased steadily every season. From 110 kilograms in 1992 to 150 kilograms when the Suns cut him in 1999. Were it not for the Timberwolves needing to patch their interior after Sugarman Olawokandi's injury, he likely would never have returned to the NBA. And Wang Xiaochun likely would not have encountered such a suitable opponent again. His trainer, Barkley, once commented on this ex-teammate. He cannot jump very high, might not even touch the rim. But if you put a Big Mac on top of it, he might manage. Clearly, this guy is the epitome of a foodie. He was once similar to Wang Xiaochun, had potential but lacked discipline. Thankfully, Wang was more self-disciplined. He had been losing weight, even if gradually. This guy? Clearly not. Though the official data still says 150 kilograms, after testing the guy's weight under the rim, Wang was certain. This guy's weight must have gone up again, at least 160 kilograms. Not that it was bad news for Wang, because despite the tonnage, Wang had no trouble holding his ground. Weight does not equal strength, and Miller was even slower than him. So what was there to hesitate about? In the second quarter, Wang gave up post-ups entirely. He scored using Keith Van Horn's signature methods. Rarely, he even moved off the ball. 3 for 3 from beyond the arc, 1 inside shot, 1 drawn foul. A smooth 13 points and 4 rebounds. He completely embarrassed the team's starter with those single quarter stats. Unfortunately, no matter how well he played that quarter, he was still benched in the third. After all, their starter was still alive. Even if the head coach did not want to, he could not keep a starter on the bench. Especially since Garnett was back on the court at the same time. So the soldier versus soldier time had to end for now. Fortunately, in the fourth quarter, the coach gave Wang another half quarter. He scored another 5 points and grabbed 2 rebounds. Final stats, 18 points, 6 rebounds, which again outshined Thomas's 11 points and 5 rebounds. A 2-game stat comparison. Wang Xiaochun emerged victorious both times by a significant margin. Of course, luck played a role. And Thomas was indeed having bad luck. But numbers are numbers. No matter the backstory, fans will not care about the nuances. Plus, their fan bases are different. Wang is a homegrown New York-born player, raised through the system from college to the pros. Fan loyalty is fairly solid. Thomas? While he has contributed over the years, Knicks fans still blame him partly for Ewing's departure, New York's totem. So his support base may not be as solid. And New York is not exactly known for being sentimental. So many fans are already calling Wang Xiaochun the future son of New York. The Knicks, they say, should give more chances to this promising rookie. Thomas is old and past his prime. He should not be clinging to his position anymore. Of course, the Knicks have heard the fans. But just heard them. A franchise cannot be run solely on fan opinions. As the Knicks' new general manager, Isaiah Thomas was brewing a bigger trade. Perhaps once the deal goes through, the real son of New York will emerge. As for the current rookie, even though he likes him and is willing to invest more resources in him, from a legend's perspective, the rookie still lacks far too much. And not just in basketball. Why say that? Well, imagine a rookie on any team, running into the GM's office asking for VIP tickets, 2 of them, no less? According to annual tradition, the NBA games played 1 or 2 days before Christmas are known as the Christmas Wars. Much like China's Double 10 or Double 11 shopping festivals, the purpose is to create a buzz, generate hype, and sell more tickets, plain and simple. Originally, such holidays had nothing to do with Wang Xiaochun. He had experienced Christmas once before, but perhaps he simply could not adapt to American-style holidays. If it were not for spending Christmas Eve with Yen Zi last year, Wang Xiaochun would genuinely find this whole Christmas thing quite meaningless, especially in a place with no parties or fireworks. And if something is meaningless, then it is irrelevant to him. But if that meaninglessness starts to affect his wallet, then it becomes a very big deal. Today is December 23rd, the Knicks' last workday before the holiday. Also, their last game before the holiday. A home game against the Miami Heat. As mentioned earlier, games like this are called the Christmas Wars, which naturally means more attention and better ticket sales than usual. Normally, none of this would concern Wang Xiaochun. But, damn it, I do not care how well the tickets are selling, do not sell off my player ticket benefits. Yes, I admit I made the request too late, but I never needed them before, right? If I do not need them, there is no point in wasting the team's resources. But not wasting them does not mean I do not need them now. What? Are you telling me to go outside the arena and buy overpriced scalper tickets? That is absurd and humiliating, no? According to the Knicks player benefits policy, a rookie like Wang Xiaochun is entitled to 2 home game tickets per month. Given his rookie status, even having those 2 tickets is thanks to Susan's obsessive attention to detail. Of course, if he were a starting player, he would get 4 home tickets and 2 away tickets per month without needing Susan to fight for them. Unfortunately, he is not a starter, so he does not enjoy those perks. And by the look of things, he might not even be able to keep those 2 measly tickets. Damn it! Why could Barrymore not say she was coming earlier? She waited until the tickets were completely sold out to say she wanted to watch the game, and on top of that, she is bringing someone else? So now what? I cannot even get 1 ticket, let alone 2. Am I supposed to rob someone? In the United States, an NBA ticket is not cheap. Prices range from hundreds to thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the seat. And that is just for regular season games. Playoff or finals tickets can cost several times more. But we are not even talking about playoffs here. Even a regular game ticket is beyond Wang Xiaochun's budget. Not to mention, even if he could afford them, there are no tickets left to buy. In the US, ticket sales for games usually end about a day and a half before the game. In New York, they might sell out 2 or 3 days in advance. Similarly, player benefit tickets need to be requested at least a day and a half in advance. Otherwise, the team is not going to leave seats empty just for you. They will be sold off last minute. So, when Wang Xiaochun reached the ticketing office and was told this, it is easy to imagine just how pissed off he was. Truthfully, he had no one to blame but himself for not figuring this out earlier and agreeing over the phone to Barrymore's request without checking first. He figured, I get 2 tickets a month that I never use, so I can just grab them whenever. Well, now they are gone, and he had already promised Barrymore. She is here now, he cannot go back on his word. And she even brought a friend. But Wang Xiaochun did not care at first. As he had said, I have 2 tickets anyway, so what's the difference between giving away 1 or 2? The difference now is he is about to break a promise and lose face, especially in front of her friend. He had to think of a way to fix this. Since he could not think of anything, he asked his good teammate Sweetney for help. It is simple, is it not? Is this even a problem for you? Who are you? You are the superstar the team is grooming. How could you not get 2 tickets? Just go to the general manager and tell him you need 2 VIP tickets, they will hand them over easily. Fortunately, Wang Xiaochun was so focused on getting the tickets that he did not pick up on the sarcasm or jealousy in his teammate's voice. Because he missed that, he actually believed him. He really went. Of course, his actions surprised Isaiah Thomas greatly. He did have a few VIP tickets left, but those were reserved for emergencies. He never expected a rookie like Wang Xiaochun to come knocking. Is this kid unhappy with the team? Or getting full of himself? Does he not know he is still a rookie? That is all Isaiah Thomas could think. Wang had been performing well recently. Maybe he thought he was being treated unfairly and this was his way of protesting? Whatever, these VIP tickets are not currently in use. Give him 2, it will serve as a bit of a gesture. Isaiah Thomas thought that, as the new GM, he needed to show some political savvy and offer support when needed. Besides, Wang Xiaochun could be considered half his protege. Such a small request would not hurt. So, Wang Xiaochun got the 2 VIP tickets. The moment he walked out of the GM's office, he immediately went to find Sweetney. He needed to thank his buddy properly. If not for his advice, Wang would have had no choice but to buy scalp tickets at a huge markup. That saved him thousands of dollars. Not thanking him face to face would weigh heavily on his conscience. However, this is fucking blatant favoritism. I have never heard of any player getting tickets directly from the GM, and he just strolls in and comes out with 2? Is the universe plotting against me? No one could understand Sweetney's wounded and fragile heart.
His advice was purely malicious. He just wanted Wang Xiaochun, who had recently stolen all his thunder, to make a fool of himself. But reality slapped him right in the face. Not only did Wang not embarrass himself, he came back flaunting the tickets. If not for the fact that he knew he could not beat Wang in a fight, he would have challenged him to a man-to-man duel right then and there. That evening, half an hour before the game, many fans inside Madison Square Garden noticed something unusual. In the first row of the VIP section, the closest seats to the court, sat two stunning women wearing Wang Xiaochun's number 0 jersey. Wearing his jersey? That clearly made them hardcore fans. But to sit in those seats? That was more than hardcore. Naturally, everyone was curious, straining to get a better look at who these women were. Soon, the jumbo screen helped solve the mystery. And to everyone's surprise, most fans actually recognized them. They were... There is no need to introduce Drew Barrymore too much. Everyone knows she is a woman of legendary status. She is a role model for many troubled youths and a symbol of redemption for many broken families. Her personal influence far surpasses even her fame. Of course, other aspects are worth mentioning as well. After turning her life around, she worked hard for several years. In 1999, she founded her own film and television company. That same year, she produced and starred in the romantic comedy Never Been Kissed, which achieved considerable success. The following year, she went even further, co-producing Charlie's Angels with Columbia Pictures, in which she also starred. And naturally, this year's hit Charlie's Angels, Full Throttle followed the same pattern. She was both leading actress and one of the producers. You could say her comeback was not only successful but also remarkably accomplished within her field. So when she sat courtside, it was no surprise that many people recognized her. As for the woman sitting next to her, she certainly was not as famous. Because among the fans at the stadium, not many recognized her. But not many does not mean none. With over 20,000 spectators attending the Christmas game at Madison Square Garden, there were bound to be some who knew, perhaps even knew well, who this woman was. Is that the girl who played Max in Dark Angel? I did not expect her to be a fan of Wang. But why is she with Barrymore? Are they good friends? Dude, you are right, it is her. That biracial beauty from the sci-fi show directed by Spielberg. But from what I know, she and Barrymore are not just friends, they might even have a boss-employee relationship? These days, well-informed people are everywhere. As demonstrated by the casual conversation of a few fans, the relationship between the two most eye-catching women courtside was quickly pieced together before tip-off. And their own dialogue confirmed it. What kind of attitude is that? You were the one who said you wanted to watch the game. I went through all this trouble pulling favors from friends to get these amazing seats, and now you show up here looking completely uninterested. Is that how you repay your boss's good intentions? Yes, my dear boss, it is my fault for not appreciating your kindness. But I am a Lakers fan, am I not? I do not even know any of the Knicks players, how could I possibly be excited? Besides, am I not already wearing the jersey you gave me? That already counts as a betrayal of the stars I support. Such a huge sacrifice, and you are still not satisfied? Though their conversation sounded like a verbal sparring match, the tone was one only friends would use with each other. Jessica Alba. I am telling you, if you had not come, that would have been one thing. But now that you are here, and using the tickets my friend helped me get, you had better help me save face. When the game starts, even if you have to act, you better act like a fangirl if my friend performs well. If you keep showing this half-dead attitude, believe me, I will make sure your Fantastic Four audition gets axed. You are such a bully, boss, boo-hoo-hoo. Cut the crap. I am not into girls. And you, a virgin who has never even been in love, your fake whining sucks. Thankfully, both women maintained their professional composure as actresses. Even though their conversation was explosive, no outsider could tell. All anyone could see were the two of them smiling subtly and occasionally moving their lips. Nick's warm-up area. Why is fate so unfair to me? Wang, you bastard. Taking my position was one thing, but even the celebrity I admire, you snatched her too. Tell me, are you God's favorite son? Why does your father always screw me over? Upon learning who ended up receiving the tickets Wang Xiaochun had managed to get earlier, Sweetney felt he was truly about to lose it. Compared to Wang Xiaochun, it seemed like Wang was the real chosen one, while he, the 9th overall pick, was just a pathetic joke. He could not compete for position, and now not even in luck with women. Even worse, Wang's luck came in pairs. Just imagining how they might go celebrate after the game ended. Sweetney felt he would go mad with jealousy. So, he snapped. During the warm-up, he leaned in and muttered all this venomously in a low voice next to Wang Xiaochun. But clearly, Wang Xiaochun did not really get what he was saying. Oh, brother, what are you talking about? I cannot hear you clearly. Something about God's son and fathers? I am an atheist, I do not believe in religion. You could not really blame Wang Xiaochun for completely missing the point, because now he was worrying again about money. I cannot believe giving the tickets was not the end of it. Now she expects dinner after the game? Barrymore is way too much. After Wang got the tickets, of course, he had to hand them over. Luckily, he did not need to deliver them in person. They had already agreed on the phone Barrymore would bring her friend directly to Madison Square Garden before the game to pick them up and watch. It was when they met up and he handed over the tickets that Barrymore casually mentioned, "Let us have dinner together after the game." This left Wang Xiaochun in a tough spot. Dinner is fine, but can you at least clarify who is paying? Are there any expectations or standards I should be aware of? It was only natural. Wang Xiaochun was destined to be a cheapskate his whole life. He never went 3 sentences without worrying about money. Whenever spending was involved, he was always miserly to the extreme. To be fair, if it were just Barrymore, he could manage. He would throw away his pride and find a decent mid-range restaurant, have a casual meal, and be done with it. After all, they were friends, just show a little appreciation, no need for a big show. But the problem was, Barrymore brought a friend. Now he could not just toss away his pride so easily. He had to consider face. But really, you could not blame Wang Xiaochun entirely for being this stingy, because his finances were genuinely tight right now. Just yesterday, the personal trainer introduced by Barkley had contacted him, and they had reached a preliminary agreement to work together. All that remained was to negotiate the compensation. For that, Wang could only set a baseline and leave the details to Susan. But based on Susan's feedback, the trainer was asking for a hefty fee. Susan could only follow Wang's instructions and try to negotiate the price down. How much she could lower it, well, that was uncertain. Which left Wang Xiaochun with just one desperate thought. If only I could land an ad soon, make a little extra cash to get through this rough patch. To many people, Wang Xiaochun's predicament might seem laughable. He is already an NBA player, yet he still worries about money? But that is life. Trouble always comes one after another. Wang Xiaochun's difficulties do not necessarily mean others are free from their own. Even if others are not struggling financially, they may be troubled by other things. Just like Sweetney before, and Kurt Thomas now. It is hard to say whether he is truly going through a streak of bad luck lately. After returning from injury, he had hoped to put up some good stats to secure his position and prove his worth. But fuck, who could have predicted that in 2 consecutive games, his stats would be overshadowed by that rookie? In the first game, he ran into that impulsive Chris Bosh, and ended up not even scoring in double digits for the entire match. In the second game, he did manage to score in double digits. But when faced with the Wolf King dropping a 20+20 game, and then having his own stats still outshone by the rookie again, Kurt Thomas could only say, "What rotten fucking luck." Normally, he might not have cared too much. After all, it was only 2 games. What can 2 games really prove? But the unkind voices from the outside world were bothering him more and more. And coupled with the special treatment the rookie was receiving, Kurt Thomas finally realized the danger. Is the team really considering trading me? Otherwise, why are they treating that rookie so well? Just giving out VIP tickets from the general manager's office like it is nothing? And is the rookie really that popular now? He already has celebrity fans? Naturally, the use of those 2 VIP tickets by Wang Xiaochun was no secret within the team. What man would not want that kind of supporter? Of course he wanted it too. But he did not have it, at least not a celebrity sitting courtside wearing his jersey. Yet that rookie did. And that said a lot. Faced with such a situation, he naturally felt the need to save himself. But how? As mentioned before, he had been on a losing streak lately. And just look at who he was matched up against today. Lamar Odom, a man who could play every position from point guard to center. To be honest, Thomas felt he might not be able to handle him. And in fact, he was right. Once the game started, faced with a big man who had ball handling skills comparable to a point guard, Kurt Thomas was utterly outplayed. He did not score a single point in the first half of the quarter. And his matchup scored 7 points, grabbed 3 rebounds, and made 2 assists. That kind of performance, like playing for the enemy. The Knicks head coach could not stand it anymore. He did not care whether Thomas had reached his substitution window, he pulled him out immediately. Naturally, the one subbed in was Wang Xiaochun. This made Kurt Thomas's mood even heavier. Just as I thought. To groom this rookie, they are even cutting into my first quarter minutes. Looks like the team really does not want me anymore. Dragging his heavy steps, Thomas walked toward the bench, wondering if he still had any chance to turn things around. He completely ignored the friendly hand that Wang Xiaochun had extended on his way in. He just walked straight to his seat. Ah! But just as he got there and was about to sit down, before his ass even touched the bench, from not far away in the first row of the VIP section, two women suddenly stood up one after the other and let out piercing screams. Thomas was nearly driven mad by the sudden noise. You might ask, is he crazy? What does other people's screaming have to do with him? This is a basketball game, of course there are going to be screams. He already had enough on his plate, why would he care what fans were doing in the stands? The truth, of course, is that everything has a reason. Thomas was not that bored. It was because, being distracted, he had been startled by the two women who suddenly stood up. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stand up if you want, cheer if you want, but does it have to be that loud? And with such shrill, inappropriate noises? What the hell? Are you celebrating me getting subbed out? Or celebrating that rookie getting subbed in? Fucking infuriating. The two women who had stood up and screamed were none other than Barrymore and her friend, and their behavior really was a bit excessive. Think about it, this was during a timeout when players were rotating, one of the quietest moments in the arena, and they were so close to the court. Of course their actions stood out. Not to mention, their screams were directed toward Wang Xiaochun. The poor guy, who had not even stepped fully onto the court yet, was visibly embarrassed. Compared to Barrymore, her friend seemed even more uncomfortable. After screaming, she sat down first, covering her face with her hand, as if mortified by her own actions. Barrymore, however, was completely relaxed. She waved cheerfully at Wang Xiaochun and then sat down gracefully, smiling with poise. But nobody knew that the moment she sat down, her friend, still covering her face, whispered in a furious, humiliated voice. Are you insane? Why did you pinch my ass? And so hard. No wonder I screamed so loud. It fucking hurt. Humph. What is your role today? You are supposed to be a fangirl. An obsessed, crazy one. Look at you. Do you even know how to stay in character? You, even if I am pretending to be a fangirl, at least let your friend make a great play or score first. Jumping the gun like that was too much. I just did not want you to miss the moment. I figured I would warm you up while my friend stepped onto the court. You, humph. The playful bickering between two best friends, of course, no one else knew the details. But even without the specifics, their earlier behavior was enough to make others envious. Take Lamar Odom, for instance. What the hell did this guy do to deserve this? Barrymore and Jessica going crazy over him? Damn, I cannot stand it. I am going to fucking teach this guy a lesson. If I do not, I will die of jealousy. Lamar Odom was a very proud man. Proud of his ability, proud of his talent. He never believed anyone was better than him. Never admitted that someone could surpass him. How could he tolerate a rookie being more popular? So he decided he was going to teach this rookie a hard lesson. But as the saying goes, do not be too arrogant. No matter how strong you are. From an athlete's perspective, the very least you should do is respect your opponent. If your first words upon meeting are, "Fat fuck," you think you are hot shit just because you have celebrities cheering for you? You think you are tough now? I am going to show you how to behave properly today. If that is how you start, well, good fucking luck. The last time I took Anthony to that restaurant, it cost me over $1,600. The nearby restaurants are similarly decorated, so they are probably in the same price range. When I take Barrymore and her friend out later, I absolutely must avoid that area. It is too damn expensive. Actually, that fast food joint on the corner looks pretty stylish. If we ate there, it would not be too embarrassing, would it? In the first 5 minutes after the game started, the action on the court was intense, but Wang Xiaochun's mind was completely elsewhere. He was busy devising a meal plan that would be both economical and decent. Unfortunately, before he could finalize anything, the coach sent him onto the court. Only then did he notice that their starting power forward had been playing poorly, hence his substitution. As a teammate, Wang Xiaochun thought it appropriate to offer a bit of comfort to the struggling starter. So he extended his hand, intending to give the guy a give me five. But the guy was so lost in his own frustration that he did not even notice, which made things a bit awkward. And then things got even more awkward. What is with that woman making such a big fuss? And her friend joining in too? Still, having celebrities cheer for me feels pretty damn good. He. Although the whole scene was a bit embarrassing, Wang Xiaochun was, overall, in a good mood. But that mood evaporated the moment he stepped on the court. It was completely shattered by what Odom said to him. So much so that his mind went totally blank. It seemed Wang Xiaochun had been pushed to his limit. Lately, he had noticed that he was becoming much easier to provoke. While that state did help his game flow better, it was still beyond his emotional control. If he lost it and seriously hurt someone, what then? He did not want to carry the reputation of a thug on the court. But sometimes, he truly could not help it, though he had tried hard not to let certain trigger words get to him recently. Trying was the key word. Whether it was effective, he had no idea yet, because the trigger word had not been used so far. But if it were used, and especially if it was preceded by the word fucking, then trying and control would have absolutely nothing to do with it. His whole mental state would go completely nuclear. Fuck. Is this fat ass not supposed to be slow? Why is he keeping up with me? His defense is suffocating, could he be a lefty too? Damn it, he is too wide, his lateral coverage is ridiculous, I cannot get past him. Fucking Raf, are you blind? He was the one using his body against me, I did not travel. Shit. Is this bastard a fucking god? I even fouled his hand and he still scored? Are Barrymore and Jessica those two bitches seriously laughing at me? That guy scores and they celebrate like it is the fucking Super Bowl every time, what the fuck is that about? I am done. I swear I am bleeding internally. Keep this up and I will start spitting blood. Coach, I want to go home. To be fair, Odom should not have been beaten this badly by Wang Xiaochun. The guy was known as the left-handed magician, someone who could play positions 1 through 5. But just because he could play all 5 positions did not mean he excelled at all of them. As the saying goes, jack of all trades, master of none. If Odom had played as a small forward, roaming the perimeter and abandoning the low post, at least then he might have shaken off Wang's defense. He might have been able to score from mid or long range. But instead, he was playing power forward, a position where he had height, but lacked strength. And he kept trying to exploit people's discomfort with left-handers in the post. That might have worked against other players. But not someone like Wang Xiaochun, who grew up scrapping in the mud. His ambidexterity was long since perfected. In his current rage, his reflexes were near superhuman. So Odom's tricks were useless. And on top of that, the bastard kept running his mouth the whole time. What the hell did he think would happen? Maybe Wang Xiaochun just had that rare rage power gene. If you did not insult him, he played like anyone else. But insult him? Then he played like a demon possessed. And the more you insulted him, the worse it got. By the time Odom had been battered enough to finally cool down and shut up, it was already too late. Half a quarter. That was all it took. In just half a quarter, Wang Xiaochun showed Odom just how terrifying a fat man could be. Odom scored 0 points. Got fouled once by Wang, missed both free throws. And when he went to the bench, he was shaking like a leaf. Wang Xiaochun, on the other hand, went 6 for 6 on post moves. One of them was an and one. He also drew a foul and hit both free throws. In just 7 minutes of play in the first quarter, he racked up 15 points and 3 rebounds, shooting 100% from the field. And he notched his first ever block since entering the league. His efficiency was downright terrifying. I am dying of thirst. I need a cold beer, do you want one? I will order for you. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? No, there is nothing on your face, but there is something in your eyes. Since when did your acting get so good? I told you to act like a fangirl, but you went full method. Look at my arm. You squeezed it so hard you left marks. You were going insane out there. What? Wang Xiaochun's performance on the court could only be described as explosive, and by explosive, it was pure physicality, flesh colliding with flesh. There was not much technical finesse. But even without technique, it had the whole arena lit. Barrymore and her friend were no exception. Ahem. This is the beauty of basketball. You are not a fan, you would not understand. Really? Absolutely. If you were a fan, you would feel exactly what I do. Their courtside display just now was practically cheerleader level. One of them was clearly just getting into the spirit for her friend. The other started indifferent, but by the end was completely swept up in it. Naturally, the big screen caught it all, and left the crowd buzzing. Even more buzzworthy was Wang Xiaochun's performance. How many games in a row had he hit double digits in a single quarter now? He was on par with this season's elite rookies. The crowd now eagerly awaited what he would do next. You were fantastic out there. How is your stamina? Can you keep it up? At the end of the first quarter, when Wang Xiaochun returned to the bench, he was treated like a star. People surrounded him, showering praise. Of course, some resentment brewed quietly in the corners. Coach, I do not know. If Odom keeps playing, I think I can keep going. No one else could quite grasp Wang's mindset. But he knew perfectly well his anger had not been exhausted yet. There is a saying, do not hit someone in the face, and do not bring up someone's dirty laundry. If he did not beat the guy hard enough to leave a lasting memory, then what was the point of getting angry? So no, Wang Xiaochun was not planning to stop. His only concern now was whether Odom, after being rammed so hard, would even return to the game. Because if he did not, Wang could not guarantee he would stay in beast mode. After all, he had learned that lesson already. But clearly Wang need not have worried. Due to Dwayne Wade's injury flare-up, he was not available for this game. And as the team's top star, Odom could not possibly chicken out after just one quarter, which meant Wang Xiaochun would probably get his chance to finish what he started. As the star player of the team, Lamar Odom was, of course, not going to play just one quarter. Naturally, when it was time for him to rest, he needed a proper break. After all, by the time he left the court, he had already been thoroughly wrecked by Wang Xiaochun. So taking a longer rest was only fair. Thus, he did not play in the second quarter. He did return for the third quarter, but only played for 4 minutes. After being hounded and cornered once again by Wang Xiaochun, he claimed he might have some undiagnosed physical condition and quickly left the court for further examination. Odom's withdrawal essentially meant the Miami Heat had given up on winning this game. Without their top star on the court and morale completely shattered, there was no real hope of victory. Meanwhile, on Wang Xiaochun's side, although he only played 7 minutes in the first quarter, the exertion had been intense. And they could not completely bench Thomas either. So the entire second quarter was Thomas's time. Since he was matched up against Haslam, and Thomas's ability was arguably superior to the Heat captain's, he managed to score 8 points and grab 3 rebounds. Statistically, it was no longer embarrassing. That was not a bad outcome. It kept Wang Xiaochun's court time roughly in sync with Odom's. But with Odom's early exit, even though Wang played the full third quarter, he only scored 7 points and got 2 rebounds. It paled in comparison to his explosive first quarter. Still, he posted new personal bests. He played a total of 19 minutes, scoring 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block. The team won, and Wang Xiaochun set a new career high. Following standard procedure, he had to attend the post-game press conference. Perhaps because Christmas was near, the press conference was unusually brief, wrapping up in less than 20 minutes. Even so, the reporters' questions had little to do with the actual game. Wang, we all saw 2 beautiful ladies in the stands today wearing your jersey and cheering for you. Are you currently in a relationship with either of them? Absolutely not. That is not true at all. I only know Barrymore, and of course I appreciate her support, but we are just ordinary friends. Would you say your performance today was influenced by their cheering? We all heard their screams when you stepped onto the court, and your energy seemed completely different afterward. Does this suggest a deeper connection with one of them? What connection? What kind of question is that? Wang Xiaochun truly had no idea how to respond. Even if he answered truthfully, these reporters would just repackage the question and ask again. As expected, the sports world really is half entertainment. Gossip-hungry fans are not in short supply. Otherwise, the reporters would not be so persistent. What Wang Xiaochun did not expect was that their persistence would bring about many absurd and comical troubles for him in the near future. But that is a story for another time. After wrapping up the press conference, Wang Xiaochun now had to face 2 beasts. Do not think this comparison to Barrymore and her friend is exaggerated. Women might not eat as much as men, but they are far pickier. And anything that involves pickiness is never cheap. What is more, Wang still had not finalized a dinner plan. If he took Barrymore and her friend out without a destination in mind, and they casually suggested somewhere nearby? Do not forget, this is Madison Square Garden. Somewhere nearby means serious money. Fortunately, Barrymore and her friend were still waiting for him at the arena's tunnel entrance. And since today's press conference ended early, he figured he had time to return to the locker room and consult Sweetney. Maybe he had some tips on dining strategy. But to his surprise, he did not even make it back to the locker room. Because, midway there, he ran into Sweetney coming to find him. Is this that legendary mind-reading connection? Of course not. Their relationship was no longer what Wang Xiaochun imagined it to be. If you asked who in the team resented Wang Xiaochun the most right now, aside from Thomas, it would definitely be Sweetney. From Sweetney's perspective, Wang had stolen everything from him. The fact that he did not treat Wang as a sworn enemy was generous enough. A mind connection? More like a sick joke. In truth, he just wanted to mess with Wang Xiaochun. Oh, buddy, when I was leaving just now, I bumped into someone interesting outside the arena tunnel. She said she is your friend and came looking for you. She was all alone and looked kind of pitiful, so I brought her inside. My friend? Looking for me? Sweetney's words left Wang Xiaochun quite baffled. But it was not just the claim of a friend, it was her. The female form of friend. In English, there is a distinction between male and female. A female friend came to see me? In New York, besides those 2 beasts courtside, the only female Wang Xiaochun knew was Susan. As his agent, Sweetney had met Susan before. So why would he refer to her that way? Wang really could not think of who else it could be. Oh, where is she? By the tunnel entrance. Barrymore and her friend are over there too, right? I figured you would head that way, so I took her there. Alright, thanks, buddy. I will go check it out. Due to the suddenness of the situation, Wang completely forgot about asking for restaurant advice. So, after Sweetney's reply, he hurried off to the tunnel. He was eager to find out who had come to see him. But what Wang Xiaochun did not notice. After he left, Sweetney revealed a sly, malicious grin. He had said it before, he was here to screw with Wang. And Wang had overlooked a glaring issue. Was it not all a little too coincidental? Sweetney claimed he met someone interesting outside, and this person turned out to be Wang's friend? How did he discover that? Did she walk up to him and say, I am Wang Xiaochun's friend? And he just believed her? Was so friendly he brought her in? That made no sense at all. Of course it made no logical sense. Since Sweetney had already decided to discuss someone, there was no way he would let slip any opportunity to make Wang Xiaochun miserable. And it was not like he had the free time or compassion to notice or feel sorry for others. He was pitiful enough himself. If you asked who was the most wronged person in today's game, he would definitely say it was him. Even if I am now just a backup for the backups, can you not give me any playing time? A Christmas game. Such a grand occasion, and I did not even get a single minute on the court. Who the fuck has it worse than me? Indeed, Sweetney had it rough today. All the available minutes had been eaten up by Wang Xiaochun and Thomas. As the 9th overall pick in this year's draft, he had sat on the bench the entire game. The resentment and frustration he felt, no need to describe it. When the game ended, those who were supposed to celebrate did so, those heading to press conferences went their way. Feeling dejected, he packed up early, preparing to leave this place of heartbreak. And since he was in such low spirits, he figured he should find a distraction to lift his mood. And what kind of distractions do men seek? The moment he stepped out of the arena, he spotted an Asian girl dressed unusually stylishly, standing alone at the exit. December in New York is brutally cold. In such shitty weather, no fans hang around after a game. Those who do are usually special professionals soliciting customers. As for what kind of special, that need not be spelled out. There are many creative ways to practice any profession in this world. Convinced he had judged correctly, Sweetney walked toward this unusual young woman. Hi, beautiful lady. Need my help? Do not worry, I am a Knicks player. I can satisfy you in many ways. Ha? You are a Knicks player? Then do you know Wang Xiaochun? I am his friend. I came looking for him. Do you know when he will be out? If I wait here, will I be able to see him? That was what you call a fucked by fate moment. Why the hell does that bastard show up everywhere? I just wanted to have some fun, and I run into his friend? What he thought would be a chance encounter or a transaction to shift his bad luck. Ended up like this? Sweetney was pissed. You say you are Juan's friend, and I am just supposed to believe you? What proof do you have? Do you know who he is now? Even if you were friends before, do you think he still considers you one? Maybe this reminded Sweetney of when he first met Wang. Back then, they had been such good friends. And now, that so-called friend Wang Xiaochun had stolen everything from him, so what seemed like a challenge was really Sweetney questioning himself. Of course, the Asian girl could not understand Sweetney's emotional state. She thought he simply did not believe her. So she quickly explained. We grew up together. We are better than just friends. There were some misunderstandings before, and a few things that need to be cleared up. Though still wallowing in self-pity, Sweetney's mind latched onto what she said. Right, I remember that guy mentioning someone once, he came to the US for a childhood friend? But he never explained what happened. Now it seems this girl must be that girl? Probably his girlfriend? Typical ungrateful bastard. Steals his friend's stuff, and now ditches his old girlfriend too. Fucking animal. Since he and Wang came in the same draft class, joined the team together, and even played summer league together, they had talked about their pasts, though never in depth. But that vagueness left room for endless imagination. And Sweetney's imagination went into overdrive. Now with this scene playing out in front of him, he thought he had figured everything out. And from that, he devised a new way to discuss Wang Xiaochun. You have a hot date, huh? What if the original shows up, finds out about your scumbag behavior? That atmosphere would be fun, right? Having come up with a plan, there was nothing left to say, time to act and release his pent-up frustration. Ah, looks like you really are Juan's friend. I am one of his good friends too. Here, let me take you inside. He is doing a press conference now, should be over soon. Just wait where I tell you, and he will find you. Really? Thank you. I thought I would not get to see him today. Thank you so much. Yanzi's gratitude was entirely sincere. If not for this kind Knicks player, she might have already left. No one could imagine how much courage it had taken her to come here, and no one knew just how much she regretted having to rely on that courage. They say you only realize what you had when it is gone. Only after seeing clearly do you feel remorse. I still have a chance. Chun did so much for me, he must still care. Even now, Yanzi could not bring herself to recall that night in the police station. Though nothing happened that night, it was precisely that nothingness that made it feel unbearably long. Drugs? Jail? And a scumbag? She could swear that no matter how dark she ever imagined the world to be, she never thought such things would touch her life. But they did. Suddenly. Devastatingly. The moment she left the police station, she was certain the life she had dreamed of was over. Returning to school, heart dead, facing mocking stares. If not for the tiniest shred of hope, she might have broken down completely. $20,000, nearly 200,000 renminbi? How the fuck am I supposed to deal with that kind of money? Yanzi had once sworn to her parents, who had scolded her for being blind in love, that she would ensure they lived as well as the richest family in their village. Maybe that promise was the only thing that made her forget, briefly, that she had been blind. But barely after she said it, she now had to beg her parents to save their daughter's future. But how could they save her? They had already tried everything, sacrificed their dignity, and it still was not enough. Am I really going back to China in disgrace? Just when she had lost all hope, her crisis was somehow resolved. And then she even saw that scumbag again. Except what shocked her was, she saw him at the police station. What shocked her even more, he had come to confess. And most shocking, when he saw her, he nearly cried, saying he knew he was wrong, begging her to let him go. It had to be Chun. It must be him. He is still just like before. Whenever I am in trouble, he appears. There are no secrets under the sun. That scumbag could not say who exactly had captured him in Texas, but it was obvious they were Chinese. Probably from Chinatown. Wang Xiaochun had once told her, "My uncle has some army buddies in Chinatown. If anything ever happens, I can call them." She had laughed it off back then, but now she believed. Because no one else would help her. And certainly not so thoroughly, just like he used to. So today, she came. To admit she was wrong and to win him back. To own up to her blindness. To reclaim the one who had always been good to her. But then, what are you doing here? If it is nothing, I have to go, I am busy. The moment he saw Yanzi, Wang Xiaochun thought of all the money he had wasted. Then he looked around. Confused, he muttered to himself, where the hell did those two beasts go? Weren't they supposed to wait here? And turned to leave. But before he could walk away, Yanzi grabbed his arm. Chun, I just came to thank you, and also. Oh, so you know it was me? No need to thank me, it was nothing. Can you let go now? I am busy. Do not waste my time. Barrymore was his friend and a celebrity. As the host, he could not just lose track of his guests. He had to find them. He had no interest in standing here with someone he did not want to see. Do not go. Chun, I know you are mad at me. I really did a lot of things wrong, but my feelings for you have never changed. It is just. What? Are you not about to get married? Is it appropriate to be saying this to me? Wang had not wanted to think too deeply about running into Yanzi, it seemed like a coincidence. But what she said made it hard to ignore. What he did not expect was what she said next. It was almost unbelievable. Even. I am still clean. I never. You. Let. Go. He could barely believe this was the same Yanzi he once knew. What the fuck was she saying? Who did she think he was? A mix of humiliation and seething fury made Wang Xiaochun roar. Yanzi, clearly frightened, still clung to his arm with a death grip. And then. Baby? What is going on? I waited so long for you over there, why didn't you come? Who is this? Why is she grabbing my boyfriend's arm? Trying to scam him? Do you even know who he is? At that moment, Wang Xiaochun's other arm was gently embraced by a pair of soft, delicate hands. But the woman those hands belonged to was far from gentle in temperament. Judging from her tone, she was clearly furious at Yanzi's presence and behavior. I already told you, no matter how thirsty you are after all that shouting, do not down such a huge glass of beer in one go. And now look at you, how many times have you run to the restroom? Running off is one thing, but why drag me with you every time? We are waiting for someone, remember? Oh come on, do not scold me. It is not like I wanted to. The public restrooms in the arena are too big, it is scary to go alone. And besides, your friend could not possibly arrive so quickly. Actually, he might really be here? at the designated accident location set by Sweet Nay. Logically, all the parties involved should have gathered here. But man proposes, God disposes. Due to some personal reasons, Barrymore's friend had to leave several times, which meant that when Yanzi arrived, she was the only one there. And shortly after, Wang Xiaochun arrived. So the two latecomers watched the entire melodrama unfold from a bit of a distance. And naturally, with such a scene, there was plenty of commentary and spoilers. Your friend does not seem very decent. No gentlemanly manners at all in front of a woman? What do you know? If I am not mistaken, that girl is probably the one who dumped Wang back then. And now she has the nerve to come bothering him again. It had already been mentioned Barrymore and Wang Xiaochun had hit it off while filming an advertisement together. Wang had told her the reason he came to the United States. Though he had not elaborated on the breakup with Yanzi, he had briefly mentioned that she had found a boyfriend. But even this little bit of information was enough for Barrymore, who had seen her fair share of drama, to imagine an entire backstory. In her mind, Wang Xiaochun was the diligent, honest boy tragically betrayed by his first love. Now seeing this in real life, her imagined storyline only deepened. The fallen youth rises from despair, and the first love crawls back groveling. I have seen bitches like this too many times. Showing up all pitiful now, thinking she will succeed? Wang is not that dumb. Wait, what if he is that dumb? No, I need to help him. Barrymore was willing to be friends with Wang not only because they had good chemistry, but also because she thought he was decent and honest. That made her want to stick by him. But precisely because she had come to know him better. She feared he might be too decent and honest to protect himself. So, as a friend, she had to help prevent trouble. Jessica, that audition you have in a few days, for Fantastic Four, what is that character like? Personality traits? Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Why all the questions? Just answer me. Gentle, intelligent, understanding, attentive, appears delicate but is actually very strong. A superpowered heroine, something like that. Perfect. You care about this role, right? Then now is your chance to showcase your acting. See my friend over there? He is being harassed by a bitch. Time to channel that character and go help him. Even if she wanted to help Wang, Barrymore had never planned to take the stage herself. After all, she was 7 or 8 years older than him. Though her acting would be fine, she did not want the bitch to think Juan was being sugar daddied. She did not want to be seen as some cougar rescuing her boy toy. Besides, she was a boss. And her employee was right here. How could she not give her some work? You must be joking. Am I really your employee to be exploited at will? You keep getting off on this, huh? First, you make me play the fangirl. Now you want me to act like the current girlfriend? No way. Not happening. Clearly, she had had enough of her boss's constant squeezing. But as the saying goes, no arm can twist the thigh. And anyone who can become a boss surely knows how to win. Oh, so this is who you are. I misjudged you. Did you forget how I recommended you to my godfather, Mr. Spielberg, for Dark Angel? Now that you are famous, you ignore the help I gave you? I must have been blind. Boo-hoo. As a successful boss, if force fails, use emotion. If that fails, bring up the past. Layer it all together and no employee can resist. Fine, I will go. You win. Humph. Clearly, this tactic was very effective. Though Wang Xiaochun no longer had much affection left for Yanzi, he still could not help but care what she thought. Yes, it was a bit petty, even pathetic. But if he could preserve some good memories, that would be better than just heart-wrenching pain. Unfortunately, Yanzi shattered what little good memory remained, leaving him both aggrieved and furious, and wiping away the last trace of hometown sentiment he had for her. So his frustration and anger came quickly and vanished just as fast. Now, all he wanted was to never see this woman again. But then, someone else appeared beside him. And with that person's forceful words and gestures, Wang Xiaochun froze. But while he froze, the two women hanging on either of his arms had just powered on. I am Chun Chun's best friend in this life. We grew up together. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Me? Ha! Do you really need to ask? Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just called him? But I have heard of you. Are you not the one who already has a boyfriend? Why are you harassing my boyfriend? I do not. He would never. What is going on? I do not believe it. Oh my God, how terrifying. You have a boyfriend, but you will not allow others to have girlfriends? If you do not believe it, honey, come on now. How many times do I have to tell you, when you are with me, you must stoop a little for me? Yes, just like that. Mwah. That kiss was your reward. Hee hee. This is not to belittle Yanzi. But compared to Barrymore's friend, in terms of figure, height, looks, body type, nose, eyes, ears, mouth, in every category, she could not compete, which made her seemingly strong and composed rebuttal look completely powerless. Especially that final blow. The gentle kiss, tiptoed and playful, planted on the frozen Wang Xiaochun. It hit like a lightning strike. Yan Zi, utterly broken, left defeated and soulless. Maybe the damage was just too devastating, because it also reactivated the frozen Wang Xiaochun. But somehow, upon being rebooted, his brain worked even worse than before. He turned to the heroic superwoman who had come to his aid and said, well, I actually do not have much money. You do not have to try so hard to win me over. As the saying goes, illness enters through the mouth, disaster exits through it. Or more to the point, run your mouth, and you will pay for it. If he could turn back time just 10 minutes, Wang Xiaochun would have smacked himself across the face twice before saying anything stupid. Otherwise, he would not have ended up, once again, at the same upscale restaurant where he had treated Anthony last time. I have been here before. Yeah, the food's not bad. Order whatever you want, do not hold back. Ha ha ha. There is a kind of pain called pretending to be rich. Nothing could describe Wang Xiaochun better right now. Clearly, this guy wanted to be stingy to the bone. Yet somehow, he still ended up here. And while bleeding internally, he still had to put on a generous face. The misery was indescribable. Truth be told, in all his years, Wang Xiaochun had never been kissed by a woman. Well, maybe his parents kissed him as a child, but he had no memory of that, and no reason to care. If he had to recall any kiss at all, it would be the time a cow licked his face. So imagine brain frozen, no idea what was happening, being kissed on the lips by a stunning beauty. How could his mind possibly respond normally? He had been a bit cocky lately, but only superficially. So, without thinking, he blurted out something utterly ridiculous. The sheer awkwardness was beyond imagination. Of course you are paying. Jessica even gave you a kiss. You think one lavish meal is too much? After that absurd line escaped his lips, the look on both his and Barrymore's friends' faces could only be described as wide-eyed stare. Obviously, the small-eyed one was Wang Xiaochun. Maybe she was just as stunned by what he said. Neither of them knew what to say next, so that moment of eye contact lasted quite a while. Luckily, Barrymore arrived just in time with a performance review to break the awkwardness. Perhaps Barrymore's friend herself found the whole situation surreal. She did not mention Wang's idiotic remark. Had she brought it up, he might have wanted to bury himself alive. Still, he managed to save face in front of his friend. And so, to make up for his mistake, he gritted his teeth and brought them to this expensive restaurant. And once seated, began cutting into his own wallet. His heart ached. After that earlier scene, Wang Xiaochun tried hard to act natural during dinner. But he truly had no face left to look Barrymore's friend in the eye. His attempts to act natural came off as bashful and shy. Combined with that gentle kiss earlier, Barrymore was intrigued and decided to tease the two. I have not given you two a proper introduction. This strong gentleman needs no introduction. Jessica, judging by how crazy you were at courtside, I think you already know exactly who he is, right? And this beautiful mixed-race lady Wang, I am sure your impression of her is now unforgettable, but I still need to formally introduce her, Jessica Alba, assigned actress with my film production company. She's still only modestly well known, but one day she will be a huge star. And since you and I are such good friends, here is a little bonus info: she is currently single. So if you play your cards right, you might hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. If it were just the two of them, Wang and Barrymore, he would have said, "Could you please stop talking? My social anxiety is flaring up." But Barrymore had no such self-awareness. Once she opened her mouth, there was no stopping her. She went on and on. But in the process, she explained everything: why the two of them had come to New York, why they were watching Wang Xiaochun's game. As the boss of a company, Barrymore certainly would not travel to New York just to watch a Knicks game. They just happened to be here. Jessica had a small-budget film releasing soon and needed to promote it across several major U.S. cities. As one of the producers, Barrymore naturally came along. And their New York stop coincided with Christmas. Since promotions were scheduled for the next day, the two of them arrived early and found themselves bored. Jessica, being a basketball fan, got Barrymore to suggest they watch Wang Xiaochun's game. At this point, it is worth mentioning Barrymore and Jessica's true relationship. They met during the 1999 film Never Been Kissed. At the time, Jessica was a no-name actress playing a minor role, but Barrymore saw her potential and signed her to her production company, not a talent agency. This distinction matters. Jessica does have a talent agency, but that agency is responsible for her development and branding. Barrymore's company provides the platform and opportunities, so their relationship is cooperative. Clearly, the partnership is going well, they are now very close friends. But as the saying goes, you owe the hand that feeds you. Though they are close, the power dynamic is obvious, which is why Jessica often had to compromise with Barrymore. Of course, none of that concerned Wang Xiaochun. He just wanted to finish dinner, listen to their chatter, and get the hell out of this awkward situation. So when the meal was done, he firmly declined Barrymore's suggestion to go clubbing, to which she cried out, "This is such a golden opportunity, and you are wasting it." But still, he returned to his apartment. Though he had gone home, the drama surrounding him had not ended, because not long after, his agent, Susan, called. "As your agent, if you are going to date anyone, please inform me in advance so I can prepare appropriate responses." What happened? Photos of you kissing Jessica Alba are now circulating on social media and in some news outlets. There is a lot of negative buzz right now, and it is damaging your image. So I need to ask, what is your budget for handling this PR mess? When the slap incident involving Wang Xiaochun occurred, it happened to take place in the sports arena. Even though the match had already ended and most of the fans had dispersed, the stadium was still large, and there were always a few scattered people and venue staff remaining. Moreover, the scene at the time resembled something out of a soap opera. Naturally, curious onlookers recorded the moment, but because it was filmed from a distance, and the positioning of the two people happened to create a visual illusion, what was actually a peck appeared to be a full-on kiss in the photo. Thus, a photo that differed by just a slight nuance in meaning began to spread. And it spread with remarkable speed. Just during the time it took to finish a meal, the news had at least reached Susan. Which was not surprising, after all, she was Wang Xiaochun's agent. Any news related to him would reach her immediately. So she called Wang Xiaochun to confirm whether the information was true and to discuss how to respond. But did any of this really matter to Wang Xiaochun? After hearing what Susan said over the phone, Wang Xiaochun had only one thought. Am I destined to never have anything to do with frugality in this lifetime? The more broke I am, the more money I seem to need. As previously mentioned, Wang Xiaochun had taken on the role of the main financial support for his family. He sent half of his monthly income back home, and most of his endorsement income from Procter & Gamble also went to his family. Although he still had tens of thousands of dollars left, that money was meant to hire a personal trainer. So when it came to money, he was almost as sensitive as he was to triggering keywords. Therefore, he did not bother to ask about the nature of the negative news. He simply replied bluntly to Susan over the phone. "I have no money, only my life left, barely. And you want me to deal with PR now?" Susan was speechless at her employer's response. The reason she brought it up at all was simply to protect his public image, as any responsible agent would do. In fact, she had been quite surprised when she first heard the news. Did I underestimate my client's charm? Judging solely by appearance and limited interaction, most people would describe Wang Xiaochun as an honest, simple, hardworking, fat guy. Someone like that, even if he did interact with a few celebrities, it should have ended there. Otherwise, how could such a tabloid story emerge in such a short time? Jessica Alba? Susan was not especially familiar with the star, but she knew enough. After all, Alba starred in James Cameron's first television debut. With Cameron's fame, it was hard for Americans not to notice her. Naturally, the more people paid attention, the more viewers there were. More viewers meant more fans of the show. More fans of the show meant more fans of Jessica Alba. And more fans meant die-hard supporters and haters. Now imagine, a fat guy who seemingly came out of nowhere kissing their beloved goddess? The shock of such news, both visually and emotionally, was something many simply could not accept. Not to mention that the US, despite its appearance of democracy, still harbors serious racial discrimination. To think their goddess had been claimed by a foreign fat man, such a blow to their pride. So the media coverage was inevitably far from flattering. Susan wanted to quickly steer and contain the spread of the story. But no matter how hard she tried, if her client refused to spend money to handle the matter, her hands were tied. Sometimes, life really is smooth when things are going well. Smooth enough to arrive in America and enter college just like that, stumble into the NBA, and go from a cowherd to a rising basketball star making millions in RMB. But when things go wrong, they go spectacularly wrong, and often without any clear reason. Like Wang Xiaochun's Christmas. Maybe it was due to emotional turmoil the day before, or perhaps it was the light meal he ordered to hide his awkwardness while dining with Barrymore. Whatever the reason, having not eaten anything oily in a long time, the usually healthy Wang Xiaochun ended up with a serious case of diarrhea. And it was no minor issue. He spent his entire Christmas break shuttling between his bed and the toilet. Of course, this does not mean Wang Xiaochun was suddenly as unlucky as Thomas. Getting sick is normal. But if that illness causes others to misunderstand you and the misunderstanding becomes widely reported, would you not consider that bad luck? For 2 whole days, Wang Xiaochun was down with diarrhea. Thanks to Susan's remote care, a doctor was brought in and prescribed some effective medication. He was at least able to return to the team on schedule. But 2 days of near-death experience left him feeling extremely weak and drained. On top of that, the gossip with Jessica had continued to evolve during those 2 days. For example, the two of them dining together was taken out of context. And with Wang Xiaochun disappearing for 2 days, it was easy for his teammates to imagine all sorts of scenarios. Some were jealous, some were resentful, and some expressed their opinions freely. Of course, Wang Xiaochun did not care about any of that. What truly upset him was, all I did was see a doctor for some damn diarrhea. And those stupid pills cost me several $100s. American doctors are such scammers. I was definitely ripped off. He did not care much about public opinion, after all, it had no direct impact on his finances. And, as mentioned earlier, his streak of bad luck had already begun. Once it starts, it tends to continue. Take the Knicks' first post-holiday game, an away game against the Grizzlies. That match knocked Wang Xiaochun back to reality. The Grizzlies' starting power forward was Pau Gasol. Of course, he was not Wang Xiaochun's concern. Kurt Thomas was still in the rotation. Even if Wang wanted to take over, he would not have the chance yet. In a way, Thomas and Wang Xiaochun were in the same boat. But Thomas's run of bad luck far surpassed Wang's. At least Wang's misfortune stemmed from inconsistent opponents, whereas Thomas had been facing one-star starter after another. Of course, speaking of inconsistency, Wang Xiaochun would inevitably encounter both good and bad opponents. And this time, he truly met his match. He was up against Shane Battier, a player with terrifyingly solid fundamentals. Some people have described Battier this way: he is like super glue on the basketball court. Wherever there is a gap, he patches it up. From this, it is clear that Battier is undoubtedly a defensive powerhouse. Perhaps from the perspective of the Memphis Grizzlies, Wang Xiaochun's recent performance was becoming a bit too eye-catching. After all, he had been scoring in double digits in single quarters in several recent games. They certainly did not want a rookie to come into their home court and stir things up. Moreover, their backup power forward, Stromile Swift, was out due to injury and could not play in this game. So in the second quarter, when Wang Xiaochun came off the bench, the Grizzlies kept Battier, originally their starting small forward, on the court and moved him to power forward, in an attempt to shut down this scoring threat from the Knicks. Logically speaking, Battier, at 2.03 meters tall and under 100 kilograms in weight, should have been susceptible to Wang Xiaochun's power and bulk in the low post. Wang should have been able to back him down effectively. Even if his shooting percentage was not particularly high, he should have managed around 30% at least. Unfortunately, the reality was far worse. Never mind 30%, he did not even hit 3%. In the 9 minutes he played in the second quarter, Wang took 4 shots, all missed. He only managed to score 2 points from free throws after being fouled. It was not that he lacked shooting opportunities after that, he simply lost his nerve and dared not take another shot. Of course, this miserable stat line resulted from multiple factors, and it would not be fair to say that Battier completely shut him down. There is no denying that Battier's defense was fierce, and his basketball IQ was exceptionally high. Every time Wang Xiaochun attempted a shot, Battier seemed to perfectly anticipate his rhythm and disrupted him effectively. However, Wang had recently developed some skill in post-scoring. Even if Battier matched him in height and weight, it should not have led to a complete shutout. But today, aside from being unlucky with matchups, Wang's condition was also truly terrible. 2 days of diarrhea do not just go away as soon as the runs stop, but reality is reality. He only scored 2 points. And because his performance was so poor, and the coach noticed his unusual condition, the final 2 minutes of the second quarter and the rest of his bench time were given to Sweetney. Sweetney was overjoyed. In recent games, his playing time had been pushed to the bare minimum. Now with such a rare opportunity, of course he was going to make the most of it. So this 2.03 meter, 124 kilogram guy, who is usually far from diligent, gave it his all. And under Battier's defense, he actually delivered. He played 11 minutes and recorded 7 points and 5 rebounds. Though those numbers were not exactly stellar, they were certainly better than Wang Xiaochun's dismal performance in this game. This gave Sweetney hope of reclaiming his role as the primary backup. And fate, or rather, Wang Xiaochun, gave him another chance. On December 26, after the game against the Grizzlies, the Knicks played the Heat in another away game the next day.
Having learned from the previous game, Lamar Odom avoided clashing head-on with Wang Xiaochun this time. He stayed at mid and long range and reduced his shooting attempts, focusing more on passing and team play. He ran circles around the not yet recovered Wang Xiaochun until the latter was left like a dead dog. Wang only played for 5 minutes. His performance was so bad, scoring 0 points and grabbing only 2 rebounds, that he was replaced once again by Sweetney. And Sweetney did not waste the opportunity Wang gave him. Though Odom still dominated him, he handled Haslam with ease. He played 14 minutes and racked up 11 points and 6 rebounds. He was beginning to show signs of becoming the next Wang Xiaochun. After this game, Sweetney felt that he had made a comeback and was ready to reinvent himself, and that natural confidence he always had over Wang Xiaochun re-emerged. Buddy, take care of your body. Do not think just because you are young you can fool around. 2 days in a row like this? It is terrible for your health. Look at your performance in these last 2 games. I do not even know what to say. Yes, indeed. It is terrible for your health. Their conversations sounded coherent, but in reality, they were not on the same wavelength at all. Sweetney was referring to Wang's ongoing tabloid scandal. Wang Xiaochun, on the other hand, was talking about his recently resolved bout of diarrhea. But their exchange made it clear that the rumors surrounding Wang had not died down yet, and the story had already grown beyond just him and Jessica. After these 2 games, headlines like, "Foreign player loses himself to temptation, terrible performance, even worse character," began to emerge, launching yet another round of attacks on Wang Xiaochun. Faced with this situation and another inquiry from Susan, Wang still opted for a cold approach. Ignore it, do not ask questions, do not spend a dime. This left Susan, who was determined to resolve the issue, at her wit's end. Wang Xiaochun might not care, but as his agent, Susan kept trying to find ways to handle the situation. Of course, her options were limited. Her first thought was that a scandal, by definition, involved 2 people. There had to be both a man and a woman. One person alone could not generate a scandal. So Susan contacted Jessica Alba's agency to see if they had any intention of clarifying the situation. After all, in terms of fame, Wang Xiaochun was just a rookie in the league. Compared to Jessica, who had been in the spotlight for years, he was nothing. To protect her image, Jessica should have had more incentive to handle the matter proactively, right? But Susan never expected their response to be almost identical to Wang Xiaochun's. It was not that they were unwilling to spend money, but that they had no intention of addressing the issue at all. In fact, Susan got the impression that they preferred to let the story keep growing. Even she, someone who considered herself a fairly competent professional, could not figure out their true intentions. Of course, all this headache was hers alone. After all, with such a clueless client, what could she do? All she could do was try her best and leave the rest to fate. What she did not know was that her clueless client was having an even bigger headache. And once again, the reason was the scandal, but this time, the issue was who he was dealing with. After 2 consecutive poor performances, still not fully recovered, and feeling a bit homesick like any sick child, he got a call from home. Wang thought they had heard about his diarrhea and were calling to check on him. But to his surprise, they had no concern for his health. Instead, they jumped on the gossip bandwagon and asked, "Those 2 girls, so which one are you actually with? Is it the Kavya one? Your mom really likes her. She says a girl built like that will definitely have no problems bearing children." The matter concerning Wang Xiaochun had already stirred up quite a commotion in the United States, so naturally, it was even more talked about back in China. However, compared to the critical tone abroad, the domestic response was overwhelmingly positive. Leaving aside the gossip, even his recent poor performance in the last 2 games was spun differently in local reports. All it took was a change in the narrative structure, and the impact of the message became completely different. For instance, the American media reported, due to a poor performance, Wang Xiaochun scored only 2 points. The coach, frustrated with his lack of progress, benched him. Meanwhile, Chinese media framed it like this. Limited playing time left Wang Xiaochun with no choice but to score only 2 points, depriving him of a chance to further showcase his abilities. The shift in emphasis completely changed the narrative. Naturally, the Wang family paid little attention to this. After all, none of the domestic reports portrayed him in a negative light. They had no idea what had actually happened, and besides, their son had been sending money home regularly. So their attention was naturally focused on Wang Xiaochun's rumored romance. This was particularly true for Wang Shulin, who was most invested in the subject. Wasn't the Wu family always acting so high and mighty? Heh, now look at my boy. He's practically got a foreign movie star in the bag, maybe even 2. Who else? Who the hell can top my son now? Wang Shulin was still holding on to a grudge. His aim had long been to find a daughter-in-law who was vastly superior to Yin Zi. Of course, he had no idea what Wang Xiaochun's current relationship with Yin Zi was. But did it matter? As long as he felt vindicated, nothing else was more satisfying. Unfortunately, his son's response poured cold water all over his hopes. What? You're saying the news is fake? Nothing actually happened? How could that be? You two were kissing, and now you're telling me there is not even a real relationship? Just friends of friends? Are you trying to fool your old man, or are you backing out now that you've zipped up your pants? As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. His son, the key player in all this, denied the rumors, killing half of Wang Shulin's enthusiasm instantly. He had even been considering whether the newly bought home should be renovated to a higher standard, just in case he needed to welcome a foreign daughter-in-law in the future. Now, all enthusiasm had clearly vanished. Forgot to mention, after a period of busy arrangements, and with the help of Wang Xiaochun's uncle, the new family residence in the city had already been purchased. According to the uncle, it was a well-known affluent neighborhood with top-notch security. Of course, the price seemed high to Wang Shulin, 1,300 yuan per square meter for a two-story, 260 square meter house, totaling 340,000 yuan. According to their original plan, renovations had already begun. And having bought such an expensive property, Wang Shulin did not dare to cut corners on the interior. He did not demand anything extravagant, but it had to be elegantly simple at the very least. After all, this was the home of a professional athlete. It could not look too shabby. But based on current circumstances, the plan remained unchanged. They were just waiting to show off the finished renovations, and they hoped to move in after the new year. Wang Xiaochun, of course, was aware of all this. It was his encouragement that convinced Wang Shulin to go ahead with the purchase. In his view, if they were going to improve their living conditions, they might as well go all in. Besides, the family was not short on money. Using it for better living made more sense than hoarding it. Of course, Wang Xiaochun could talk big when it came to his family. But for himself, never mind big talk, he did not even dare to breathe too heavily. Because if he did, he feared his liver might ache. This time I am completely broke. If I had to treat Barrymore or Anthony to another dinner of the same standard, I might have no choice but to sell my body. While the media outside was frantically hyping the scandal around Wang Xiaochun, his private trainer was finally arranged. It was Kenan Beck, the trainer introduced by Charles Barkley. To be honest, although Beck had only recently transitioned into private training, his asking price was far from low. At least in Wang Xiaochun's eyes, it was quite steep. During initial negotiations, his asking price was $20,000 per month. This was actually a fairly standard rate for private trainers. But Wang Xiaochun still found it expensive. So he asked Susan to try to negotiate the price down. And Susan did exactly that, with remarkable force. She managed to knock the price down from 20,000 to 12,000. Once again, Wang Xiaochun felt justified in having chosen Susan as his agent. Of course, getting the price that low came with conditions. Kenan Beck required two things. First, the 6-month salary had to be paid up front. Second, there would be a performance bonus. Beck would establish a personalized standard plan for Wang Xiaochun's physical and athletic performance, and once those goals were met, Wang would be required to pay a bonus. Wang Xiaochun had no objections to that. As the old saying goes, heavy rewards produce brave soldiers. Even if the reward was solicited by the soldier himself, as long as it delivered results, it was worth it. Right now, the main target Wang wanted to meet was the team's goal of reducing his weight to 110 kilograms. To be honest, living every day dancing with diet powders and supplements was not really a life. He just wanted to live like a normal person again. Wang had no problem with the bonus. But the first condition was a bit tricky. It was not that he was unwilling. He had just received a weekly paycheck, and his current balance was barely enough to meet Beck's 6-month advance. If he paid it, he would be flat broke again, poorer than before. But what choice did he have? This was not something he could skimp on. 2 consecutive poor performances do not prove that a promising player will continue to underperform. From a work ethic perspective, the Knicks head coach still had faith in Wang Xiaochun, so his place in the rotation remained unchanged. And after a few days of rest and recovery, Wang was back in form. The upcoming games were not expected to be as terrible as the last 2. But as the saying goes, a man fears fame like a pig fears getting fat. Among this year's rookies, there were quite a few standouts. Compared to them, Wang Xiaochun was honestly not even in the same league. Still, he had his own moments of brilliance. When facing unfamiliar teams, his unpredictable playing style could yield surprising results. But when matched against teams he had already played and who had vivid memories of those encounters, things were not so simple anymore. After finishing 2 consecutive away games, the Knicks faced the Orlando Magic at home on December 29. Wang Xiaochun, following the usual rotation, was once again on the court. And there, he met his old acquaintances, Drew Gooden and Juwan Howard.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.